Chapter 1. 10 Days Before the Apocalypse. As night fell, a red moon rose over Luocheng. Many people took out their phones, laughing and recording the spectacle, unaware that everything would change that night. On July 10th, the trending topic on Weibo was the mutation of humans into zombies, holding the top spot. The streets, hallways, and houses were stained with blood. Inside one house, the female owner's stomach had been ripped open, and her intestines were pulled out, while the television continued to broadcast the news. The beautiful female host screamed just as a zombie jumped out from behind her, and the news abruptly cut off. A month later, Luocheng had turned into a wasteland, surrounded by layers of iron mesh, clearly abandoned. Shh, don't make a sound there right downstairs. Xiao covered a pregnant woman's mouth, warning her in a low voice. Her face was smeared with foul-smelling blood and flesh, a desperate attempt to mask her scent and avoid detection. Xiao had gone out to scavenge for supplies when she unexpectedly found the pregnant woman. For some reason, amidst this apocalypse, seeing a pregnant woman made her feel a sense of new life. After an impulsive moment, she found herself extending a helping hand. Now, she had no choice but to hide with the pregnant woman from the zombie pursuing them in the building. Once she confirmed that the pregnant woman had stopped making noise, Xiao finally let go. But the worst-case scenario occurred. A woman went into premature labor, and the strong metallic smell quickly led the zombie to their location. The pregnant woman's mouth was agape, her face pale, clearly terrified beyond belief. Xiao immediately grabbed some rotten flesh from a nearby corpse and smeared it on the pregnant woman. The woman was horrified and exclaimed, What are you doing? Stop talking and do as I say if you want to live." Xiao had no choice but to use this crude method to conceal their scent. If it failed, they would both die. As the sound of the zombie's footsteps grew closer, the two held their breath. A thin layer of sweat formed on Xiao's forehead, moistening the blood and flesh on her face, and blood dripped from her chin, giving her a ghastly appearance. They were discovered. The zombie dragged the pregnant woman out of the closet, and her screams filled the air. The zombie seemed not to notice Xiao, and she realized this was her chance to escape. She tiptoed past the zombie, but suddenly, her ankle was grabbed, and Xiao's heart raced. Looking down, she saw it was the pregnant woman. Blood trickled from the corner of the woman's mouth as she smiled at Xiao, her voice weak and intermittent. "I'm dying. You can't leave. I want you to accompany me and my child in death." Xiao was discovered by the zombie, which lunged at her, biting into her neck. Xiao's eyes widened, her pupils constricting in shock. Her gaze remained fixed on the pregnant woman, unable to close her eyes in death. Help! Drenched in sweat, Xiao jolted awake from a 2-meter-wide bed. She looked around in confusion, only to feel a warm, large body pressing against her back. Instantly, her hair stood on end, and she turned to push away whatever it was. With a dull thud, Xiao realized something was off. In the next moment, her hair was yanked, and she heard a man's voice from above, deep and laced with anger. "Xiao, you've gained some skills?" That voice. Song Xiqing. How did I end up with him? And in bed, Song Xiqing, let go of me. In the darkness, Song Xiqing raised an eyebrow, noticing something different about Xiao. His hand slid to her waist, and his lips brushed against her ear, his voice husky. "Are you trying to play with me a bit longer? Wasn't the earlier part enough?" "Xiao, what is this guy talking about?" Song Xiqing began to tug at Xiao's clothes. She struggled with all her might, but the more she resisted, the more he seemed to enjoy it. "Planning to play hard to get today?" Xiao fumbled around the bed, searching for a suitable tool to kill this bastard. Suddenly, she felt a phone behind the headboard. It felt heavy enough. Forget about its size, Xiao swung it at Song Xiqing's forehead. He winced in pain and released her, giving Xiao the chance to escape through the door. Turning on the flashlight on her phone, she looked at the familiar layout of the living room, and a series of question marks flashed through her mind, but those weren't important. Right now, worried that someone might be guarding the front door, she jumped out of the window. Her foot got scraped, and Xiao quickly tore off a piece of cloth to bandage it, praying she wouldn't encounter any zombies. She hid in a storage room, her fear finally subsiding a bit. Looking at the phone in her hand, she felt lost. After the apocalypse, the city's water and electricity would soon be gone, and the phone would become useless. She turned on her phone and saw the time displayed. June 30th. 10 days before the apocalypse, Xiao swallowed hard, wondering if she had just experienced an incredibly realistic nightmare. As time passed, she felt her forehead heating up, and upon touching it, she realized she had a high fever. Soon, her vision blurred, and Xiao closed her heavy eyelids and collapsed. When she woke up again, she stared at the incandescent light on the ceiling, inhaling the strong smell of disinfectant. A nurse appeared beside her. Awake? Look at my hand. The nurse gently waved her hand in front of Xiao, who followed its movement with her gaze. Xiao opened her mouth, her throat parched. The experienced nurse quickly brought over a cup of water, carefully helping her sit up to drink. Xiao's high fever came on quickly and retreated just as fast. As her consciousness gradually cleared, she took out her phone to check, only to find messages from her contacts. Were they from her previous life or a dream? The content was identical. She got out of bed and had just entered the bathroom when her phone buzzed loudly. Seeing husband on the screen, she answered to find it was Song Xiqing. In her previous life, Xiao had been kept by Song Xiqing, who exerted dual control over her body and mind, that he had invested a lot of effort into her because she bore a striking resemblance to his deceased first love. Xiao splashed cold water on her face repeatedly to calm herself. Looking up, she saw an exquisite face in the mirror, with delicate features perfectly set on his smoothly contoured face. Her bright eyes lacked the softness usually brought by love, replaced instead with sharpness and vigilance, like a fierce little wildcat. Hello. What banquet? Just a nauseating conversation among capitalists. In her previous life, Xiao had accompanied Song Xiqing to sleep with several big bosses, allowing him to close deals worth billions. Xiao's eyes smoldered with anger, yet she smiled sweetly at Song Xiqing. Sure, we'll make sure to dress up nicely. After hanging up on Song Xiqing, Xiao immediately blocked this scoundrel. The card he had given her, along with some jewelry and her small stash of cash, was all transferred to another card. With this money, Xiao first bought a small villa in the suburbs, on the outskirts of Luocheng. Then she contacted several supermarket managers and old farmers from orchards to purchase various supplies. Not only did she pay them generously, but she also covered the shipping fees that, in no time, Xiao became the most sought-after client among many wholesalers, all eager to sell her goods for the highest profit. However, Xiao wasn't foolish. Besides, she didn't need that much of the same type of supplies. Time was of the essence. Xiao just wanted to spend all the money she had before the apocalypse hit. She went to a gold shop and took out a tightly wrapped package of gold from her plain large bag. Whispering, I want to sell all of this. Just sell it to me at 5 dimes below the market price. Though the package was large, the items inside were small, collectively weighing over 10 kilograms, and gold is sold by the gram. What does selling it at 5 dimes below market price mean? It's like throwing money away. Faced with such an incredible opportunity, the cashier immediately called the store manager. Upon learning about it, the manager took a discreet look at Xiao when he first saw her. Xiao was wearing pocket sunglasses, which looked somewhat suspicious, but she calmly took them off, revealing her bright and captivating face. When the manager recognized her, his expression shifted from serious to flattering. Sister Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao had little expression on her face and simply asked, can I sell these? Of course, Sister Xiao. We won't sell them at a discount, we'll give you the market price, the manager replied. Since the other party didn't want to give her a bargain, Xiao didn't insist. All right then, let's hurry. The manager had the gold weighed by a staff member while cautiously standing next to Xiao. If I may ask, Sister Xiao, why are you selling these? Didn't President Song give them to you? Not wanting to explain, Xiao simply replied, Song Xiqing said so. Upon hearing this, the manager fell silent. Xiao watched as over 8 million appeared at her bank account, her mind filled with thoughts of how to spend it. First, she spent money to renovate the suburban villa, specifically the basement, which was 400 square meters and filled with living supplies. Xiao invested in a water purification system, ventilation, air conditioning, and energy storage for the underground villa. Thinking about the day when electricity might run out, she considered alternative ways to obtain energy. Her first thought was solar power, but after the apocalypse, the sun would be covered by clouds, leaving the outside a pale red, rendering solar energy useless. Moreover, having a solar-powered villa in the apocalypse would only attract attention, so Xiao abandoned that idea. Looking at the messages from her friends inviting her to hang out, Xiao took a deep breath and sent a message to a stranger's number, stating that she needed to buy counterfeit. goods before driving to the meeting place with her friends. The leisure activities of the wealthy are simple, indulging in the vulgar without understanding. Su Xiao changed into a body-hugging dress covered in sequins, her long, smooth hair draping over her shoulders. Just her face was enough to attract attention, not to mention her exposed fair shoulders and long legs. As the door to the private room opened, Su Xiao heard the loud, energetic music and smelled the lewd atmosphere inside, which made her feel nauseous. However, she needed to get a batch of items from them and forced herself to endure the disgust as she walked in. With every step, she heard vulgar remarks, but Su Xiao was focused on finding the person she was looking for. After scanning the room, she couldn't find him, which made her feel a hint of irritation. Just as Su Xiao sat down, some of Song Xiqing's good friends sat down next to her, placing their hands on her shoulders and deliberately brushing against her smooth skin. I heard that sister-in-law rejected Song Ji's invitation to the banquet, and he has been desperately looking for you. Su Xiao's expression remained unchanged as she lowered her gaze to the white powder on the table, knowing she had come to the right place. The next moment, the door to the private room opened again, and a man in a black suit walked in. He had a handsome face, with a detached and aloof expression and an imposing aura that made it clear he didn't want to be there and felt disgusted. The music was quietly turned down by the others. That Su Xiao's eyes lit up. He was the one she was looking for. The man was Gu Tsong, known as Lord Gu in the underworld. As for what he was involved in, it was a bit of everything, including some shady businesses, but all were cleaned up. His presence here surely had a reason. In the corner of the room sat a girl, and Gu Tsong's gaze was fixed on her. The others seemed to understand Lord Gu was here to find someone. The girl in the corner looked up, her skin fair and clean, full of youthful collagen, and her appearance was pure. Compared to everyone else present, except for Su Xiao, she was more beautiful, definitely the campus belle type. Next, Su Xiao witnessed a dramatic scene reminiscent of a domineering CEO novel. The innocent girl approached Gu Tsong, looking pitiful, claiming she was dragged in and bullied. Of course, it wasn't the kind of bullying involving stripping. She had just been slapped and kicked out after singing a few songs. Then Gu Tsong's bodyguards rushed in and beat up the wealthy young masters responsible. One wealthy young master, unable to bear the pain, cried out, Lord Gu, my family has a partnership with yours." Gu Tsong was indifferent, carefully checking if his little rabbit was hurt. Soon, the young master's limbs were brutally broken, and finally, his neck was snapped, causing him to stop breathing quickly. This frightened everyone present. They lowered their heads and curled up, trembling. Seeing that Gu Tsong was about to leave, Su Xiao hurriedly followed him. As she got closer, she was warned by the bodyguards accompanying Gu Tsong. Su Xiao was eye-catching, both in appearance and figure, but what caught Gu Tsong's attention was her eyes, reminiscent of his own past, hiding a wildness. Gu Tsong was someone even Song Xiqing was wary of, so Su Xiao spoke cautiously. "Mr. Gu, I'm the one who messaged half an hour ago, saying I wanted to buy a batch of goods." Su Xiao smiled happily because Gu Tsong was known for keeping his promises as long as he agreed. "Everything will be fine. Thank you, Mr. Gu." Chapter 2, the ex-fiancé, East comes to stick close. Su Xiao, where have you been? On the other end of the phone, Song Xiqing was furious. Su Xiao said nothing and focused on driving. Once she got home, she finally remembered Song Xiqing. Her tone was very flat, even a bit casual and impatient. "Have you finished? Sorry, but I have no feelings about your marriage to Li Xinxin. That's your business. I just want to let you know that we should break up. Let's not waste each other's time." After saying that, Su Xiao hung up the phone, took out the SIM card, casually tossed it on the car, and inserted a new one. As soon as Su Xiao got out of the car, she saw a group of people in black not far away. She walked over and greeted, "Hi." The man standing in the middle was handsome, dressed in a suit, with a cold expression, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a strong, elite aura. "Miss Su." No wonder he was one of Gu Tsong's men, just as cold as his boss. Su Xiao couldn't help but mock their pretended indifference. "Let me see the goods." The elite man nodded, and then they made way for Su Xiao. She boldly walked in, lifted a corner of the black cloth, saw the glinting gun barrel, and smiled widely. Su Xiao turned around and, without hesitation, swiped the black card that Song Xiqing had given her. Seeing that the payment was successful, she raised her eyebrows, surprised that Song Xiqing hadn't frozen the card yet. Seeing her so straightforward, the elite man showed some interest and asked, "Miss Su, you're quite straightforward. May I ask if we can be friends?" Su Xiao understood that the man wanted to gain something from her. She patted the man's shoulder and said without any burden, "Of course. I'm good friends with your boss, Gu Kong." Although the elite man smiled, he kept staring at Su Xiao as if looking for a flaw in her lie. But Su Xiao was well disguised and didn't reveal anything. "Miss Su, my name is Yi Chongqing. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yi Chongqing extended his hand. He politely inquired, "Do you need me to send someone to help you inside?" This place was quite remote. The delivery location Su Xiao and Yi Chongqing agreed upon was 2 kilometers away from her small villa. However, it was clear that Yi Chongqing knew where she lived. Su Xiao thought about it carefully and wasn't surprised. After all, the place was remote, and even though there were several villas, hers was the only one being renovated, making it easy to guess. Su Xiao smiled gratefully. "Great, you've really helped me a lot. I'm very grateful to have a friend like you. No need to be polite. It's what friends do to help each other." Yi Chongqing replied with a friendly facade. Su Xiao had them put the goods in a small warehouse outside. Although Yi Chongqing had his suspicions, he didn't say anything. The two exchanged pleasantries, and after finally sending the people away, Su Xiao checked the goods again. Confirming there was no risk, she didn't rush to drag the goods into the basement, but left them in the small warehouse for the night. The next day, she noticed through outdoor surveillance that Yi Chongqing hadn't gone far the previous night. He parked about 400 meters from the villa, using binoculars to watch her, observing for the entire night before leaving the next morning. Su Xiao looked at the surveillance footage, licked her lips, called someone to drag the goods into the villa, and added an electric fence around the villa. She reinforced the house, constantly increasing her spending and manpower, taking 35 hours to complete. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Su Xiao was still busy buying. Watching her dwindling balance, she felt more excited. This day, she rarely went to the vegetable market and instead entered a clothing wholesale store. She had no interest in the pitifully scarce and overpriced clothes. She wanted to spend her money wisely. Su Xiao, wearing a mask, walked in, and the shop owner, upon seeing her exquisite features, immediately put down her spicy hot pot, wiped her hands, and approached. "Beautiful girl, these clothes are outdated. Let me show you the latest batch I just received." Su Xiao nodded coolly. The shop owner happily went to fetch the goods and brought back a batch of sportswear, which was indeed good quality and comfortable. "All right, I'll take this batch. Show me the others." The shop owner had never seen someone so straightforward and quickly called her 2 daughters to help fetch more goods. After a day of selection, with the sun about to set, Su Xiao walked out of the wholesale market, feeling a bit sore in her legs. "Su Xiao." Su Xiao looked up to see Li Xinxin, Song Xiqing's fiancée, who happened to pass by in a luxury car. Li Xinxin opened the car door and ran over, grabbing Su Xiao's hand with her watery eyes. "I didn't expect Xiqing to treat you like this, not giving you money and making you come to the wholesale market. This woman seems to be overacting a bit," Su Xiao thought, rolling her eyes and pretending to leave. Li Xinxin grabbed her again. "Don't go yet." Li Xinxin took out a card from her bag and shoved it into Su Xiao's hand, her voice rising. "I know you've always been seen as the mistress, and I feel sorry for you. Here, S200,000. I hope you can live better after leaving Xiqing." Su Xiao really laughed. "You dare to offer 200,000? But it's fine. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and she could use that 200,000 to buy some canned food. All right, since you're so kind, I won't mind being misunderstood as the mistress." Su Xiao raised her voice a few decibels, knowing that people around were watching. After all, Li Xinxin couldn't wait to see her make a fool of herself. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd focused on Li Xinxin. Li Xinxin's face turned pale, but she quickly regained her composure. "What did you say?" "Xiqing and I are getting married soon." Su Xiao sighed, pretending to be sad and magnanimous. "It's fine. I don't blame you. After all, I've known Xiqing for 7 years, and you've only known him for 6 months. I don't blame him for being fickle. People change, and that's not your fault." Then she leaned closer to Li Xinxin's ear and whispered, "When the time comes, you will also be abandoned by Xiqing. Maybe your time with him won't be longer than mine." The surrounding crowd murmured, criticizing Li Xinxin for being shameless and flaunting herself in front of the legitimate girlfriend, feeling sorry and angry for Su Xiao. While some emotional people remarked that Su Xiao was a pitiful woman, Su Xiao found it quite amusing. She didn't feel pitiful at all. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao got into her Rolls-Royce, which was several million more expensive than Li Xinxin's luxury car. Seeing this, Li Xinxin's face changed like a color palette, ultimately turning a pig liver color. Chapter 3. Mr. Snail knocks on the door after Su Xiao left. Li Xinxin immediately called Song Xiqing. The other end picked up quickly, but Song Xiqing's tone was somewhat irritable. After all, Su Xiao had spent 50 million last night, and he had no idea what she bought. He couldn't reach her by phone and couldn't find her anywhere. Are you scolding me? Li Xinxin was now extremely agitated. To avoid jeopardizing their cooperation, Song Xiqing softened his voice to comfort her. Xinxin, don't be angry. You know I can't bear to scold you. Li Xinxin was easily appeased and smiled again. Xiqing, let us move the engagement date up a bit. Huh? Song Xiqing was already irritated about not being able to find Su Xiao, and now he was being asked to move up the engagement. He thought Su Xiao was throwing a tantrum over this matter. If word got out, she would definitely not show up for a while. What kind of reaction is that? You're not willing? Li Xinxin's voice rose again, showing her anger. Song Xiqing had no choice but to agree to her. After hanging up, Li Xinxin drove off to chase after Su Xiao. Su Xiao sat in her beloved car, one hand on the wheel and the other holding cherries, looking quite leisurely. But soon, Su Xiao noticed a car seemingly following her on purpose, with the two vehicles close together, to prevent her precious car from being scratched. Su Xiao had to change lanes, but the car beside her continued to persistently follow. Su Xiao raised her eyebrows and smiled maliciously. She first slowed down and, seeing a familiar license plate, quietly accelerated to get ahead of Li Xinxin. Naturally, Li Xinxin, who was proud and arrogant, kept speeding up to overtake her, but Su Xiao, being a skilled driver, wouldn't give this novice driver the chance. Su Xiao moved her car to the side, lowered the window, and laughed at the trembling Li Xinxin inside the car. Are you okay? Her gaze fell on the few centimeters of distance, feeling quite lucky. Li Xinxin, still haunted by the earlier scare, opened her eyes and heard Su Xiao's mocking laughter, her face turning red with anger. How can you be so vicious? Su Xiao nodded. Yeah, I really am a vicious person. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. Li Xinxin remembered the purpose of her visit and tossed her hair back, becoming haughty again. I'm having my engagement party with Siege in the day after tomorrow at the Weishan Hotel. Ohat, gongdatin, Su Xiao ziplit nun chalen. Glancing at the time and planning to head to the next procurement location, Li Xinxin thought she was escaping out of anger, and a smug smile appeared on her face. The next day, she opened her eyes to find herself lying in bed instead of on the sofa, as she should have been. Instantly alert, she moved her body and found nothing unusual. She quietly opened the door to look outside and saw an unexpected man. She stepped out and asked in surprise, Xiao, what are you doing here? The man sitting on the sofa radiated a gentle aura, holding a book. Given his handsome and delicate appearance, she didn't expect him to be holding a cookbook. Although she hadn't told anyone she was here, it wouldn't be hard to trace if someone looked into it. Xiao put down the cookbook and looked at her with some difficulty. You called me here. Su Xiao was confused, shaking her head. Impossible. I haven't contacted you at all. I remember very clearly. Xiao slowly took out his phone. It's the call recording from last night. Hearing her own voice in the recording, Su Xiao's first reaction was, why did you record it? Xiao's face turned red as he explained. Because you gave me an address I hadn't heard of, and I was afraid I wouldn't remember it, since the end of the world was only a few days away. Su Xiao, out of selfishness, still wanted to save this old classmate. However, this strange recording was indeed hard to explain. Oh, maybe I drank too much and forgot. Thanks. Though, Su Xiao decided not to think about it, as checking the surveillance footage would clarify everything. Remembering last night, Xiao still wanted to ask, where is this? Is it your new house? Also, is the door broken? I was going to leave yesterday, but it seemed stuck. I modified it. Only I can open it. Xiao turned to look at the door, which was indeed made of titanium alloy, giving off a sense of weight and technology. Su Xiao caught a whiff of something delicious and asked, did you cook? Xiao nodded, lowering his head, seemingly embarrassed, since I had nothing to do here. I took the liberty of making the food from the ingredients in your fridge. It probably won't taste as good as what you eat at a restaurant. Su Xiao had already walked to the dining table, lifted the lid off the dish, and a rich aroma filled the air. Having not eaten for 10 hours, her mouth began to water. Her eyes lit up as she gave Xiao a thumbs up. Awesome. When Xiao happily stepped into the kitchen, she was almost blinded by the cleanliness. The kitchen shone brightly. Xiao immediately stood up. I'm sorry, I just tidied up a bit. Xiao interrupted his apology. What are you apologizing for? I should be the one thanking you. You're like the prince in a fairy tale. Xiao knew nothing about cooking, but loved to experiment, often leading to either disastrous meals or spoiled food, which was somewhat wasteful. But now it was different, with Xiao, the culinary genius. Xiao sat at the dining table, satisfied, and didn't forget to invite Xiao to eat with her. She curiously asked, Are you busy with work now? Xiao nodded, a little, but it's manageable, and smiled at her. Looking at his gentle smile, Xiao felt a stir in her heart. She licked her lips. I'm feeling unwell lately. Can you stay and take care of me for a few days? Chapter 4. Money-obsessed little brat. Xiao was worried Xiao would refuse. So she added, Don't worry, I won't let you take care of me for free. Saying that, she took out her phone and transferred 70,000 yuan to Xiao. You take care of me for a week, and I'll give you 10,000 a day. You won't lose out, right? But Xiao didn't care about the money. He looked at her nervously. What's wrong with you? Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Xiao, who was only pretending to be unwell, shook her head. I don't like hospitals. Seeing Xiao still uneasy, she proposed a compromise. How about this? You take care of me this week, and if I'm still feeling bad in a few days, I'll go to the hospital with you, okay? However, Xiao crossed her arms, somewhat displeased. I've already taken a step back. If you're still going to push me, then you can leave. After all, I won't die at home alone. It'll just be a bit troublesome and uncomfortable. Xiao immediately stood up and bowed to Xiao. I'm sorry. I won't say that again. Let's do it your way. Okay. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. No need. I have it here. Xiao's body stiffened, his lips pressed tight, and he fell silent, feeling quite uncomfortable. Why did Xiao have men's clothing at home? Did Song Xiqing stay here? After returning to her room, she immediately opened her computer and retrieved last night's surveillance footage. She saw herself coming in and sitting on the sofa for a while before slowly falling asleep. At 2 a.m, her phone suddenly lit up and unlocked. Watching this scene, Xiao felt shocked and scared. The unknown fear made her panic. She glanced at her phone on the table, feeling a bit frustrated. Was her phone hacked? If her phone was hacked, then wouldn't her computer be too? No. She had installed anti-theft software on her computer with the help of a professional hacker, and there were no signs of an intrusion. Xiao, suppressing her fear, continued watching. In the footage, the phone screen automatically opened the contacts and dialed Xiao's number, but there was no sound during the call. The call log showed they talked for 3 minutes before hanging up. If it wasn't a hacker, then it must be supernatural. But Xiao was a staunch materialist and didn't believe in such things. She still thought the possibility of hacking was greater. Ugh, what a hassle. After thinking for a moment, Xiao called someone, but the call went unanswered. Persistently, she dialed again, but after a minute of ringing, she cursed, damn it. Just a second before she cursed, the call connected. Looking at the brief 003 call record on the screen, she fell silent, wondering why this guy took so long to pick up. Although she was alone in the room, Xiao still put on a smile. It's no big deal. I just wanted to trouble you to upgrade my computer's defense system. Oh, 30,000. Xiao thought, this little brat, really, all he thinks about is money. Fine, I'll transfer it to you now. Come to my house right away. Why are you agreeing so readily today? Did you save money for your man? Or did you hit your head on the door? In her past life, Xiao was not only a pretty face, but also a love-struck one. The money she spent was not for Song Xiqing. She couldn't bear to spend it and even prided herself on being frugal. Looking back now, Xiao felt she was too foolish. Little brat. Xiao grabbed her phone and transferred 30,000 yuan. Stop talking nonsense and come quickly. No. She frowned. What's the reason? The store is a bit busy right now, so I'll come over tomorrow morning. Xiao thought for a moment and realized she could make it, reluctantly agreeing. After hanging up the phone, she leaned back in her chair, resting her back against the chair's backrest, slowly sorting through her chaotic thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao opened her eyes and turned to look at the door, her tone lazy. Come in. Xiao only opened the door a crack, saying, Xiao, it seems someone is looking for you. but they look unfamiliar. You might want to check it out. Su Xiao was a bit confused. She stood up, opened the door, and walked over. Xiao, who had his hand on the doorknob, didn't let go, and when Su Xiao pulled, an unprepared Xiao stumbled forward. Su Xiao caught him, and she was also startled for a moment, wondering why he suddenly fell forward. Are you okay? In a moment she looked down. Su Xiao noticed that Xiao was still holding the doorknob, and she then realized, sorry, I didn't expect you to still be holding the doorknob. Xiao immediately got up from Su Xiao's embrace, blushing as he apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Su Xiao waved her hand casually, saying it's fine, but then she reached out to touch Xiao's forehead, feeling it was a bit warm. You should rest for a while. By the way, you can choose any empty room you like, don't be shy. Knowing that Xiao would probably be polite again, Su Xiao continued without stopping, oh, don't be polite with me. If you get sick, it won't be you taking care of me. It will be me taking care of you. Xiao relaxed his clenched fist and quietly replied, before turning to leave. Su Xiao hurriedly walked to the front door and, looking through the surveillance outside, saw that the visitor was Yi Chongqing, seemingly alone, but she wasn't sure if there were others hiding nearby. What was he here for? Su Xiao opened the intercom, her tone very polite. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Yi Chongqing looked up at the surveillance camera, revealing a polite smile. It's nothing much. It seems Miss Jiang is quite fond of you, so Guyi asked me to invite you to meet with Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang is? This Miss Jiang. Could it be the little bunny by Gu Tsong's side? Yi Chongqing patiently explained. It's the girl who was in the same private room with Miss Su last time. I'm not sure if Miss Su remembers. Even if she didn't remember, Su Xiao would say she did. After all, this little girl was Gu Ye's person, and she didn't have the guts to say she didn't remember. In that case, it seemed there was no real danger, since Gu Tsong's affection for his wife was no joke. Su Xiao opened the door with her fingerprint. She was still in the body-hugging dress from last night. As she opened the door, Yi Chongqing's gaze scanned her up and down, and he pushed up his glasses, reminding her, Miss Su, you might want to change into something more comfortable. After stepping out, Yi Chongqing took another look at her, confirming there was indeed no problem, and then hurriedly led Su Xiao away. Su Xiao observed his hurried, yet methodical demeanor, thinking to herself, he really is dedicated. Clearly in a rush, but still concerned about whether my outfit is appropriate. Speaking of which, what does that Jiang girl want with me? Did I offend her that day? Was it because I talked to her man? If that's the case, I might be in trouble. Su Xiao rubbed her arms, which had goosebumps, and looked out the window. Yi Chongqing brought her to a famous nightclub in the city center, and her suspicions increased, thinking, am I really being called here for something harmless? Yi Chongqing bent down to look at the somewhat startled Su Xiao in the car, his tone slightly softer. Miss Su, don't worry. We're all civilized people and won't do anything to you. If you still don't feel secure. He slowly pulled out a delicate small handgun from inside his jacket and handed it to Su Xiao. Su Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words and actions. If she took it, wouldn't that clearly show she was scared? After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao reached out to take it. Her life was more important. After getting out of the car, Yi Chongqing walked alongside her, his gait so meticulous that one couldn't help but admire him. He kept his gaze forward, his thin lips moving slightly. Miss Su, do you know how to use it? Do you need me to give you some pointers? Well, as an honest person, Su Xiao had certainly never used one, but she had watched a lot of videos for research. However, she had never actually practiced with a real gun. A faint, distant smile appeared on her lips. Thank you, Mr. Yi, but it's not necessary. They had both arrived at the door, but Yi Chongqing stopped in his tracks, slightly turning his head to look at her with a hint of helplessness. Aren't we friends? Miss Su seems a bit cold. After saying that, he raised his right hand, opening it and adjusting his glasses by pinching the bottom with his thumb and middle finger. The room's decor was pink and completely designed like a girl's room. It was indeed shocking to see such decor in a nightclub's private room, and Su Xiao couldn't help but glance around at the furnishings. Gu Tsong stood with his hands in his pockets, his usually indifferent eyes now softened, slightly furrowing his brows as he looked down at the little girl playing with stuffed toys on the floor. This father-daughter vibe piqued Su Xiao's interest, and no matter how she looked at it, the little girl seemed to lack intelligence. After all, the girl looked like she should be an adult, but her bright eyes and joyful laughter while playing with toys were reminiscent of a child. Thinking of this, Su Xiao's suspicious gaze occasionally darted toward Gu Kong. Gu Tsong instructed Yi Changqing to go down first. As Yi Changqing walked past, he shot a glance at Su Xiao, and she received the message. Yi Changqing wanted her to behave. Su Xiao felt a bit awkward standing there, afraid Gu Tsong would think she wasn't humble enough. Gu Tsong glanced at her and said coldly, "Go play with Xiao Shui." The sound of the door opening and the conversation with Yi Changqing didn't catch the little girl's attention until Gu Tsong spoke. The little girl looked up, first at Gu Tsong, then at Su Xiao, and she beamed a bright smile, extending her hand to Su Xiao, signaling her to come over. Su Xiao seemed surprised that the little girl liked her so much. She didn't mind, and with a gentle smile, she walked over. Through their playtime, Su Xiao learned that the little girl was named Jiang Yingxue. It was indeed a matter of intellectual disability, as a car accident had caused her to be like this, which made Su Xiao's heart ache. What a lovely and beautiful little girl. Although playing with Jiang Yingxue was pressure-free, Gu Tsong's gaze from behind was impossible to ignore. The oppressive feeling was too strong. After being stared at for a while, Su Xiao felt a chill run down her back, and bloody images flashed in her mind, making her shiver. Su Xiao looked at Jiang Yingxue, who seemed completely unafraid and was smiling happily. Jiang Yingxue held up a fluffy little dog toy, and Su Xiao touched her face, smiling affectionately. "Is this for me?" "Thank you, Xiao Shui." Jiang Yingxue tilted her head, her lips parted slightly, moving without sound. Su Xiao easily took the dog toy, but seeing Jiang Yingxue's expression remain blank, she realized something might be off and cautiously asked, "Is this not for me?" "Not for me? Is it for?" Su Xiao recalled that there was still a living person standing behind her. Forcing a smile, she quietly asked, "Is it for Gu Tsong?" Jiang Yingxue slowly blinked again, and Su Xiao's smile was nearly uncontainable. However, thinking of how much Gu Tsong valued Xiao Shui, it should be fine. She stood up, walked to Gu Tsong, and handed him the plush dog toy, saying, "Xiao Shui sent this to you." Gu Tsong shifted his gaze from Jiang Yingxue to Su Xiao, and just a few seconds of staring made Su Xiao feel like she was being grilled. Gu Tsong lazily reached out to take it, and Su Xiao felt as if she had been released, sprinting away from him toward Jiang Yingxue. After playing with Jiang Yingxue for a few hours, Su Xiao was finally let go. Before she left, Gu Tsong told her, "Xiao Shui likes you very much. You should come over every afternoon to keep her company." Su Xiao replied, "But she doesn't want that." With a smile, she said, "I might not be able to come tomorrow. I have to attend my ex's engagement party." Gu Tsong raised his eyes to look at her, seemingly confused. Su Xiao's eyes turned red. She still had feelings for her ex and wanted to see him one last time. This suggested that either she was dying or her ex was. Gu Tsong hesitated to speak. Chapter 6. An 18-year-old with a baby face? Su Xiao managed to escape, and as soon as she did, she saw Yi Changqing standing by the door, which startled her. "Isn't it inappropriate for you little brothers to eavesdrop?" Su Xiao declined, saying, "No, I can take a taxi." Yi Changqing continued to follow Su Xiao, asking curiously, "Where is your ex's engagement party?" Su Xiao scoffed and jokingly replied, "What does that have to do with you? Are you going to help me stir up the engagement party as a friend?" She thought Yi Changqing was being ill-intentioned by saying that. Yi Changqing pushed up his glasses and quietly said, "It's not impossible." Gu Tsong glanced over at Yi Changqing and asked softly, "Have you investigated it clearly?" Yi Changqing nodded, slightly bending his body in a respectful manner. Su Xiao had a poor relationship with her family since childhood and had been with Song Xiqing since she was 17. She was the woman who had stayed by his side the longest. However, it seemed that the two had quarreled recently, likely because Song Xiqing was about to get engaged to Li Xinxin, the daughter of the Li family. Gu Tsong slightly raised his head and strode away, holding Jiang Yingxue. Su Xiao looked inside. The living room lights were on, and Qin Jiao was slowly walking over. He glanced at her, then turned to leave. But Su Xiao quickly walked a few steps to stop him, saying, "Where are you going?" "I bought you your favorite roast duck. Come on. Let's sit down and have a late-night snack." Qin Jiao's lips parted, initially wanting to refuse, but seeing Su Xiao's expectant eyes, he closed them again and gently nodded. Sitting down at the dining table with Su Xiao. At the table, Su Xiao talked nonstop to Qin Jiao about the dolls she had played with Jiang Yingxue all night. But she didn't mention Gu Kong. "Aren't you feeling unwell?" Qin Xiao frowned, looking at her with some confusion. Su Xiao almost choked on the roast duck in her mouth, and after a struggle to swallow, she began to cough dramatically, as if she were about to cough herself to death, which frightened Qin Xiao. He immediately stood up, pushed his chair back, the chair legs scraping against the tiles with a screeching sound, and came over to Su Xiao's side, patting her back and pouring her water. Su Xiao, quickly, drink some water. Su Xiao pretended to be weak and said, if you feel unwell, you must call me. Okay, I got it, thank you. Su Xiao replied with a pale face. All right, there's Song Xiqing's engagement party tomorrow. I'll need to find an excuse to go out, right? I could just ask Qin Xiao to go with me. Otherwise, it would be so awkward not having a male companion. It was getting late, and it was pitch black outside. Su Xiao yawned and went to sleep, planning to talk to Qin Xiao about it tomorrow. Su Xiao slept until 10 o'clock, and it was Qin Xiao who woke her up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she opened the door. Su Xiao, you're awake. She saw Qin Xiao turn around immediately, not looking at her anymore. Su Xiao was a bit confused. What was going on? She noticed Qin Xiao's flushed ears and looked down at herself, realizing that a few buttons of her pajamas were undone, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Su Xiao, you little pervert. You're going to get a needle eye. He? Su Xiao tilted her head and saw, indeed, He wearing brown suspenders and sporting a baby face, pointing at her and shouting. Su Xiao became more alert and quickly buttoned up her pajamas, asking, what are you doing here? He rolled his eyes at her, saying, didn't you ask me to come over yesterday? I've been here for 2 hours. Su Xiao thought this was strange. Wasn't this door supposed to only open with her fingerprint? How did you get in? He crossed his arms and sneered, with your trashy system, I hacked your computer and added my fingerprint. And by the way, I upgraded it for you. Su Xiao suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Thank you. I'll go brush my teeth first. But then she thought, this has nothing to do with me? However, it didn't matter much. She believed that with Qin Xiao's skills, he would definitely win the hearts of many girls in the apocalypse. After dinner, Su Xiao told Qin Xiao that she wanted to go to the engagement party together that night. Seeing Qin Xiao staring at her with a worried expression, Su Xiao couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? After hesitating for a long time, Qin Xiao finally said, Su Xiao, don't do anything foolish. I know you really like Song Xiqing and have been with him for many years. But you mustn't cause a scene at the banquet just because he's getting engaged to someone else. You have to believe that there are still many people who love you. Su Xiao interrupted him, When did I say I was going to cause a scene at the wedding? You're overthinking it. I'm just going to eat. Song Xiqing will definitely prepare something grand for such an important day. We just want to enjoy it. Ugh, if I'm not going to eat, I might as well take care of kids. Taking care of kids is fine, but I can't stand Gu Tsong's piercing gaze for even a moment. I'll just go in, have a meal, and sneak out with Qin Xiao. After that, I can buy some men supplies. After all, in the apocalypse, there are only Qin Xiao and He at home, so it's good to stock up a bit. Qin Xiao lowered his head. Okay, what about me? Su Xiao, you're not taking me with you? He looked at her. What would you do, you little brat? Who are you calling a little brat? I'm an adult now. He was angry, but with his baby face, he still looked quite cute when upset. Su Xiao reached out and pinched his face, which was quite soft, and laughed. You're just an adult, not a grown-up. Besides, with that face of yours, you'd get kicked out by security. He, being blunt, replied, then just say I'm your son. Su Xiao nearly spat out the health tea she was drinking. She quickly wiped her mouth with a tissue and said speechlessly, does Song Xiqing not know whether I've had children or not? You don't even resemble me at all. And besides, which family's child grows to one? 8 meters with a baby face? He face fell, his tone very cold. Su Xiao, that's personal attack. Su Xiao kept a smile, yeah. Qin Xiao immediately stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Su Xiao, you're also a grown-up. Why are you arguing with a kid? He pouted. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm taller than Qin Ge. Su Xiao continued teasing, grew taller but not wiser. Your thinking is still so immature. Su Xiao, Chapter 7. How unlucky. Zombies in the bathroom. So why did you follow me? Su Xiao looked at He, who was wearing a white suit beside her, feeling a bit helpless. He, however, was thick-skinned. I'm here to see your ex. Although you're not that great, he pays quite generously. I heard he's looking for you. So I went over to pitch my locator device and secretly installed a tracker in your electronic devices, so he won't have trouble finding you. Su Xiao clenched her fists. Gritting her teeth, you want to die, huh? He snorted, can't take a joke, can you? After showing the security guard her invitation card, Su Xiao led the two men inside. As soon as she appeared, she became the focus of the crowd. Su Xiao responsibly stated that she was dressed very low-key today. A little white dress was all she wore, without any accessories. The reason she attracted so much attention was because of the two capable men beside her. Xiao wore a white shirt, black suit, and a navy blue tie, looking gentle and refined, with a polite but distant smile on his face. He, cute in appearance, wore a white suit with a creamy yellow tie. Although he was a bit tall, people looked at his face first, and he was waving and greeting the older sisters around him with a bright smile. The two completely contrasting types appearing in the crowd naturally drew attention. On the side, Li Xin, who was clinging to Song Xiqing's arm and toasting with those old fossils, heard the commotion and looked up to see Su Xiao stealing her spotlight the moment she arrived, which made her furious. But what made her even angrier was that Song Xiqing was also looking at her. Li Xin tugged at Song Xiqing's arm, and only then did he react, looking down at her with a deep gaze filled with confusion. Li Xin bit her red lip. In this situation, she couldn't argue with Song Xiqing. So she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, a few people are still waiting for you to toast." Song Xiqing first clinked glasses with several company executives, then wrapped his arm around Li Xin's waist, his hand rubbing against her side as he smiled at her. Xin really knows how to be considerate. Su Xiao's goal was quite clear. She headed straight for the food area with two handsome guys, carrying two plates piled high with food. "Hey!" He elbowed Su Xiao's arm and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Don't eat anymore. Look over there. Your ex and his current girlfriend are being all lovey-dovey." Su Xiao impatiently looked up just in time to see Song Xiqing kissing Li Xin's cheek. Li Xin's smile was radiant, and as they separated, Song Xiqing's gaze met Su Xiao's. Su Xiao turned her gaze away in disgust, which made Song Xiqing, who was looking from afar, freeze for a moment. He took a half-step forward but was pulled back by Li Xin, who glared at her beloved man, both angry and annoyed. Xiao quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Su Xiao's mouth and asked gently, "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Xiao waved her hand, indicating she was fine. He looked at the two of them sideways and clicked her tongue, two grown adults standing so close together in broad daylight. With so many people watching, what kind of decorum is that? Originally, the people around hadn't paid much attention, but when Yinchi said this, they turned to look. Su Xiao exclaimed, "This brat." She divided the two overflowing plates between the two of them, saying, "Here, one for each of you. Hurry up and eat." Then she pulled the two of them closer and whispered, "Let's hurry and leave after we finish." Xiao steadily took the plate and looked at Su Xiao. "Aren't you eating because you're feeling uncomfortable?" He pretended to put down the plate. Su Xiao stepped back. "Hey, don't put it down, I'm fine, just eat quickly. I still have something to do after this." "What is it?" He asked curiously. "You kid, why you have so many questions? If you don't want to eat, then don't." Saying this, Su Xiao reached out to snatch Hienchi's plate. Hienchi pulled the plate closer to himself. "No, I haven't eaten yet." Thinking of the dark days of hunger that lay ahead, Su Xiao affectionately patted the head of Hienchi, who was devouring his food, and sighed. "Silly kid, eat more. There won't be such good food in the future." "Excuse me, sir, may I have the honor of getting to know you?" Su Xiao heard a voice next to her and glanced over, only to see a beautiful young lady flirting with Xiao. This kid actually attracted a romantic interest in the last few days. Su Xiao's lips curled up as she slowly moved closer to Hienchi and nudged him aside. Just as Xiao was about to ask Su Xiao for help, he noticed she had already moved half a meter away, feeling a bit lonely. The beautiful young lady beside him called out to him, and Xiao paused, turning to her and saying softly, "I appreciate your affection, but I already have someone I like. I'm very sorry." Su Xiao perked up her ears to eavesdrop, only to hear this big revelation. Once the young lady left, Su Xiao leaned in, "Ahem, Xiao. Oh, my stomach hurts." Xiao blushed, thinking Su Xiao was going to ask about his crush, but instead, Su Xiao looked pale, clutching her stomach as she ran away. "I need to go to the bathroom." After squatting for 5 minutes, Just as Su Xiao was about to open the bathroom stall door, she caught a whiff of an unusually strong smell of blood in the air, which definitely wasn't the scent of menstruation. It was accompanied by a foul stench she would never forget, the smell of a zombie's decay. Su Xiao's heart tightened, and her mind went into alarm mode. She immediately crouched down to look under the door, and in the third stall across, she saw a pair of decaying ankles and a girl's feet in small leather shoes. Su Xiao quietly opened the door, confirming that the bathroom only contained herself and the bitten girl. After stepping out, regardless of the strange looks from others, she firmly blocked the bathroom door. She didn't want to be a savior, but she had to hurry to get Xiao and He out of there. After saying this, Su Xiao was about to bypass the girl when a pair of large hands grabbed her waist and pinned her against the wall. She looked up to see it was Song Xiqing. "Are you still mad at me? When did you become so petty? You know I like you." Su Xiao really had no time to waste on this nonsense. "Move aside." But Song Xiqing continued to block her. Su Xiao, feeling anxious, finally stomped hard on his foot. "Ah, you." Su Xiao could only see Song Xiqing staring at her retreating figure. Su Xiao rushed through the crowded crowd, stumbling back to where she had been. But she couldn't find Xiao and He. "Where are they? Where are they? Xiao, He, where are you?" The melodious music that had been playing was interrupted by Su Xiao's shout, breaking the seemingly elegant party. With just a glance from Li Xin, two security guards headed towards Su Xiao. She was dragged away by the security, but Su Xiao continued to shout the names of the two, her gaze scanning the dense crowd, trying to find them. "Xiao, He, come out." As she was only a few meters away from the banquet's exit, Su Xiao clung tightly to the table, refusing to let go. "Look, is this the mistress that Mr. Song has kept for over a decade?" It seems to be true. Many people had already taken out their phones, preparing to take pictures. Song Xiqing rushed out and saw this scene, his expression stiffening as he resolutely turned away. Help!" A woman with a large chunk of flesh bitten off her neck, still bleeding, ran out, raising her hands in fear, her mouth open wide, trembling all over. The woman's neck was rapidly decaying, bleeding, festering, and emitting a foul, disgusting smell which terrified the crowd, causing them to panic and retreat desperately. Seeing that everyone was afraid and backing away, the woman, who had been crying and begging for help, underwent a drastic change in demeanor, her eyes filled with resentment. As she shouted, "Why won't you save me? You're all demons who see death and do nothing. You caused this to me. I will kill you all. Help!" The crowd scattered in a frenzy, rushing towards the exit. Su Xiao was pushed along with the crowd, but still hadn't found Xiao and He. "Where are they? Where are they? Where did you go? If you don't show up soon, if I really can't find you, I'll have to leave on my own." The fully zombified woman lunged at the nearest person, and several wealthy young ladies who had lagged behind were bitten. After being bitten, those young ladies fell to the ground, their bodies starting to convulse, and within a few minutes, they transformed into zombies. The speed of this transformation was even faster than in the last life. Su Xiao's heart raced, and she gritted her teeth and ran outside. Su Xiao didn't stop running, but her heart was in turmoil. The two of them seemed determined not to leave without finding her. She had already exited the door, watching the continuous flow of people coming out while faintly hearing her name being called from inside. Listening to her heartbeat, she clenched her fists and rushed back in. Since many people had already come out, it wasn't as crowded inside anymore. Upon entering, Su Xiao saw Xiao and He back to back, holding chairs to fend off the zombies' attacks. But as more zombies appeared, they would soon be overwhelmed. Aim for their heads. It's best to sever them from their necks. Su Xiao quickly informed them of the zombies' weaknesses. Upon seeing her, Xiao's eyes lit up with joy, while He cursed. "Where have you been? If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have run away long ago. And how do you know the zombies' weaknesses? Stop talking. I'll explain after we get out." After speaking, Su Xiao quickly dealt with two more zombies. The number of zombies was increasing, and they couldn't keep killing them like this. "Run to the front door." Su Xiao shouted. "Wait, Su Xiao, we're not out yet. Save us." The three raised their eyes and saw Song Xiqing, Li Xin, and a few middle-aged men inside. He scoffed, "Don't mind them. If we don't close the door, these zombies will get out, and the people outside will die too. If they can't survive, then it's their fate." After hearing He Yinqi's words, Su Xiao no longer hesitated. In the last second before the door was closed, she saw the murderous look in Song Xiqing and Li Xinxin's eyes. Su Xiao felt relieved about her decision. The door was shut, and the three used everything they could find nearby to barricade it. "Stop it. We're leaving now." Su Xiao pulled the two of them and ran towards the car. They got into the car, with Su Xiao taking the driver's seat, Qin Jiu in the passenger seat, and He Yinqi in the back. She slammed the accelerator and rushed towards the suburban villa. On the way, Su Xiao remained vigilant. Zombies appeared even earlier than in her previous life. Zombies were like cockroaches. When you spot one, it's not just one, but a whole nest. Thinking of this, Su Xiao's eyes widened slightly as she constantly monitored her surroundings. The car was very quiet. No one spoke. Qin Jiu and He Yinqi couldn't help but glance at Su Xiao, the woman who had saved them just minutes ago. They could clearly sense the change in Su Xiao. They remained silent because they could feel her tension like a puffed-up cat, and no one dared to make a move. The car drove into a villa surrounded by iron fences. After getting out, Su Xiao instructed the two to stay close to her. After doing all this, Su Xiao finally had time to catch her breath. The two men quietly accompanied her until she was ready to confide in them. The apocalypse is coming. As soon as those words were spoken, the two were already convinced to some extent, silently waiting for Su Xiao to continue. "If you don't believe it, that's fine. Just wait a few more days, and you'll understand." He Yinqi raised a question he had not gotten an answer to before. "How do you know about the zombies?" Su Xiao locked her gaze on him. She couldn't fully trust the two yet. "I found out online. A week ago, someone said the apocalypse was coming, and I happened to watch for a while. I didn't expect it to be useful." "Who was that person?" He Yinqi wanted to check that person out. That person was, of course, Su Xiao, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to tell He Yinqi. "No need to check. That person was reported and had their account suspended." Qin Jiu looked worried. "We can't go out for the next few days. Do we have enough food at home?" "Don't worry. I've prepared enough for a few days in advance." Su Xiao thought for a moment. Using this to test the two was also good. Chapter 8. How ruthless. Why would you harm yourself? In the next 3 days, the three sat in front of the TV, watching news reports of a large number of infected patients emerging, and the government was working hard to treat them, urging residents not to go out and stay at home, claiming that supplies will be sent to every household. However, Su Xiao didn't receive any supplies at all. At first, they thought it was because of their remote location and that it would be delayed, but a week passed, and they still hadn't seen any supplies delivered. After checking trending topics, they realized that it wasn't just Su Xiao. Most residents hadn't received supplies either, and those who did were wealthy and powerful people. Most people hadn't stockpiled food in advance, and over time, even if the adults could endure hunger, the children couldn't, crying and complaining that they were hungry. The ones in front shouted that zombies were coming, while those behind didn't believe it and continued pushing forward, trying to grab supplies, resulting in those in front being unable to escape and those behind unable to get anything. It wasn't until they saw real zombies that they desperately ran back, with some young and strong ones directly knocking down those behind them. One fell, and a whole row fell. Those in front stepped over the fallen bodies to rush out. Even those who managed to grab supplies and rush out couldn't escape another fight. There were zombies inside, and the people outside dared not enter, leaving them only to rob others. Women and children were pushed down and injured, and the supplies they held were snatched away. The number of people killed in this chaos exceeded those who died from zombie bites. The three sat at the dining table, where delicious food was laid out. He Yinqi was eating while watching TV, casually saying, "Why hasn't tea ended yet? I still have work to finish." Su Xiao remained silent, watching the food diminish day by day, rubbing the edge of her bowl. After some thought, she looked at Qin Jiu and asked with concern, "How much food do we have left at home?" Qin Jiu hesitated for a moment before slightly smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, we still have plenty left, enough for another week." "Oh, that's good. Then I can relax." After saying this, Su Xiao lowered her head and continued eating. She didn't believe Qin Jiu's words. She knew that what was in the fridge was only enough for 1 week, and this was already the last day. She didn't believe Qin Jiu could conjure up another week's worth of food unless he discovered Su Xiao's underground storage. But if Qin Jiu had that idea, Su Xiao couldn't let him stay. Another day passed, and when Su Xiao returned to the dining table, There was no more meat, only some vegetables. And the rice portion had decreased. He said nothing, still eating well, clearly aware. In the next 3 days, the 3 vegetables turned into half a vegetable. And the rice was just a bottom for each person. Xiao and He ate a few bites of vegetables and claimed to be full, with Xiao voluntarily pouring all the vegetables into Su Xiao's bowl. That night, when Su Xiao was preparing to shower and sleep, she overheard a conversation between Xiao and He as she eavesdropped at the door. They disagreed and parted unhappily, and when the door suddenly opened, Su Xiao quickly turned to pretend she was just passing by. The 2 men exchanged glances, knowing Su Xiao had been eavesdropping. Xiao clenched his fists, staring intently at Su Xiao. She sat in front of her computer, holding a cushion, silently opened to room surveillance, and soon the screens displayed 360-degree views of each room, even the bathroom. Although she trusted the 2 men after years of friendship, she didn't dare to trust them in the face of life and death. She couldn't sleep all night, and by 6 a.m., she sent them a message saying she wasn't hungry and not to knock on her door. The 2 were indeed obedient, not bothering her all day. Su Xiao took out the snacks hidden in her bedroom, eating while monitoring their every move. After a successful day, Su Xiao, still fearful, couldn't sleep on the second night. She endured until after 6 a.m., and sent them another message telling them not to call her. Su Xiao stared at the surveillance screen, watching as Xiao slowly approached her door. He wasn't carrying anything, but Su Xiao's heart was still racing. After 3 days of hunger, Xiao looked a bit haggard, his voice hoarse as he gently knocked on the door. Su Xiao? Su Xiao's heart tightened. His words sounded like he was trying to trick her into coming out. Go find He. Don't come looking for me. Su Xiao shouted and immediately jumped off the computer chair, quickly running to the door, which was barricaded by a cabinet. She was afraid Xiao would force his way in. On the 3rd night, Su Xiao could no longer hold on and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found messages from the 2 asking if she was awake, along with Xiao asking where the medicine box was, finally telling her there was meat to eat. Su Xiao immediately sat up, puzzled. The vegetables were gone. Where did they get meat from? Did they discover my underground storage? Su Xiao hurriedly got out of bed to check the surveillance from last night. She saw the 2 sitting in the living room, then they split up, with Xiao entering the kitchen. The next scene made Su Xiao's pupils constrict in shock. Xiao actually swung his hand toward his own arm. He bit on a cloth. Beads of sweat the size of peas dripped from his forehead, carving a piece of flesh from his strong arm. Xiao fell to the ground in pain, and He rushed over with a medicine box, helping him up. After confirming which medications could reduce inflammation and relieve pain, he deftly bandaged Xiao's wounds. Once finished, He helped Xiao sit on a stool, squatting beside him and watching the wound quickly stained red with blood. His words shocked Su Xiao. Isn't it better to swing the knife at me? You can still cook for Su Xiao. I am of no use here, just eating so many meals for free. Xiao smiled weakly at him. That won't do. You are still a child. He turned his head away, his eyes reddening. Su Xiao glanced at the time. It was the surveillance footage from 4 in the morning. Later, Xiao rested for a few hours until 7 in the morning, when he asked He to stand by and help with the preparations. After finishing, Xiao tasted a small piece, showing no sign of pressure on his face. Under Xiao's urging, He ate half a bowl, and Xiao saved the rest. He would give it to Su Xiao when she woke up. She must be starving. Su Xiao struggled to move the cabinet in front of the door, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw the bowl on the ground. The bowl was wrapped in protective film, and there was a note on it, written by Xiao. I went out for a bit, but only got a little supply. Make do with it and don't starve yourself. If you don't want to see us, just take it into your room to eat, and after you finish, put the bowl at the door. Su Xiao held the bowl, tears in her eyes, and went to the door of the 2 men's room. Xiao, He come out. Neither of them made a sound, as if they had agreed beforehand. Su Xiao smashed the bowl, and upon hearing the shattering sound, the 2 immediately opened the door. The bowl was broken, and the meat inside fell to the ground, while Su Xiao's calf was scratched by the shards, though it was very shallow, just a faint line of blood. Xiao immediately noticed Su Xiao's injured calf and shouted to He, Quick, go get the medicine box. Okay. Su Xiao stared at Xiao's arm covered by long sleeves, the sleeve speckled with red, likely from the bandage that had soaked up blood and overflowed. Su Xiao sat down on the couch in the living room, while Qingjiu followed at a half-meter distance. When He Yinshi brought the medicine box, Qingjiu instructed him to open it and treat Su Xiao's leg. First, let's deal with your arm. Su Xiao's simple phrase caught both of them off guard. Qingjiu still tried to conceal it. Huh. Su Xiao, what are you talking about? My arm is fine. Su Xiao turned to look at him. Really? She leaned closer, pinching Qingjiu's wound. Qingjiu cried out in pain, and Su Xiao immediately let go, rolling up his sleeve, revealing the bandage stained red with blood. Shocking both of them. He Yinshi, help Qingjiu up with me, Su Xiao commanded. He Yinshi was a bit confused. Where to? You're not taking him to the hospital, are you? He immediately grabbed Su Xiao's arm, his tone firm. No way, it's full of zombies outside. We can't go out. Su Xiao flicked his forehead. No, I'm taking him underground. The medicines in the box can't stop the bleeding at all. If this continues, Qingjiu will bleed to death. If you understand, hurry up and help him up and follow me. Seeing Su Xiao so serious, He Yinshi also became worried and could only comply. Su Xiao led the two into a secret room, taking the elevator down to the basement, and He Yinshi noticed there was also a negative second floor. Upon reaching the first floor, they found not only medical equipment, but also various medications. Su Xiao instructed him to lie on the operating table, and He Yinshi's eyes widened. You're going to perform surgery on him? Can you do that? Su Xiao searched for surgical videos on the computer, her face resolute. Not completely, but I can learn on the spot. He Yinshi, get out of the way, I'll do it. He Yinshi watched the video at triple speed, also checking several videos on handling emergencies, memorizing the detailed procedure of the surgery, and gathering all the necessary items with Su Xiao, making sure to disinfect everything. They both put on sterile surgical gowns. Relying on his strong memory, He Yinshi began the surgery. After 2 hours, they successfully completed the operation. This time, there was no more bleeding during the bandaging. After they exited, both were drenched in sweat, removing their sterile gowns. Su Xiao, however, didn't mind just in case. After resting, Su Xiao stood up. Let's go pick some vegetables to properly nourish Qingjiu. He Yinshi followed Su Xiao to the negative second floor, where there were all kinds of fruits, vegetables, eggs, meat, seafood, and snacks without missing anything. Then why didn't you take them out earlier? This way, Qingjiu wouldn't have. Su Xiao felt a bit guilty, just in case. Just in case we got so hungry we had to kill you to survive? He Yinshi mocked coldly. Su Xiao pouted, saying nothing. She now knew the outcome. Chapter 9. The smart kid who learned from videos. Su Xiao pulled He Yinshi to grab a pile of vegetables. Let's cook. Aren't we going up? He Yinshi asked while holding the vegetables. No need, there's a kitchen down here too. He Yinshi looked at her meaningfully, but said nothing. However, Su Xiao had cleaned up the kitchen downstairs. It was all brand new. Looking at the iron pot, Su Xiao asked, do you know how to season the pot? He Yinshi looked at her, as if she were an idiot. I'm a person who either orders takeout or mooches off others. Do you think I would? Su Xiao nodded, agreeing with his words. That's right. It seems you're as useless as I am. He Yinshi, show me the video on how to season the pot. Su Xiao secretly smirked when he couldn't see her. Not only showing him the video on seasoning the pot, but also finding the video for the dishes they were going to prepare today. He Yinshi watched intently while Su Xiao sat beside him munching on snacks. Sensing the snack smell, He Yinshi looked up briefly, then lowered his head again. Eat less. We still have to eat later. Okay, I got it. In fact, Su Xiao let it go in one ear and out the other, still munching on snacks. He Yinshi didn't bother anymore. After watching the video, he rolled up his sleeves and got ready to start. Su Xiao was in charge of watching the show and flattering him. Wow, it changed color, just like in the video. You're an amazing little kid. He Yinshi, holding the pot, felt a bit proud at the compliments, but when he heard Su Xiao call him little kid again, he nearly stumbled with the pot. Don't call me little kid. He turned red and shouted at Su Xiao. Su Xiao silently turned her head away, refusing to look at him, acting as if she wouldn't cooperate. With He Yinshi handling the ingredients systematically, Su Xiao shouted again. That's cut really well, way better than I can. You can even tell the ingredients apart. You're really impressive, little kid. Even though Su Xiao's acting was exaggerated, He Yinshi still appreciated it. Of course. Just look at who's cooking. I'm the smartest person in the city. This little thing is nothing for me. For some reason, Su Xiao felt like she was looking at a peacock spreading its feathers. He Yinchi was still a novice, inevitably producing some smoke, and both of them ended up sneezing several times before escaping the kitchen. He Yinchi looked at the smoke-filled kitchen, feeling a bit awkward and at a loss. Did he not turn on the exhaust fan? Su Xiao asked in disbelief. Exhaust fan? He Yinchi had never been in the kitchen before, so he was puzzled by the term. Su Xiao sighed, covered her mouth, rushed in, and turned on the exhaust fan. Luckily, the exhaust fan was powerful, and within a few minutes, the smoke dissipated, but the meat in the pot was burnt. He Yinchi walked over, looking at the burnt meat with a bit of heartache. The meat in the pot can't be eaten anymore. It's burnt. Get a new piece. Seeing him staring hard at the burnt meat, Su Xiao hurriedly reminded him. You go check on Xiao. I can handle it here. He Yinchi pushed Su Xiao out. Are you sure? Su Xiao was still a bit uneasy. Unexpectedly, after Su Xiao was pushed out of the kitchen, He Yinchi ruthlessly closed the kitchen door. Su Xiao stood at the door watching He Yinchi busy inside, feeling helpless and muttering to herself about that stubborn child. She turned and walked towards the operating room. When she opened the door, she saw Xiao already awake, sitting by the operating table. Su Xiao hurried over and said, You just had surgery. Lie down quickly. Xiao was helped to lie down again and looked at Su Xiao weakly, asking, Are we in the hospital? Su Xiao explained the whole situation to Xiao. After listening, Xiao remained silent for a long time, and Su Xiao felt guilty and was about to apologize. Thank you. Xiao smiled slightly at her. Huh. This left Su Xiao dumbfounded and even more guilty. I didn't mean to. I know. As a girl, you would be more scared in this situation. I understand you. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm very grateful that you and Xiao saved me. Xiao's gentle voice was like a warm spring, easing Su Xiao's tense emotions. By the way, where's Xiao? Su Xiao turned her head to wipe away the tears that were about to spill. He's cooking. The two chatted casually for half an hour when He Yinchi opened the operating room door, saying, The food is ready. Come out and eat. You come here and help. Support Xiao out. This place hasn't been thoroughly cleaned yet. It's full of bacteria, Su Xiao shouted to him. Upon hearing this, He Yinchi immediately walked in, and the two carefully supported Xiao, one on each side. You don't need to be so careful, Xiao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The two said in unison, Don't talk. Xiao had no choice but to cooperate as best he could to lighten their burden. They finally brought Xiao to a clean room, and seeing him safely lying down, the two wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Su Xiao followed He Yinchi to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since Xiao was inconvenient, they decided to set the dining location in Xiao's room, even moving a table over. In the kitchen, Su Xiao looked at the 3 dishes and a soup. Although the presentation was average, for someone who hadn't eaten a proper meal in days, the smell was delicious. Su Xiao thought of something and teased He Yinchi, Don't say you're useless. Look, you picked it up quickly. He Yinchi's face turned red. His brain reacted quickly, realizing Su Xiao had installed surveillance in the room. He turned his head, pretending to be angry, and said, Do you believe I'll go up and black out all your cameras? You. Su Xiao immediately cut him off, whispering, Little white-eyed wolf. In the end, He Yinchi pushed a small cart over and arranged the dishes on the table. Xiao noticed the two were in a bit of a quarrel when they arrived. They had been 2 meters apart. Su Xiao served rice, while He Yinchi helped lift Xiao up, supporting him from behind. Xiao grabbed He Yinchi's arm and quietly asked, Did you have a quarrel with Su Xiao? What happened? He Yinchi lowered his gaze and weakly replied, It's nothing. It will be fine in a bit. Don't worry about it. Su Xiao heard them whispering, and since their voices were quite loud, she could hear everything clearly. Ahem. Stop chatting and eat. He Yinchi voluntarily took on the task of feeding Xiao, but he was unwilling, even finding it a bit funny. I only hurt my left hand. I didn't injure both hands. I can eat by myself. Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh, while He Yinchi's expression turned a bit ugly. His ears turned red as he handed Xiao a bowl filled with food. He Yinchi turned his head, looking at Su Xiao with a dark face. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Is it not allowed to laugh when there's nothing wrong? Su Xiao lowered her head to eat, no longer looking at him. Chapter 10. Forced to accept a little girl with the careful care of Su Xiao and He Yinchi. Xiao's arm wound had finally scabbed over, After unwrapping the bandage and seeing such a large area, Su Xiao couldn't help but admire Qin Jiu once again. Thinking about how much pain this must have caused, Qin Jiu was already able to get out of bed and move freely, but the wounds still couldn't get wet. So bathing was initially still done with Yinshi's help. Now that it had scabbed and didn't hurt anymore, Qin Jiu wrapped the wound in plastic wrap to wash himself. Of course, once he went up, Yinshi interrogated Su Xiao. Is there surveillance in the bathroom too? Well, Qin Jiu was a bit confused. Xiao he, what are you talking about? There was indeed surveillance above, but Su Xiao quickly explained, but don't worry, there's no surveillance in the bathroom downstairs. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu immediately understood that during those previous days, Su Xiao could see everything while he was bathing, and it was live footage. Seeing the two of them silent, Su Xiao felt a bit intimidated. I'll remove the surveillance in the upstairs bathroom right away. Yinshi recalled and added also in the room. Su Xiao went to check the surveillance in the room and unexpectedly saw a man she didn't expect. What the hell? Why is Yi Changqing here? She was shocked and speechless. Then in the footage not far behind Yi Changqing, Gu Tsong was gently carrying Jiang Yingshu, stepping forward step by step as if treading on Su Xiao's heart. Their clothes were still luxurious and clean, and Su Xiao's feelings were indescribable. She asked herself, was this the status of wealth and power in the apocalypse? But that wasn't the point. The point was that a few minutes ago, Su Xiao was in the underground villa and hadn't noticed they had already arrived, so she hadn't turned off the outermost electric fence of the villa. Now, they had actually dismantled it, and seeing the fallen electric fence on the ground, Su Xiao felt heartbroken. Ding dong, ding dong. Yi Changqing was diligently pressing the doorbell. To be honest, Su Xiao didn't want to see them, but after thinking about Gu Tsong's background, she endured it, reluctantly opening the door. Su Xiao couldn't even pretend to smile. What is it? Yi Changqing was in a good mood, saying with a smile, it's nothing, just that he glanced at Gu Tsong, who was only a few steps away, and said to Su Xiao with a smile, we just wanted to trouble you to take care of Miss Jiang. The current environment isn't very safe. They spoke of the apocalypse as if it were a small conflict. Su Xiao was speechless. Finally, the main character Gu Tsong arrived. He was quite quiet, directly putting Jiang Yingxue down and gently nudging her back. Jiang Yingxue smiled and ran towards Su Xiao, calling out, Sister Su, Sister Su. Su Xiao opened her arms to catch her, but her attitude remained unchanged. You're handing this little girl over to me. Aren't you worried I'll mistreat her? Ha! We certainly considered this issue. In the current environment, with a shortage of supplies, we will come to deliver supplies every 2 weeks to check on Miss Jiang's condition. If anything happens to Miss Jiang, we will naturally come and talk to you, Miss Su. Yi Changqing's words were a blatant threat, but Su Xiao wouldn't be foolish enough to tell them she didn't lack supplies. She took the 2 large bags of supplies Yi Changqing handed her, held Jiang Yingshue's hand, and retreated, forcing a fake smile. Okay, got it. Then with a bang, she closed the door, leaving the 2 outside stunned. Gu Tsong didn't hear Jiang Yingxue saying goodbye to him and was unwilling to leave, but was still dragged away by Yi Changqing. Guyi, we should go. We can still see her in 2 weeks. Su Xiao looked down at Jiang Yingxue beside her. She still seemed a bit dazed. Your brother sold you to me. Jiang Yingxue looked up at her, blinking, seemingly not understanding Su Xiao's words. Su Xiao raised a mischievous smile. You're my sister now. I will treat you very well and think of you in everything. In the future, you should support me. If your brother bullies me, you can bite him, okay? Okay. Let's go. I'll take you to watch TV. Okay. In the next few hours, Su Xiao discovered something. Taking care of Jiang Yingxue was really easy. She didn't cry or make a fuss, and when given a video to watch, she quietly sat there, worried that she might be bored alone. Su Xiao grabbed some snacks and sat beside her, opening a bag of shrimp chips and handing it to her. Here, take it and eat. Seeing Jiang Yingxue staring at the shrimp chips without moving for a long time, Su Xiao thought she didn't like them and piled a bunch next to her. These are all yours. Look at what you like to eat. Jiang Yingxue reached out for a shrimp stick, put it in her mouth, and after tasting it, her eyes lit up. Su Xiao watched as she sent one shrimp stick after another into her mouth. The sound of her chewing was very light, and it was so cute. Su Xiao felt the urge to feed her, opened a pack of squid strips, pulled one out, and held it to Jiang Yingshue's mouth. Ah, she said. Jiang Yingxue followed suit, opening her mouth wide, seeing Jiang Yingxue's expression as if she had eaten some rare delicacy. Su Xiao couldn't help but wonder if she had never eaten snacks before. No, that line of thought was wrong. It should be that families like hers wouldn't eat our common snacks. During the feeding, Su Xiao also received a message from Qingzhou below. Upon seeing the message, Su Xiao quickly called him up. When the two came up, they saw Su Xiao feeding a girl who had a natural cluelessness about her. Did you steal someone's daughter? He Yanqi walked over and asked, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yingshue's face, which looked very familiar. Seeing a stranger, Jiang Yingxue immediately hid behind Su Xiao, looking quite shy. You scared her. Besides, in this situation, how could I possibly steal someone's daughter? She is the sister of a friend of mine, sent here to avoid trouble. Qingzhou, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Su Xiao looked towards the entrance where Qingzhou stood, who looked a bit embarrassed to enter the room, so she had to find an excuse for him to leave. You can choose whatever you want, and I'll cook it. Qingzhou replied gently, and Jiang Yingxue next to Su Xiao also leaned forward to look at him. Su Xiao thought about the little girl beside her and turned to ask, what do you like to eat? Jiang Yingxue tilted her head. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Su Xiao emphasized, you just arrived and aren't familiar with this place. It's okay not to speak. You can write it down. But once you get used to it, you must speak up, okay? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue pouted and nodded gently. The little girl just doesn't like to talk, so let her be. Yanqi stood there speaking without thinking. Su Xiao didn't indulge him at all. If you don't speak, no one will treat you like a mute. She took Jiang Yingxue to the table, pulled out paper and a pen here. Write down what you want to eat. Jiang Yingxue held the pen and wrote very seriously. When Su Xiao received the note and saw the content, she fell silent. Was this scribble really written by a blossoming girl? To avoid discouraging Jiang Yingxue, Su Xiao reluctantly said, you did well. Aim for perfection next time. She handed the note to Qingzhou and leaned in to whisper, can you understand this? Qingzhou read it carefully and nodded. I get the general idea. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare the ingredients. It should be fine. Su Xiao's eyes widened. You can understand this? Are you kidding me? At the dining table, Jiang Yingxue saw the spread of dishes and her smile didn't fade, her gaze wandering between Qingzhou and Su Xiao. If you want to thank someone, you should say thank you to Brother Qin. Okay? Su Xiao patienti en kaoxiang jings. Qingzhou almost choked on his drink when he heard Su Xiao call him Brother Qin, trembling as he raised his cup for a big sip. Chapter 11. Forced to take in someone again, Jiang Yingxue shared a room with Su Xiao because Su Xiao was genuinely worried. The girl looked so silly. Could she really sleep alone? Xiao Xue, I brought you some pajamas. Come wash up with me. As Yanqi passed by, he almost spit out his drink. You guys are going to bathe together? Su Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Why are you asking so much, you little brat? Qingzhou was washing dishes in the kitchen, and Su Xiao regretted not installing a dishwasher. But then she remembered, wasn't there a big brother outside? Su Xiao immediately took out her phone and texted Yi Chongqing. Next time you come, bring a dishwasher with a sterilizer. This is also for Xiao Xue to eat cleaner. After a moment of silence, he replied with a got it. Then he added, is there anything else? Su Xiao thought for a moment, but nothing came to mind, so she replied, I'll let you know when I think of something. After sending the message, Su Xiao tucked her phone back in her pocket and took Jiang Yingxue to wash up. Once in the bathroom, Jiang Yingxue felt a bit shy and didn't dare to take off her clothes. Su Xiao directly helped her lift her hands up. After changing, Su Xiao let Jiang Yingxue soak in the bathtub, where a layer of white foam floated on the water, along with a few little rubber ducks. This wasn't Su Xiao's fault. After all, she had found these little yellow ducks in the bag Yi Chongqing gave her. Don't they usually float in the bathtub? Su Xiao squeezed some shower gel onto Jiang Yingshue's body and realized the little girl was really thin, almost like a stick. She clicked her tongue, wondering if she was being taken care of at home. A girl like that should have some meat on her bones. In the future, she would have Qingzhou make more delicious food to fatten her up a bit. Jiang Yingxue, who had been staring at Su Xiao, noticed her frowning and slowly reached out to touch her face. Su Xiao stepped back. What are you doing? Jiang Yingshue's finger poked her forehead, speaking slowly. Sister Su is frowning. Su Xiao replied, it's all because of your brother. Next time we meet, you help me bite him. Jiang Yingxue blinked and nodded. MHM. Qingzhou immediately lowered his head, taking a few steps back. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yingxue looked over and, seeing Su Xiao wrapped in a towel, thoughtfully went to the wardrobe to get her a silk nightgown. Since they were both women, Su Xiao naturally didn't hide while changing. She directly untied her towel. But Jiang Yingxue curiously stared at her body. Su Xiao poked her forehead and laughed, little pervert. Jiang Yingxue didn't understand and looked up to ask, "What is a little pervert?" After changing into her clothes, Su Xiao heard Jiang Yingshua's question and for a moment didn't know how to explain. "Just ask your brother and you'll know." Jiang Yingxue lowered her head, her small face serious, as if she were really memorizing it. Jiang Yingxue stayed with Su Xiao for 2 weeks, during which Su Xiao used her name to instruct Yi Changqing to prepare a lot of things. Su Xiao was getting ready to receive gifts. After 2 weeks, Jiang Yingxue had become quite familiar with the place, and Su Xiao noticed her night vision was very strong. She could walk around the house normally without needing lights, without bumping into anything. When the doorbell rang, Su Xiao first checked the monitor and confirmed it was Yi Changqing. She opened the door, but as soon as she did, a cold gun barrel pressed against her forehead. She slowly raised her hands. "What do you mean?" Yi Changqing's eyes had dark circles around them, looking as if he had been injured. Su Xiao moved closer and immediately sensed something was off. Yi Changqing's body had a smell like that of a zombie. She quickly stepped back. "Were you bitten by a zombie?" Yi Changqing froze a little, not expecting to be found out, even though he had cleaned himself up. "Miss Su, you're joking. I just delivered the items. I'll be leaving now." Jiang Yingxue slipped out from behind Su Xiao and hugged Yi Changqing's waist from behind. "Qing?" Yi Changqing struggled to maintain his composure and slowly moved towards the exit, trying to distance himself from the villa as much as possible. Jiang Yingxue reached out her hand toward the direction Yi Changqing was leaving. "Qing is gone. He has some pain." She looked up at Su Xiao. "Sister Su, can you save Qing?" "But he has been bitten by a zombie. What can I do to save him?" Su Xiao gently patted Jiang Yingshue's head, trying to offer her some comfort. "Not saving him? He has such a good tool. Why won't you save him?" "How can I save him? Why don't you go?" "Wait, who am I talking to?" Su Xiao was confused. She had indeed been talking to someone, but she couldn't see anyone. Su Xiao turned to leave, but her body wouldn't move. "Go save him." Su Xiao confirmed that there was a voice still echoing in her head. "Come on, tell me how to save him. It's simple. Let him take a bite out of this little girl beside you." Su Xiao was speaking to the system in a flowery language, but the system had a built-in shielding function, only able to hear beeping sounds. "I can't possibly do that. Give up on this idea." The system was quite indifferent. "If you don't do this, you won't be able to activate the grass god." "I don't care about your grass god. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you asking me to harm others? What are you even? You're simply a stubborn citizen, unable to recognize a good system." Seeing that Su Xiao ignored it, the system was not in a hurry, leisurely saying, "Since you won't do as I say, don't even think about moving." Su Xiao tried to move her hand, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move at all, not even a finger. She was so angry that she laughed. "What exactly are you?" "System." Su Xiao had encountered this kind of system in many novels, and she was already shocked enough by her rebirth. A system was a standard feature of Rebirth. She initially thought there wasn't one, but it turned out the system just arrived late and was a self-righteous, high and mighty system. Since the system said so, what could she do? She had to follow its instructions. "All right, let me go. From now on, you will listen to me, and I guarantee you will survive in the apocalypse." Yes, you're amazing," Su Xiao replied perfunctorily. Su Xiao opened the door and pulled Jiang Yingxue outside. The sky outside was gray, and Yi Changqing was lying not far away, his fingers still moving. Su Xiao hurried over, turned Yi Changqing's head, and saw his face had turned dark blue, with some moldy spots and corpse spots. He had gone from a handsome guy to looking quite ugly. Su Xiao pried open Yi Changqing's jaw, lifted Jiang Yingshue's sleeve, and placed her snow-white arm into Yi Changqing's mouth, manually making Yi Changqing bite Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue didn't say a word throughout, cooperating very well. But she still flinched a bit when he bit down because it hurt a little. "Su Xiao, what are you doing?" Jiang Yingxue spoke. "Brother, it doesn't hurt. Don't say it's Sister Su." Gutsong was walking towards them step by step, his fierce eyes looking as if he wanted to tear Su Xiao apart. Su Xiao felt the man's anger behind her intensifying. "Oh, my little ancestor, stop talking. If you keep talking, your brother will pull out a gun." Chapter 12. Oh, brother complex. Has the system succeeded? Speak up. Why are you acting dumb? Su Xiao was truly fed up with this trash system. As soon as she stepped through the door, the system appeared. "Su Xiao, are you afraid I'll die too soon? If I tell you to go, you go." The system sounded very impatient. Su Xiao could even imagine a young boy, looking cocky, occasionally sneering, saying things like, "Listen to me. What use are you?" It was really annoying, but Su Xiao endured it. She had no choice. "Let me go. I'm going to save him. You should have listened to me earlier." Su Xiao pushed Jiang Yingxue into the door. "Xiao Xue, stand still. I'll go help your brother over." "Stop talking nonsense." Su Xiao pressed her hand against Gu Tsong's wound. Gu Tsong gasped in pain, but his gaze towards Su Xiao was even more sinister. Su Xiao helped him to the door, and Jiang Yingxue reached out to help as well. Gu Tsong was in so much pain that he directed all his strength towards Su Xiao. Gu Tsong glanced outside. "Yi Changqing." Su Xiao interrupted him. "Don't think about it. We can't save him for now." Gu Tsong lowered his eyes. "I know. He would soon turn into a zombie." "Qin Zhou He Yinshi. Why does this feel so familiar? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help." Su Xiao shouted at them. "Qin Zhou He Yinshi. How on earth did Su Xiao get involved with Gu Tsong?" "Woo-woo, Sister Su, do you think my brother will be okay?" Su Xiao's smile was about to fade. He was shot and bleeding. His face was pale. How could he be okay? Even a god couldn't save him. "Oh, I forgot their an angry system." Su Xiao went to shout at the system. "Su Xiao, you're not joking, are you? Still biting?" The system sounded very disdainful. "Didn't his sister just let a zombie bite him? She'll soon turn into a zombie too. So let her bite him as well, and he won't die." Su Xiao clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "Yeah, he won't die. But turning into a zombie is good." Su Xiao. "So it knows I'm a newbie. Why didn't it explain clearly before?" "Forget it. I can't argue with a vague electronic code." She turned around, and Jiang Yingxue was kneeling beside Gu Tsong, who was weakly leaning against the sofa. Gu Tsong looked at Jiang Yingxue with reluctance in his eyes, knowing he wouldn't survive, wanted to talk to her a bit more, creating a poignant and sad scene. Jiang Yingxue opened her cherry lips and bit down on her brother's hand, drawing blood, giving Gu Tsong, who was already low on blood, another heavy blow. Gu Tsong, however, had a nonchalant attitude, still looking at his obedient sister with affection. If he weren't so weak that he couldn't speak. Su Xiao could imagine him smiling and patting Jiang Yingxue's head, saying, "Sister, your bite is really strong." Su Xiao shivered. "Oh, brother complex." Jiang Yingxue ran to Su Xiao's side and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "What's wrong, Xiao Xue?" Su Xiao saw her pointing at Gu Tsong and went over. Seeing Gu Tsong in this half-dead state and Jiang Yingxue tilting her head looking at her with a confused expression made Su Xiao feel sympathy. "I can only rely on you now. I can't save your brother." Jiang Yingxue pursed her lips and shook her head. Su Xiao cast a puzzled glance, only to see Jiang Yingxue pointing at the bite mark on Gu Tsong's hand. What does this mean? Is it saying Gu Tsong can still be saved after turning into a zombie? But as long as she successfully activates her healing abilities, it should be fine. Su Xiao smiled and patted her head. "Great. You don't have to worry about this now. Go play." Su Xiao waved at Qinzhou and He Yinshi standing nearby. "Go get some sturdy ropes." Qinzhou nodded and turned to leave. He Yinshi was quite slow. "What do you need the ropes for? Why are you asking so much? What is it to you? I'm tying up a zombie." He Yinshi, another one has gone crazy. He Yinshi shook his head and sighed as he left. After 7 or 8 minutes, both of them returned with a bundle of ropes. Su Xiao shouted, "Hey, don't leave, untie the ropes." "Okay." Qinzhou obediently complied. He Yinshi glanced at him. "Why are you listening to her so much? Honestly, every day you just want to boss people around." He Yinshi was unreservedly expressing his true feelings as he untied the ropes. Once everything was untied, Su Xiao stood aside and continued directing, pointing at Gu Tsong. "You two tie him up and tie him tightly." The two didn't move. "Isn't this a bit too much?" He asked, still injured. Qinzhou frowned and gently advised, "Are you out of your mind? You want to tie up Gu Tsong?" He Yinshi bluntly expressed his innermost thoughts. Su Xiao shrugged. "If we don't tie him up, when he turns into a zombie, don't come crying to me to catch him. Seeing the two looking confused, Xiao continued to explain, Xiao was bitten by a zombie, and Gutsong was bitten by Xiao. As the two comprehended this, they also thought of a very important matter. Qingzhou's brows furrowed with worry. If you're not mistaken, then I agree with what he said. System. Will Xiao also turn into a zombie? No. She has a very strong talent. Once activated, her abilities will directly annihilate the zombie virus. The system said with great conviction. Oh. Xiao elongated her tone as she walked to the door. Xiao, you'll sleep alone tonight. If you feel any changes in your body at night, you must try hard to overcome it. I believe in you. What if Xiao can't do it? Jiang Yingxue blinked, her expression not showing much. Xiao was a heartless adult. If you can't do it, your brother will die tomorrow. Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened. Her hands that were originally neatly placed together now clenched tightly. She lowered her head, her eyes gradually reddening, and tears began to fall onto her legs. Xiao ruthlessly closed the door, and the two people behind began to ponder whether Xiao was a living king of hell. How could she say such things to a little girl? Qingzhou, help me tidy up 2 guest rooms. I'll choose one to sleep in. Leaving my beloved bedroom. I wonder if I'll have insomnia tonight. Okay, I'll go tidy up right away. Qingzhou was very willing, even putting in the effort to match the color scheme, just to make Xiao feel more comfortable. He noticed the key point, 2 rooms? Is one for Gutsong? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, do you plan to let him sleep in the living room? Oh right, I forgot something. Xiao suddenly Yao. He looked at her nervously. What did you forget? When Jiang Yingxue cast a pitiful glance, Xiao pretended not to see. Don't break anything in my room. I'll come to check tomorrow. If you fail the inspection, you'll have to sleep alone from now on. Woo-woo, Sister Xiao is bullying me. Xiao placed her hands on her hips. Crying won't help. He felt inexplicably sorry for Jiang Yingxue as Xiao ruthlessly closed the door again. Aren't you too harsh on her? Xiao sighed. I'm doing this for her own good. He replied, I don't believe you. Chapter 13. Put down a knife and talk. At dinner, Xiao let Jiang Yingxue out of the room to eat together. Qingzhou and He watched for any abnormalities in Jiang Yingxue during the meal, making the little girl feel uncomfortable, her head almost buried in the bowl. Xiao, sit up straight while eating. Xiao reached out and lifted Jiang Yingxue's neck to pull her head away from the bowl. And you too, eat your food. Why are you looking at her? Xiao glared at Qingzhou and He, who immediately lowered their heads. Xiao took another bowl, filled it with rice and some dishes, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Xiao, take this to your brother. Okay. Qingzhou watched Jiang Yingxue. Just Xiao alone? Is it safe? Xiao was indifferent. What danger could there be? A brother who is obsessed with his sister. What danger? Even if he transforms, he can still be held back. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Jiang Yingxue happily came out with an empty bowl. Sister Xiao, I finished eating, brother still wants. Xiao smiled and patted her head. Xiao. Brother Qingzhou didn't make that much this time. It's not enough to eat. If your brother is really hungry, he can have my portion. Jiang Yingxue stood still, thought for 3 seconds, and pouted. No, I can't take Sister Xiao's. Brother can just be hungry for 1 meal. Very good. Go tell your brother. Okay. After Jiang Yingxue left, Qingzhou finally spoke. Xiao, actually I made quite a lot tonight. Xiao nodded, I know. Then, He looked like he already understood. What else could it be? She did it on purpose. Maybe there's some grudge between them. Xiao looked up, resting her chin on her hand, and smiled at him. You're smart, little brat. He instantly turned cold, glared at her, and continued eating. Qingzhou didn't plead for Gutsong anymore. Jiang Yingxue obediently nodded. I know, Sister Xiao, I'll miss you. Xiao raised an eyebrow. Where did you learn that? Xiao felt the need to filter out some trashy videos, but decided to wait until after tonight. I'll miss you too, good night. Good night, Sister Xiao. Xiao followed Qingzhou to see the 2 guest rooms he had tidied up, both in a warm color, minimalist style. Xiao casually chose one. The next room was Qingzhou's, and the other, naturally for Gutsong looked okay. Just had a few black veins on his face and bulging veins on his arms. He was supported by He into the room and was currently resting with his eyes closed. Su Xiao walked up to him, and he slowly opened his eyes, which had noticeable bloodshot lines. Su Xiao crouched down and lifted his chin, softly murmuring, "It's okay if you turn into a zombie. Don't torture yourself too much." What is she saying? Does she like me? Su Xiao left, simply afraid that he would struggle too violently and break the ropes, which would lead to them getting a bite each. That night, Su Xiao didn't sleep well because there was a nagging, noisy system in her head. "I'm going to sleep. Can you be quiet?" Su Xiao spoke kindly, but was ruthlessly rejected by the system. "No, I don't need to sleep. I'm a system and I'm very bored. I can only watch some videos." The system seemed indifferent to Su Xiao's well-being. Su Xiao remained silent for a moment and asked, "Are all systems residing in the host brain?" "Not entirely. Some systems can take on a physical form, but I won't take on a physical form. That would consume too much energy." The system replied leisurely. Su Xiao continued to ask, "If the host dies, will you disappear?" "Of course not. We just get locked in a little black room for 1,000 years as punishment for not protecting the host well." Su Xiao got out of bed and went to the kitchen to grab a fruit knife. "What are you doing? Are you going to kill someone in the middle of the night?" Su Xiao directly cut her arm with the knife, triggering a red alert from the system. The system panicked. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I just want to sleep." The system, having worked for hundreds of years, had never seen someone like this before and couldn't bring itself to apologize, angrily shouting, "I got it. Tonight I will be quiet." But the system was in trouble. She was still bleeding, and the red alert didn't stop. The system quickly conjured a gift box for Su Xiao to open. "Stop sleeping. Open the gift box and use the medicine inside to stop the bleeding." Su Xiao indeed saw a bright red gift box in her mind, and when she opened it, there was a tube of ointment that appeared in her hand in the blink of an eye. Su Xiao picked it up and examined it. It really looked the same. After using the system's medicine, Su Xiao saw the wound healing at a visible speed. "This medicine is good. System, can you transform other things?" The system was very angry and didn't want to talk to Su Xiao, but after considering her crazy actions, it hesitated for a few seconds and reluctantly replied, "Yes. But you can't buy it. You need points to exchange for it." Su Xiao shamelessly asked, "Can you secretly give it to me?" The system, "No. Don't think about it. What else is there? Can I see?" Su Xiao was very curious about what magical treasures the system had, but the system was very stingy. "No, your permissions are too low." Su Xiao wanted to ask what this permission was and how to unlock it, but the system disappeared and wouldn't respond no matter how she called it. With no choice, Su Xiao had to sleep for now. The next day, before Su Xiao had enough sleep, the door was suddenly burst open. She opened her eyes wide and sat up, seeing Gu Tsong standing at the door, half naked and half zombified, with 8-pack abs that looked good, but the color was a bit off. Half zombified, simply put, Gu Tsong's skin had turned grayish-white, his eyes were all black, and his body was covered with black lines, looking quite eerie. Gu Tsong stood at the door without moving, his eye sockets were all black, and Su Xiao had no idea what he was looking at. Su Xiao's heart raced. She had never seen a zombie like this, and had no idea what weaknesses it had. Plus, it seemed quite strong, and she had nothing to defend herself with. If it came to a fight, the odds of losing were too high. "System, are you there? Give me some knowledge." At the critical moment, the system was unreliable. Su Xiao angrily complained and slowly got off the bed, leaning against the wall as she moved inward. The window was open, but if she jumped down, she would get stuck in a very narrow gap because the outside of the villa was lined with defensive steel that Su Xiao had installed. If Gu Tsong followed her out the window, he might get stuck there for life, but she would definitely be dead. Fortunately, Su Xiao didn't want to jump out of the window. She just wanted to try to resist with the iron frame in the corner. She absolutely wouldn't give up. Moreover, she believed that the annoying system definitely wouldn't watch her die. Su Xiao quickly made up her mind and ran toward the corner in 3 steps. Grabbing the iron frame tightly, with the other end pointed at Gu Kong, Su Xiao was truly confused, not knowing what was happening. But after calming down, she realized the situation of the others. She first ran to Jiang Yingxue, and when she opened the door, she saw the computer on the desk still playing cartoons. Jiang Yingxue was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly closed, her forehead drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked, trembling all over. Su Xiao called her softly, but Jiang Yingxue showed no sign of waking up. Oh, stuck. The system suddenly appeared. Su Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This was really scary. Did you just die? The system disappeared again, and Su Xiao couldn't be bothered with it. She got up and went to Qin Xiao and He Yinshi's rooms. Both of their doors had also been burst open. Su Xiao had a bad feeling and first rushed into Qin Xiao's room, only to see him collapsed on the floor by the bed, the room in disarray. She leaned in closer and saw a bite mark on Qin Xiao's neck. The wound already blackened, with black veins spreading around the skin. He had been bitten and was starting to get infected. Su Xiao then went to He Yinshi's room, where there were signs of a struggle, and he also had a bite on his neck. It seemed he had been bitten earlier than Qin Xiao. It looked like Gu Tsong had transformed into a zombie, broken free from the ropes, and barged into He Yinshi's room. Then Qin Xiao's and Su Xiao was next. But why hadn't Su Xiao and Jiang Yingshu have been bitten? Conscious zombies? Su Xiao thought it over and could only come to one conclusion. Gu Tsong was conscious, but not much, able to recognize her and Jiang Yingshu. Su Xiao listened to the low growls coming from Gu Tsong next door, wanted to go over and kick him. System. Su Xiao started calling for the system again. The system appeared, looking quite satisfied. What's the matter? How long will it take her to wake up? Well, that depends on her. If she doesn't put in the effort, I can't help it. Su Xiao, the system was very confident. Don't worry with me around. You won't die. Chapter 14. Almost died. Time passed slowly, and Su Xiao, who was beside Jiang Yingshu, unexpectedly fell asleep while lying there. When she woke up, the room was already dark. Su Xiao's legs were numb. Just as she was about to get up, she heard several faint breaths nearby, neither too close nor too far from her. There were 3 zombies in the room, and even with experience, Su Xiao felt scared. Her heart raced as she scanned the room to confirm their positions. The system maintained its high and mighty demeanor. Don't worry, they won't move. Isn't there a great person lying next to you who wards off zombies? Su Xiao really had a headache. Xiao Xue, hasn't he woken up yet? Am I supposed to wait here for days? Are you trying to starve me? Jiang Yingshu on the bed moved slightly. Su Xiao jumped in fright. It was really troublesome in the dark. She reached for her phone, turned on the flashlight, and was startled when she shone it around. 3 big men stood in line at the door, and when the light hit them, they raised their hands to shield their eyes, showing some humanity. Qin Xiao and He Yinshi were also half zombified, standing in a row, making it all the more eerie at night, confirming that no one was too close. Su Xiao felt a bit more at ease and reached for the bedside switch. With a snap, the light hanging from the ceiling turned on, blindingly bright, making Su Xiao squint until she adjusted. The 3 of them remained still, quietly standing guard. After watching them for over 10 minutes, Su Xiao found them more acceptable. Gurgle. Gurgle. Su Xiao looked down at her stomach. Okay, she had slept too long and missed both lunch and dinner. She scanned the room for her hidden snacks, opened the box, and found it empty. The trash can was filled with snack wrappers, which Su Xiao had put in 2 days ago. She had only eaten a few bags. It was obvious that Jiang Yingshu had eaten all of them. Su Xiao stood up, angrily marched over to the still-lying Jiang Yingshu, and said, Jiang Yingshu, you actually ate all my snacks. How can you be so greedy? Jiang Yingshu, with her eyes still closed, had to endure Su Xiao's anger. It was unclear if Jiang Yingshu heard her, but her brows furrowed. Gu Tsong, who had never been very human, was filled with thoughts of Jiang Yingshu. Even as a half-zombie, he couldn't bear to let his adorable sister be scolded. He took a step forward, but was stopped by the 2 beside him. After becoming half-zombified, Qin Xiao, who used to have a gentle demeanor, now appeared much colder. He Yinshi, even with a cute doll-like face, had always worn a haughty expression, and now it was even more pronounced, looking even more arrogant and punchable. Both glared at Gu Tsong, as if saying, don't move, just stay there. Su Xiao, feeling even hungrier, knew she had to eat something. She looked at Qin Xiao, but realized he was already a zombie, so she decided not to trouble him. Move aside. You're blocking the way. Qin Xiao and He Yinshi immediately stepped aside, leaving Gu Tsong still stunned in the middle. Su Xiao entered the kitchen and opened the fridge to take a look. She couldn't cook the vegetables on top since they were meant for herself. She gave up and opened the freezer, pulling out a bag of frozen dumplings to make do for a meal. As Su Xiao took it out, she noticed something was off. Why did the dumplings feel a bit soft? She tore open the packaging and poured out the dumplings, finding them all stuck together, no longer suitable for boiling. So, Su Xiao poured some oil into the pan and made a giant dumpling pancake instead. After fussing for nearly 20 minutes, she successfully burnt one side, with several parts blackened. Su Xiao thought, it's fine, I could just tear off the burnt parts and give them to them. When Su Xiao saw her painstakingly made dumpling pancake fall to the ground, she nearly bit her tongue off. Ignoring Gu Tsong, she hurriedly squatted down to pick it up, still hot from the pan, constantly switching hands. Finally, she managed to place it on a new plate. Aren't you going to say anything? Have you turned mute from being a zombie? Su Xiao squeezed out this sentence, and with a kitchen knife in hand, she subconsciously gripped it tightly. Gu Tsong looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, her face full of anger, holding a kitchen knife, looking as if she was about to chop him up, and couldn't help but swallow hard. He nodded. Now Gu Tsong had fallen into Su Xiao's territory. She wasn't scared at all, and even wanted to torment Gu Tsong a bit more. Gu Tsong remained silent, feeling that Su Xiao was very dangerous. Back in the room, Su Xiao saw Qin Jiao and He Yinchi standing on either side of the bed, while Jiang Yingxue looked dazed, her cheeks flushed. Hearing the commotion at the door, she stretched her neck and stared at Su Xiao, opening her mouth as if trying to call Su Xiao's name. Why are you two so close? Hurry up and move aside. The two made low sounds, and when Su Xiao looked closely, it wasn't that they wanted to be so close. It was that they couldn't move. The system appeared at a leisurely pace. Don't worry, she's treating the two of them. But Su Xiao looked at Jiang Yingxue and felt something was wrong. Jiang Yingxue had tried to call Su Xiao several times, and Su Xiao walked over to her, holding her hand. Jiang Yingxue's face was pale, her lips dry and peeling, completely different from the hydrated look she had before. Tears slid down Jiang Yingxue's eyes, sparkling as she looked at Su Xiao, Sister Su. Su Xiao furrowed her brows, pressed her lips tightly, looked down at her, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I don't blame you for eating so many snacks, Xiao Xue, just hang in there. Jiang Yingxue pouted, tears streaming down her face, and a faint white light surrounded her. After a moment, Su Xiao felt exhausted, even though she had done nothing but hold Jiang Yingxue's hand. Su Xiao's eyes trembled as she looked at their clasped hands, feeling a doubt in her heart, but she didn't dare to let go, fearing that if she did, Jiang Yingxue would collapse. She turned her gaze to Gu Tsong, who had been kneeling by the bed, her voice hoarse and painful as she spoke. Gu Kong. Gu Tsong didn't respond, not even a glance in her direction. Not just Gu Tsong, but Qin Jiao and He Yinchi were the same. The three of them were like statues, completely still, and Su Xiao couldn't even hear their breathing. However, Su Xiao had to get that cup of water, otherwise she would really die of thirst. System, I'm about to die. Aren't you going to do something? The system's voice was anxious. Finally, you spoke. I've been calling you, and you couldn't hear me. Su Xiao was confused. So what happened? The system explained, it should be due to the early apocalypse. Some fated causes have changed. Don't leave, I'll take physical form and go save you. Hearing the system's serious tone, it didn't seem fake. And Su Xiao didn't dare to relax. She had worked hard to get a second chance. She couldn't die. But in an instant, another part of Su Xiao's mind overturned this statement. You took her in for your own benefit. This child is innocent. It's your selfishness. Su Xiao Sudenli Zili. Yes, everything started from self-interest. She took in this child merely to gain benefits from Gu Kong. Since it had happened, she had to face it, rather than just regret and evade. Su Xiao's gaze became clear, and beside her hand appeared a fluffy white fox with sharp horns. Human. Do you think I look particularly good? This is the body I carefully selected. Su Xiao. This is not the time for that. The water is over there. The white fox jumped onto the desk, opened its mouth, and directly grabbed the cup. Su Xiao could hardly speak due to her dry throat. Otherwise, she could have screamed like a boiling kettle, wondering how the water in the cup could spill everywhere. Human, what are you doing? Hurry up and drink. Undeniably, Su Xiao felt the hand she was holding loosen a bit, and she easily pulled her hand away, looking at the system, which was leisurely licking its paws. Su Xiao opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What will you do next? The system moved its noble fox rear end aside, looked down at Jiang Yingxue, and confidently said, a small accident. I'll resolve it quickly. Su Xiao watched the system digging through its unusually thick fur, pulling out a bottle of medicine. Su Xiao, Is this reasonable? Stupid human. I am omnipotent. What is unreasonable about this? Su Xiao seemed to see disdain in its narrow fox eyes. Chapter 15. My beautiful fur is dirty. The system pulled out a pill the size of the medicine bottle and forcefully stuffed it into Jiang Yingshua's mouth. Su Xiao stepped over, grabbing the skin on the back of the system's neck to lift it up. The system immediately became obedient, but its mouth was still chattering. What are you doing? Stupid human? Hurry up and put me down. Your hands are filthy. Don't touch my clean fur. Su Xiao, for the first time, saw the system getting flustered. It seemed to really like its fur. Su Xiao then threw it back and turned to check on Jiang Yingshua's condition. To her surprise, that large pill had been swallowed by Jiang Yingxua, though her brows were tightly knitted, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Su Xiao wanted to give her some water, but found there was none left in the room. The system saw Su Xiao heading for the door and immediately called out. Where are you going? She quickly woke up. You watch over her. I'll go get some water. The system wanted to say something else, but Su Xiao had already left. As soon as Su Xiao got the water jug, she heard the system scream. Help! Don't come over! Zombies! Upon entering, she saw the system being chased by Jiang Yingxua. When the system saw her, it immediately changed direction and ran towards her, climbing up her leg to her shoulder. Jiang Yingxua didn't seem afraid, even when Su Xiao took out a knife. She continued running towards Su Xiao, which frightened her, making her take a step back and throw the knife outside. Sister Su. The system, seeing that Jiang Yingxua could reach her, immediately climbed onto Su Xiao's head, awkwardly balancing on her small head while still carrying a 10-plus-pound fox. Jiang Yingxua stopped in front of Su Xiao, her gaze fixed on the white fox on Su Xiao's head. Sister Su, is this yours? It's so cute. Can I touch it? No, that child is pulling my fur. The system shouted in Su Xiao's mind. Su Xiao felt her head buzzing. She was silent for a few seconds, first glancing at the other 3 men in the room, who were all lying on the floor, but their skin color had returned to normal. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. Little Snow, Jiang Yingxua shook her head. Little Snow doesn't know. She woke up and saw her brothers lying on the ground. But Little Snow, do you remember waking up this morning? Jiang Yingxua shook her head again, clearly having forgotten. Don't worry. It worked. She'll regain her memory soon. The system explained. Sister Su, can I touch that fox? Jiang Yingshua's watery eyes sparkled, appearing very cute. But the system was quite resistant. Human, if you hand me over to this stupid human who pulls my fur, I won't help you in the future. Su Xiao bent down, and the system's 4 paws kept running back. She patted Jiang Yingshua's head gently, saying, I'm sorry, Little Snow, the little fox doesn't want to be touched. Why, Sister Su? Jiang Yingshua's eyes filled with tears, looking like little pearls about to fall. The system was gloating. Serves you right for pulling my fur. Little Snow, you might have accidentally pulled the little fox's fur, so the little fox is angry. Can you apologize to the little fox? Jiang Yingxua nodded, crying loudly. Ooh, little fox, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull your fur, woo. As she spoke, Jiang Yingshua's tears fell like a string of pearls. The system proudly flicked its head, closing its eyes to avoid looking, but Jiang Yingxua could really cry, not stopping for half an hour. Su Xiao just sat by the bed listening. Human, can't you make her stop crying? It's so loud. Su Xiao Svut. It's not my fault, she cried. Why should I comfort her? The system stared at Jiang Yingxua, feeling somewhat shaken. After Jiang Yingxua cried persistently for a full hour, the system compromised. What a hassle. The system jumped down from Su Xiao's head, extending its paw to touch Jiang Yingshua's calf. Seeing the fox she had been thinking about at her feet, Jiang Yingxua immediately stopped crying, though she was still cautious. Little fox, do you forgive me? The system slowly nodded, looking very reasonable. Jiang Yingxua squatted down, blinking her swollen red eyes, and asked softly, Can I touch you just once? I'll be gentle. The system waved its big tail behind it and lay down. Jiang Yingshua's eyes lit up instantly, a radiant smile on her face. She looked up at Su Xiao, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as if saying to Su Xiao, Sister Su, look, and let me touch it. Su Xiao smiled back at her with relief. This time, Jiang Yingxua was very careful, reaching out as if to tickle, and the system was so comfortable it started to purr. Su Xiao couldn't move them, and could only let them continue lying on the floor. Wake up quickly. The floor is quite cold. Be careful not to catch a cold, Xiao said to the three men. The three exchanged glances, looking somewhat surprised at each other's faces. Xiao realized they remembered what had happened. Gucong immediately stood up and anxiously shouted, "Little Snow." Seeing that Jiang Yingxue was fine, Gucong let out a sigh of relief. When he saw Jiang Yingxue petting a one-horned fox, he panicked. "Xiao, come here, your brother." Jiang Yingxue shook her head. "No, Xiao wants to play with the little fox." Chapter 16. The healing ability user is a little girl, so Xiao is now an ability user? Did she save us? He Yinchi asked. Xiao nodded. Xiao also found it strange. Did you untie Gucong's rope? Did you design for them to be bitten? She turned to ask the system. The system generously admitted, "Don't worry, both of them will be useful to you in the future." Yes, it was also done by me. Just understand that what I do is not bad for you. Xiao looked at the system, which was lying in Jiang Yingshue's arms, its fluffy tail held high, swaying back and forth, proudly raising its head. Three men came out of Xiao's room and sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing at the strange pet in Jiang Yingshue's arms. Gucong frowned and looked at Xiao. "Is the pet in Xiao's arms raised by you?" Xiao immediately replied, "Of course not. I picked it up outside. Seeing it was pitiful, I brought it in to take care of for a few days. I was planning to let it go in a few days. And then this happened. Why didn't you tell us? If you had, I could help you take care of this little guy. You've never taken care of one before. I was afraid you'd be too tired." Qin Jiao said anxiously, concern written all over his face. He Yinchi widened his eyes and looked at Qin Jiao in disbelief. Laughing, "You say she can't take care of it?" At first, Song Xiqing was taken care of meticulously by her. He treated her like a gold medal nanny. Fortunately, she's clear-headed now. Su Zhao's face darkened, words coming out one by one. "Shut your stinky mouth." Gu Tsong, who had been staring at Jiang Yingxue, for some reason glanced at Xiao, seeing Xiao preparing to hit He Yinchi but not actually doing it, just verbally threatening. Seeing Xiao angry, he thought it was quite cute. "Brother?" Jiang Yingxue looked up, following Gu Tsong's gaze, and saw Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao stood next to Xiao, trying to mediate. "Brother." Jiang Yingxue tugged at Gu Tsong's clothes, indicating for him to lean down. Gu Tsong understood her meaning and leaned down to listen. Jiang Yingxue whispered in Gu Tsong's ear, "Brother, go to the kitchen more and help Brother Qin cook." Gu Tsong was puzzled. "Oh, brother, I'm helping you pursue someone," Jiang Yingxue said firmly. Gu Tsong smiled helplessly and patted her head. "Okay, thank you, Xiao. Human, I'm a bit done for. I'm running out of energy," the system weakly called out. Xiao was startled. She had never seen the system like this before. She quickly walked over, bent down, and scooped up the limp white fox from Jiang Yingshue's arms. "Sister Su." Qin Jiao jumped up and quickly walked to the kitchen, anxiously saying, "I'll go cook for you now." Jiang Yingxue, not caring about the fox anymore, immediately pushed Gu Tsong's leg, urging softly, "Brother, hurry to the kitchen." Gu Tsong stood up suspiciously, thinking carefully, is this to let him cook for Xiao to gain her favor? But he couldn't make anything too complicated, just some simple Western dishes. Meeting Jiang Yingshue's encouraging gaze, he followed her into the kitchen. "Mr. Gu, I can do it alone. You can just sit outside," Qin Jiao said, seeing Gu Tsong follow him, feeling a bit startled. But he quickly calmed down, thinking Gu Tsong might just be embarrassed and wanted to help. Gu Tsong insisted, "I'll just make a few simple dishes." "Well, if Mr. Gu doesn't understand anything, you can ask me." After Qin Jiao finished speaking, he turned to prepare the ingredients. He Yinchi stretched his neck to look into the kitchen. Seeing Qin Jiao's gentle appearance made him anxious. "Oh no, it's showing on your face, and you still have the mood to cook." Jiang Yingxue walked over to He Yinchi, tilting her head to look, feeling equally angry. Brother is too much. Xiao has already helped him, yet he still doesn't seize the opportunity. He Yinchi finally noticed a little girl standing next to him and stumbled, almost falling, but fortunately grabbed the door frame. "What are you doing here? Are you worried about your brother?" Jiang Yingshue's cheeks were puffed out. Brother doesn't he understand Xiao's good intentions at all. He Yinchi? Hey! He Yinchi looked at Qin Jiao's busy figure and sighed. "It's all the same. I didn't expect our omnipotent system to have this side too." The system snorted. "Do you think saying this will make me angry?" No, that's impossible. As an excellent system like me, such small tricks won't provoke me." Wow, Su Xiao said in surprise. This is the first time you've said so much. The system. Su Xiao felt bored, opened the computer to take a look, and was stunned. In the video records, there were cartoons, horror movies, and over a dozen romance films that Jiang Yingxua watched last night. Watched all night? She thought. She needed to let her watch less in the future. What if her eyes went blind? Su Xiao pulled up the surveillance outside the villa. There was nothing unusual in the first half of the night. In the latter half, a figure had been wandering in front of the villa, and seeing the person staggered walking, Su Xiao knew that this slow and strange gait belonged to a zombie. But when she saw the man's face, Su Xiao's eyes widened. Wasn't this Yi Changqing? The system suddenly shouted loudly, startling Su Xiao so much her head hurt. She raised her hand and patted her temple. Can you not shout suddenly? Su Xiao ignored the system and quickly entered the surveillance footage. Seeing Yi Changqing collapsed in the villa's backyard, she got up and walked out of the room. But how do we heal? Xiao hasn't recovered her memory from last night yet, right? The system's tone was like it was looking at a fool. Everything I do has its reasons. Just trust me. Where are you going? Dianchi called out to Su Xiao, who was about to go out the back door. Dianchi, wait. Bang. The back door closed, and when Dianchi cracked Su Xiao's computer before, he had only added his fingerprint to the front door. Now he couldn't get out the back door at all. He couldn't care less and chased out the front door. Hearing the noise, the two people in the kitchen peeked out. Gutsong asked Jiang Yingxue at the door, Xiao, what just happened? Jiang Yingxue pointed towards the back door. Sister Su just went out here. She pointed again at the front door. Brother, he went out from that side. The egg whisk in Qin Jiu's hand dropped to the ground, and both of them looked at him. Qin Jiu's face turned pale, and Gutsong calmly asked, what's wrong with you? Right now it's so dangerous outside. What if Xiao and Xiao he encounter zombies? Qin Jiu gasped, no, we can't get out. This villa has been modified, and only our fingerprints can let us out, so we can't help them at all. Qin Jiu was extremely anxious, taking out his phone to call the two. Gutsong's expression also darkened. The call couldn't go through. There was no signal outside, and the power was gradually shutting down. Thinking of this, Gutsong looked up at the light above and murmured, I wonder how long this place can hold out. Chapter 17. Stinky and nauseating, it was only 5 o'clock, yet the sun outside had disappeared, and the sky was covered with a layer of red clouds. The outside was silent, too quiet, which felt a bit eerie. Su Xiao walked to the spot where Yi Changqing was in surveillance. But when she pushed aside the grass, there was no sign of him. Her pupils shrank sharply, and her body froze, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew that Yi Changqing definitely hadn't gone far. He must be nearby. But this also indicated that his consciousness was even more broken, and his body had been completely controlled by the virus. Su Xiao only had a piece of hemp rope, which couldn't really be considered a weapon. But as long as it was used properly, it would be enough to deal with a zombie. Human, he's behind you. Su Xiao felt a chill behind her, and she tightened her grip on the rope, ready to counterattack. Startled by the system's sudden voice, she swung her elbow back fiercely. Feeling it hit something solid, it turned out to be Yi Changqing's chest. Looking at Yi Changqing, who had fallen to the ground, Su Xiao wasted no time in stepping on his leg and tying him up with the rope. Yi Changqing's face had already started to rot, emanating a foul smell. A putrid odor that made her hold her breath while binding him. Otherwise, she feared she might actually vomit. After finally securing him, Su Xiao pulled the excess rope and kicked Yi Changqing far away. The smell was unbearable. Su Xiao turned to the bushes and heaved, spitting out some bile, feeling a wave of nausea in her stomach. Su Xiao. Dianchi rushed from the front to the back and saw Su Xiao vomiting, thinking something was wrong. He sprinted over, shouting as he ran. Standing in front of Su Xiao, she waved her hand. I'm fine, I'm really fine, just overwhelmed by the smell. Smell? Dianchi noticed the rope in Su Xiao's hand, following it to see a rotting zombie, and screamed, ah! He grabbed Su Xiao and ran, Ron. Hurry up. Let go of the rope. No way. I came out to find him. Dianchi looked at the zombie, then back at Su Xiao, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Don't tell me that S Song Siching? Su Xiao replied, how could it be? If this zombie were him, I would have shot him dead already. This is Gutsong's subordinate, Yi Changqing. Su Xiao nodded coldly, right? Chapter 18. Not saving? Then I'll stealthily save meanwhile. Qin Jiu, who was guarding the front door. heard the commotion and hurried over. Su Xiao entered the room and saw the tall figure of Gu Tsong, quickly handing him the rope. Help me out. Pull him in. Yi Chongqing? Gu Tsong recognized the person being dragged in immediately, and, seeing Yi Chongqing's current state, quickly covered Jiang Yinshue's eyes. Su Xiao nodded. Yes, that's him. He has turned into a zombie. Nothing much. I just had a sudden burst of kindness. Su Xiao shouted, Xiao Xue, come over here. Jiang Yinxue broke free from Gu Tsong's hold and ran towards Su Xiao. Smiling, Sister Su, I'm here. Gu Tsong, with his long legs, took a few steps to Su Xiao's side, both pulling on Jiang Yinshue's hands, not letting go of each other. Did you not hear? Xiao Xue came to find me herself. Gu Tsong ignored her, his gaze icy. I'm her brother. Su Xiao pointed at Yi Chongqing on the ground. Does Xiao Xue know him? Yes. Jiang Yinxue lowered her head, staring at the writhing zombie for a few seconds, then nodded confidently. This is Qingqing. Su Xiao asked again, are you scared? Jiang Yinxue shook her head, no. How could Xiao Xue be scared of Qingqing? He has always been very nice to me. Then, Xiao Xue, would you be willing to save him and turn him back into his original self? Gu Tsong thought it would be like yesterday, making Jiang Yinxue feel very uncomfortable. Not wanting to see her suffer, he took Jiang Yinshue's aside decisively. No. Xiao Xue is still a child. Her body can't handle it. Su Xiao wasn't angry, all right. Then let him fend for himself. The previous owner didn't take care, so why should I, an outsider? After saying that, Su Xiao walked over to Qingjiu. What are we having for dinner tonight? Qingjiu, confirming she wasn't injured, finally felt relieved and gently told her what dishes were prepared, all her favorites. Great. I'll go wash my hands for dinner. He and she caught up. Wait for me. Su Xiao squeezed some hand soap in her palm and lathered it all over her hands. How could that be? He is an ability user. Saving him would benefit us. He and she splashed cold water on her. He is Gu Tsong's person. How could he possibly help you? Hearing that, Su Xiao wondered why she needed to stay by Gu Tsong's side. Compared to that, her side felt much safer, right? He and she fell silent for a moment before saying, I checked. The backup power supply under the villa is running low. We want to be able to stay here much longer. Su Xiao truly hadn't expected the backup power to run out so quickly. What was worse, in this apocalyptic world, there was no sun at all. She had to think of other ways to generate electricity. You're so smart. Do you have any other ways to generate power? He and she scoffed. We're trapped here. What can I do to generate power? I'm just a bit smarter than the average person. I'm not some omnipotent genius. Omnipotent? System, where are you? The system, playing a minigame, was called upon by Su Xiao, now filled with resentment, and snapped back. Can you not call me for no reason? Can't your brain think? I've arranged everything for you. Just lie back and relax. I'm leaving. Don't call me for anything. The system's words were undoubtedly a shot of confidence, calming Su Xiao's uneasy heart. After dinner, Su Xiao took Jiang Yinxue to wash up and go to bed when Gu Tsong stopped them. Xiao Xue can sleep alone. Before Su Xiao could respond, she felt someone hugging her waist. Looking down, it was Jiang Yinxue, the little one holding on tightly, looking up with wide eyes, angrily glaring at Gu Tsong. Brother is bad. Xiao Xue doesn't want to talk to brother anymore. Facing Gu Tsong's unfriendly gaze, Su Xiao shrugged. That's what Xiao Xue said. She patted Jiang Yinshue's arm. Let us go wash up. Don't mind your brother. As they turned to leave, Jiang Yinxue stuck her tongue out at Gu Tsong, expressing her dissatisfaction. He Yinshi, seeing this, covered his mouth and chuckled, while Qingjiu shot him a glance and whispered, Xiao He, you're not supposed to do that. He Yinshi nodded eagerly, but was still silently laughing. Gu Tsong was truly isolated and helpless, though not far behind him was a zombie. Yi Chongqing had now turned into a zombie and didn't need to sleep, but Su Xiao called out to the man. Hurry up and take Yi Chongqing to a room and lock him up. The smell is too strong. As the former boss, Gu Tsong bore this daunting task. Luckily, he was strong enough to lift Yi Chongqing as if he were carrying a bundle of vegetables. In the early morning, Su Xiao raised her head and quietly asked, Is Xiao Xue asleep? Jiang Yinxue sat up excitedly and shouted, No. Shoo. Su Xiao quickly covered her mouth. This child didn't know how to be quiet. She raised a finger to her lips, making a shushing sound. Jiang Yinxue nodded, indicating she understood, and Su Xiao finally let go of her. The two carefully got out of bed, with Jiang Yinxue following Su Xiao closely. Su Xiao quietly opened the door, and as they stepped out, they headed straight for the room where Yi Changqing was. Just standing at the door, they could smell the foul odor from the zombie, pinching their noses as they entered. Worried that turning on the lights would be too bright, Su Xiao used her phone's flashlight to search for Yi Changqing's figure, looking left and right. When the beam of light flashed across the doorway, it illuminated Yi Changqing's decaying face. A normal person would surely scream like a kettle boiling over. But Su Xiao clicked her tongue, expressing her disdain. He's really getting uglier. Jiang Yinxue laughed. Finally found you, Qingqing. Good. Listen to Sister Su. Jiang Yinxue reached out her hands towards Yi Changqing's face, and light began to emanate from her palms, flowing directly to Yi Changqing's forehead. Su Xiao watched as the rotten wounds on Yi Changqing's face fell away, revealing bone, and flesh began to regrow. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiao didn't even blink. Closing her eyes for a second would be a loss. In the end, Yi Changqing completely returned to normal human form, perhaps due to the contrast. The now smooth-skinned Yi Changqing looked several times more attractive to Su Xiao. She first gave a thumbs up to the great contributor, Xiao. You're amazing. Hee, Sister Su. Can I touch Qingqing now? Jiang Yinxue looked at the unconscious Yi Changqing, reluctant to let go. Su Xiao observed this scene, shaking her head multiple times. Even an outsider was closer to Xiao than Gu Kong. All right, Xiao, let us go. Okay. Jiang Yinxue's head drooped down, following Su Xiao with a look of grievance. No way. Jiang Yinxue widened her eyes in the dark and hurriedly shouted. Then you just sleep now, and he won't be taken away. Okay, Xiao will sleep now. Chapter 19. What are you looking at? He is the zombie you dragged back. The next day, Su Xiao woke up and took Jiang Yinxue outside. And as soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Kong. Hi, good morning. Where's Xiao? Gu Tsong asked. Su Xiao looked back. Isn't she right behind? Jiang Yinxue peeked her head out, thinking about how Gu Tsong refused to save Yi Changqing yesterday. She huffed and turned her head away, no longer looking at Gu Kong. Gu Tsong thought Su Xiao had said something to Jiang Yinxue in private, and looked at Su Xiao with eyes that seemed to want to devour her. Su Xiao held Jiang Yinxue's hand as they went out. Just move aside, we need to go out. Passing by the kitchen, they saw Qin Zhou busy inside. Su Xiao felt it was right to leave Qin Zhou behind. Not only could they have delicious meals every day, but the house was also particularly clean. Now, they didn't even need to spend money. Otherwise, Su Xiao would have given all her remaining money to Qin Zhou to thank her for doing so much. Su Xiao let Qin Zhou go underground to gather ingredients, letting her eat whatever she wanted. What did you have for breakfast, Qin Zhou? Hearing Su Xiao's voice, Qin Zhou immediately stopped what she was doing. I made toasted bread, cheesy sweet potato cakes, luncheon meat rice balls, and millet porridge. For drinks, there's hot milk, soy milk, and black tea. I didn't prepare much. Xiao, what do you want to eat? I can make some more for you. Now, the only person in the house with the surname Gu is Gu Kong Xiao. Is there anything else you want to eat? Jiang Yinxue blinked her bright eyes. Xiao wants to eat barbecue. No way. Su Xiao almost immediately rejected her, pulling Jiang Yinxue towards the bathroom. That's for a midnight snack. It should be eaten at night. It's morning now. You can tell Brother Qin tonight. Now, go brush your teeth and wash your face to prepare for breakfast. Oh, okay then. During breakfast, Yinxue yawned as he came over, and of course, there was another person. Seeing an extra person at the dining table, Yinxue was somewhat puzzled. Who is this handsome guy? Yi Changqing had already changed out of the suit he started in and discarded it. He was now wearing Qin Zhou's simple and plain clothes, and with Yi Changqing's glasses missing, the elite aura he once had completely vanished, replaced by a gentler vibe. Jiang Yinxue quickly answered, It's Qingqing. Qingqing? Yinxue still looked confused. Hearing this, Yinxue stood up again just as his butt touched the chair. What? He turned sharply to look at Yi Changqing, who only slightly raised the corner of his mouth in response. Yinxue realized that his previous reaction was impolite and immediately apologized to Yi Changqing. Sorry. I got too excited. I didn't mean anything by it. Didn't Sister Su say that Xiao could play with Qingqing tomorrow? Xiao wants to sit with Qingqing. Jiang Yinxue looked up at Su Xiao beside her. Su Xiao nodded. Okay, then you can sit with Yi Changqing. Gu Tsong's gaze followed Jiang Yinxue as he looked at Su Xiao. seemingly questioning why Xiao Shui couldn't sit with him. Chapter 20. Shadow Su Xiao shrugged her hands, shrugged her shoulders, and directly ignored Gu Tsong to continue eating. So delicious. Qinjiu, your cooking is getting better and better. Su Xiao praised while eating. Qinjiu smiled shyly. I'm glad you like it. Yanqi complained. Qingu, why is it all food that Su Xiao likes? You didn't make anything I love. Having food is already good. Are you asking for more? Su Xiao shot a warning glance at Yanqi. Yanqi turned to complain to Qinjiu. Qingu, look at her. She's always bullying me. Qinjiu was sweating from the pressure. Okay, stop arguing. He looked at Yanqi. How about I make 2 dishes you like for lunch? Yanqi smiled and said okay, then proudly looked at Su Xiao, who couldn't be bothered to argue with this little brat. Just eat your food. Jiang Yingxue remembered how Su Xiao fed her and immediately opened her mouth wide. Yi Changqing and Gu Tsong were momentarily taken aback by the obviously lively Jiang Yingxue. Su Xiao reminded, Xiao Shui, your mouth is getting tired. Sorry, miss. Yi Changqing hurriedly apologized. Jiang Yingxue mumbled something unclear while her mouth was open, saying it was fine. Seeing this, Yi Changqing found it amusing. The smile on his lips widened as he fed a spoonful of porridge into Jiang Yingxue's mouth. This porridge had been stirred by Yi Changqing for quite a while and blown on several times, so when it reached Jiang Yingxue's mouth, it was not hot at all, just the right temperature. Qingqing, Xiao Shui still wants to eat. Su Xiao noticed the doubt in Yi Changqing and Gu Tsong's eyes as they looked at Jiang Yingxue and found it strange. She leaned towards Gu Tsong. Why are you two looking at Xiao Shui like that? Perhaps it was because Su Xiao was too close, causing a slight breeze as she approached, and her long hair brushed against Gu Tsong's face. However, it was only for a moment before it left, but Gu Tsong felt a bit itchy on his face. Xiao Shui has never acted spoiled in front of us. Su Xiao didn't think much of it. In your kind of environment, wouldn't it be strange to act spoiled? Gu Tsong stared at Su Xiao without speaking. He had tried to let Xiao Shui interact with peers before, but she always acted very indifferent, leading to her being isolated. Gu Tsong felt heartbroken watching this, and specifically hired someone to play with Xiao Shui, but she didn't like them. As for Yi Changqing, Xiao Shui had never been this enthusiastic towards him before. She was only slightly better than with ordinary people, so it was strange to see her like this now. Sister Su, don't bully my brother. Jiang Yingxue puffed up her cheeks, but it wasn't a complaint towards Su Xiao. It was more like a request. Where would I dare to bully him? One punch, and I'd be on the ground. Xiao Shui, you're such a big girl now. It's not good to sit on Yi Changqing's lap while eating. You should sit beside him. Jiang Yingxue was very small, only about 1.5 meters tall, looking like a cute little child. Jiang Yingxue complied and got off Yi Changqing's lap, looking like it took some effort. Yi Changqing reached out his hands to support her, afraid she might fall. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Yi Changqing then stood up, brought a chair for Jiang Yingxue, and seeing it was a bit high, he directly lifted Jiang Yingxue onto it. He stood behind the chair, pushing it in a bit so Jiang Yingxue could reach the table. Gu Tsong kept an eye on her out of the corner of his eye, seeing Su Xiao hesitate to say something. He couldn't help but want to know what she was trying to say to him. After realizing this strange reaction again, Gu Tsong's face darkened, his expression stiff, as if someone owed him millions. Jiang Yingxue had asked several times where the white fox had gone, and Su Xiao made an excuse saying it ran away. So Jiang Yingxue stopped asking. Recently, Su Xiao immediately sat up straight to listen. What happened recently? It's hard to say. Just make sure Gu Tsong doesn't leave. The system spoke ambiguously, clearly reluctant to disclose details. Su Xiao didn't care about the process, as long as there was a result. Okay, I'll keep an eye on him. By the way, when can you show me the points mall? Every time you mention it, you disappear. The system fell silent. Have you gone missing again? Still no response. Su Xiao muttered softly. Garbage system. Who are you scolding? The system questioned. Scolding you, what's wrong with that? Can I say it? Su Xiao was not afraid at all. If you get through these 3 days, I'll tell you. Su Xiao started to think about the next 3 days. She first sat down in front of the computer to check the surveillance, unexpectedly discovering that one of the cameras had a black screen. Turning to the nearby camera, she found that the broken one had clearly been smashed. The screen was ruined, obviously man-made. Soon after, Su Xiao saw a fleeting shadow in many surveillance feeds, and afterward, the surveillance equipment went black one by one. Chapter 21 Other abilities. This eerie situation made Su Xiao's hair stand on end. Uncertain about what was outside, she couldn't dare to go out and check. However, not being able to see the outside only intensified her anxiety. She simply couldn't calm down. The villa had reinforced its defenses and had no surveillance, leaving them completely ignorant of what was happening outside, even if they were surrounded by zombies. Su Xiao immediately went out to call everyone together, and they sat in a circle. Noticing that Su Xiao's body was tense and her face pale, Qin Jiu asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? You look unwell. Are you feeling sick?" "The surveillance is broken," He Yinchi said with a sigh of relief. "That's nothing. I can fix it." "No." Hearing He Yinchi say he wanted to go out, Su Xiao immediately shouted to stop him. Seeing her like this, everyone was puzzled. He Yinchi asked, "What exactly is going on?" "The surveillance was damaged. There is something outside, but the cameras didn't capture what it is, only a fleeting shadow. You can't go out. It's too dangerous outside." Su Xiao spoke rapidly about what had just happened. Now, everyone was on edge. After all, Su Xiao didn't even refer to it as a person, but as something. Moreover, what kind of person could evade the surveillance so quickly? When Su Xiao saw Jiang Yingxue, a bad premonition arose in her mind. Since there was already someone like Jiang Yingxue with abilities, there might be others because zombies couldn't move that fast. However, this thought didn't ease Su Xiao's furrowed brows. Instead, they tightened even more. She understood deeply that in the apocalypse, those with abilities often resorted to violence. She could only hope that the other side's numbers were few or that their abilities weren't too strong. After all, among them, there was only one ability user, and that was just a support type. "I'll go check the rooftop." Su Xiao stood up and walked upstairs. She hadn't installed any defensive steel plates on the roof. 1, because there wasn't enough time, and 2, because there wasn't a good support structure. She had given up on that, not expecting it to become their only way to see outside. Gutsong didn't let go, but he loosened his grip a bit. "You better not go up now. The ones outside might be ability users. If they discover you, they will also find out that they can come in from above." Su Xiao paused. "How do you know the people outside are ability users?" Yi Changqing explained, "Actually, the day we came here, we were ambushed by ability users." Su Xiao's pupils dilated. She didn't expect that ability users would appear outside, even earlier than Jiang Yingxue. Zombies lack intelligence, but humans do. Seeing such an armed villa naturally piqued their curiosity about what was inside. Handling a few wasn't a problem, but if many ability users came, they wouldn't be able to hold up at all. Su Xiao's face lost all color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper. Qin Jie wanted to say something comforting, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Jiang Yingxue ran over and hugged Su Xiao tightly, burying her head in her chest. "Sister Xiao, don't be afraid. Little Shui will protect you." Right now, Su Xiao's best plan in her mind was to take everyone down to the underground. But if the things outside came in and didn't see anyone, they definitely wouldn't believe it and would turn the villa upside down. So, someone had to stay above. Chapter 22 Talk too much. You all go down. After hearing what Su Xiao said, He Yinchi leaned forward and spoke first. "I'll stay." Qin Jiu frowned and looked over. "How can that be? You're still a child." "I'll stay up here." Su Xiao shifted her gaze to Gu Tsong, who hadn't spoken yet. He was sitting a little farther away from the three, his thin lips pressed together and his brows furrowed into a shape. After a while, he slowly spoke. "It's useless for you two to stay up here." As soon as he said this, the three looked over. He Yinchi was the first to protest. "What do you mean by that? Do you think you're very capable? The other side has ability users, and you're just an ordinary person." Qin Jiu didn't speak, but just wanted to see what Gu Tsong would say next. Gu Tsong didn't deny what He Yinchi said. When he spoke, there was an undeniable confidence and pressure in his voice. "You're right. I am indeed an ordinary person now, but not just me. It's all four of us. Among the four of us, my skills are the best. If you don't believe me, we can have a match, so I want to stay, not for you, but for little Shui." No one was foolish enough to compete with Gu Kong. The other three knew exactly what kind of person he was. The title of Cold-Faced King of Hell was not given for nothing. He had more than just brains, he also had skills. After all, many wanted to kill Gu Tsong, and just hiring a bunch of bodyguards wouldn't be enough protection. Qin Jiu looked at Su Xiao. Xiao, you should also go down. Just the two of us can stay up here. Gutsong raised his gaze towards the two without rebuttal. For little Shui, he also selfishly hoped that a woman would be by her side. Brother Qin, you still have to go down and cook for them. I should stay up here. Gutsong's previously relaxed brows furrowed again. Although he wanted both of them to go down and leave just him and Yi Changqing, he wasn't sure if the ability users outside were the same ones who ambushed them initially. If so, if they only saw the two of them, they would definitely be suspicious. After all, both were seriously injured at the time, but now they looked as if nothing had happened. They would certainly suspect the existence of others. Stop! Su Xiao stood up and shouted. All three pairs of eyes fell on her. Su Xiao's face was serious. Gutsong and I will stay. You two don't need to say anything more. I won't let you stay up here. Gutsong was somewhat surprised, his ink-like eyes reflecting Su Xiao's figure. He Yinshi angrily said, You don't know what's good for you. Qin Zhou patted He Yinshi, softly scolding. You can't talk to Xiao like that. Seeing his gentle gaze, Su Xiao's tone softened a little. You all trust me. I won't be in danger, and everyone will be fine. At Su Xiao's insistence, Qin Zhou took the others down at 6 in the evening. Jiang Yingxue held Yi Changqing's hand and, seeing Su Xiao standing still, asked Sister Xiao, Aren't you going with brother? Su Xiao smiled and said, Sister and brother still have some things to do. We'll come to find little Shui once we're done, okay? MHM, little Shui will wait for you. Chapter 23 What? 5 ability users are coming to raid the sky. Outside gradually darkened. A breeze blew in from somewhere, rustling the leaves on both sides of the road. Several black shadows raced by in the darkness, and behind them seemed to follow a group of staggering figures. The two people above the villa could only rely on electronic devices to know that it was already dark outside. Su Xiao appeared very calm. I'm hungry. Should we cook? Gutsong stared at her for a long time. Did you not say this morning that my cooking was terrible? Su Xiao nodded. Indeed. Gutsong's face visibly darkened. Su Xiao found it somewhat amusing. Was the big shot really that easy to anger? But you cook better than I do. At least yours is edible. If I cook, it could kill someone. Gutsong clearly didn't believe her. Su Xiao stood up, somewhat helpless. Fine, I'll go cook with you. 10 minutes later, 2 people dashed out of the smoky kitchen. Cough. I told you my cooking isn't good. See? Su Xiao coughed while walking to the living room and poured herself a glass of water at the table. You. Gutsong looked at his cup, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Su Xiao drank her water like it was alcohol, tilting her head back and finishing it in one go. Nothing. After saying that, Gutsong turned around with a dark face and went back into the kitchen, closing the door behind him. Su Xiao went over to look. Fortunately, the exhaust fan inside was powerful enough, and soon the smoke cleared. She watched Gutsong busy in the kitchen through the glass door. Su Xiao realized she quite liked watching others cook. Previously, she also enjoyed standing outside watching Qin Zhou cook. Both of their figures were busy, but Su Xiao could tell that Qin Zhou was very skilled and at ease in the kitchen, making it a pleasant sight. Gutsong looked busy, but the progress of cooking was indeed increasing. Fortunately, Su Xiao was not picky at all. After all, no matter how it was made, it was much tastier than what she could cook. She turned around and sat at the dining table waiting to eat, while also not forgetting to bother the system. I can't see outside anymore. Can you give me a cheat? The system refused decisively. No, your permissions are too low. Su Xiao, again with the permissions. What exactly are they? Remembering that the system had said it would tell her tonight, she asked again, Are the ability users coming tonight very strong? Can Gutsong fight them off? I haven't seen an ordinary person take on 5 ability users. Oh, 5 ability users. The system realized it had been tricked and angrily decided not to respond to Su Xiao anymore. Su Xiao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, don't go. I need you. The system remained silent. Su Xiao sighed, but maintained a somewhat optimistic attitude. There were 5 ability users, but she didn't know how strong they were. It smelled so good. Su Xiao picked up her chopsticks and took a big bite. Since there was a fierce battle to fight later, she needed to replenish her strength. She ate slowly. It was a bit hot straight out. Hiss! Clang! The chopsticks in Su Xiao's hand fell onto the table, and she stuck out her tongue, saying, It's really hot. Gutsong. He looked at her puffed cheeks with confusion. The Su Xiao he knew from the data, although not a celebrity, was always attending various meetings with Song Sicheng and had met many big stars, behaving properly and elegantly, with a bit of femininity. But looking at the woman in front of him, well, the puffed cheeks were also quite charming. To him, Su Xiao's beauty was diverse, right now. It was a kind of generous beauty, very natural, beautiful enough that one would unconsciously follow her shadow. Gu Tsong's thin lips pressed into a straight line. He held the chopsticks but didn't move, waiting for Su Xiao's evaluation. Although your sandwiches aren't that good, your noodles are very tasty. Much better than what I make. Mine just turns into a sticky lump. But mine is very filling. If I hadn't eaten enough, I would definitely make you all this meal. It would surely fill you up. You should eat quickly. You haven't touched your food, Su Xiao urged, then lowered her head to continue slurping her noodles. After finishing, Su Xiao leaned back against the chair, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, and contentedly rubbed her belly. Seeing Gu Tsong eating at a leisurely pace, even a bit slow, she frowned. Can't you eat what you made? You better hurry up. Don't get hungry during the fight later. What? Nothing, just eat faster. Gu Tsong didn't ask again. Su Xiao coughed awkwardly, and Gu Tsong looked up at her. Su Xiao smiled at him, her smile even somewhat sincere. If there are 5 ability users outside, what are our odds? Looking at her expectant gaze, Gu Tsong realistically spat out one word, 0. Su Xiao crossed her arms, looking quite disdainfully at Gu Tsong. You have too little confidence in us, at least say 10%. You were the one bragging in front of Xiao Shui. Su Xiao only knew that the system mutate let her die. If the people who came would tie them up and take them away, that would indeed be dangerous. Moreover, the system had also said that Gu Tsong couldn't be handed over. Su Xiao was pondering a question. If Gu Tsong was tied up with me, wouldn't that count as not being handed over? Chapter 24. I heard zombies don't eat, love-struck brains clang. Su Xiao's whole body jolted, and both of them instantly looked towards the source of the sound, which was the front door. The front door had been kicked, but that door had been modified with aluminum alloy by Su Xiao. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't have that kind of power, so it could only be an ability user. There was really no need to look after all. They couldn't see who was outside. Don't go over there. Gu Tsong reminded her again. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. Su Xiao said helplessly. Since they can't come in for now, hurry up and finish your noodles. For a moment, Gu Tsong thought he was hearing things. Was this something that should be said now? Why are you looking at me like that? If they rush in and you haven't eaten enough, getting taken away by them 1 guarantee you'll be well fed either. Shouldn't you eat faster now? After Su Xiao's words, Gu Tsong was left speechless. The whole villa was slightly shaking, and Su Xiao felt the vibrations in her ears, feeling a bit curious about what kind of ability users they were. With such strong abilities, they should find it easy to deal with zombies, right? Gu Tsong, what do you think will happen if we had abilities? Gu Tsong responded, would you want to save lives? Su Xiao widened her eyes. Do you think I look like a saint? Gu Tsong, if I had abilities, I'd kill anyone who got in my way. Su Xiao let out an evil laugh. Well, the people outside are just as you think. Su Xiao, her big smile, suddenly faded, and she awkwardly said, actually, it's really precious for people to insist on being kind in such an environment. I hope they're as kind as I am. Gu Tsong fell silent. He had finished his bowl of noodles. Since they couldn't come in yet, Gu Tsong stood up to collect the bowl and went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Su Xiao, feeling bored, took out her phone to browse the internet. But there wasn't too much interesting content online anymore, because those who could still access the internet were wealthy and powerful people, posting silly videos, bragging about how much food they had stored, who hadn't been infected, who had clean tap water, and others who didn't even know what had happened. Su Xiao felt like she was about to develop a stupidity syndrome from watching, so she quickly exited and searched for some self-rescue guides. The self-rescue guides updated online were either about avoiding zombies or how to drink clean tap water. To be honest, Su Xiao read very seriously, going through it word by word. You never know when you might need it later. Thinking this way, she focused even more intently, accompanied by the vibrations of the villa. When Gu Tsong finished washing the dishes and came out, seeing her so seriously focused, he thought she must have found some important information. What are you looking at? Su Xiao raised her screen in front of him. I'm looking at what types of human zombies like to bite. Gu Tsong, stop looking at useless stuff. Su Xiao chuckled. Don't you think it's funny? It says zombies don't like love-struck brains. Ha ha. Gu Tsong looked down at her. Watching the smile on Su Xiao's lips, the words he wanted to say still stuck in his throat. Su Xiao unhappily called out, "No one is updating information on ability users. Don't ordinary people outside know about the existence of ability users?" Gutsung's mind flashed with the scene of being ambushed by ability users that day. Not only he and Yi Chongqing had been injured, but many other ordinary people too. It wasn't that they didn't want to update. It was just that those who knew had been killed by ability users. And Gutsung and Yi Chongqing had merely escaped by luck. Su Xiao laughed until she was tired from watching those silly videos online, while the small villa continued to shake. I didn't expect my modifications to be so sturdy that even 5 ability users can't break through. 5? Oh no, I'll let it slip. Su Xiao appeared very calm. Yes. Why didn't you say so during the day? If I had said it, would they go down? They would definitely be eager to come up and join the burial. Gutsung stared deeply into Su Xiao's eyes. She looked carefree. But he didn't expect that at such a time. Su Xiao felt a bit guilty. Why is he looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Chapter 25. This door is really sturdy, Gutsung. Do you think they can get in? Su Xiao asked a good question because they had been waiting in the living room for 3 hours. Under Su Xiao's instigation, Gutsung even downloaded a shooting mobile game and was currently duoing with her. Someone is behind. Gutsung's voice casually floated out from beside her ear, already killed. Su Xiao? She looked down at her phone screen, showing that Gutsung had killed someone, and he was currently looting the other party's equipment. How is it? What good stuff is in the backpack? Gutsung controlled the character to step aside. Su Xiao went over to take a look and found only a very lousy rifle, with no bullets picked up and a bottle of energy drink. It was quite poor. It's all AI, Gutsung said lazily. Su Xiao shot him a glare. Why didn't you say so earlier? There weren't many people playing the game now. The two of them had waited a long time to match into a game. Inside, most of the players were also AI, and a few human players were so bad that when they got killed, they would just start cursing into the mic. Gutsung showed no mercy and shot one of them down. Gutsung efficiently killed the last player in the game, except for 2 others, and then put down his phone. Su Xiao noticed his demeanor and was ready to listen carefully. I don't know. You don't know? Why are you sitting so upright? Su Xiao said angrily to Gu Kong Strange. Su Xiao asked, what did the system say? Your little villa is quite sturdy. Of course. I spent a lot of money to renovate it. Even a tank might not be able to break through, Su Xiao said proudly. The system gave a creepy laugh, and with a click, the front door opened. Su Xiao. Su Xiao was so scared that he jumped up and immediately grabbed Gutsung's wrist. Wait. If we can't fight, we'll run. Once they finish searching, they will definitely leave. Do you think we can run? Su Xiao, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe they'll let us go. Gutsung was somewhat impressed by Su Xiao's good attitude. Boss, the door is open. Before the two of them saw anyone, a man's excited voice came from outside. The man peeked inside, and upon seeing Su Xiao, his eyes clearly lit up. After glancing at Gutsung, the greed in his eyes disappeared, replaced by caution. Boss, Gutsung is here. Su Xiao turned to look at the man beside him. So they really came for you? Gutsung raised an eyebrow. So? Are you planning to run? Su Xiao tightened his grip on his hand. Of course not. The system said you're a treasure, and I have to protect you well. I can't let you fall into someone else's hands to fight for them. If anyone's going to fight, it should be for me. You're really strange, Gutsung said softly, opening his mouth. Su Xiao grinned confidently. I know, my charm is irresistible. It's normal for you to be interested in me. Gutsung sneered, you're too confident. 5 people came through the front door in quick succession. 3 men and 2 women, all with a punk style, sporting bright and glaring red, orange, and purple hair, almost blinding Su Xiao. They didn't look like good people. The man referred to as boss looked the most normal out of the 5, as he only dyed his hair a dull yellow. We meet again. This was said by the blonde guy looking at Gukong. His name was Zhang Buqian, who had previously bought drugs from Gutsung's crew but couldn't pay, resulting in him losing a hand. He glanced down and saw that the man's hand had grown back, looking quite nice, almost mismatched with his body. So that hand was definitely fake. Gutsung let go of Su Xiao's hand and stepped forward, blocking Su Xiao behind him. This has nothing to do with her. Let her go. A deep purple-haired girl yelled first at Gutsung. No. If you don't let her go, I want her face. Hearing this, Su Xiao focused on the woman's face and realized it seemed to be swapped. After all, the purple-haired woman's skin was a bit dark, and she had a slightly plump figure. Looking closely, that snow-white face couldn't possibly belong to her. Xiao understood. The purple-haired woman's ability was to swap faces. That's not going to work. Your figure isn't as good as mine. Even if you have my face, you won't look good. You. The purple-haired woman was enraged and was about to attack, but the blue-haired man beside her stopped her. Li Mei, what are you doing? The boss hasn't even spoken yet. Nonsense. Wang Daqiang, you just want to go after that woman. Li Mei yelled. Xiao was online, enjoying the drama. Slap. Wang Daqiang schlepped Li Mei. What are you going crazy for? Li Mei's tears instantly fell, covering her face, pointing at Wang Daqiang. You dare hit me? You actually dared to hit me. No. Li Mei, listen to me. I didn't mean to hit you. It's just the situation now. We need to listen to the boss, Wang Daqiang said, opening his hands. Wanted to hug Li Mei, but she pushed him away. Don't touch me. Zhang Buqian shouted, stop making a scene. The two dared not speak anymore, lowering their heads. However, Li Mei turned her head to glare at Wang Daqiang, wishing she could bore a hole in him with her eyes. Xiao moved closer to Gu Tsong and whispered from behind him, the other couple over there is a bit strange. Gu Tsong also glanced over, agreeing that it was indeed a bit strange. The two looked like they were practically glued together. Zhang Buqian asked, is it just you two here? Are there any others? Xiao wanted to push him behind her. She couldn't let this treasure get hurt. Huh, where's your loyal dog? Dead? Zhang Buqian's words seemed deliberately provocative to agitate Gu Tsong. But Gu Tsong remained calm and composed, so much so that Zhang Buqian suspected he had some ambush planned. Glancing around warily, Zhang Buqian shouted to Wang Daqiang and Li Mei, you two, split up and search this villa. If you find anyone suspicious, kill them. Yes. Chapter 26. Battle Against Abilities. Zhang Buqian turned to the other couple and commanded, you two, tie them up. Under the watchful eyes of Gu Tsong and Xiao, the two moved as if they were tying together the right half of one with the left half of the other, walking towards them with synchronized movements. It turned out they really were connected, but it was still uncertain what their abilities were. Should we run? The two were not far from the back door. If they ran, without speed abilities, they could escape, and once they closed the door, those inside would have to wait a while before chasing them out the front. Gu Tsong refused. If they ran, the few people downstairs might be found. He glanced at Xiao, as if to say she could run by herself. Xiao turned and ran. Gu Tsong's gaze trembled, but quickly returned to normal. Go catch that girl. Zhang Buqian shouted at the conjoined couple, and sure enough, they changed direction, with Gu Tsong blocking their way. Zhang Buqian laughed. You really are overestimating yourself. Gu Tsong pulled out a pistol from his pocket and shot twice at the heads of the two, his movements clean and efficient. Useless, Zhang Buqian said ominously. The next second, the conjoined couple that fell to the ground stood up again. The two bloody holes in their heads healed, and with a crisp sound, 2 bullets fell from their foreheads to the ground. Gu Tsong, get out of the way. The two were separated by Xiao's knife, and there was no blood. Xiao looked at the ground, where the left and right sides of the two were extending tiny tentacles towards each other's bodies. As Xiao pondered the situation, Zhang Buqian seized the opportunity to attack. Targeting Gu Tsong suddenly retreated several steps, only to be hit by Zhang Buqian's arm, which had suddenly grown to the size of a sandbag. Xiao, get away from there. Gu Tsong shouted at her. Zhang Buqian smirked, seemingly understanding that Xiao was Gu Tsong's weakness, and raised his hand to strike at Xiao. Xiao instinctively raised her kitchen knife, only to hear the sound of the blade shattering, followed by the impact of flesh against the ground. Xiao's knife collided with Zhang Buqian's fist, breaking, and she was flung 2 meters away, feeling as if her insides had been shaken. Xiao, Gu Tsong ran towards her but was blocked by Zhang Buqian. You can't even protect yourself, so don't think about flirting. Li Mei, who was searching on the first floor, heard the commotion and rushed over, while Wang Daqiang on the second floor also came down. What's wrong, boss? Seeing that a fight had already broken out, Wang Daqiang rushed over without hesitation. Zhang Buqian casually said to him, you dragged Chun Fei and Zhou Zhou to the side. They won't recover for a while. Oh, okay, boss, I'm on it. Wang Daqiang ran toward the two lying on the ground. Hearing Zhang Buqian say they could still recover, Gu Tsong and Xiao's faces turned pale. as it must be that the powers of those two were just like that, but had time limits. However, Xiao was now facing Li Mei, who was approaching her, intent on skinning her alive. Hee, your face, I could take your face now. Xiao, dragging her painful body, retreated because another kitchen knife flew towards her from behind. If she retreated a bit more, she would be caught. Just a little more, just a tiny bit. When her fingertips touched the cold knife handle, Xiao's face revealed a smile again. Since she couldn't escape, she would face it head on. Ha ha ha, do you think having a knife will help? Li Mei laughed derisively from behind. How would I know if I don't try? Xiao was not affected at all, standing up with the knife in hand, the pain in her body having eased quite a bit. All right, then I'll let you see the difference between an ordinary person and a supernatural being. Li Mei, full of confidence, charged at Xiao. Her speed was much faster than that of an ordinary person. She raised her hand towards Xiao's face, and her fingernails elongated and sharpened like those of an animal. Just as Li Mei's sharp nails were about to touch Xiao's face, a cold light flashed, and the tip of her finger was sliced off, revealing the bone inside, blood gushing from the wound. Li Mei was stunned. Why can you still move? Xiao didn't get. So your ability can also immobilize others. Li Mei's attacks relied on immobilizing people and then slowly peeling their faces off. To torment them, she would pour salt water or oil on the victim's face before setting it on fire. Against someone experienced and skilled like Xiao, she couldn't even touch her. Instead, she had already been slashed several times by Xiao, yet she seemed to feel no pain. To reach Xiao, she even charged directly into Xiao's blade. But that blade was aimed at her neck. Li Mei, wait. Wang Daqiang, seeing this scene from behind, shouted to stop her, but it was already too late. Li Mei had gone mad. The knife pierced her neck, and her long nails were only a few centimeters from Xiao's face. She couldn't breathe, her eyes wide open, staring at Xiao, her hands still struggling to get closer, wanting to stab Xiao's skin with her sharp nails. Xiao had a cold expression. Her eyes were dark and deep. She kicked Li Mei away, sending her crashing against the wall. Li Mei spat out blood, her lips turning crimson. Still reaching out towards Xiao. Li Mei. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Mei's eyes as she opened her mouth full of blood. Pointing at Xiao, kill her, hurry up and kill her. Li Mei's head tilted, her arm dropped, and she lost her breath without closing her eyes. At this moment, Wang Daqiang was filled with rage, his body ablaze as he walked towards Xiao. Xiao's knife was useless in front of him. Just getting closer made the knife hot in her hand. Xiao was in so much pain she had to let go, her palm already skinned, blood oozing. She retreated step by step, but showed no signs of fear on her face. Instead, she furrowed her brow, thinking about how to deal with it. Chapter 27. Awakening of the Thunder System, since it was fire, then water, which counters it. Are you in the mood to watch others? You're really looking for death. Wang Daqiang's palm erupted with a ball of fire, flying towards Xiao. Xiao's pupils constricted, but she still managed to nimbly dodge. After a brief pause, Wang Daqiang shot out several fireballs at her, coming from all directions. Xiao couldn't dodge in time, her body froze in place, eyes wide open as she watched the fireballs approach. At the last moment, she raised her arms to cover her head. After a few seconds, Xiao lowered her arms and looked down at her body, finding nothing wrong. The fireballs that landed on her seemed not to burn. However, when she looked around, everything nearby was ablaze, the flames growing fiercer and fiercer. Xiao still couldn't believe it. If the fireballs landing on her caused no harm, then why was her palm? She opened her hand and saw that the bleeding in her palm had stopped. System, did you help me? Then be a good person and help thoroughly. This just provoking the opponent. How come you're in skate? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Daqiang prepared to conjure an even larger fireball to smash at Xiao. Xiao realized the principle. Since she wouldn't die, then she would go for it. Xiao clenched her fists, charged at Wang Daqiang, and threw a punch at his face. Wang Daqiang was completely unprepared, and Xiao's punch sent his face twisting to the side. But Xiao's punches didn't stop there. She continued to pummel Wang Daqiang's head, occasionally visiting his abdomen. Wang Daqiang was knocked to the ground, the fire in his hand extinguished. Taking this opportunity, Xiao grabbed a nearby knife, tightened her grip, and aimed it at Wang Daqiang's heart. Wang Daqiang trembled twice and then fell still. Xiao didn't dare relax. She turned to look at Gu Tsong, who already had blood at the corner of his mouth. She hurried to get up, but got up too abruptly and stumbled a bit. She ran towards Gu Tsong, about 5 to 6 meters away. Zhang Buqiang turned to look and saw that he had already lost 2 subordinates. He squinted at Xiao, whose gaze was very seasoned, unlike an ordinary person. Could she also be a supernatural being? A person who could kill 2 supernatural beings should not be underestimated. Zhang Buqiang immediately lost interest in playing with Gu Tsong. His attack for all deadly moves. He needed to quickly deal with Gu Tsong before going after Xiao. As the distance between the two narrowed, Xiao was anxious. When she was just over a meter away from Gu Tsong, she lunged forward, blocking him and pushing him back a bit. Gu Tsong saw Zhang Buqiang's fist coming down, thinking he was surely doomed, but unexpectedly, Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes trembled as he reached out to grab Xiao. He was close enough to touch her, but just a bit too short, just a tiny bit. Xiao! Bang! A huge explosion erupted, sending a thick cloud of smoke into the air, surrounding them in dust. Gu Tsong couldn't see anything clearly. As he opened his mouth, he inhaled a large amount of dust, causing him to cough incessantly. He covered his mouth and nose, waving with one hand to try to disperse some of the dust, squinting to search for Xiao's figure. After a while, a strong wind blew through, nearly knocking Gu Tsong off his feet. Through his fingers, he saw another man appear next to Zhang Buqiang. The man looked very ordinary, but he could blow strong winds from his palm, clearing away all the dust in the room. Thus, Gu Tsong saw Xiao. Xiao was not far from him, against the wall, but she lay still with her eyes closed. Gu Tsong felt a chill from head to toe, stepping towards Xiao. Though his gait was somewhat limping, not very obvious, but his leg was definitely injured. When he reached Xiao, he knelt down with a thud, holding her in his arms. He could barely hear her heartbeat or breathing. A tear fell from Gu Tsong's eye, and he didn't expect to feel such a strong emotion for someone he had known for only a few days. His heart ached so much. He called out hoarsely, Xiao, Xiao. Xiao remained motionless, quietly lying in his embrace. Ha ha ha, so touching. Now I'll send you to reunite with her. Heh, thought she was a supernatural being, but it turned out to be sheer luck. Those two were useless, and their deaths mean nothing. Zhang Buqian revealed a sinister smile. He had succeeded. He was finally going to kill Gu Tsong. Ha ha ha. Before you were high and mighty, chasing me away like a dog, but now you will be crushed by me like an ant. Zhang Buqian's arms bulged several times larger, covered in terrifying muscles and veins, as he swung fiercely towards Gu Kongbang. Ugh! Zhang Buqian was sent flying by something, crashing hard to the ground. He got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to glare with a vicious look. Gu Tsong was surrounded by electric sparks, making crackling sounds, as he gently placed Xiao on the ground, treating her as if she were a precious treasure. He stood up and slowly turned around. There seemed to be a burning rage in his eyes. As he raised his hand, a bolt of lightning shot towards Zhang Buqian at incredible speed. Before Zhang Buqian could react, his life ended with a scream. Gu Tsong approached the so-called fifth person, who kept retreating. No, I didn't do anything. I'm not with them. Don't come near. The man desperately tried to back away. All of them were ability users, and he could feel the terrifying power emanating from Gu Tsong. They were not on the same level. Please, spare me. The man dropped to his knees, bowing repeatedly to Gu Tsong. But Gu Tsong understood one principle: to eradicate all roots. Letting them go would ensure that one day they would be attacked by a group of ability users. Chapter 28. This is labor. Gu Tsong's face was cold and indifferent as he mercilessly threw an electric ball. The man was struck by high voltage, unable to even scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Gu Tsong walked step by step towards the already connected conjoined person, or rather, this was one person. The reason for their transformation into two did not interest Gu Tsong. He just wanted a quick resolution. Xiao was in extreme pain, and when she groggily opened her eyes, she saw electric sparks flying, almost scaring her to death. She quickly sat up, looking around. Where was Gu Tsong? Where was Gu Tsong? When she looked up again, her eyes widened instantly. The one throwing electric balls was Gu Tsong, right? Su Xiao pinched her arm in disbelief. Ouch, that hurts. She touched the pinched spot on her arm while keeping her eyes on Gu Kong. She watched Gu Tsong soar 2 meters into the air. Her mouth agape. He had become an ability user and could fly? She admitted she was envious. Su Xiao propped herself up against the wall, and when she looked again, she saw the conjoined person being struck by a bolt of electricity from Gu Tsong, their body turning into a pile of soft, unrecognizable substance. But Gu Tsong did not stop there. Instead, he increased the voltage, completely incinerating the substance into ashes. Gu Tsong turned around and saw Su Xiao standing there alive, looking dazed and frozen in place for a long time without reacting. Su Xiao approached him, stood in front of him, and waved her hand in front of him. Did you freeze? Suddenly, Gu Tsong grabbed Su Xiao's hand, startling her. She instinctively tried to retreat, but was pulled back by Gu Kong. You're still alive? What do you mean by that? Do you wish for my death? Su Xiao was speechless by his words. She had risked her life to save him earlier, proving that people like him were heartless. Su Xiao was yanked forward and nearly fell into his arms. Her already weak body could not withstand such a blow, almost sending her back to the afterlife. Just as she was about to reprimand him, Gu Tsong's urgent, husky voice rang in her ears. That's great. You're okay. I can't just tell you that I have a system. Can I? Su Xiao pushed him away and asked seriously, now that you're an ability user, will you take Xiao Shui and the others out of here? Gu Tsong fell silent for a moment. Do you want us to leave? Isn't that obvious? Of course. I hope you stay. You're a major combat force. Hearing Su Xiao say this, it was as if a heavy stone fell from Gu Tsong's heart. His expression softened for the first time. All right, since you want me to stay, then I will. Su Xiao nodded. That's more like it. You're the combat force I risked my life for. If you think of leaving, forget it. For the rest of your life, you will work for me. Thinking about the forces growing stronger, Su Xiao laughed out loud, looking like a madwoman amidst the ruins. Gu Tsong clenched his teeth, starting to ponder why he liked her like this. After laughing enough, Su Xiao felt like crying. My cozy little villa is completely destroyed. How am I supposed to fill such a big pit? This pit was left when Su Xiao blocked Zhang Buqian's attack for Gu Tsong. Thinking back, it was indeed a miracle that she didn't die. Gu Tsong also gazed at Su Xiao, deep in thought. This only indicated that Su Xiao was not an ordinary person. Su Xiao turned to look at Gu Tsong, and the two unexpectedly locked eyes. Gu Tsong's gaze flickered, but did not avoid her look. While Su Xiao looked directly at him, Gu Tsong felt an urgent need in his heart, but he still appeared calm. You speak. Can you use electricity to char these two as well? Otherwise, if we throw these corpses out, it will attract zombies. Su Xiao pointed at the deceased Li Mei and Wang Daqiang, blinking her eyes with a hint of request. Gu Tsong's face darkened a bit. He pursed his lips and complied. Su Xiao immediately ran far away. Watching Gu Tsong's back, she could even feel a hint of resentment. What the heck? You're so reluctant to use your ability for such a small thing. What a stingy person. I'll go check the door. You clean the floor. Su Xiao shouted at Gu Tsong's back, and after saying that, she slipped away. She was still quite afraid that Gu Tsong would throw an electric ball at her. It looked quite terrifying. After checking the front door, she came to 2 conclusions. First, her modified little villa was indeed very sturdy, and second, the door had been opened from the inside. System, you better give me an explanation. The system generously admitted, I opened it. Are you unhappy that I'm alive? Do you want to kill me? Su Xiao asked seriously. The system scoffed. Do I need to waste my time on a lowly human like you to kill you? Su Xiao replied. Look, Gu Tsong has become an ability user. Hasn't he? The system said proudly. The condition for becoming an ability user is to be in a dangerous situation. The system said vaguely, pretty much. Su Xiao excitedly asked, so can I? Isn't one of me enough? Su Xiao spread her hands. Of course, the more the better. Remembering something, Su Xiao's smile faded, and she hurriedly asked, you said you'd show me the points mall after tonight. Don't forget. Tonight, isn't over yet. I'll tell you tomorrow. After saying that, the system vanished at lightning speed. Su Xiao had no choice. Encountering such a system was tough. But since the system said it wouldn't go back on its word, tomorrow would have to do. Well done. Su Xiao patted Gu Tsong's shoulder with force. Gu Song stumbled, turning to look at Su Xiao with confusion. Su Xiao looked down at her hand, a bit dazed. Could it be that the system had enhanced her body? Su Xiao chuckled. The system was indeed powerful. The two stood together, looking at the big pit in the living room. Su Xiao thought about filling that garbage pit when Gu Song directly dismissed it. This is a residence, not a garbage dump. True. Su Xiao looked up at the little villa with a hint of sadness, saying, I don't know how long we can live here. Gu Song was about to comfort her when Su Xiao raised her head and said, why don't we just leave it like this? After all, we might have to leave this little villa one day. If we fix it up, it can only be left for the zombies, and maybe during a zombie invasion. We can make a bunch of zombies fall into the pit. Seeing Su Xiao speak so earnestly, Gu Song was momentarily at a loss for whether to discourage her. Gu Song remained in place, feeling confused. Chapter 29. You know, Su Xiao woke up naturally. She opened her mouth and let out a big yawn, reaching under her pillow to grab her phone. When she looked at the screen, the bright light almost blinded her. My eyes. Su Xiao tossed her phone aside, tightly shut her eyes, and took a while to regain her senses. After a bit, her eyes felt much better. She reached for her phone, held it far away, squinted to check the time, and saw it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. She propped herself up, turned on the light, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Song wearing an apron. It was already shocking enough that he was in an apron, but why was he bare-chested on top? Su Xiao frowned and thought, was this the boss's kink? Afraid no one would notice their impressive physique? Strong muscles? Wait, if Gu Song could attract a bunch of ability users to join, wouldn't that be better? Thinking of this, Su Xiao almost wanted to applaud herself. What was she doing standing at the door? Not gonna wash up? Gu Song came out of the kitchen with 2 plates, noticing Su Xiao standing at the door, mumbling to herself about something. The system was right. Gu Song was indeed a hot commodity. Gu Song felt a little flustered by her smile. It was the most genuine and happiest smile Su Xiao had shown him. What did this mean? At the dining table, Su Xiao didn't complain at all and directly finished the breakfast Gu Song had made while praising how delicious it was. Gu Song's brows furrowed even deeper. He glanced at Su Xiao several times, but never managed to make eye contact, as she was too engrossed in eating. Right? Su Xiao suddenly stopped and shouted. She turned to Gu Song, who relaxed his brow slightly, maintaining a blank expression as he looked at her, but inside he was extremely nervous. What? Of course. It's to call them up. For lunch, we'll have Xiao's specialty sweet and sour ribs. Gu Song, the sweet and sour ribs are Su Xiao's favorite among the group. It's not that Xiao is particularly good at it, but because Su Xiao likes it, he has become skilled at it. Gu Song had nothing to say, thinking Su Xiao was going to tell him something important. Just notify them, Su Xiao said, completely oblivious to the disappointment in Gu Song's tone. Cheerfully, she took her phone to send a message to Xiao. On the other end, Xiao was shown as typing, worried they wouldn't believe her. Su Xiao directly sent a voice message, and it was answered immediately. Hello, is it Xiao? Who else could it be? Bring some vegetables, fruits, and snacks up with you. Oh, and I want sweet and sour ribs for dinner. Xiao's tone softened a bit, but then he asked seriously when? Su Xiao thought for 2 seconds now, thinking of the delicious sweet and sour ribs. Su Xiao couldn't help but lick her lips. After hanging up, she turned around and met Gu Song's suspicious gaze. Su Xiao blinked. What's wrong? Turns out you have so many good things down there. Su Xiao stared at him for a while, wondering if he was planning to betray her and steal her supplies. Was it too late to text Xiao to bring a gun? No, he was an ability user. My gun should be useless against him, right? So if he really wanted to steal my supplies, I wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Su Xiao's expression turned serious. Actually, it's not as much as you think. It's just a few days' worth of supplies. Although you saved me last night, I still contributed. Gu Song was confused. What exactly do you want to say? Su Xiao looked up into his eyes, her gaze even a bit sincere. You know, I've been a sycophant for 7 or 8 years. It was hard to finally escape that fate. The supplies in the basement are the last food I have in this lifetime. You can't take them away. I don't want your food. A shadow fell across Gu Song's brow, his tone filled with deep helplessness. Oh, in that case, you're really a good person. Su Xiao immediately smiled. After finishing breakfast, Su Xiao, for once, took the initiative to carry the plates to the kitchen and wash them clean before putting them away. Gu Tsong understood from the way Su Xiao looked at him several times what she meant, so he had to hold her back and explain again. I really don't want her last food. Su Xiao bit her lip, her eyes brightened. You're a good person. It's only right to help you wash a plate. Gu Tsong couldn't explain it to her any further, so he simply went along with Su Xiao. After that, Su Xiao went to wipe the table, sweep the floor, mop the floor, and told Gu Tsong to rest well on the sofa. You've worked hard. Cooking must be tiring. You should sit for a while. Gu Tsong told her several times that he had only put some bread in the toaster and prepared some ready-to-eat ingredients to make a very ordinary sandwich. How could it be? Standing in front of the toaster must be hard to endure. I know you're tired. You rest. I can handle these little things. Su Xiao worked up a sweat. Below, Qin Jiu had gathered all the ingredients Su Xiao liked and rushed up with a few people. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they saw Su Xiao mopping the floor while wiping sweat from her brow. Qin Jiu and He Yinshi were stunned, having known Su Xiao for so long. When had they ever seen her do housework? Was she possessed? Jiang Yingxue frowned, looked up at Yi Chongqing, and shook his hand. Qingqing, Sister Xiao looks so tired. Should we help her? Yi Chongqing saw their boss lying on the sofa and hesitated, then bent down to stroke Jiang Yingxue's head, gently saying, sure. When the four of them got closer, the other three finally noticed Gu Tsong lying on the sofa. He Yinshi immediately became unhappy. Pulling the mopping Su Xiao and throwing the mop on the ground. What are you doing? Su Xiao's voice was a bit aggrieved, mopping the floor. Qin Jiu walked up to her and asked softly, Xiao Xiao, how much housework have you done? You're all sweaty. Su Xiao listed off, not much, just washing dishes, wiping tables, sweeping, drying clothes, hand-washing clothes, and mopping the floor. They could understand some of the earlier tasks. But why was she hand-washing clothes when there was a washing machine? Qin Jiu hurriedly asked, Xiao Xiao, you have a washing machine. Why are you hand-washing clothes? If you need help, you can tell me, and I'll help you wash. Gu Tsong opened his mouth to say something, but everyone was surrounding Su Xiao, and it seemed he had no right to interject. Chapter 30. The fragrance of Tino. Those are Gu Tsong's clothes. They're very expensive. Machine washing would ruin them. They have to be hand-washed. The last time Su Xiao did something so foolish was when she was with Song Siqing. Qin Jiu and He Yinshi exchanged glances, both guessing each other's thoughts. Qin Jiu continued to ask, Xiao Xiao, are you with Gu Tsong? He is an ability user now. I survived last night thanks to him. This little thing is no trouble for me. Jiang Yingxue listened with confusion, but she caught a few important pieces of information and trotted over to Gu Kong. Gu Tsong thought his sister was finally going to get closer to him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yingxue pointed at him and shouted, Brother is a bad guy. He bullies Sister Xiao now that he has abilities. I don't want Sister Xiao to be my sister-in-law anymore. Sister Xiao can't marry brother. She won't be happy marrying him. Su Xiao was dumbfounded. She just wanted everyone to side with her to control Gu Kong. She didn't expect to hear such explosive news from Jiang Yingxue. It was explosive, but it was hard to believe. Huh. The typical male lead in this kind of domineering president story only likes cute and sweet girls. Although I'm sweet and cute, I'm not foolish at all. Moreover, this guy seems to have a problem with me. Does he like me? Impossible. Qin Jiu walked over to Jiang Yingxue, bent down so his eyes were level with hers, and patted her head. Little Shui is great, saying so many things. But can you tell Brother Qin who told you all this? Jiang Yingxue blinked. It was said in the video. Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions, and Qin Jiu guided Jiang Yingxue to continue speaking. Xiao Shui watched on Sister Su's computer, where a beautiful sister and a handsome brother were together. After they were alone, they would confirm their relationship, get married, and have children. However, after marriage, the handsome brother was not good to the beautiful sister, and their child would rush out to shout at the father, calling him a big bad guy and saying they never wanted a father again. He Yinshi glanced at Su Xiao, saying, Don't let Xiao Shui watch strange movies anymore. Su Xiao sighed. I don't even have a video app on my computer. Didn't you invade my computer and download those? So they're all things you've watched? He Yinshi turned his face away and coughed. I was afraid I'll be too bored, so I downloaded a few. How many is a few? Hundreds? Moreover, Qingqing also said that liking someone means wanting to protect them from harm. I like Sister Su and don't want to see her get hurt. So I want to bravely stand up, even if the one bullying Sister Su is my brother. Xiao Shui. Su Xiao shouted excitedly, with tears in her eyes. Gutsong opened his mouth, but his expression was somewhat dark. I didn't bully her. Gutsong opened his mouth, but the explanation that followed didn't come out. Yinchi looked at Gutsong and said, even if you're an ability user, you still have to listen to Su Xiao if you're going to stay here. So, you still have to do your part. Okay, but don't misunderstand Gutsong. He treats me very well. The sandwich I had for breakfast even had frozen pork in it, and after heating it up, the pork was delicious even if it was half-cooked. Gutsong was stunned. What did Su Xiao mean by that? Didn't she say it was delicious? By the way, Xiao, did you bring the 2 bags of cement I asked you to? Su Xiao asked again. This was a message Su Xiao sent to Xiao, and Xiao thought that maybe some things got damaged during last night's intense fight. So, she asked Yinchi to help bring them along. Yinchi walked towards the basement for a while and then brought over the bag of cement, asking, what do you need the cement for? Su Xiao pointed to a big pit in the distance. Yinchi was startled. Is this left over from last night's fight? Were you working up there? It's nothing. I almost died in that pit. I was afraid you would fall. So, I thought about filling it in, Su Xiao said casually. Su Xiao shook her head. No, you should check on Gutsong first. He might be seriously injured. After saying that, Su Xiao reached out to grab the bag of cement, but Yinchi directly pulled it back, frowning. I'll do it. You go rest. Su Xiao opened her mouth to say something else, but Xiao pushed her towards the room, saying, I'll help Xiao He. Don't worry. You worked hard last night. Go rest. All right. If there's anything you need me to do, just call me. Will do. Yinchi walked up to Gutsong and coldly laughed. I really didn't know Mr. Gu was this kind of person. Gutsong was displeased. What kind of person am I? Jiang Yingxue quickly answered. A landlord who bullies common folks. Yinchi tried to suppress a laugh, but couldn't. Ha, Xiao Shui. You really are charming. Gutsong's handsome face showed no expression as he lowered his gaze towards Jiang Yingxue. Is this also something you saw in the video? No. Jiang Yingxue shook her head and looked up at Yi Changqing, showing a radiant smile. It was Qingqing who told me. Qingqing said that people who bully and exploit others are now called capitalists, and in the past, they were called landlords. Yi Changqing still wore that calm smile. Though beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, Miss was curious, so I shared some. Xiao walked over and patted Yinchi, signaling him to stop laughing. Yinchi stopped but still wore a curious smile. Mr. Gu, we're all happy that you can become an ability user. Xiao might be frightened, which is why she acted out of the ordinary. Regardless of whether or not you are an ability user, we are all in the same boat now. And I hope you can consider that. Xiao spoke gently and pleasantly, her steady pace making it easy for people to listen. After finishing, Xiao took Yinchi to clean up, and Gutsong followed to help. The 3 of them fell into silence. All right. Jiang Yingxue was sent to Yi Changqing's room. Aren't you going to accompany Xiao Shui? Chapter 31. Allergy. Su Xiao watched them clean up from her room, happily lying on the bed to rest. The system popped up. Are you doing this on purpose? How can you say that? I'm just a weak woman. If you find it uncomfortable, you can give me an ability that can compete with Gukong. Speaking of abilities, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled. The system disdainfully replied, not possible. Stop dreaming. TCH. Stingy. However, Su Xiao didn't pester the system anymore. She was just bored and said it casually. In this apocalypse, having abilities would be a lot more convenient, but the most important thing is still having a brain. Su Xiao stayed in the room for 2 hours. She picked up her phone and saw it was already noon. Knock, knock, knock. Su Xiao turned her head towards the door. At this time, the only one who could knock on her door was Xiao. Xiao, come out for lunch. Xiao's voice came through the heavy wooden door. Coming. Su Xiao got out of bed and walked over to open the door. Xiao stood at the door, still wearing a pink apron, but Su Xiao remembered that this apron was still worn by Gutsong in the morning. Curious. She walked out to see that Gutsong had changed into a white shirt, rolling up the sleeves, and was filling the pit together with Yinchi. The cement had already been filled in, and the next step was to lay the bricks. Xiao walked over to the 2 and said, lunch is ready. You 2 hurry and wash your hands to eat. Yinchi immediately tossed the tools in his hands into the bucket. He had initially looked wronged and miserable, but now he was smiling more than anyone else. Great. I'm going to wash up now. To avoid stepping on the filled pit, he took a step aside, and luckily his legs were long enough to avoid any mishaps. When he turned around, he saw Su Xiao. Tianchi immediately walked over. You finally came out. Su Xiao blinked. Were you waiting for me? Tianchi was stunned, then retorted sharply. How could that be? I was just trying to mock you. Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad, Su Xiao said with a slightly regretful tone, lowering her head and looking pitiful. Tianchi opened his mouth. Did I tell you? I'm starving. I need to hurry and eat. Tianchi turned and ran towards the bathroom, his back looking somewhat like he was fleeing, and his ears were faintly red. Su Xiao slightly raised her eyes, glancing at Tianchi's back, and a fleeting smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He really was still a kid. When Su Xiao arrived, Gutsong had already seen her and had been quietly watching. Upon seeing Su Xiao's mischievous smile, he narrowed his eyes and observed her. Feeling a hint of surprise, she looked different from her behavior, but not unpleasant, even a bit cute. Noticing Gutsong lost in thought, Su Xiao reminded him. What are you thinking? It's time to eat. Okay. At the dining table, Su Xiao's gaze had not left the table, looking at the scallops and prawns, and tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of her mouth. Even though you all are dead, you enter my stomach, so it's not a loss at all. After sitting down, Su Xiao finally noticed Yi Chongqing and Jiang Yingxue sitting opposite her. Oh, you scared me. Why are both of you so quiet? Miss Su, please speak properly with Mr. Qing next time and make less seafood. Miss can't eat seafood. Yi Chongqing said to Su Xiao in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao immediately asked, Why? Is it because of an allergy to seafood? Yi Chongqing nodded, Yes, Miss Su. Jiang Yingxue, however, was not very happy, but Xiao Shui likes to eat. No, if you have an allergy now, it will be hard to find a doctor, and you could be in life-threatening danger. Yi Chongqing said with a slight frown. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. System, if Xiao Shui has healing abilities, can she heal herself if she has an allergy? Oh, then that's fine. Su Xiao spoke gently to Jiang Yingxue. Xiao Shui, you're allergic to seafood, but what about your brother? Yi Chongqing instinctively raised his hand to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, but since he wasn't wearing them, he felt nothing and simply lowered his hand. He looked at Su Xiao with a serious expression and said, The boss is not allergic to seafood. Jiang Yingxue then added, Brother wasn't Xiao Shui's brother before. He only became Xiao Shui's brother later. Oh, is that so? When did Gutsong become Xiao Shui's brother? Su Xiao asked. Yi Chongqing wanted to stop Jiang Yingxue from speaking, but it was too late. Jiang Yingxue blurted out, It was 10 years ago, Xiao Shui was only this big. She gestured with her hands to indicate a height of about half a meter. Xiao Shui was so small, yet she remembers it so clearly. Jiang Yingxue tilted her head in thought. She wasn't sure, but it seemed she had seen something that day, so she had never forgotten it. Although she seemed to have forgotten the person she saw. Miss Xiao Shui. Su Xiao called out to help. Jiang Yingxue's body stiffened, and she looked up in confusion, saying blankly, What's wrong, Sister Su? It's nothing, let's eat. Didn't you want to eat seafood? This plate of scallops is for you. Yi Chongqing's face turned pale. Miss Su, what do you mean by that? The question was almost squeezed out between Yi Chongqing's teeth, filled with inquiry. Su Xiao smiled apologetically. Sorry, I forgot what you said. But Xiao Shui's allergy should be fine now. Miss Su, are you joking? Clearly, Yi Chongqing did not believe her. Su Xiao shrugged and said nothing more. After all, it was normal for someone who knew nothing to be skeptical of her words. Chapter 32. Questioning, however, by the end of the meal, Jiang Yingxue had not eaten any seafood. Tianchi also found it strange. Why can't Xiao Shui eat seafood? Tianchi chuckled. Come on, I took Xiao Shui to eat fish before, and she was fine. Everyone fell silent, and Su Xiao felt puzzled as she had never seen this before. She asked, when did that happen? Tianchi looked around, seeing Gutsong and Yi Chongqing's eyes wanting to kill him, and couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yingxue, who blinked her round eyes as if she didn't know anything. He swallowed nervously. It was last night when Yi Chongqing went to take a shower. I was watching Xiao Shui, and she said she was a bit hungry, so I gave her some fish to eat. Before the others could speak, Tianchi continued, I only gave her some snacks, it should be fine, right? Gutsong and Yi Chongqing's expressions did not ease because Jiang Yingxue's seafood allergy was very serious. Even seafood snacks were not acceptable. Yi Chongqing frowned at what Su Xiao had said earlier. He couldn't help but wonder how Su Xiao always seemed to know something in advance. Su Xiao was still watching the show when she suddenly noticed Yi Chongqing looking at her, but she was not flustered at all and even smiled back at him. Gu Tsong glanced at Su Xiao and then at Yi Chongqing, seemingly seeing confusion in his eyes, as if asking what they were exchanging glances about. Cough, cough. Since that's the case, it must mean Xiaoshua's allergy has lessened, Su Xiao said. Yanqi looked over. Is she helping me? Qin Jiu, who had been busy in the kitchen, carefully brought a plate of edge pieces over, taking small steps and reminding everyone to make way. Seeing the atmosphere at the table so silent, he found it odd and asked, what's going on? After hearing Yi Chongqing say Xiaoshua was allergic to seafood, he exclaimed, and everyone looked over. I had fed Xiaoshua seafood before, but she didn't show any unusual reactions. For some reason, what Qin Jiu said felt more credible than what Yanqi had said. Everyone turned to Jiang Yingxue, who was frowning in thought, and then seemed to remember something. Looking up at everyone, yes. Xiaoshua has eaten before, but she was fine, not itchy or painful at all. To know for sure, Xiaoshua just needed to eat another piece of seafood. Su Zhao's words successfully demonstrated what it meant to be a living threat. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding and Jiang Yingxue had an allergic reaction after eating seafood, there would be no doctor around, and Jiang Yingxue's life would be in danger. No wonder Gu Tsong and Yi Chongqing were staring at Su Xiao. Su Xiao stopped talking and lowered her head to eat. Jiang Yingxue, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, reached for the seafood with her chopsticks and quickly opened her mouth to take a big bite. The fresh and sweet taste of the seafood filled her mouth, bringing a happy smile to Xiaoshua's face. Apart from Su Xiao, the others all widened their eyes, watching Jiang Yingxue. After she chewed a few times, a piece of delicious scallop meat went down. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yingxue showed no signs of abnormality and even reached for another piece. Su Xiao shrugged and proudly stated, See, I told you her allergy was fine. As soon as Su Xiao said this, the eyes of several men turned to her. Why are you all looking at me like that? Su Xiao blinked innocently. Qin Jiu smiled and said gently, It's okay. You should try the sweet and sour ribs. During the meal, the several men all had different thoughts. After eating, Su Xiao didn't think about helping, but still had to open her innocent big eyes and ask Qin Jiu, Do you need my help? Qin Jiu smiled and said, No need. You and Xiaoshua go sit and watch TV. How can I do that? Su Xiao said this, but her body was already honestly leaning toward the living room. Qin Jiu smiled and waved at Su Xiao. Go on, you just finished eating. Take a good rest and digest. Jiang Yingxue was still sitting next to Yi Chongqing, as Xiaoshua liked to sit at the edge of the sofa, so Yi Chongqing sat beside her to keep her company. Sister Su, you're here to watch TV too. Come sit next to Qingqing. If you're too far away, Xiaoshua can't see you. Jiang Yingxue exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Su Xiao. For some reason, she preferred Su Xiao over Yi Chongqing, even though Yi Chongqing had been accompanying her all along. Xiaoshua didn't understand why, but she followed her heart. Su Xiao could either sit next to Yi Chongqing or grab a stool to sit on Jiang Yingxue's other side, but she wouldn't do herself a disservice. Ignoring Jiang Yingxue's request, she walked over to a sofa that could fit 6 people and lay down on it. Sister, you're sitting too far away. Su Xiao looked at the 2-meter distance between them and said casually, Then you can come over and sit. All right. Jiang Yingxue suddenly remembered that the sofa wasn't fixed to one position and quickly jumped down from the other sofa, running over to Su Xiao. Just as Su Xiao thought she would bump in her face, she reached out to stop her, saying sternly, Be careful not to bump into me. Come up carefully. Oh. Jiang Yingxue nodded and took much smaller steps as she climbed onto Su Xiao's side of the sofa, and in the end, she made no mistakes. Jiang Yingxue leaned back against Su Xiao, who held her while they watched TV together. This pose looked a bit odd, yet they were both having a great time. Miss, watching TV like this isn't good for your eyes. Su Xiao waved her hand casually. Don't worry, her eyes will be fine. Yi Chongqing stared at Su Xiao and stopped worrying about Jiang Yingxue. Su Xiao also wanted to tidy up and prepare for bed. She watched Yi Chongqing put the cleaned Jiang Yingxue into her room before coming out. Before Su Xiao could enter the bathroom, she felt as if a few people had surrounded her. When she looked, it turned out to be Gu Tsong and the others. Why are you all blocking me when you're not sleeping? Su Xiao didn't know why, but she felt particularly sleepy at that moment. She would definitely fall asleep the moment she hit the bed. Yi Changqing spoke up. Miss Su, you seem to have a knack for knowing things in advance. What do you mean? Su Zhao's expression remained largely unchanged. Her voice had just turned a bit colder. She glanced around at the men beside her. And only Yi Changqing was the most proactive. The others merely frowned at her. Chapter 33. Do you understand machinery? She took a few steps forward, then suddenly slowed down. The men behind her were all staring at her. Su Xiao slowly turned around, her gaze sweeping across the room before locking onto Yi Changqing, and she asked casually, "How long have you been here?" The smile at the corner of Su Zhao's lips lacked warmth. "Oh, don't be nervous. I'm just curious." In the following week, the electricity in the small villa ran low. They considered having Gu Tsong, who had lightning powers, generate electricity. But Gu Tsong was also a novice and didn't have great control over his powers. Several times, he almost blew up the small villa. Su Xiao watched as Gu Tsong attempted to deliver electricity for the 99th time. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, followed by a loud bang. The machine developed by He Yinshi, designed to absorb electricity, was charred and pitifully spewing out its internal parts. He Yinshi's face darkened. "Can you even do this? My machine isn't easy to work with. You're destroying the raw materials." Gu Tsong had never been scolded like this before and naturally felt indignant. However, after failing once, blaming the machine was one thing, but after failing 99 times, blaming the machine again was a bit rude. "Next time, I'll definitely succeed." Gu Tsong lowered his head, still too embarrassed to apologize. He Yinshi wasn't buying into his excuses. "Next time? Where's the next time? Go find someone else next time. Don't come to me." Su Xiao walked over and stood in front of the broken machine. "System, can this machine be repaired?" "Of course, it's a small issue," the system replied confidently. "Really? But I see this machine is in such a state. Even you should find it hard to fix." The system scoffed. "What are you joking about? This, I can fix it easily. I'm coming to repair it." Su Xiao wasn't done with her performance yet and asked skeptically, "Are you really capable?" The system rolled its eyes at her. "Just wait and see." Since the system couldn't show its face now, it was using Su Zhao's body to repair the machine. Gu Tsong and He Yinshi were still arguing when they noticed that Qin Jiao and Yi Changqing had disappeared. They stopped their quarrel and looked around, only to see Su Xiao squatting in front of the machine, skillfully manipulating the mechanical parts. He Yinshi, an expert in this field, instantly recognized that Su Xiao wasn't just messing around. She really knew how to fix it. He couldn't help but walk over to Su Xiao, standing beside her and paying closer attention than anyone else. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes became. "This can be modified like this? Is it really okay to place that part there? Oh, so that is how it is." When did she learn about machinery? Even Gu Tsong, who was a layman, could see that Su Xiao was operating with real skill, like a seasoned expert. In just 5 minutes, with the system using Su Zhao's body, the broken machine was easily repaired. Let's see if it works." "It's definitely fine." Su Xiao cheered. "Wow, really? It was fixed in such a short time." "System, you really can do it. That's amazing." The system wore a smug expression. "Of course, I'm all-powerful." After finishing the repair, Su Xiao clapped her hands and turned to Gu Tsong. "Come on, give it a try." Gu Tsong hesitated in front of Su Xiao, afraid of making a fool of himself. He Yinshi was no longer concerned about the machine, but was instead staring at Su Xiao with shining eyes. You. He was so excited that he stumbled over his words. Su Xiao leaned back a little. "I think it's fixed well. Don't blame me." 2 red clouds appeared on He Yinshi's face. "No, I wanted to ask where you learned all this knowledge. When did you get into machinery?" Su Xiao had no expertise in this area and didn't want He Yinshi to drag her into dealing with cold mechanical parts later. She looked innocent. "I learned all of this online before. I never took any professional courses, just tinkered with some small parts myself." He Yinshi frowned, not fully believing Su Zhao's explanation. But her eyes didn't look like someone who was lying. He Yinshi planned to ask her privately later. Su Xiao urged Gu Tsong to try the repaired machine, and He Yinshi reassured him to use his powers without hesitation. Under their urging, Gu Tsong agreed. When he stood in front of the machine again, his gaze occasionally flicked towards Su Xiao, his throat bobbing as he stared at his right hand, as a bolt of electricity flew towards the machine. Everyone's eyes followed the spark. When they saw the electricity being absorbed into the machine, the fan blades behind it twitched slightly at first. then gradually began to spin faster and faster. Success. Jiang Yingxue leaned in, and the strong wind made her hair flutter. Brother, you're amazing. Yi Changqing was at a loss for how to express it delicately. He couldn't tell Jiang Yingxue there was electricity there, or she might get electrocuted. This was something Xiao Shui would understand when she grew up. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sister Su. I will work hard to grow up. Jiang Yingxue looked at Su Xiao, her eyes sparkling. Everyone understood that Jiang Yingxue genuinely liked Su Xiao. With the electricity issue resolved, Su Xiao felt completely at ease. She immediately raised her hand to stop. Wait, I still want to say, I'm really not interested in little kids. He Yinchi was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, his entire face turning crimson. His fingers trembling as he pointed at Su Xiao. Who wants to do that with you? Upon hearing that He Yinchi had no ulterior motives, Su Xiao instanti zila said, Oh, is that so? You should have said so earlier. What do you want with me? Chapter 34. Openly confessing. Are you crazy? He Yinchi looked at her, sudden relaxation with confusion. Why is her face so red? Su Xiao asked curiously. He Yinchi silently clenched his fists. It's all your fault for saying such strange things. While Su Xiao was speaking, she had quietly started to move outside. She felt that He Yinchi must want to ask her about machinery again. He Yinchi quickly grabbed her. Wait, I want to ask you what you guys are doing. Gu Tsong, looking for Su Xiao and not finding her, began searching inside the house. When he passed a secluded room, he saw He Yinchi pulling Su Xiao, who looked like she wanted to break free. The two immediately stood upright, and He Yinchi quickly released Su Xiao's hand, hurriedly explaining, We didn't do anything. I just wanted to ask Su Xiao about machinery. Su Xiao not that pofun got the. Gu Tsong walked in directly. Perfect. I also want to ask Su Xiao about this. No need to ask. I don't know anything, and I won't discuss this with you. You might as well give up. Su Xiao bluntly refused. After saying that, she was about to run. She was just a few steps away from the door when her arm was grabbed by Gu Kong. I'm not asking that. Su Xiao frowned slightly. Then what do you want to ask? What do you think of me? Gu Tsong stared into her eyes, remaining silent for a while before speaking. He had pondered this question for more than a dozen nights and wanted to ask Su Xiao how she viewed him. Perhaps he was too nervous, as there was a hint of threat in his tone. Su Xiao was puzzled. Is he threatening me? Even when faced with a threat, Su Xiao would try to suppress her temper. She needed to endure for now. Once she had the ability, she would make Gu Tsong pay. Haha, what do you think of you? An outstanding young man. Young girls all like your type of wealthy bachelor. Huh? No, I mean an independent and self-reliant big boss. Gu Tsong took the opportunity to ask, what about you? Su Xiao had a very clear self-awareness. I'm no longer a young girl. When I go out, everyone calls me aunt. Su Xiao changed the subject and said, Of course, you can rest assured. It's not just the young girls. Even someone like me, a bit older, and the older aunties, are quite moved by a young man in his 20s like you. When Su Xiao said this, even He Yinchi looked at her in surprise. What does this mean? Is she openly confessing to Gu Tsong? After holding it in for a while, Gu Tsong said, Let me think about it. Su Xiao watched Gu Tsong leave in a hurry and turned to He Yinchi with a confused expression. What is he thinking? He Yinchi asked curiously. Weren't you confessing to Gu Tsong just now? How is that possible? Su Xiao Vito Sapi. Seeing Su Xiao's strong rejection, He Yinchi was still puzzled. If you don't like Gu Tsong, why say those things to him? Su Xiao shrugged, saying it was just common courtesy, as if it were her fault. How could someone like Gu Tsong not understand? You'll understand when you grow up, Su Xiao said to He Yinchi, hesitating for a moment before resorting to her usual evasive tactics. He Yinchi responded, He's in his 20s. Isn't that old enough? How much older does he need to be? However, He Yinchi realized that Su Xiao really didn't like Gu Tsong, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Xiao frowned in thought, but ultimately felt it wasn't good to explain in front of Gu Tsong, because doing so would imply he lacked charm. Forget it. Time to sleep. The next day, Su Xiao avoided Gu Tsong, and he wasn't foolish. He quickly figured out that what Su Xiao said yesterday was just polite talk. Despite Su Xiao's best efforts to dodge, she ultimately couldn't escape and found herself cornered by Gu Tsong in the restroom. Are you avoiding me? Su Xiao looked down, unable to meet Gu Tsong's gaze, awkwardly smiling. No, don't overthink it. Gu Tsong frowned. Are you very afraid of me? Su Xiao looked up, met his eyes, then slowly lowered her eyelids, weakly saying a little. I'm afraid you might zap me one day. How can I not be afraid? If I were immune to your powers, I would definitely beat you to the ground. Gu Song, unaware of Su Xiao's inner thoughts, saw her vulnerable expression and took a gentlemanly step back, apologizing. Sorry, but I won't hurt you. Su Xiao nodded gently and walked out from where Gu Song had moved aside. He nervously asked, "What did he say to you? Why are you so curious?" Su Xiao spoke with a tone that carried a sense of seniority in front of He-Yanqi. After a while, He-Yanqi, used to it, quickly glanced behind Su Xiao, fearing Gu Song would catch up, and said in a hurried whisper, "Is now the time to ask this? Just tell me, does he have feelings for you too?" Su Xiao thought for a moment and shook her head, "No." But He-Yanqi still pressed on, asking, "Then what did he talk to you about?" Su Xiao opened her mouth and joked. "He said I was a good person, but couldn't accept my confession." He-Yanqi let out a long sigh of relief. "That's good." Su Xiao asked, "Aren't you going to comfort me?" He-Yanqi instantly returned to his usual teasing demeanor. "What's there to comfort? You didn't really confess to Gu Song, and even if you did, he wouldn't look at you." Su Xiao fell silent for a moment, then said with determination, "You know, I'm the best at being a sycophant." Su Xiao intentionally teased He-Yanqi, and seeing him so anxious made her laugh. "Of course, I'm joking." He-Yanqi's face darkened with anger as Su Xiao continued to laugh. Suddenly, they exchanged glances, and neither noticed when Qin Jiao had arrived or how much she had overheard. After Su Xiao said good night to Qin Jiao, she closed the door. Chapter 35. She likes me so much, and it has nothing to do with me? After closing the door, Su Xiao turned around and met Jiang Yingshua's eyes. She recoiled sharply, her back hitting the stiff door, causing some pain. But Su Xiao didn't care about the pain. She was nearly scared to death. "What are you doing in my room?" 2 weeks ago, Jiang Yingxue had moved out of Su Xiao's room into her own. It had been 2 weeks, and Su Xiao had adjusted to living alone. So suddenly having someone appear nearly scared her to death. Ooh, tears filled Jiang Yingshue's eyes. Little Snow wants to grow up. But Little Snow still wants to sleep with Sister Su. Ah, when a child cries, they won't stop until they get what they want. After an hour, Su Xiao deeply realized this. She tried to push Jiang Yingxue out, but Jiang Yingxue really looked so pitiful while crying. Looking into Jiang Yingshue's watery eyes, Su Xiao gave up struggling. All right. Jiang Yingxue hadn't even been happy for a few seconds when Su Xiao added, "But only for tonight. Because tomorrow, I will tell Yi Changqing to watch over you while you sleep." Jiang Yingxue pouted. "Okay." Lying in bed, Su Xiao preferred to sleep on her side. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a warm body suddenly pressed against her back, and Jiang Yingshue's little face nestled into her neck. "I love Sister Su the most." Jiang Yingshue's eyelids blinked slowly, eventually closing, her mouth slightly open. She didn't know why, but it felt so familiar, and she liked it. While Su Xiao was still waiting for Jiang Yingshue's next move, she heard the even sound of breathing beside her. Is she asleep? How could she sleep so soundly? Because Jiang Yingshue's words were so familiar, Su Xiao couldn't fall asleep after thinking for 3 hours. In the end, it was only listening to Jiang Yingshue's calm breathing that she slowly drifted off. But she hadn't slept for just a few hours when she was awakened by Jiang Yingxue pushing her. Her eyelids were so heavy that they felt like they were fighting each other, and she could barely open her eyes. "What's wrong, Little Snow?" "Sister Su, it's time for breakfast. You need to get up." Now, Su Xiao just wanted to sleep. "Breakfast can be eaten together with lunch. It doesn't matter." "No need. You go eat. I'm really sleepy." Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment, tilting her head in thought. Qingqing said people must eat breakfast, or over time, they'll get stomach problems. And stomach problems hurt a lot. "No, Sister Su, you must eat breakfast." Jiang Yingxue reached out to pull Su Xiao, who let herself be dragged to the edge of the bed. Su Xiao slowly opened her eyes, just a crack, seeing that her head was only a fist's distance from the floor, and her head felt congested. Su Xiao grabbed the blanket and turned over. "Sister Su, you finally woke up?" Jiang Yingxue firmly believed Su Xiao's words. With tears in her eyes, she leaned close to Su Xiao, asking, "Will Sister Su die?" Early in the morning, Su Xiao was already exasperated. She sighed helplessly. "Not for now." Su Xiao leaned close to her ear. "Don't disturb me when I'm sleeping in the future, and then you won't be a murderer. Got it?" Jiang Yingshue's alarm clock appeared with 2 little figures. one resembling Yi Changqing and the other resembling Su Xiao, both arguing fiercely. In the end, Jiang Yingxue mercilessly flicked away the little figure resembling Yi Changqing. Little Snow will listen to Sister Su. Sister Su would never lie to Little Snow. Little Snow understands. I'm sorry, Sister Su. Little Snow won't do it again. Jiang Yingxue earnestly apologized, and after speaking, she even bowed to Su Xiao to show her sincerity. Su Xiao's body stiffened, her upper body instinctively leaning back a bit. Her face was expressionless, but inside, she was puzzled, wondering why she listened to her so much. It made her feel like her words were a royal decree. Is this some kind of advanced social etiquette? However, given Jiang Yingxue's not-so-enthusiastic attitude toward others, Su Xiao still found it strange. Now fully awake, Su Xiao tightly closed her eyes, opened them again, then stood up, taking Jiang Yingxue's hand to lead her out of the room to wash up. Let's go. Brush our teeth, wash our faces, and eat. Jiang Yingxue held on tightly, her head bobbing up and down, looking quite happy. However, Su Xiao mentioned before not to shake her hand, and she was very obedient. Now holding Su Xiao's hand, she indeed didn't shake it at all, but instead started shaking her head. Su Xiao caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye and kindly suggested, "Don't shake your head. It looks silly." In fact, Su Xiao's first reaction to seeing Jiang Yingxue like this was that she looked very easy to deceive. After all, Su Xiao had been taking care of her like a younger sister, and she had no idea how long this little situation would last. If they went out and a bunch of people saw Jiang Yingxue as easy to fool, it would be quite troublesome to deal with those guys. The moment Su Xiao finished her last word, Jiang Yingxue stopped shaking her head, looked up at Su Xiao with bright eyes, nodded, and said, "I understand, Sister Su. Xiao Xue will change." Su Xiao thought, "System, does she really have nothing to do with me?" Su Xiao gave up struggling and chose the shortcut to know the answer. But the system's response was worse than not listening at all. "You need to investigate this yourself, but isn't it good? You have a loyal subordinate. Asking you is a waste of time," Su Xiao complained. Su Xiao listened to the crying sound coming from her mind, her head buzzing. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the noise in her head was still there, and she couldn't help it anymore. "Can you block me out and watch it yourself? Also, where did you find this ridiculous drama?" Chapter 36. I have someone above me. The system chuckled mischievously. "It's nothing. I just think the female lead in the drama resembles you a lot." Su Xiao felt the veins on her forehead bulging and understood why she hadn't had any sustainable friends over the years. They were all scared off by her foolishness. Watch less of this kind of unnutritious stuff in the future. It's not good for your brain. After saying this, Su Xiao deleted all the melodramatic dramas that the system had sent to her computer. The system didn't stop her. "I'm an intelligent brain, don't worry." During breakfast, Su Xiao didn't eat much and put down her chopsticks. Strangely, as soon as she stopped, everyone looked over at her. "What are you looking at me for?" Su Xiao asked, raising her eyes. Qin Jiu asked, Xiao, are you full?" To be safe, Su Xiao glanced over at Jiang Yingxue again. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Yingxue looked at her with determination, her face practically stamped with "You can rest assured." Su Xiao nodded in relief. As soon as Su Xiao entered the room, Jiang Yingxue was waiting near the door. "No, Xiao Xue doesn't want to take a nap today." Jiang Yingxue shook her head, still staring in the direction of Su Xiao's room. Yi Changqing, sitting next to her, asked, "Miss, did you sneak into Su's room to sleep last night?" This morning, she didn't see Jiang Yingxue, but on her way to Su Xiao's room, she dropped a trail of toys. Even without the trail of toys, Yi Changqing knew the person must have gone to Su Xiao's room. After all, Jiang Yingxue wasn't that close to Gukong. "Because I can tell. Miss really likes Su Xiao." Jiang Yingxue nodded vigorously. Yes. Xiao Xue really likes Sister Su, but Xiao Xue doesn't know why, huh? Qing, do you know?" Jiang Yingxue pouted, displeased. "No, Xiao Xue wants to guard Sister Su outside. Can't let others disturb her sleep." Yi Changqing curiously asked, "Why do you want to guard her? Is there an agreement between you and Su Xiao?" Jiang Yingxue immediately straightened her body, shifted a bit to the side, raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Can't tell, Qing." Seeing Yi Changqing really stand up and walk back, Jiang Yingxue's tears fell instantly. "Woo-woo, Qing is so annoying." Yi Changqing frowned and took out a handkerchief to wipe Jiang Yingshue's tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Why does Qingqing want to leave Xiao like brother did? Is Xiao very annoying? Jiang Yingxue looked at him with big eyes, her long eyelashes wet in clumps, her eye sockets and nose tip reddened. And her fair skin left streaks of tears under the washing of water, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. Yi Changqing's gaze dimmed. He truly regretted using this method. He should have known that this was like stabbing a knife into Jiang Yingshue's heart, but he still did it. He felt like a scumbag. Jiang Yingxue placed her hand on his hand. Qingqing, stay with me to wait for Sister Su to wake up. Jiang Yingxue yawned, her eyelids drooping repeatedly. Yi Changqing softly said in her ear, sleep, it's okay, I will guard you well. Jiang Yingxue responded drowsily, her head leaning against Yi Changqing's shoulder. And she fell asleep. When Gu Tsong came out and saw this scene, he almost shot a few holes into Yi Changqing with his gaze. But Yi Changqing's expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. He even made a shushing gesture towards Gu Tsong, and then turned his gaze back to Jiang Yingxue beside him. Gu Tsong knew Jiang Yingshue's situation and warned Yi Changqing with a look before leaving. Inside the room, Su Xiao had just fallen asleep for a short while when she was awakened by the system. Her resentment could eat a person, but unfortunately, the system was just an electronic virtual entity. What do you want to do? The system jumped over as soon as she arrived. The higher-ups think you're living too easily and plan to add some difficulty for you. Su Xiao was stunned, and upon hearing this, she really doubted whether she was still awake. What does adding difficulty mean? Su Xiao pinched her arm, and the pain made her cry out. The system saw this and mercilessly mocked her. I really doubt your IQ. Su Xiao rolled her eyes at him. I thought I was dreaming. Otherwise, I wouldn't hear such nonsense from you. The system circled around her. Don't you want supernatural powers? Is this tempting me? Su Xiao sneered and continued to ask. What do you mean by higher-ups? Do you have superiors? The system nodded. Of course, after all, I was created, and there are definitely people stronger than me. But all of this has nothing to do with you, a foolish human. After all, binding me is just one of my tests. Su Xiao pondered. Test? Then how do I pass? What will happen to us after passing? Chapter 37. So many cuties outside. This is a heavenly secret, and it cannot be leaked. You'll naturally know when the time comes. The system said with a calm demeanor. Hey, you just leaving like this? Don't you need me to reveal some future events? The system called out to Su Xiao from behind. Su Xiao didn't need to know so much. She just needed to understand that she was more important to the system, and anyway, she wouldn't die. Su Xiao woke up from her nap, opened her eyes, and checked her phone, only to find that it was already 8 p.m. She had slept for so long. Su Xiao was shocked. Why did you suddenly remember it? Jiang Yingxue replied, I don't know, I dreamed about it. Reflecting on her conversation with the system, Su Xiao clenched her fists. It was definitely the system's doing. Sister Su, let's go eat. Brother Qin has been waiting for you for a long time. They originally wanted to call you, but I stopped them. Seeing Jiang Yingshue's eager expression for praise, Su Xiao cooperatively, but somewhat perfunctorily praised her a few times. At the dinner table, Su Xiao felt everyone's attention on her once again, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on her chopsticks. Am I the dish? Do you all have to stare at me while eating? Su Xiao said casually, not directing it at anyone in particular, but everyone could hear her. So it was as if she was addressing everyone. Okay. Su Xiao had the demeanor of a big sister. Qingjiu slightly raised the corners of her lips. This won't do. It should be as protecting you and Xiao. Tianchi chimed in from the side. Yeah, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll definitely let you leave first. Although what they said made Su Xiao somewhat happy, she really didn't need their help. Su Xiao raised her eyes and glanced around. Neither Gu Tsong nor Yi Changqing had spoken up. Watching Gu Tsong leisurely sipping his tea, Su Xiao felt a rush of emotions. Big shots with abilities are indeed different, but she felt somewhat relieved. If there was an issue, she could just drag Qingjiu and He Yinchi to run quickly, leaving Gu Tsong to cover the rear. As for Yi Changqing, she could hand Xiao Shui over to him. After all, even if he died, Xiao Shui wouldn't. How nice would that be? This way, she only needed to take care of 2 people. All right, you all must protect me well. Su Xiao smiled sweetly. Su Jia, can I still sleep with you tonight? Jiang Yingxue asked pitifully. Jiang Yingxue didn't say anything further. She lowered her head, looking dejected. Su Xiao noticed that Yi Chongqing's attempts to comfort her were in vain and was about to give her a lecture, but Jiang Yingxue ran away, cutting off Yi Chongqing's thoughts. Parents like him who spoil their children will eventually ruin them, Su Xiao thought to herself, harshly criticizing Yi Chongqing's parenting style. Thinking about it, she felt as trapped as the melodramatic female lead in the soap opera she had watched with the system. She buried her face in her palms, closed her eyes, and took deep breaths to calm herself down. When she finally opened her eyes, her gaze became resolute. She had been reborn, and this time, she absolutely wouldn't let herself face such a situation again. Anger ignited in her eyes. If possible, she would personally kill that pair of scumbags. However, remembering that they would be locked in that hall full of zombies, she wondered if they could survive. It would be best if they died. With that thought, Su Xiao's mood improved significantly. She got out of bed and opened the surveillance to check the situation outside. It was a mistake not to check. As soon as she looked, Su Xiao instinctively leaned back. The computer screen was filled with grotesque and terrifying zombie faces, one after another. Seeing zombies on several screens, Su Xiao understood they were surrounded. Was this what the system meant by increasing the difficulty? Su Xiao cursed the system 1,000 times in her heart. There were at least 100 zombies outside, and some were beyond the surveillance's reach. Inside the villa, only Gu Tsong had offensive abilities. How long would it take for her to kill them all? System, you come out and tell me how to fight. Just open the door and feed the zombies. Is your brain just for decoration? Can't you think for yourself? Always expecting me to help you. The system's words nearly drove Su Xiao mad. She pondered. Had it ever helped her? Oh, it had, but every problem she faced was caused by the system. Su Xiao was too lazy to argue with it. She pushed the door open and ran outside. It was pitch black outside. Su Xiao called the indoor mechanical butler to turn on the lights in the villa, and soon, the hall was as bright as day. She went door to door knocking. When it was Gu Tsong's turn, just as Su Xiao reached out to knock, the door was pulled open from the inside. Su Xiao stumbled straight in, and Gu Tsong reached out to catch her. Thanks to her strong core strength, she managed to steady herself. Once she stood upright and looked up, Gu Tsong's hand, which had been ready to support her, was just barely withdrawn. Su Xiao was about to speak when Gu Tsong asked, "What's the matter?" "There are zombies outside," Su Xiao replied at lightning speed. "Do ya?" Jiang Yingshue's voice came from nearby. The little girl was still wearing her pink fluffy pajamas, one hand hugging a bunny doll and the other waving at Su Xiao. Chapter 38. I really don't like him. Yi Chongqing and He Yinchi both looked like they hadn't slept well. The former had a furrowed brow, silent and sullen, with a gloomy aura around him, indicating he must have stayed up late to put Jiang Yingxue to sleep. The latter had a dark expression, his eyes vacant, staring lifelessly at Su Xiao, as if questioning why she had woken him up. Qin Jiao, walking ahead, looked much more refreshed. It was obvious he had a regular routine and had gone to bed early. However, his brow was slightly furrowed. Worry etched on his face as he looked at Su Xiao. Xiao, what happened?" Before Su Xiao could explain to the others, now that everyone was here, she spoke directly. "We are surrounded by zombies. It's full of them outside, and they'll be coming in soon. We can't stay here anymore. We need to leave. Gu Tsong will clear a path. Yi Chongqing will take Xiao Shui first, then Qin Jiao and He Yinchi, and I'll stay with Gu Tsong at the end." Everyone agreed with having Xiao Shui go first, but when they heard Su Xiao wanted to stay last, they immediately exploded. Qin Jiao urgently said, "This is not acceptable. Xiao, you're not an ability user. You and Xiao Shui should be the first to leave." No one contradicted Qin Jiao's words, but Su Xiao couldn't leave. How could she leave her precious dumpling? This was the perfect time to gain affection. "No, you all have to trust me. When have I ever lied to you? You don't remember the reckless things you've done?" He Yinchi rolled her eyes at her, seeing Su Xiao so confident that they could escape. Everyone couldn't help but look at her. He Yinchi asked directly, "Are you really sure you can escape?" Su Xiao smiled confidently, "Of course. It's not just up to me. It depends on Gu Kong. But I believe he can do it." After saying that, Su Xiao didn't forget to throw a confident smile at Gu Kong. Gu Tsong stared at her unblinkingly, making Su Xiao feel a bit embarrassed and look away. With Gu Tsong's strong abilities, there would definitely be no problem. They could rest easy. Gu Tsong looked at her as she spoke confidently, resembling someone showing off to outsiders. But why didn't Tishi like him? What a strange person. Gu Tsong thought to himself. After briefly discussing the plan with everyone, Su Xiao went to gather supplies. She prepared essential items for the wild, fearing that they might starve outside. And of course, the most important thing was to prepare her weapon, which was her favorite big knife. Jiang Yingxue insisted on going to Su Xiao's side, threatening to cry if she didn't. So Yi Changqing had no choice but to accompany her. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw Su Xiao with her back to them, holding a half-meter-long big knife that glinted coldly, while making strange laughing sounds. This scene looked very eerie. "Hey, is Su inside?" "Su Jie is inside." He Yinchi was about to say thank you, but Yi Changqing had already taken the others and dashed away, disappearing in a flash. He Yinchi scratched his head, bewildered by their speed. He Yinchi quickened his pace and turned a corner, only to come face to face with Su Xiao holding the big knife. Su Xiao seemed to hear the fading footsteps and turned her head in confusion, wondering who had run away. The gleaming knife was only a few centimeters away from Su Xiao's pretty face. Getting any closer could easily cut her. Yet, Su Xiao seemed completely unconcerned and unafraid. However, the big knife did not match her glamorous image at all. Right now, she looked simply beautiful, dressed in loose clothes and casual pants, her hair casually tied up, a far cry from her usual polished appearance. "You put the knife down first." He and she finally understood why Yi Changqing had run away. He thought Su Xiao was crazy. When Su Xiao loosened her grip on the big knife, it spun 360 degrees in the air before clattering to the ground. She raised her hands as if to tell He Yinchi she had let it go. But He Yinchi almost had his heart leap out of his mouth when he saw the knife fall from her hands. He Yinchi stepped forward, grabbed Su Xiao's shoulders, and pulled her aside. "Are you trying to die? Can't you just put it on the table? Why'd you have to let go? That knife could have just cut you." He Yinchi's chest heaved violently, his eyes wide as he stared at Su Xiao. He truly couldn't understand what was going on in her mind that made her do such a low IQ thing. Any normal person would know to be scared. Su Xiao actually knew that she wouldn't be in any danger. After all, the system was still watching. But now she had to comfort the irritable little brat. So she blinked and asked, "What do you need me for?" Su Xiao was confused. "What are you talking about? Can you be more clear?" He Yinchi's expression was very serious. "You said you don't like Gu Tsong. Are you lying to me? If not, why did you choose to stay and accompany him to his death? Moreover, he has abilities and won't die. You might actually die. What are you planning to do? Test if that man loves you by dying?" Every word He Yinchi said pierced Su Xiao's heart, especially the last sentence, which was an old story that should have been buried long ago. "You can rest assured, I definitely won't lie to you. I really don't like him." "Are you sure?" He Yinchi still didn't believe it and asked again. Su Xiao truly didn't know how to respond. "I'm sure. If you still don't believe me, then don't ask." He Yinchi fell silent for a moment. Seeing that Su Xiao didn't look like she was lying, he asked again, "Then why do you insist on staying?" Chapter 39. When will you let the zombies in? He Yinchi was shocked to hear such righteous words coming from someone who was just a love-struck person a month ago. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. Su Xiao pretended to be sad and said, "Actually, I've always had a hero dream. That feeling of being needed by someone makes my life more meaningful. Could it be that she became love-struck because nobody needed her? Did she think that Song Saiken's demands were the need she hoped for?" He Yinchi frowned, unsure how to talk to Su Xiao. Su Xiao stretched out her hand to stop him from speaking. "You don't need to say anything more. I've made up my mind. If you care about me, then respect my choice." He Yinchi had nothing to say. He nodded. "All right, I respect you. But you also have to respect me. I have a hero dream too." "Go away, you little brat. Save that dream for when you go to sleep." Su Xiao ruthlessly crushed He Yinchi's aspirations. "You only know how to lie to me," He Yinchi said to Su Xiao. "I don't stop talking nonsense." As soon as the door opened, the two people inside and the ones outside, Qin Jiao and Gu Tsong, exchanged glances. Qin Jiao had no hint of panic on his face, smiling as he met Su Xiao's gaze. Xiao. Gu Tsong had one hand in his pocket, his face practically saying, "I'm eavesdropping," which was quite blatant. As expected of a big shot, they were different from ordinary people. Su Xiao Juke. She licked the soft flesh in her mouth and laughed as she pushed He Yinchi out. "Haha, you guys are eavesdropping. That's such a bad habit. You can continue, bye." With a bang, Su Xiao slammed the door shut and locked it. She had encountered two weirdos. No, Qin Jiao should just be passing by. Gutsong was truly a weirdo. It was said that the more powerful a person was, the more hidden quirks they had. Was this guy a voyeur? How twisted. On the other side, Yinshi, who had been pushed out, felt a bit awkward upon seeing Gutsong, considering what had just happened. But since Yinshi had a thick skin, he still asked in front of the main character, "What did you overhear?" Yinshi crossed his arms and looked up at him, clearly skeptical. But if the other party didn't want to say, asking again wouldn't yield results. Yinshi understood this and didn't press further, pulling Qin Zhou away while throwing a few sarcastic remarks at Gukong. Some people just love to do sneaky things and are quite righteous about it. Qin Ge, you can't learn from this. Next time you see Su Xiao, make sure to clarify that you were just passing by. You really need to work on your communication. Yinshi's tone became quite earnest, almost like a lecture from an elder. Qin Zhou just smiled indulgently, ruffling Yinshi's hair. Got it, thanks Xiao. Yinshi felt his hairstyle was messed up. If it were anyone else, he would have exploded, but since it was Qin Zhou, he merely gave him a resentful look. Qin Ge, I told you not to mess with my hair, it's all ruined now. When did anyone say a grown man was cute? Qin Ge, you really need to learn how to compliment people. The two of them had a playful banter, with Yinshi saying a few things while Qin Zhou either agreed or chuckled, looking like a gentle big brother taking care of a child. Gutsong was just passing by at first, but seeing that Qin Zhou hadn't left, he stopped at the door. He could hardly hear what was going on inside. But since Qin Zhou was lingering, Gutsong decided to stay outside to see when the guy would leave. They exchanged a few simple words, but even in those few exchanges, Gutsong could sense Qin Zhou's hostility towards him, realizing that he had underestimated this person. Gutsong had no intention of chasing after Yinshi to clarify that he had misunderstood. He really didn't care and turned to leave. Su Xiao watched the surveillance and saw that there was no one outside, letting out a small sigh of relief, but the zombies outside were still a problem. Su Xiao shouted directly into the air, "When are you going to let those zombies in? Get down here." Su Xiao reached out to grab the white fox on her shoulder, but it dodged her several times, bouncing around on her back. "What are you doing? Didn't you call me out?" It wasn't until she called it that it materialized. Luckily, she was in the room, and with the door locked, no one could come in. If someone saw this, she would have to make up a story again. "Get down here." The system flicked its fluffy head proudly. "No, I'm just going to stay right here." The system perched on Su Xiao's head, making her feel like her head was heavy, her neck almost buckling under the weight. "You don't know your own weight?" Su Xiao whispered threateningly and reached out again to get the system off her head. The system stopped playing around and jumped off her head onto the bed, its long limbs and fluffy tail displaying a noble demeanor. Su Xiao couldn't stand its pretentiousness. Even in the apocalypse, it still liked to show off. But since it wasn't human, she felt she couldn't really control it. "Get down, don't dirty my bed." The system huffed, "Your bed isn't as clean as my paws. Stepping here is an honor for you." Chapter 40. I said not to look, just throw up. Su Xiao was too lazy to argue with the system, so she plopped down on the bed and repeated her question. "When are you going to let the zombies in?" The system lazily lay down. "No need for me to do anything. They'll come in on their own." "Come in on their own? What exactly is outside? Are they really zombies?" Su Xiao felt a vague sense of dread. Is there anything else besides zombies out there? You'll find out when the time comes. The system intended to tell Su Xiao now, but from its tone, it was clear that there were other things besides zombies. Su Xiao glared at the system's smug expression, feeling infuriated, but she couldn't argue with it. She couldn't sit still, so she quickly stood up and walked to the computer to check the surveillance again. She looked closely, but the screen only showed zombies crowded together. She didn't see anything unusual. The more she looked, the more anxious she became, thinking that perhaps these creatures had consciousness and knew how to avoid the cameras. With that thought, a layer of sweat broke out on Su Xiao's forehead. Unable to sleep, she picked up the computer and opened the door to go outside. She called everyone out again, as the zombies outside could burst in at any moment. "So, tonight we're all sleeping in the living room." Su Xiao looked at Yi Changqing. "You cover Xiaoxiu's eyes. She's still small and might get scared." Su Xiao planned to show everyone what the situation outside was like, how many zombies there were, so that when they eventually broke in, no one would be too scared to move. Jiang Yingxue tilted her head and asked, "Sister Su, what are you going to show us? Why can't Xiaoxue look?" Yi Changqing took someone aside and whispered something. Jiang Yingxue obediently closed her eyes, looking very well behaved. You're doing great. Just hold on for another 100 seconds. Yi Changqing said gently. He walked over to Su Xiao, who anxiously asked, is this really going to work? Yi Changqing understood she was talking about Xiao, and confidently replied, don't worry, it's a little secret between me and the young lady. She won't peek. Gu Tsong looked over, his gaze icy. Why didn't I know you had such a little secret with Xiao? Yi Changqing's body stiffened, his tone awkward. It's just to scare the kids, nothing serious. Su Xiao was very close to Yi Changqing and could see the sweat running down his forehead to his neck, making her widen her eyes in surprise. What was going on? Was Gu Tsong really that scary? Was his sweat real? And did this person sign a contract with Gu Tsong? Even in the apocalypse, he's still called Gu Tsong boss. Su Xiao felt her head was about to explode with questions, but she couldn't ask now. It was really hard to endure. She took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself down. All right, let's take a look at the surveillance footage. Su Xiao interrupted the tense atmosphere between the two. The moment Su Xiao spoke, Yi Changqing felt the hostility from his boss dissipate instantly. The computer was on the table for everyone to see, and the four men gathered around it. Upon seeing the rotting, grotesque zombies in the footage, the three men, except He Yinshi, had serious expressions, staring at the screen without blinking. Ugh, so disgusting. He Yinshi stepped back from the computer, gagging a few times. Su Xiao walked over and comfortingly patted his back, forgetting he was just a kid. Hey, wait, don't. Su Xiao reached out to grab He Yinshi, but he had already dashed to the computer. As he got closer, Gu Tsong slyly moved aside, allowing He Yinshi to see a zombie with its intestines hanging out being pulled by another zombie, and juices were exploding everywhere. The scene was too much for the younger, less experienced He Yinshi. Ugh, cough cough. He Yinshi instantly turned around, took a few steps back, and vomited into the trash can. Su Xiao glanced and saw the faint smile at the corner of Gu Tsong's mouth, realizing he had done it on purpose. However, they still needed him to fight zombies later, so Su Xiao couldn't say anything, just shot him a warning glance before turning back to He Yinshi, patting his back and smoothing his hair. I told you not to look, but you had to. Kids will be kids, not listening at all. He Yinshi turned his head to look at Su Xiao, his face red from coughing and his eyes slightly watery. Was he crying from being scared? It's obviously your fault. Seeing the slight redness at the corners of He Yinshi's eyes, which made him look pitiful, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Children at this age are just so cute. Crying like that makes one's heart ache. She reached out to touch his face. All right, it's my fault. I should have scared you. Don't cry. He Yinshi tilted his head back and shouted, I'm not crying. Yes, Su Xiao nodded perfunctorily, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Xiao's real thoughts were practically written on her face, and He Yinshi's face turned even redder, but he continued to insist, which only made him seem petty. Seeing He Yinshi's eyes becoming redder and more confused, was he still angry? Did she say something wrong? Was it her tone? Qin Xiao stood up and walked over to He Yinshi, gently patting his head. Little He, you're great, especially brave. He Yinshi turned around and hugged Qin Xiao, burying his head in Qin Xiao's shoulder. Qin Xiao looked like he was hugging a big dog slightly larger than himself, wearing a helpless yet affectionate smile, while He Yinshi softly complained about Su Xiao's wrongdoings. Okay, little He, don't be angry, all right? He Yinshi hesitated for a moment before nodding, but still clung to Qin Xiao. Su Xiao watched silently, giving Qin Xiao a thumbs up, feeling very proud of having a psychological counselor in the team. Speaking of psychological counseling, Su Xiao couldn't help but glance back at Gu Kong. If Qin Xiao's powers were of this kind, could they be used on Gu Tsong? Could they make Gu Tsong behave and work properly in their team? It seemed she hadn't noticed anything unusual between the two. Their interactions seemed quite good. 99. 100. Jiang Yingxue lowered her hand from her eyes, revealing a happy smile as she opened her eyes. Xiao Xue counted to the end. Where are you, Qingqing? Yi Changqing had already hidden. Chapter 41. Green Slime Monster. Su Xiao walked over to ask Gu Tsong and learned that the little secret between Yi Changqing and Jiang Yingxue was playing hide and seek, and Yi Changqing had already hidden. Su Xiao leaned in a bit and asked, so where is he hiding now? Oh, I see. Su Xiao stepped back a bit, restoring the distance between them to half a meter. Gu Tsong's eyes moved, glancing at Su Xiao as she moved further away, and he felt a sudden urge to approach her. Jiang Yingxue had found the sofa area, picking up a cushion to look underneath. After seeing nothing, she said somewhat regretfully, "Not here." Su Xiao chuckled, thinking how could a living person possibly be under a cushion? So cute. Su Xiao walked over to Jiang Yingxue and bent down to ask, "Do you want your sister to help you look?" Jiang Yingxue's eyes lit up. "Really? That would be great. Sister Su, let us look together." "Okay. I think, brother, you might have gone to the second floor. How about we check there?" Su Xiao suggested softly. Jiang Yingxue nodded in agreement. "Okay. Let us go find Qingqing on the second floor." "All right, let us go." Su Xiao took Jiang Yingxue's hand and led her upstairs. When they reached the top of the stairs, Su Xiao looked down at Gu Tsong and found him looking at her too. Their eyes met in the air, with Gu Tsong's gaze calm yet commanding. Jiang Yingxue looked up at Su Xiao and followed her gaze to see her brother downstairs. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Su and brother, they must be in a relationship. Su Xiao noticed Jiang Yingxue's bright eyes, like a starry night sky. Realizing that Xiao Xue really liked Yi Chongqing, she wondered who really was her brother. She smiled, patted Jiang Yingxue's head, and said, "Let us go find Brother Yi." "Okay," Jiang Yingxue replied softly. When they reached the second floor, it was pitch dark, and Su Xiao paused. "Sister Su, what's wrong?" Jiang Yingxue asked curiously, noticing Su Xiao had stopped. Su Xiao raised her hand and saw a green, viscous liquid in her palm. It had no smell, didn't tea hurt, and stuck to her hand, but she definitely hadn't put anything like this on the second floor. Seeing Su Xiao come out with a serious expression and a vigilant look ahead, Gu Tsong immediately stood up and walked toward the stairs. Su Xiao. Seeing Gu Tsong stand up, Qin Jiao and He Yinchi also turned to look. Noticing something was off with Su Xiao, and both walked over. "Su Xiao, what's wrong?" Qin Jiao asked in a hushed voice. Su Xiao said to the three men behind her, "You guys quickly take Xiao Xue away." Gu Tsong frowned and asked, "What about you?" "Just don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Zombies will break in soon. You cover for them to get out, and I'll go find Yi Chongqing." Gu Tsong tightened his grip on her hand. "No way, you don't know what's inside. I'm going in with you." "Are you stupid? Without you, how will they leave?" Su Xiao shouted. Qin Jiao directly pushed Jiang Yingxue into He Yinchi's arms. "You hold on to Xiao Xue. Don't let go. I'm going to find Su Xiao." "Brother Qin," He Yinchi shouted from behind, taking a few steps forward to catch up, but Jiang Yingxue called out, "Brother He?" He Yinchi's figure froze as he looked down at Jiang Yingxue in his arms, a conflicted expression on his face. The moment the two men exchanged glances, Gu Tsong realized he had lost completely. He couldn't bring himself to give up Jiang Yingxue. He clenched his fists, his molars grinding audibly. Qin Jiao disappeared into the darkness, and Gu Tsong turned around, leading the two people behind him down. Just as they reached the first floor, the front door was suddenly burst open, and a horde of zombies crowded at the entrance. He Yinchi was stunned. A mass of living zombies was waving their arms and opening their mouths as if to charge at them. But since they were all trying to squeeze through one entrance, they couldn't get in for the moment. What was going on? This was the boss's sister. Was she really this calm? Was she really just a girl, not feeling scared at all? He Yinchi felt like his worldview had been refreshed, but the most important thing now was how they were going to escape. Even though He Yinchi didn't want to listen to Gu Tsong, given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply. He nodded in understanding. "Xiao Xiao, where are you?" "Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao, when she came in, realized that this thing had taken over the entire second floor. Now, apart from her head, the rest of her body was submerged in this green liquid. It was like a swamp. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. But if she ignored it, she would be gradually consumed by the liquid. As she was being swallowed bit by bit, Su Xiao felt her body growing heavier, and her thoughts seemed to slow down to a crawl. Chapter 42. Chopping zombies. Su Xiao's mind soon became sluggish, her eyelids slowly drooping. If this dragged on, she would fall asleep. "Su Xiao." That voice seemed to ring right beside her. Su Xiao struggled to lift her eyes, and Qin Jiao's worried face appeared before her. Was she dreaming? How could Qin Jiao be here? Su Xiao's arm was grasped by someone, and a flash of red light flickered in her eyes. Su Xiao's eyes widened involuntarily. What did she just see? The liquid on her body seemed to have a consciousness of its own, retreating in pain as it was burned by fire. However, Qin Jiao didn't give a chance. He stood up, waved his hand, and a ball of flame emerged from his palm, flying towards the green liquid monster. Ah! The green liquid monster let out a shrill scream before turning into a puddle of water, slowly spreading out at the feet of the two. The light on the second floor was gradually returning. Xiao couldn't adapt to the brightness at first, raising her hand to shield her eyes. After a moment, she lowered her hand, and the moment her hand dropped, her gaze met Xiao's. Xiao, how are you? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Xiao looked into Xiao's worried eyes, but she also saw a fleeting red light in them. She blinked, and Xiao's eyes returned to black, making that moment seem like an illusion. The abnormal sensation in Xiao's body disappeared, and she was helped to her feet by Xiao. Xiao, you? Yes, I'm an ability user. I've been hiding it from you. I'm sorry. Xiao lowered his head in apology. Xiao turned her head and saw his soft hair swaying, his brow arching under his bangs, long eyelashes fluttering as if waiting for Xiao to scold him. Below that, she could see his straight nose, smooth jawline, and his pale pink lips pressed together. With such a delicate profile and his proactive attitude in admitting fault, how could Xiao bear to scold him? Of course, she forgave him. I don't blame you. I know finding out you have abilities must be very nerve-wracking and scary. It's okay. Xiao took the initiative to hold Xiao's hand. A sly smile flashed in Xiao's eyes as he weakly nodded. Xiao sighed, I knew it. But now it's fine. I will guide you properly. By the way, when did you realize you had abilities? Xiao was startled. Huh? What? Did I hear that wrong? Mr. Gu turned into Xiao and got bitten just like me. Oh, Xiao suddenly understood, feeling deeply apologetic towards Xiao amidst her cluttered thoughts. Xiao was delighted. Since he was bitten by the half-zombified Gu Tsong, didn't that mean even the little brat could have abilities? Why didn't he bite me back then? Xiao felt it was a great pity. Actually, I also tentatively asked Xiao and it seems only I ended up with abilities. Xiao seemed to see what Xiao was thinking. Xiao immediately felt relieved. It seemed that abilities depended on fate, and fortunately, she hadn't been bitten. Let us hurry up. I don't know if Xiao Xue and the little brat managed to escape. Xiao turned and walked towards the door. Xiao quickly caught up, holding her hand. Don't stray too far from me. I'll protect you. After saying that, Xiao's ears turned red with shyness, and he turned his head away, not daring to look at Xiao. Xiao was shocked to see Xiao's bashful appearance. She glanced down at their tightly clasped hands, falling into deep thought. Could he possibly like me? But in just a second, Xiao dismissed her speculation. How could that be? I must be overthinking it. We're just good brothers. After all these years, how could he like me? He blushing just because that's how he is. He gets shy in front of other girls too. Besides, such an innocent person. Just genuinely shy. Yes, that must be it. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Xiao looked at Xiao with a fond expression. A single young man in his 20s. How rare. Once we get out, if you see someone you like, whether it's a boy or a girl, I'll help you set it up. Xiao was a bit dazed by her gaze because he felt that Xiao's look at him was a bit off. After they got out, the two reached the stairwell, and Xiao eagerly looked down. She was shocked at what she saw. The first floor was full of zombies, and a few were climbing the stairs, ready to come up and bite them. Xiao searched her body, but found nothing. Looking at the approaching zombies, she turned to Xiao with a pleading look. I don't have a knife on me. I'll have to trouble you to handle it. Okay, just don't let go of my hand. Xiao wanted to say to let go so he could perform well, but since he said not to let go, she obediently stayed by his side. Under Xiao's protection, Xiao quickly reached the first floor. However, there were too many zombies here, and relying solely on Xiao couldn't take them all out. Xiao wanted to help. She shouted to Xiao, take me to the room. Okay. Xiao nodded and escorted Xiao to the room. Because the door was closed, the mindless zombies wouldn't open it, so the inside of the room was clean. Xiao went in, and Xiao guarded the door. They couldn't both go in. If they did, that would be like catching turtles in a jar. To reduce the pressure on Xiao as much as possible, once Xiao entered the room, she rushed straight for her big machete. Afraid of starving to death after going out, she stuffed a few packs of snacks into her clothes before coming out. Xiao called out, letting Xiao know she was ready. Holding the big machete, Xiao swung it at the few zombies in front of her, and it was unclear whether the zombies were too weak or Su Xiao's machete was too sharp. But when she chopped off a zombie's head, it was like cutting vegetables. Xiao turned around and met Su Xiao's fierce gaze and her fluid movements. The big machete in her hands looked so well suited for her. Be careful. Su Xiao stepped on the body of a zombie behind her for leverage and ran towards Xiao. She gripped the handle of the knife tightly, the cold blade brushing against Xiao's cheek as she reached behind him. A zombie behind Xiao attempted to ambush him, but was directly stabbed in the head by Su Xiao's machete, and with a twist, half of its head was sliced off. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Chapter 43. Escape back to the second floor. A large fireball emerged from Xiao's palm, but this fireball wasn't aimed at the zombies. It enveloped both of their bodies. The fireball formed a circle, enveloping the two people inside. Any zombie that tried to get close would be burned by the flames on the surface of the fireball. Inside, Su Xiao felt no heat at all, and the light in her eyes brightened. Wow, this is so cool, so powerful. Where did you learn this? She really didn't expect Xiao to have such impressive abilities. She turned to look at Xiao, only to find his face very pale. Xiao, what's wrong? Is controlling this fireball too exhausting? Although Su Xiao didn't know the specifics of the materials consumed, they definitely came from the ability user, and excessive consumption would lead to exhaustion symptoms. Xiao saw that they were still 3 meters away from the door, and in his current state, he couldn't possibly make it. But if he stopped, he would need time to recover, which meant Su Xiao would have to face dozens of zombies alone. Just thinking about this situation made Su Xiao's scalp tingle and her hair stand on end. Xiao, can you hear me? You need to stop. You won't make it to the door. Xiao's bangs were soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead in strands, and beads of sweat dripped down his chin. But he still didn't give up. If I can kill one more, that's one more. Just thinking about killing one more made Su Xiao feel a bit safer. So Xiao wouldn't stop. At the very least, maintaining the current situation would maximize his chances of getting Su Xiao out. Su Xiao was in a panic. She couldn't just watch Xiao die in the mouth of a zombie. She grabbed a machete and charged out, moving quicker and more decisively with each strike. Xiao. Xiao felt anxious as the distance between them increased. Su Xiao pulled Xiao's arm, trying to lead him upstairs. Yingfu, no, we have to go up first. We can't get out. The door is filled with zombies. We need to hide until you recover, then we can leave. Su Xiao had already seen that the door was swarming with zombies. At that moment, she cursed the system in her heart, thinking, does that system want to kill me? Now, they were basically trapped inside, and she had no idea if Gutzone had gotten people out. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, should we look for Yi Changqing? The two of them had looked earlier but hadn't seen anyone, and they didn't know where the green slime had taken people. Since they couldn't get out anyway, it would be more reassuring to find him. They stood up and began to search inside. They didn't know if the zombies outside had bitten through the electrical circuits. But the second floor felt devoid of the slime monster's presence, even though the lights still wouldn't turn on. They had to hold hands and feel their way in the dark. Su Xiao's fingertips seemed to touch something a bit soft, yet somewhat hard. This touch felt familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had felt it before. Xiao, come over and take a look. I think I touched something. Xiao moved closer. Where? Hey, why is it still moving? Su Xiao felt the sensation in her palm vanish. She could clearly feel that thing retreating. She fumbled around in the darkness. Just as she was about to reach out, Xiao heard Su Xiao and turned to look ahead. It was just too dark here. He raised his hand, and a small cluster of flames flickered from his fingertip, illuminating a small area around them. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. That move is still too energy-consuming. You really can't use it anymore. But once we get out, you can practice to use the fire ring smoothly in the future. As she spoke and turned her head to help look for anything around, she suddenly thought of something. She turned back to Xiao, moving their joined hands to attract his attention. When Xiao turned to look at her, Su Xiao finally spoke. Don't you think the name Fire Ring sounds a bit off? Xiao pondered for a long time at Su Xiao's words. Actually, the name is quite realistic. If you don't think it sounds good, then let's change it. What do you want to call it? Xiao reached out and took Su Xiao's battered index finger. And sure enough, as he expected, there was a distinct bite mark on it. He rubbed that spot and said helplessly, you really don't hold back on yourself. It's just a name for a move. It's not that important. Nothing is more important than you. Let's keep looking. We can talk about the name later when we get out. Xiao looked at her and then thought about their current situation, feeling relieved. Right? We could discuss it after getting out. Xiao recovered quickly. Soon, the flames in his hand grew larger, illuminating an area of half a meter around them. With the added light, searching became much easier, but after a while they still found nothing. You think maybe that slime monster on the second floor has been hiding from the light? Xiao casually said. Xiao immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xiao, who was still confusedly scanning the surroundings. The next second, the light around them vanished, and they were suddenly plunged into darkness. Xiao instinctively turned her head. Xiao, are you okay? To save face. Xiao pretended to be angry and lowered her voice, asking, why did you suddenly extinguish the light? Shu, Chapter 44. Pregnant zombie. Xiao tacitly fell silent, and the two stood still, quietly waiting, until the back of Xiao's hand was brushed by that familiar sensation. She instantly turned her head towards that direction and swiftly reached out to grab it. Got it, Xiao shouted, and Xiao quickly took a few steps closer, flames flickering at his fingertips. But when the flames illuminated what it was, both of them were stunned, because Xiao had grabbed Yi Changqing's wrist. Yi Changqing, Xiao said in disbelief, this is too strange, right? If it's him, then why didn't he come out sooner and let's play hide and seek with him? Yi Chang. Xiao shook his arm, trying to wake him, but he showed no signs of hearing anything or reacting at all. Xiao let go of Xiao's hand and, using the firelight, circled around Yi Changqing. Indeed, he noticed something unusual. There was green slime stuck to the back of Yi Changqing's neck, visible if you parted the hair behind his head. What is this? Xiao reached out to touch the slime on the back of Yi Changqing's neck. Xiao! Xiao shouted anxiously. At that shout, Xiao jumped, startled, and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Xiao pulled Xiao's hand away from the slime, noticing that her hand was unharmed, and let out a sigh of relief. In uncertain situations, don't touch things randomly in the future. Okay, but this one is already confirmed, right? It doesn't seem to be a problem, right? As she spoke, Xiao waved her hand, which was covered in slime, in front of Xiao. Xiao still felt uneasy, dug into his pocket, and took out a crumpled handkerchief. You should wipe it off. It doesn't look very safe. Xiao looked at the handkerchief, noticing a particularly ugly embroidered cat on one corner. She really didn't expect that her failed creation was still with him. Aside from being a bit wrinkled, it looked quite new, suggesting it hadn't been used much. Did he think her work was too ugly? But the key was, why was he carrying it around? Even in the apocalypse, he remembered to bring this ugly thing. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao took her ugly creation into his hands and then looked back at Xiao, thinking he probably wasn't keeping it just to mock her. Xiao wasn't that kind of person. He was gentle with others too, reluctant to throw away gift from others. Sai, what a good person. Xiao unreservedly took the handkerchief to wipe her hands and also clean the slime off the back of Yi Changqing's neck. But after the mucus was wiped clean, just a few seconds later, Yi Changqing's body suddenly fell forward without warning. Xiao, who was just gently supporting him, was startled by this sudden action and nervously grabbed Yi Changqing's arm, but she underestimated his weight and ended up leaning forward as well. Xiao, are you okay? With a loud thud, Yi Changqing fell to the ground. Xiao hurried over to help him up, and as Xiao approached, he heard Xiao say, I didn't mean to let go. If you die, you can't blame me. Xiao squatted down on the other side of Yi Changqing and checked his breath. Xiao, don't worry, he's still alive. Really? I thought he felt warm. As long as he's alive, that's good. Xiao leaned back to look at Xiao behind Yi Changqing, seemingly worried that Yi Changqing might overhear, and lowered her voice. If he asks about today, just say you don't know anything, understood? Xiao chuckled lightly. What are you laughing at? I'm talking to you. Yes, I understand. I won't betray you. Xiao stood up straight, cleared her throat. This has nothing to do with betrayal. I just slipped up. If you don't say anything, he won't know, right? Xiao, are you very afraid of him? How could that be? Xiao felt that this guy was just a cunning old fox. Gutsong was a big iceberg, and Yi Changqing was a small iceberg, truly a kindred spirit. Xiao hated dealing with people like that, unable to fathom their thoughts. She really wanted to crack open their heads to see if their brains were frozen. Before the two could reach the door, they heard the roars of zombies and immediately stopped in their tracks. Had they already climbed up? Xiao looked ahead, listening to the increasingly close growls, a chill creeping up from her feet to her calves. The second floor had no back door. Only this front door could lead them out. Although there were a few windows, those glass panes couldn't be shattered even by a tank. Could they really rely on themselves to break through? Thinking of the endless stream of zombies pouring in from the first floor, if they all rushed inside, it would be the end for them. They would be eaten alive by these zombies. Xiao swallowed hard, her calves twitching slightly. She shook her legs to try to relieve the tension. Let's go. Standing still waiting for those zombies to come is a guaranteed death sentence. The two walked toward the door, and just as they were about to reach the illuminated exit, a zombie suddenly appeared. A female zombie with long, dark hair disheveled around her head, stained with blood and bits of flesh. The hair had clumped together as it dried, looking as if she hadn't washed her hair in months. A chunk of scalp was missing from the right side of her head, exposing bloody flesh. Aside from the splattered blood on her face, there were no other visible wounds, but the flesh on her neck had been gnawed off, and they could even see her trachea. The blood in her body seemed to have drained away, and now there was no blood flowing from her trachea. What caught their attention the most was her protruding belly, which seemed well protected, showing no signs of injury. This was a pregnant zombie. Why isn't she coming in? The zombie lingered at the entrance, clearly having a severed trachea, yet still struggling to scream. She lunged several times toward the inside, but ultimately didn't enter. Instead, she blocked other zombies trying to come in, baring her teeth as a threat to them. Chapter 45. Gut extraction. Xiao thought this zombie seemed almost conscious. It was too strange. She had never seen a zombie like this in her previous life. Xiao also noticed the unusual behavior of the pregnant female zombie. Extending his hand from behind, Chongqing towards Xiao. Feeling an itch on the back of her hand, Xiao looked down. It was Xiao's hand. She leaned in slightly and asked in a voice they could both hear, "What's wrong?" Once the zombie stepped fully inside, the zombies behind her showed no intention of following, remaining outside obediently, but their hungry gazes were fixed on the two, their mouths agape, revealing blood-stained teeth. Xiao stopped looking and focused on the female zombie that had entered, slowly approaching them. She pulled out the knife from her waist, gripping the handle tightly. If this zombie dared to open its mouth, she would strike. However, Xiao pulled on Xiao's hand from behind, signaling her not to act impulsively. The female zombie stopped about 30 centimeters away from them, her murky eyes seemingly assessing them. They held their ground for a while, and Xiao's feet began to feel numb. She slightly moved her feet, hoping she wouldn't fall if they had to run. Suddenly, the female zombie fell backward, landing on the ground. Both of them were stunned. Xiao stared at the unmoving female zombie on the ground and the horde of zombies outside that were growling lowly. She was incredulous. How could this zombie fall without even being touched? The female zombie suddenly opened her mouth and made a sound, startling both of them as they stiffened, glancing nervously toward the entrance where a group of ravenous zombies awaited, impossible to ignore. A crisp cracking sound left them both dazed. They turned to see the female zombie twisting her own arm a full 180 degrees. Then came a few more cracking sounds as her other limbs followed suit. The female zombie propped herself up on her limbs and crawled toward them like a spider. Xiao did not hesitate this time, positioning the knife in front of her aimed at the zombie. Xiao summoned flames from his palm and tossed them to the ground, igniting a blazing wall of fire between them and the zombie. The female zombie halted before the flames, her body swaying as if contemplating whether she could cross the fire. In the end, her limbs seemed to snap, and her body fell straight to the ground, limbs sprawled out and motionless. However, the female zombie's body still twitched slightly in place, and through the fabric of her abdomen, they could clearly see small handprints on her belly. Xiao poked Xiao. Is she expecting us to help her give birth? She recalled that in zombie movies, such situations usually meant a birth was imminent, and was often bloody. Xiao was reluctant, fearing she'd be splattered with blood. Support him. If the zombies outside make a move, just drop him and run. Understood? Don't worry about me. Xiao exclaimed, huh? Why should I be the one to run? But she knew she couldn't abandon Xiao. She needed to collect all the ability users, especially since Gu Song had disappeared, leaving her with only Xiao. Xiao released his grip on Yi Chongqing and walked step by step toward the third female zombie. The female zombie showed no signs of aggression as Xiao approached, lying quietly and waiting. When he was about 10 centimeters away, he waved his hand, surrounding the female zombie with a ring of fire. The zombie turned her head, watching the flames just inches away from her, unable to resist moving her body. Don't move. You're surrounded by fire. If you move too much, you'll touch the flames and get burned. Don't you need us to help you give birth? Facing the disgusting sight of the zombie, Xiao's tone became unusually cold. Xiao, listening from behind, widened her eyes in disbelief. She had thought Xiao was always gentle, but he had a fierce side too. That was good. She didn't have to worry about him being bullied outside. Xiao nodded in reassurance, continuing to keep an eye on the zombies at the door. And, of course, the weight of Yi Chongqing leaning against her was not light either. She really wanted to shake off the burden on her body. After thinking for a while, Xiao gently placed the person on the ground and glanced at Yi Chongqing's sleeping face. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If the zombies outside rush in, both Xiao and I would be in danger and wouldn't be able to take you with us. If we can get out, I will definitely take you with me. Xiao's half hand was stuck in the belly of the female zombie, who kept baring her teeth at him. Xiao didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to dig inside that belly, as if he had touched something. Xiao's hand paused, and then Xiao saw his arm muscles tighten before he pulled it out. Xiao was the first to see the dark umbilical cord, and, as she looked up, she saw that Xiao was holding a baby that was grayish and slightly blackened. There was yellow, congealed liquid sticking to the baby's skin. The baby opened its mouth and began to cry, and the zombies at the door became agitated, crowding together and growling, with the zombies at the front being pushed in by those behind. Xiao looked around nervously, and when she looked back at Xiao, she saw that the female zombie, who should have been weak lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up like a spring, opening her hands to bite at Xiao's arm. Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. Without thinking too much, she raised her hand and threw the knife she was holding, then rushed towards Xiao. Xiao turned his gaze and saw Xiao rushing towards the area with flames, momentarily stunned. By the time he reached out to stop Xiao, it was already too late. Xiao! Xiao shouted loudly, his mouth wide open as he lunged towards her. After stopping, Xiao felt no pain because Xiao was covering for her. Xiao didn't have time to think about why they were moving so slowly now, because the pregnant female zombie was now holding her zombie child in one hand and wielding Xiao's large machete in the other. However, she was trapped in the fire circle drawn by Xiao and seemed a bit afraid of the flames, hesitant to come out. Xiao had no weapon, and with the zombies coming from behind, she could only use her fists to fight, but that was simply unrealistic. Xiao, you can't. Xiao wanted to stand up to stop Xiao, but just as he intended to get up, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, and he fell back down, still feeling a dull ache in his ankle. Xiao was oblivious to what was happening behind her. For Xiao, she had to be faster, even faster. The female zombie saw Xiao charging towards her resolutely, exuding murderous intent. The female zombie immediately tightened her grip on the child in her arms. But who would have thought that a newborn baby would have sharp fangs and bite down on its zombie mother's arm? However, the female zombie felt no pain. Even as she bit off a large chunk of flesh from her arm, she didn't seem to mind, looking at the stiffly pulled-up corners of her mouth. This zombie mother appeared quite pleased. Huh! The baby opened its mouth and spat out the rotten flesh, even sticking out its tongue and shaking it, seemingly disgusted. It sniffed the air, finally locking its gaze on Xiao as she charged towards them, extending its tongue and grinning at her. A newborn baby, with fangs, eating flesh, and smiling with awareness. This was no longer human. Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent as she clenched her fists. The female zombie seemed frightened and picked up the knife that had been pulled from her neck to throw it at Xiao. Xiao saw the spinning knife in midair and actually reached out to catch it. This left Xiao watching from behind, pale with fear, even with a sprained ankle. He was trying to move towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao's dark face broke into a smile as she accurately caught the knife's handle. Su Xiao glanced back, and the group of zombies was now only 2 to 3 meters away from Xiao. "You started first. Don't blame me." Su Xiao turned her gaze to the female zombie, a sinister smile on her lips, looking like a villain. Su Xiao dashed into the flames, swinging the knife towards the female zombie. Su Xiao's movements were as quick as lightning, her knife skills even more advanced. She gripped the handle with both hands and swung it at the female zombie, thinking she could split the creature in half, but the female zombie managed to evade, only losing her arm. Next time won't be so lucky. Su Xiao continued to raise her knife, her eyes reflecting the slightly terrified expression of the female zombie. Swish! As the machete swung, Xiao could only see a few glowing lines in the dim environment, the reflections from Su Xiao's knife as she danced with it. With one cut after another, swift as the wind, the female zombie, burdened by the child, was no match for Su Xiao, and she was chopped into several pieces. Su Xiao bent down and grabbed the neck of the escaping baby, lifting it into the air. After witnessing Su Xiao's ruthlessness, the zombie baby shrank its neck, no longer daring to act arrogantly. If one didn't look at its appearance, they would really think this child had the thoughts of an adult. Seeing a baby with such rich actions and expressions, Su Xiao instinctively wanted to strangle it. Keeping such a creature would definitely lead to trouble in the future. With a forceful grip, the baby began to wail, causing the zombies behind them to become anxious and quicken their pace to rush over. Su Xiao's threats had no effect. The zombies continued to approach. Su Xiao's gaze darkened, and the sharp blade plunged into the baby's neck, black blood oozing out. The baby's cries shifted from mere wails to real sobs. At this, the group of zombies seemed to freeze in place, standing still, all staring at Su Xiao. However, many of their eyes had already been gouged out, leaving only bloody sockets. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the blood vessels inside. Su Xiao stepped forward, blocking Xiao, and sternly continued to threaten, "Back off! Back off!" As she approached, any zombie that didn't retreat would feel a shallow cut on the baby's arm from Su Xiao's knife, and the baby would cry, causing the zombies to obey. Seeing this effect, Su Xiao suddenly realized that this baby might not just be a zombie baby. It could also be their greatest weapon to get out safely. "How are you?" Xiao moved his ankle, finding that it hurt less now and was much better. He stared at the oddly-looking baby in Su Xiao's hands and thought, "It should be the zombie king, but it's pretty useless." Su Xiao complained as she shook the baby. The baby curled up its body, shaking slightly, with several red scratches on its arm, all made by Su Xiao earlier. Seeing its pitiful appearance, Su Xiao couldn't help but lower her arm, looking at Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze, but she didn't expect him to be looking at her as well. "There's nothing much. I just think Xiao is very smart," immediately recognizing the importance of this little baby to the zombies behind us. Su Xiao didn't think she was smart. After all, one could learn this from watching a few zombie movies. It was Xiao's shout to retreat and let the female zombie give birth that made Su Xiao admire him. As an ordinary person, she could never have guessed that the creature was there to deliver. "That's just the surface. Let us stop talking about that and focus on getting out." "Okay." Xiao actively helped lift Yi Chongqing off the ground. Su Xiao looked at his foot with concern and then at his face. "Is your foot okay?" As Xiao helped Yi Chongqing's arm over his neck and wrapped one hand around his waist. He turned his head when he heard Su Xiao call him and smiled lightly. "It's fine now. It doesn't hurt at all." Su Xiao's brows relaxed a bit as she took another look at the unconscious Yi Chongqing. She seemed to have seen his eyelids move just now. She turned her head and walked in front, while the zombie baby, tightly gripped by Su Xiao's hand, could only wail and gesture for the outside zombies to make way for the three of them. The outside zombies stood in 2 rows, glaring at the three with hungry eyes. Su Xiao instinctively tightened her grip on the baby's neck, causing the little one to wail painfully, woo. The baby's cries were not only loud, but also particularly shrill, annoying both Su Xiao and Xiao. "Shut up," Su Xiao shouted impatiently. The little one sobbed pitifully but dared not wail again, its limbs hanging in the air like it was dead. only its chest rising and falling, still gasping. After walking 2 to 3 meters out the door, Xiao still felt uneasy and pointed at the zombies at the entrance. "You all go in." Huh. They seemed unwilling to leave the baby. Xiao could not afford to be lenient with the zombies. She raised her knife and swung it at the zombie baby in her hands. The zombie baby let out a sharp, tragic scream. A chunk of flesh was missing from its arm, and black blood was gushing out endlessly, while the piece of flesh that had been sliced off fell to the ground, where Xiao stepped on it and ground it harshly. She lowered her head slightly and glared at the surrounding zombies. "Did you hear that? Get inside. Whoever doesn't go in, I'll slice off another piece." She shook the zombie baby in her hand and said fiercely, "Aren't you all concerned about him?" After a moment of silence, most of the zombies moved toward the rooms on the second floor, avoiding the three as if the little zombie they valued would be choked to death by Xiao. Seeing that almost everyone outside had gone in, Xiao directly closed the door. "Everyone stay quiet. When I go out, I will leave the little one at the main door." Xiao didn't care whether the zombies could understand her, because she was speaking to the zombie baby in her hands. These zombies had no consciousness, so the only one who could control them was the monster in her hands. Xiao rushed toward the staircase with Xiao, just a few steps away from reaching it, but she suddenly stopped. Xiao looked down and saw that the stairs below were still packed with zombies. Upon catching a whiff of the two's scent, they all raised their heads in unison, looking restless but not daring to approach. Xiao looked down at the baby in her hands, noticing that the little one was wide-eyed, staring at the zombies below, and its eyes were completely black, with no whites visible. With its wide-open eyes and strange skin color, it looked quite eerie. It really could hear them. To what extent had this little one's intelligence developed? With each step Xiao took down, the zombies below took a step back, a bunch of them huddling together. The sound of fabric and skin rubbing together was rustling. When Xiao reached the last step of the stairs, the zombies in front of her were already 10 meters away, and some had even been pushed out the main door. "Xiao, stick close to me. Don't get lost." Xiao had to keep her eyes on these zombies and didn't have time to check on the two behind her. She just reached back and waved her hand randomly. I'm right behind you." Knowing that these zombies were afraid of the baby in her hands, Xiao quickened her pace toward the main door, asking Xiao every meter or so if he was still there, and Xiao would patiently reply, "I'm here." When they reached the main door, Xiao shouted, "Xiao, check if there are any zombies outside." Xiao leaned out to look, glancing around, and found no signs of other zombies. "None," he immediately reported back to Xiao. Xiao relaxed a bit and continued, "Then you go ahead. I'll catch up later." "Got it, hurry up." Xiao will get. Hearing the footsteps behind her growing more distant, Xiao held her ground at the door, holding on for half an hour without any intention of leaving. The zombie baby in her hands grew impatient, yelling at Xiao, "Let me go. If you don't leave, I'll let them eat you." Xiao glanced down at him, thinking, "This little thing dares to threaten me? It hurts. It hurts so much." Xiao cut another gash on the little thing's hand, blood gushing out, while the wounds she had previously inflicted on the little one were no longer bleeding and were slowly healing. After discovering the little one had self-healing abilities, Xiao became even less courteous, causing the little one to wail in pain, which made the nearby zombies too scared to move. "Woo, I was wrong. Take it easy. It hurts so much. Little brat, still trying to fight me?" Time passed little by little, and after another half an hour, Xiao stood there for an hour. Her calves felt as if they were stuffed with Sichuan pepper, tingling and a bit sore. To relieve the discomfort, Xiao started pacing back and forth, feeling much better in her legs. Looking outside again, the sky still looked gloomy, making it hard to tell what time it was. Xiao was too lazy to care. After such a long time, Xiao and the others should have run far away. Seeing that the timing was about right, Xiao acted swiftly, grabbing the doorknob and pulling it. With a bang, the main door slammed shut, and Xiao turned around, clutching the baby and running. "Hey, why are you running? Didn't you say that if you let us go, you would let me go?" Chapter 48. I'll give you a name. Xiao switched hands, gripping the little guy's neck so he couldn't make a sound. She stepped deeper into the forest with the little guy, glancing unintentionally and noticing that the little one's face was turning purple. Xiao quickly loosened her grip a bit, lifting him up to look around. Are you okay? Not dead, right? The little one's eyes slowly open a crack. Seeing this, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Not dead, huh? But it sounded like he was a bit unfortunate. However, holding on to him was tiring, and Xiao was growing weary. Because there was a person in the trash can, Yi Chongqing. His head was facing up, feet down, stuffed into the trash can, eyes closed, his face pale, even a bit gray, looking very much like he was dead. Xiao stared at Yi Chongqing, but the first person she thought of was Xiao. How did Yi Chongqing end up here? Did the two of them run into danger? Is Xiao also? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao's complexion drained of color. She calmed her emotions and approached the trash can, extending her finger to probe at Yi Chongqing's nose. After waiting for a moment, she raised her eyes to stare at Yi Chongqing without speaking. Really dead? Without hesitation, Xiao directly put the lid back on and turned to leave. The zombie baby in her hands was unhappy. Isn't he your companion? He is not dead. Why don't you save him? Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear such warm words come from a flesh-eating zombie. Do you have a name? What? The little guy looked at Xiao in confusion. Because his eyebrows were very light, Xiao could only see the skin around his brow bone shrink inward, which looked a bit amusing. If you don't have one, I'll give you one. Let us call you Wang Shan. The little one scrunched his face. No, it sounds ugly. Xiao smiled kindly, silently raising the machete in her hand. Do you think you have a choice? The little one successfully got a new name, Su Wang Shan. Good for now on. You'll follow my surname Su, and your name will be Wang Shan, got it? Su Wang Shan. Su Wang Shan pouted and mumbled, oh, got it. Congratulations. Host has activated the QA function, successfully unlocking the baby version of the Zombie King. Damn. The suddenly appearing system startled Xiao. Are you trying to die? Not coming out before, but now you found a treasure and immediately popped up. The system sneered. I didn't come out because I trusted you. You should feel happy. I really thank you. You're welcome. The system really can't tell that Xiao is being sarcastic. Xiao asked, if I unlock this zombie king, can he not hurt me anymore? Should I let him take a drop of my blood or something? It's not that Xiao wanted to ask this. She was just sure that if she let go, Su Wangshan would definitely bite her heart a few times. She knew very well what she had done to that little guy. He can't hurt you. He even has to obey you. But Xiao was happy for less than 2 seconds before the smile on her face instantly vanished upon hearing the butt. There must be some harsh conditions. Your level must be greater than the zombie king's. Otherwise, he will backlash against you. Su Xiao Fawen Dai Li. She looked left and right, up and down, but she couldn't see any level bar on Su Wangshan or herself. So, how do you see the level? No, you talk. Have you learned to keep people in suspense now? Xiao was dumbfounded. The system only said half, and then went silent. There was no way. The best testing method was to let Su Wangshan bark a couple of times. Silence. Xiao got angry. Sure enough, this system was a scam. Master, I haven't heard a dog bark. I can't learn. When Xiao heard this, she almost thought she was hearing things. The gentle tone and the childish yet slightly hoarse voice made it really difficult for her to associate this voice with the Su Wangshan who had just been saying he wanted to eat her. Xiao looked down at him, and Su Wangshan stared wide-eyed at Xiao, seemingly not expecting such words to come from his mouth. Looking at his dazed appearance. Xiao lauget du de li. Ha! Right after that, Xiao was glared at by the little guy. What did you do to me? Hey, don't slander me. I was just looking at the trash can and didn't even glance at you. You can't blame me for your abnormality. You're not a good zombie at all. Su Wangshan fell into deep thought again, trying hard to analyze Xiao's words. In the end, all he heard was that he couldn't become a zombie. How could that be? Su Wangshan, he was the mightiest zombie king. How could he not be a zombie? Su Wangshan nodded to Xiao. I understand. This has nothing to do with you. Xiao's eyes widened. How could this little guy be so easy to fool? Cough, then I'll let you down first. Holding you is quite tiring. Su Wangshan immediately showed Xiao a smile. Really? Sister, you're so nice. The little guy's expression changed quickly. Xiao stared at him for a while, and then put Su Wangshan down. However, the moment Su Wangshan's feet touched the ground, he lunged at Xiao's arm. A silly yet cute little face wearing a triumphant smile. Haha, I've caught the opportunity. I'm going to eat you. Xiao looked at Su Wangshan, pouncing towards her with a calm and composed expression. when Su Wangshan bit her arm. Su Xiao even raised her hand to shake the little guy in front of her, smiling kindly. Are you done playing? If you don't let go, sister is going to get angry. Oof. Su Wangshan struggled to close his jaws, but he didn't taste any blood at all. He bit again, as if he were grinding his teeth on Su Xiao's arm. Su Xiao lost her patience. With a smiling face, she raised the knife. Su Wangshan immediately let go, and his whole body fell to the ground, but like a corpse that was fine, he started to run on all fours. Chapter 49. Master Silver Su Xiao wasn't worried at all and stood calmly in place. When Su Wangshan was puzzled, his body began to move uncontrollably. He couldn't control his body, which turned and ran towards Su Xiao. Seeing this, Su Xiao felt like teasing him again, lifting the blood-stained machete once more. Su Wangshan's eyes widened, his head tilting back, but his body had other ideas, eagerly rushing towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao silently counted to 10 in her heart. Just as she reached the 10th second, with a bang, Su Wangshan lunged directly at her, kicking up a small cloud of dust at her feet. Su Xiao squatted down and pushed Su Wangshan's face with her hand. Hey, not dead, right? Su Wangshan shivered slightly, slowly raising his head, his eyes opening a slit. Did you do something to my body? Su Xiao was startled. Hey, don't talk nonsense. You're just a newborn baby with no hair at all. How could I possibly do anything to you? Don't slander me. Su Wangshan didn't understand what she meant, but knew Su Xiao said it wasn't her. Su Wangshan fell silent. Could it be that he, the zombie king, hadn't even started to show his power and was already outclassed? But this human was indeed stronger than him, for now. He couldn't win, but he could conserve his energy and eat this human later. However, Su Wangshan absolutely couldn't have imagined that Su Xiao could see his inner thoughts. Su Xiao was stunned for a few seconds. She suddenly saw a few lines of white-framed subtitles appear around Su Wangshan, which were his current inner thoughts. This little guy is still thinking about eating me. But thinking about it, Su Xiao shrugged. This was normal. Who told her to treat Su Wangshan like that before? But it didn't matter. Su Xiao guaranteed that under her gentle persuasion and forceful suppression, Su Wangshan would definitely yield. Su Wangshan, with a hint of humiliation, then looked at Su Xiao and unwillingly said, Master Silver. Su Xiao dug in her ears. No need, no need. I don't care for you calling me that. Just call me sister from now on. If you have difficulties, come find sister for help. I don't need you. I can handle it myself. Oh, really? Su Xiao had a mischievous thought. Su Wangshan tilted his little head back confidently, of course. Su Xiao pointed at the trash can containing Yi Chongqing behind him. Now go to the trash can and drag my little friend out. Haha, can't do it, right? Sure enough, the more powerless a person is, the more they boast. But I didn't expect you to be boasting right after being born. Don't be so confident in the future. Otherwise, you'll get slapped in the face again. Although Su Wangshan didn't quite understand what she meant, he could tell from Su Xiao's mocking tone that she was definitely not saying anything good. You wait. Su Wangshan glared at Su Xiao, and the next second, he really crawled towards Yi Chongqing. Su Xiao also liked to watch the fun and followed behind him. Su Wangshan circled the trash can several times, while Su Xiao stood aside, arms crossed, watching the show. When Su Wangshan made his 8th lap, he charged straight at the trash can, turned his back, and kicked it over with a bang, kicking up quite a bit of dust as it fell to the ground. Su Xiao lowered her arms and walked over quickly. Yi Chongqing fell out of the trash can, but only half of his body was outside. The other half was still hidden inside the trash can. Su Wangshan crawled over and opened his mouth to bite Yi Chongqing's arm. But Su Xiao hurriedly reached out to pull him up from the ground. Why are you grabbing me? Su Wangshan asked in confusion. This already proves you're very capable. You don't need to drag people out. I can handle it from here. You go play on the side. Su Xiao tossed Su Wangshan aside, and he rolled over several times on the ground before stopping. However, he was fine. After stopping, he immediately flipped over on all fours, staring at Su Xiao's back. Su Xiao dragged Yi Chongqing out. Fortunately, this trash can was relatively clean, and there wasn't much garbage on him, so Su Xiao didn't feel too repulsed. After dragging the person out, Su Xiao checked Yi Chongqing's pulse. Fortunately, he was still alive. But when she stood up and looked around, all she could see were trees. Of course, along with 2 trash cans. System, can you give me a hint and tell me where Gu Tsong and Qin Jia went? Otherwise, With a big one and a small one, in this sparsely populated forest, I really can't find anyone. Xiao helplessly pursed her lips. Well, this hardship was ultimately what she deserved. It's better to get lost. Who would want to walk with you? Xiao looked at the barrage of comments popping up around Su Wangshan and said leisurely, as the mighty zombie king, don't even think about sneaking away. That would be so embarrassing. What are you talking about? I wouldn't. Su Wangshan shook his little head and actually stepped in front of Xiao. Xiao watched the little guy's back and smiled proudly. Children are so easy to fool. The two of them, one human and one zombie, walked from day to night. Her face was covered in sweat, droplets running down her cheeks to her chin, finally dropping into the soil below. Her legs shook from her thighs to her calves, taking 10 seconds for each step. Su Wangshan, I can't go on. I need to rest. Su Wangshan reluctantly walked over, knowing that even if he didn't go, he couldn't leave. He tried to run away, but as soon as he was more than 2 meters from Xiao, he couldn't move. After sitting down, Su Wangshan glanced at Xiao and complained, I'm really out of shape. Chapter 50. Human food is tasteless. Xiao smiled faintly at him, patting his head with one hand. I'm not just out of shape, my quality is also poor. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee my knife won't go out of control. Su Wangshan. Looking at the increasingly dark sky around them, Xiao finally managed to rest, but her stomach growled again. Su Wangshan teasingly remarked, good thing I'm a zombie, I don't get hungry. Xiao rolled her eyes at him and continued to search her pockets. She pulled out several bags from her pants pockets, chicken feet, beef jerky, squid strips, and more. Luckily, she had taken the time to unpack these snacks into plastic bags. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough room in her 2 pockets to hold so many snacks. Opening a bag, Xiao rubbed her right hand on her clothes a few times before reaching in to grab a snack. Xiao sat there, eating happily, while Su Wangshan, who hadn't eaten all day, secretly watched her, staring at the snacks in her hand and swallowing his saliva. I'm so hungry. She hasn't eaten anything, and what she's holding looks so delicious. Can zombies eat this? But it looks like there's no blood, so it should taste bad. Xiao turned her head abruptly and stared at Su Wangshan, who was too late to turn away. Do you want to eat my snacks? No way. I wouldn't eat something that looks so unappetizing. But in reality, Xiao saw the barrage of comments popping up around him. How was I discovered? Did I act too obviously? I really need to eat a person. Then, Su Wangshan quickly glanced at Xiao. Xiao was startled. Was he about to attack her again, so soon? Then she saw Su Wangshan's inner thoughts. No, this bad woman is too powerful. I can't go after her yet. I need to find another target, but where would I find anyone here? Next, Xiao saw everything with both her eyes. She saw Su Wangshan turning his gaze towards Yi Chongqing. Xiao remembered the system saying that Yi Chongqing was a reliable tool, so she emphasized Su Wangshan. You must take good care of our little buddy. Absolutely. You can't hurt him. Su Wangshan's expression darkened, and he fell silent, confused. Why can this bad woman always predict what I'm going to do? I want to eat her. Seeing this thought, Xiao knocked on his head without hesitation. Did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Got it, sister, Su Wangshan replied with a tone of indifference. Xiao directly tossed the half-eaten snack into Su Wangshan's hands. Eat it. You look like you're drooling from hunger. I'm a zombie. I don't eat human food. Xiao grabbed a chicken foot and stuffed it into his mouth, covering his mouth. Eat it. Swallow it, or I'll choke you. With no choice, Su Wangshan had to chew and swallow. The moment he swallowed, his eyes widened, and his dark pupils seemed to sparkle. Seeing this, Xiao showed a proud smile. This was her favorite little snack to eat when bored, perfect for passing the time. How is it? Isn't it delicious? Su Wangshan adjusted his expression and replied blankly. It's tasteless. Human food really is bad. TSK, this little thing is so stubborn. If you do a good job under me, I'll give you this kind of tasty snack every day. How about that? Su Wangshan bouldn't get. His gaze lingering on Su Zhao's face, his expression conflicted and shy as he quietly asked, Really? The naive Su Wangshan fell for Su Zhao's trap. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. Since he agreed, Su Zhao smiled with relief and pointed to Yi Chongqing on the ground. Now, there's a very challenging task for you. Drag him away because I'm too tired from dragging him all the way here. Or, aren't you the zombie king? Go check what's wrong with him. He still hasn't woken up. I'm the zombie king, Not a rescuer, Su Wangshan grumbled, but his body obediently crawled towards Yi Changqing. He crawled to Yi Changqing's side and unceremoniously slapped Yi Changqing's face. Su Xiao asked in confusion, "Why are you hitting him?" Su Xiao couldn't help but wonder. What kind of person is this child? Everyone around him is crazy. Su Xiao waved at Su Wangshan. Su Wangshan pouted and crawled back towards Su Xiao. But just 3 seconds after Su Wangshan left Yi Changqing's side, Su Xiao saw Yi Changqing's finger twitch, and she hurried over. Yi Changqing furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. The surroundings were pitch black, but luckily, the three of them were in a well-lit area with streetlights. However, when Yi Changqing opened his eyes and turned to see Su Xiao, he immediately locked eyes with Su Wangshan. His dark pupils blinked, revealing jagged teeth, still stained with the remnants of beef jerky that Su Wangshan had just eaten, making it look like bits of flesh. Yi Changqing's eyes widened immediately, and he pushed himself back, frantically searching around for any weapons for self-defense. Seeing Su Xiao still squatting beside the strange baby, he shouted, "Su Xiao, get away from it." "Wait, you misunderstood. It's..." Su Xiao looked down at Su Wangshan, who was secretly laughing at scaring Yi Changqing, and raised her hand to give him a hard knock on the back of his head. "What are you laughing about? Hurry up and apologize." Su Wangshan was unwilling, turning his little face away. "Why should I apologize to food? Don't make me take action. Hurry up," Su Xiao threatened in a low voice. Su Wangshan had no choice but to comply, dragging himself in front of Yi Changqing and shouting loudly, "I'm sorry." Hearing himself shout so loudly, Su Wangshan felt extremely wronged and buried his head, refusing to show his face. Yi Changqing took a long time to regain his composure. "What is going on here?" "Well, this is a bit complicated." Su Xiao thought about how to simplify it. Chapter 51. What trash are you picking up? "Oh, it's you, Xiao, and this Yi Changqing." He glanced at the naked Su Wangshan on the ground, unsure of what to call him, and simply ignored it. "You all saved me from the zombie horde. But Xiao and I got separated, right?" Su Xiao nodded repeatedly, even giving him a thumbs up. Yi Changqing quickly accepted reality, still feeling his foot being bitten. Bitten? He looked down again. It was that strange baby whose name he couldn't recall. He lifted his foot, and Su Wangshan drew a perfect arc in the air. Bang! He fell from the air. Yi Changqing instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose, realizing he wasn't wearing glasses, and lowered his hand, noticing Su Xiao's slightly shocked gaze. He explained, "It bit me first," but Su Xiao patted his shoulder, feeling relieved. "As long as you're okay." "Yi Chang." He watched Su Wangshan angrily crawl out from the grass, moving faster than any baby should in the quiet night, causing his heart to race. Yi Changqing hurriedly asked, "What exactly is this baby?" Yi Changqing furrowed his brows, seemingly thinking that Su Xiao was asking a very silly question. "He is a zombie. I know that, but he is currently being raised by me." Yi Changqing stared into Su Xiao's eyes under the faint moonlight. Miss Su seems to really love raising some non-human things. But she previously took in an infected boss. She isn't a bad person. But that baby looks very strange. What is this special preference? From Yi Changqing's confused expression to shock, then to relief, understanding, and respect, Su Xiao had nothing to say. She realized that what she said was problematic. "No, let me explain. This baby..." Su Xiao tried to explain but failed. "All right, you don't need to say any more. I understand." "Forget it. Explaining is too tiring." Su Xiao simply chose not to explain. Explaining once and then again would just tire her out. "By the way, is your leg all right?" Su Xiao looked down at the leg that had been bitten by Su Wangshan. Yi Changqing squatted down and rolled up his pant leg. The spot bitten by Su Wangshan was fine, not even a mark. "That's strange. It shouldn't be like that." Yi Changqing? After a moment of silence, Yi Changqing actually felt a bit curious. After all, Su Wangshan's mouthful of shark teeth, although small, were definitely sharp. Su Wangshan retreated halfway. "I don't know." Seeing him so timid, Su Xiao knew he wasn't lying. "We need to ask the system. Didn't you say Yi Changqing is a reliable tool? Come out and explain. Are you there?" After enduring endless waiting, Su Xiao silently gave the system the middle finger in her heart and then left. After Su Xiao finished speaking, the last bit of moonlight also disappeared. Yi Changqing. Now they could only move forward in the dark. Not long after they started walking, everyone smelled a fishy odor. Su Xiao grabbed Yi Chongqing, saying, "Let's find a place to sleep here. You smell that fishy odor? We can catch fish to eat in the morning." Yi Chongqing sniffed too. There was indeed a smell, but it felt like it was coming and going. Su Wangshan closely followed, sniffing. The noise he made was quite obvious. Su Xiao whispered, "Be quiet." Su Wangshan stopped sniffing and shouted at Su Xiao, "Hurry!" Suddenly shouting so loudly startled both of them, thinking a zombie was coming. Su Xiao quickly reached for her knife, but upon listening carefully, there were no rotten smells or low growls from zombies, and Su Wangshan fell silent. "All right, you. Are you messing with us?" Su Xiao shouted into the air, not being able to see where Su Wangshan had run off to, but she wasn't worried. He wouldn't be more than 2 meters away, surely nearby. "Su Wangshan, where are you?" Su Xiao continued to shout. Yi Chongqing paused when he heard that name. Could it be that this baby is Su Xiao's distant cousin? But isn't Su Xiao an only child? How strange. An only child would actually sell her daughter to Song Xiqing and then leave. She must have wanted to have a son, but didn't have the money. So she had no choice but to sell Su Xiao. "Master, come quickly." Su Wangshan called to Su Xiao quietly. Hearing Su Wangshan's cautious tone, Su Xiao immediately fell silent because she sensed something was off with the bloody smell in the air. It seemed mixed with more blood. That scent seemed to be getting closer, and a chill ran down Su Xiao's back, with little bumps rising on her arms. She quickly grabbed Yi Chongqing's hand and ran towards Su Wangshan. In the forest, the ground was mostly covered with leaves. Stepping on them made a rustling sound. Not far away, Su Wangshan watched as that monster, upon hearing the sound of the two running, also quickened its pace, heading in their direction. Su Wangshan's tuft of hair stood straight up. He darted away like a rabbit in another direction. When Yi Chongqing realized someone was chasing them, he actively let go of Su Xiao's hand and said quickly, "Run separately. I'll draw it away." Su Xiao didn't have time to feel touched and turned to run to the right, while Yi Chongqing ran to the left. As Su Xiao dashed 10 meters to the right, she noticed that there were no sounds of pursuit behind her anymore. She gradually stopped, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk. Gasping for breath, Su Wangshan crawled up to her leg. "Master, are you all right?" Su Xiao didn't have time to scold him. She just wanted to catch her breath. Su Wangshan continued. "That monster was attracted away by that man. Why would you, a zombie king, be afraid of that monster? Why not call a bunch of zombies to bite it?" Finally catching her breath, Su Xiao's first question to Su Wangshan was why he ran. Su Wangshan, being an honest zombie, replied, "I don't know. It's just instinctive fear." Su Xiao had nothing to say because she was also instinctively afraid. What should they do now? "Hey, didn't you see whether Yi Chongqing was eaten by the monster back there?" Su Wangshan turned his head. "I didn't dare." So cowardly. Su Xiao didn't dare either. But that didn't stop her from criticizing Su Wangshan. They hid behind a large tree, sitting on the dry leaves, which creaked with every movement. If that monster came after them, it would quickly find them. Su Xiao also sensed something was off, but her legs felt weak. So she decided to maintain her position and stay quiet. "Master, are we going to sleep here for a night? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by zombies?" Su Xiao leaned her back against the tree trunk, closed her eyes to rest. "I have a zombie king protecting me. Why would I be afraid of those little zombies?" After being praised, Su Wangshan felt quite pleased, but then realized something was wrong. He couldn't beat that monster. "If that monster catches up, should I call you?" Su Xiao replied lightly, "Don't worry. If you get eaten by that monster, I definitely won't be eaten." Su Wangshan's slight fondness for Su Xiao instantly turned negative. "Oomph. When a monster comes, I absolutely won't call you. Just let you be eaten by the monster." Su Xiao fell into a deep sleep and had a nightmare where she was swallowed by the monster, ending up in its stomach, where there was a pile of undigested food. She seemed to see quite a few familiar faces inside, like Gu Kong seeing Gu Tsong startled Su Xiao awake. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside, and Su Wangshan was lying by her leg. The daylight was too bright, illuminating the dirt and weeds stuck to Su Wangshan, revealing a completely naked zombie baby. "EW so dirty." Su Xiao patted Su Wangshan's head, and as he looked up at his gray-purple skin and the black lines on his face, she hesitated to speak, her furrowed brows filled with unshakable sorrow. "This child is really ugly." She walked ahead for quite a while, then called out to the back, Su Wangshan. Su Xiao covered her eyes and shouted angrily, Su Wangshan, come here. Su Wangshan, mid-pee, found his body uncontrollably running towards Su Xiao, but he couldn't control it now, so he could only walk while peeing. As he approached, Su Xiao smelled the strong odor of urine and pinched her nose. Did you pee on yourself? Su Wangshan glared at her. Isn't this your fault? Su Xiao saw Su Wangshan plop down on the ground, dirt and leaves sticking to his bottom. She really couldn't bear to look any longer. Just one more second would make her explode. She turned her back, stay behind me and don't run around. Su Xiao had no choice. She couldn't lose her tool, and her curiosity wouldn't let her ignore it. Stop with the nonsense. Can't the zombie king have a bit of backbone? Su Wangshan looked utterly despondent, sitting on the ground and waiting for his body to move on its own. Su Xiao listened to the dragging sounds behind her, suppressing her anger, and shouted again. You better walk by yourself. After Su Xiao finished speaking, Su Wangshan was forced to walk on his own, his intense gaze seemingly boring a hole into Su Xiao's back. Shouldn't we go directly to that pond? Su Wangshan asked. If I don't believe it. I think I can't defeat that monster. So how could an ordinary human do it? If you can't do it, don't say others can't either. Su Xiao just wanted to retort Su Wangshan a couple of times. She had no hope for Yi Changqing either. But the person the system liked couldn't just watch Yi Changqing die, right? Su Xiao could only place her hopes on the system. They walked more than 10 meters and stopped to rest for a while. Why haven't we seen anyone? Did they escape danger and just move on? Or are they too slow to arrive? Su Xiao murmured as she looked around at the empty surroundings. Don't walk anymore. He must have been eaten by that monster. Don't talk nonsense, Su Xiao lightly scolded him. While lost in thought, she caught sight of something glowing. She stood up and walked over, clearing away the fallen leaves piled nearby, and saw a ring, or rather a necklace, with a red string threaded through the middle. She picked up the ring and turned it around to examine it. Su Wangshan also came over and sniffed at the ring. Su Xiao took the opportunity to ask, Did you smell anything? He shook his head. No, it's just a very ordinary thing. Su Xiao was unwilling to believe it. But the appearance did resemble one of those cheap rings from a promotional sale, and it was the ugliest one, rough and uncomfortable to hold. Su Xiao kept turning the ring, studying it for 10 minutes before giving up. Suddenly, the ring flew from Su Xiao's fingers into the air, the fake gemstones reflecting light. This is really strange. Su Xiao felt numb. Had she picked up some junk again? Su Wangshan opened his mouth, and the ring landed on a pile of dry leaves. Su Xiao leaned in to take a look. Wasn't this the ring she just threw away? Chapter 52, what's in the pond? Right, the monster. Su Xiao looked at the ring in her palm, glowing with white light, and mumbled, This cheap thing can still glow. What a high cost. After saying that, Su Xiao was about to throw the ring away, when Su Wangshan lunged and bit her wrist. Hey you! Su Xiao hadn't finished her sentence when the ring burst out with a strong light, causing her to shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, she found herself in a vibrant bamboo forest with a small wooden house on the left and a flowing stream, while a modern castle-like building stood on the right. Looking at the starkly different constructions, Su Xiao hoped she was just seeing things. She closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, but when she opened them again, nothing had changed. Su Xiao, refusing to believe it, looked down and pinched Su Wangshan's arm. Su Wangshan yelped, Why are you pinching me? Oh, it hurts, right? Su Wangshan's small body was heaving heavily. Isn't that obvious? Su Xiao squatted down, lost in thought. Where were they taken? Is this the human world? Forget it. Thinking too hard isn't as good as just opening Baidu. System, where is this? Space, tool person. Just two simple words, and Su Xiao suddenly understood. This was Yi Changqing's space. He activated his abilities. Where is he now? Su Xiao asked while standing up and scanning around, but saw nothing. That Yi Changqing is still in the belly of the fish monster. Su Xiao was dumbfounded, completely petrified in place. Wait, how did I get into the space? Didn't the sister of the space go into the fish's belly? Also, didn't you say he is an important tool person? Why don't you save him? If the system hadn't been quiet, Su Xiao would definitely have grabbed its horns and twisted them a couple of times, then whispered in its ear to ask if its brain was filled with nonsense. The system had a thick skin, of course you got your hand injured, and the space automatically bound to you, so this space is now yours. As for that man, I'm waiting for you to save him. How could a noble system like me go down personally? Besides, don't you want to see what that monster looks like? Now she had no choice but to go. Then you should at least tell me how to get out, right? You just need to think of leaving. The space can sense it. After the system finished this sentence, it disappeared. Sister, where are you going? Su Wangshan quickly crawled beside Su Xiao. Su Xiao glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh. Four-legged creatures really do run faster than two-legged ones. Finally, sister, can you not sit on me? You're really heavy. Su Wangshan weakly complained. Su Xiao was sitting on his back, and she hadn't expected Su Wangshan to actually lift her up, and he wasn't moving slowly either. After all, Su Xiao had just thought that the spatial abilities were now in her hands. Saving Yi Changqing was just up to her mood. Moreover, this brat Su Wangshan, relying on his four limbs to crawl, bragged in front of Su Xiao for being faster, which made Su Xiao angry enough to cause such a scene. She crossed her legs and noticed something was off. Su Wangshan, have you gotten bigger? When Su Xiao first sat on him, her bottom covered most of Su Wangshan's small body, but now she was actually sitting on his back. Su Xiao looked down and nearly fell off. This wasn't a small baby anymore. This was a big baby. Su Wangshan's body had grown several times larger, and his head had also enlarged. Wait, you need to stop now. When Su Wangshan stopped, Su Xiao quickly got off and stood aside, looking down at the now bigger Su Wangshan. He wasn't wearing clothes. What a sin. Su Xiao immediately closed her eyes, thinking about whether to make him a grass skirt from the surrounding dry leaves. But she didn't have the ability to do that. Damn it, if only Qin Jie were here. Su Xiao turned around and opened her eyes, just in time to not see the completely naked giant zombie king. Her face turned dark. It wouldn't get better for a while. But you walk so slowly. Su Wanshan, komai unyabli. Su Xiao walked forward a few steps, and Su Wangshan called out again. Even though Su Wangshan had grown larger, his voice still sounded like a child's. It's fine. It will get better in a while. Let's keep walking. Sister, I need to pee. Su Xiao's forehead throbbed, and her voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between her teeth. You don't need to tell me this kind of thing. Just handle it yourself and catch up. After being tormented repeatedly, Su Xiao covered her ears and finally reached the edge of the pond. Su Xiao lowered her hands and peered into the pond from 2 meters away. Sister, aren't you going to get a bit closer to look? Su Xiao, knowing the tricks of the apocalypse, understood that while it seemed quiet now, once she got closer, the monster in the water would definitely jump out and swallow her whole. She wouldn't fall for it. No need, I could just look from here. Su Wangshan then asked. Then sister, what about your companion? Should we save him? Well, that depended on his fate. If no one came to lure the monster out of the pond, then becoming the monster's dinner would be his fate. Su Wangshan squatted on the ground, legs spread, his face looking handsome without those black stripes. But once he opened his mouth, it was a complete disaster. What fate? Bored. Su Wangshan wanted to play nearby. Sister, I'm going to look over there. Su Xiao had been waiting so long that her legs felt numb, and she hadn't seen anyone near the pond. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. When she opened her eyes, she wished she could close them again, because Su Wangshan had dashed over to the pond in broad daylight. Thankfully, it was the apocalypse now, otherwise he would have ended up in jail. Behind him, there were a man and 2 women chasing after him. Su Xiao's eyes widened immediately as she watched Su Wangshan lead the 3 of them toward the pond. She couldn't help but praise him in her heart, thinking, good job, knowing how to share the burden for your sister. However, Su Xiao still didn't dare to glance in his direction. Looking more than once felt like a sin. As she saw the 3 people getting closer to the pond, she wondered how Su Wangshan would proceed when suddenly he jumped into the water with a splash. Su Xiao took a few steps forward, blinking her eyes to confirm she wasn't seeing things. The 2 women at the edge of the pond were each holding onto the man's arms. The one on the left pouted, saying, Brother, you jump in too and catch that scoundrel. We need to teach him a lesson. The one on the right echoed, Yeah, brother, that scoundrel even touched my thigh. Su Xiao wanted to curse, thinking how shameless they were. Su Wangshan was still a baby. How could he possibly act like a scoundrel? Seeing that the pond remained silent, Su Xiao couldn't hold back and walked over, hoping that she wouldn't let the zombie king be eaten by the monsters inside. Suddenly, she heard a scream. Su Xiao looked up just in time to see a huge monster, which had just flashed by, biting a woman and dragging her into the water, creating a massive splash. With a loud bang, Xiao froze in place. It was a catfish monster, with two catfish whiskers on its head transformed into tentacles. Its thick lips opened to reveal shark-like teeth, all stained red, with bits of flesh stuck between them, and even some dismembered human tissue visible. The skin on the upper half of the catfish monster looked moldy, sending chills down her spine. "Run!" Another woman screamed, turning to flee, but the man behind her grabbed her wrist. His eyes were filled with tears, his crotch already wet, and his legs were shaking. "Xin, pull me. My legs won't move." The woman named Xin turned pale. When he grabbed her, her body jolted as if she thought it was her turn next. Seeing it was the man made her furious. She shook off his hand, shouting, "Are you trying to get me killed? If you want to die, I don't." After saying that, Xin angrily ran ahead. Oh no! Xin's high heels were too high. In her excitement, she stepped on a small stone and fell, crying out in pain as she clutched her ankle. Seeing the man run away, she immediately shouted, "Brother, pull me." Xiao didn't have time to watch the little drama between them. After all, last night, this monster could still come on land to chase them. Xiao's gaze trembled. What she had seen was only the upper half of the catfish monster. She had no idea what the lower half looked like. The fear of the unknown made Xiao's legs feel like they were filled with cement, heavy and unable to move. Her body tilted slightly backward, retreating a bit. Just as she hesitated to move forward, she heard another scream. Xiao looked up sharply. The catfish monster had come ashore. Seeing the four massive crab legs of the catfish monster, Xiao's pupils shook and her breathing became shallow. The catfish monster charged straight toward the two people on the shore. The first to suffer was the girl who had twisted her ankle and fallen to the ground. Her eyes widened in terror as her body frantically arched backward, but even with all her effort, she could only move slowly away. The catfish monster closed the distance in just a few steps, opened its bloody maw, and, accompanied by the woman's scream, swallowed her whole. The man, witnessing this scene, couldn't move his legs at all. They shook like a sieve, and even if he crawled backward on his hands, he was insignificant compared to the catfish monster that could cover a meter in a single step. "System, are you sure you're not mistaken? You wanting to fight such a monster? It could squash me with one foot." Xiao was genuinely frightened. She suddenly felt that the zombie king she had just activated wasn't that important anymore. You need to believe in yourself. You can do it. By the way, the one in the water won't die for now. You should rescue the one in the monster's belly. The system kindly guided her. Xiao was confused. Who was in the water? The girl who had just been dragged down, or a newly activated zombie king? After spending a night in the catfish monster's belly, was she really still alive? This question Xiao didn't even need to ask the system. If she did, the system would definitely tell her to open the catfish monster's belly and see for herself. Xiao didn't understand why the system had so much confidence in her. Going for it, she clenched her fists and reached for the knife at her waist, but after searching around her waist, she found nothing. Wait, where's my knife? How am I supposed to fight the monster? With my fists? System, I can't do it. My knife is gone. I really can't. Xiao immediately chose to give up. A flurry of bird songs and fragrant flowers went unsaid in her tightly closed mouth. She was successfully provoked by the system's words, temporarily overcoming her fear as she rushed toward the catfish monster. As she got closer, Xiao realized she couldn't even see the monster's mouth when she looked up. Does this fish have a double chin? The catfish monster, knowing Xiao was thinking this, would definitely become furious and eat her. Fortunately, the catfish monster didn't know. Unfortunately, even without knowing, it would still open its mouth to eat her as soon as it saw Xiao. The catfish monster turned its head and saw Xiao. Its tentacles stretched toward her. Xiao raised her hand and grabbed one. At that moment, both Xiao and the catfish monster were stunned. No one had ever done that to it before. With no other choice, the catfish monster angrily switched to another tentacle to grab Xiao. Unexpectedly, she caught that one too. With both hands holding onto the two tentacles, Xiao was at a loss. What should she do now? Should she just remain in a stalemate with the catfish monster? Not to mention whether Xiao's hands would go numb. The catfish monster could simply lean down and swallow her whole in one bite. Help! System, at least give me some weapons. Even a small knife would do. I'm completely unarmed. How can I fight? Gore. The catfish monster let out a low growl and suddenly lifted its head. Su Xiao didn't have time to let go, but as she flew through the air, she didn't dare release her grip either, so she held on tightly. The catfish monster, pained by the grip, shook its head harder, while Su Xiao, fearing she would fall from the air, held on even tighter, resulting in a vicious cycle between the two. Chapter 53. The strongest weapon. This was Su Xiao's 20th loop in the air. After some vomiting, she successfully adapted to the sensation of weightlessness while flying. System, I can barely hold on. Help me. This was already Su Xiao's countless plea, but the system simply wouldn't respond. For the first time, Su Xiao felt like killing someone. No, it should be a beast. If she could, she would definitely kill that system before dying. Su Xiao watched helplessly as the massive creature approached step by step. Bang! When Su Xiao fell, she kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a deep pit had formed, and Su Xiao lay in the pit unscathed. She opened her eyes, raised her hand to fan herself in front of her nose, and coughed. Before Su Xiao could catch her breath, the catfish monster came after her. She hurriedly stood up, but her body swayed. When she turned to run, she found herself frozen in place. Her body wouldn't move. Why are you running? Go up and fight it. The system scolded her for not being able to understand the gap between her and the catfish monster. Su Xiao didn't have time to explain the difference to the system. She sent the system a stream of bird songs and fragrant flowers, saying, I've been calling you for ages, and you just tell me to go beat a monster that's 10 times bigger than me? Why don't you come here yourself? Why can't you stupid human understand human language? Su Xiao? Hey, what are you doing? Why are you controlling my body? Su Xiao's eyes nearly popped out as the system actually controlled her to turn and charge at the catfish monster. Help! The catfish monster looked at the food delivered to its door, and its thick fish mouth actually stretched into a grin like a human. It crouched down, opened its big mouth, and charged toward Su Xiao. However, Su Xiao leaped into the air in front of it and then descended at the speed of light. The speed was so fast that one could hear the sound of slicing through the sky. Su Xiao fell from the sky, landing precisely on the top of the catfish monster's head. Bang! The catfish monster's head crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the smoke, Su Xiao's eyes glowed red, her expression stern. She leaped again, and as her foot moved away from the catfish monster's head, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the creature's skull. The catfish monster let out a painful roar, but this was just the beginning. The system skillfully controlled Su Xiao's body to circle around the catfish monster, delivering punch after punch to the creature's body. When the first punch landed, the catfish monster clumsily shifted its already unstable body, opening its mouth to try to bite Su Xiao, but she dodged effortlessly like a swift bird, striking down with a second punch, then a third, each blow coming faster than the last. But that was already impossible. The system zoomed under the monster's head, swinging its fist upward toward the creature. The monster raised its ugly head, tipping backward, its heavy body even momentarily leaving the ground, followed by a loud bang as the catfish monster flipped onto its back, its two fish eyes rolling back, continuously spewing green liquid from its mouth. Ew, that's disgusting. Su Xiao gom lai. Wait, what are you going to do? What do you want to do with my body? Su Xiao watched as the system controlled her body to fly toward the catfish monster's belly, gesturing with her hands at the pale stomach, clearly intending to do something. Just watch. If you dare to run away next time, I will definitely give up on you as a host. Is it that serious? Su Xiao swallow, her eyes widening, preparing to observe the system's next move. The system controlled Su Xiao's body to extend her right hand, stretching it tight and straight, plunging it into the catfish monster's belly. Squelch! Half of her palm sank into the fish's belly, which was oozing green liquid, even though she wasn't in her own body. Su Xiao felt goosebumps rising, furrowing her brows as she looked at her palm. I hope my hand doesn't get lost. The system pushed her hand in deeper, and Su Xiao couldn't bear to watch, silently turning her head away. Hearing the system stirring within the catfish monster's belly, the gurgling sound still drew Su Xiao's attention. It seemed the system purposely pulled out her hand when Su Xiao looked over, her palm smeared with a layer of green slime, along with some digested, chewed, exposed human tissue. Su Xiao, Looking at her hand grabbing these things, her beautiful face crinkled with worry, fearing that hand might be lost. You can't accept this? You're too weak. The system mercilessly mocked, and in the next moment, it shoved both of Su Xiao's hands into the fish's belly, pulling the sides apart to widen the hole. If it weren't for the fact that the system wouldn't eat this monster, Su Xiao would definitely curse it for being a savage carnivore. Of course, using Su Xiao's hands, she still wanted to scold the system for being barbaric. The system rummaged through the fish's belly, pulling out many humans who hadn't been fully digested, as well as some mutated small fish, which were unrecognizable after being digested by stomach acid. This monster's gastric acid looks so strong. Yi Changqi must be dead by now, right? Su Xiao asked, noticing the system hadn't pulled anyone out for a long time. Of course, it could also be that the person had already been half digested, but saying so would be impolite. So Su Xiao kept quiet. Actually, watching her hand rummage through the bubbling gastric fluid without issue made her feel an overwhelming gratitude towards the system. She really didn't want to end up with a pair of bony hands. The system paused, adjusted its position, squatting down with both hands gripping a certain point. Found it? When the system pulled hard, a lot of liquid splashed out, and Su Xiao instinctively raised her hand to shield her face, fearing the liquid would splatter on her. After a few seconds, she realized she was overthinking. Thankfully, there was no one else in the small black room, or else it would have been socially disastrous. The system was gripping one of the feet by the knee, and Su Xiao looked up. Fortunately, the body wasn't mutilated. Yi Changqi appeared like a large doll held upside down by his ankle, covered in green slime, with his face also looking a bit disgusting. How is he fine? Su Xiao noticed there wasn't a trace of corrosion on Yi Changqing's body. Of course, it's the all-powerful system, me. Helping out. If you can't intervene, why not just save him directly and avoid all this? Su Xiao shouted, unable to understand why it had to provoke trouble when it could have been avoided. The system, however, was calm. You can level up. Su Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, her furious flames of anger dissipating. What? By killing such monsters, you can level up, and leveling up unlocks the shop you've been dreaming of. The system had a hint of temptation in its tone. Su Xiao pondered with excitement and curiosity. With the system, she wouldn't die. Since she wouldn't die, facing a monster with only one life, she was like a cheat. And after leveling up, she could buy some more advanced weapons in the system's shop, making it easier to fight monsters. This wasn't a loss. Su Xiao immediately changed her demeanor, smiling brightly. Why didn't you say such good news earlier? You know I trust you the most. You're the most powerful system. So after defeating this monster, how many points will I get? Because I killed this one, so... The system paused for 2 seconds before speaking. I want to say I killed this monster, and you can only get half the points. Then the system sighed. Since you only want a little, then I'll... Wait. Su Xiao quickly interrupted the system's words, continuing with a smile. I knew you were the best to me. Half is fine, half is fine. The system didn't argue with Su Xiao and transferred half the points to her account, unlocking the points shop for her. Looking at the newly added points shop, Su Xiao immediately clicked in. The products inside were truly dazzling, with detailed categories like attack, performance, support, and healing. There was also a page for abilities which included various powers, but Su Xiao could only see a few named ones while the rest remained blacked out. System. What's up with these abilities? The system explained. These will unlock when you encounter the corresponding abilities, and unlocking one will also give you corresponding rewards. Filled with excitement and curiosity, Su Xiao clicked on the lightning type card. As the card spun on the blue screen for half a turn, it stopped, and a red gift box tied with a colorful ribbon popped up. Upon clicking it open, it revealed 100 points. Just a moment ago, Su Xiao's account had only 50 points, and now she had 150. Su Xiao clicked on the remaining fire type, control type, and other cards, adding 200 more points, totaling 370 points. Great! I can exchange for a powerful weapon. Su Xiao clicked to check, but everything was grayed out, still grayed out. She couldn't buy anything. Looking at the prices, they were all 9,999 points. What kind of price is this? Who can afford it? Su Xiao Zenini Guetstin. The system shrugged. That's because your strength isn't enough. Work a bit harder, and you'll be able to afford it. Is this really just a matter of effort? A regular small knife with a 1 attack bonus. You're selling it for $99.99. You could clearly go rob someone, but you still want to give me a knife. Xiao was nearly writing the word speechless on her face. The system didn't care and flipped over to another page of products. Xiao looked and saw a few items priced at tens. Her eyes instantly lit up. See, this is a normal price. Xiao found a new machete priced at 99 points, but when she clicked in a check, her face immediately darkened. It showed as unavailable for purchase. The system explained again, this is the store, it's mine, I'm just showing it to you. What the hell is the point of showing it to me? Then why is there such a big difference between your store and mine? The prices here are all 100 times what they are over there. Xiao comme la zets d'un film. The system smiled slightly, almost imperceptibly. I'm showing you, of course it's special treatment for you. I can give you permission to buy 2 items from my store. How about it? Isn't it a great deal? Xiao was about to say great, but she paused, feeling something was off with the system. Usually so stingy. Now, being so generous, it clearly felt like a scam. After a while, she stammered. Is there some condition? The system arrogantly replied, I have plenty of points. I wouldn't bother to scam you, a foolish human. Xiao silently gave it the middle finger in her heart. All right, let me see which 2 to choose. The system generously reopened its store, and Xiao found one, her eyes brightening. But when she tried to place the order, it was unavailable. The system said, then just pick another one. Xiao gritted her teeth. She was frustrated. She switched it out, but it didn't work, kept switching, still no luck. After changing to the 736th item, Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. What do you mean? I can't buy a single thing. Are you messing with me? You really have no taste, the system said, pushing 2 items in front of her, these 2. Xiao glanced. The first one, strongest defense. The second one, strongest attack, no weapon version. Xiao was delighted. They looked quite reliable. But when she looked at the total price, it was 370 points, leaving her with nothing. Xiao couldn't help but doubt. This price isn't set by you, right? The system dismissively replied, even if it is. What can you do about it? Fine. Xiao truly couldn't do anything, so she continued to endure. After confirming, the 2 items transformed into white light and flew into Xiao's body. Xiao felt her body become much lighter. Hey, this is really good. What are their uses? The system unexpectedly responded with enthusiasm. The strongest defense means you won't take any damage. And the strongest attack, no weapon version, means you're at your strongest when not using weapons, so you can fight monsters without worry. Is it really that good? Xiao couldn't believe it, mixed with joy. The system, however, revealed a sly smile. Xiao clearly didn't notice the small print at the very bottom of the 2 items' details. After purchasing this item, you cannot buy or use other items in your own name. The system couldn't be blamed. It was just following orders. Chapter 54. Going back for supplies, where did that monster go? You have no right to know. TCH, stingy. Xiao didn't ask anymore. She was eager to try out the effects of the 2 new pieces of equipment, but there were no monsters around for her to test them on, right? Su Wangshan was still in the pond. Xiao immediately ran to the pond's edge, looking at the pitch-black water, not wanting to jump in. That kid, did he sink? The water was so dark that she couldn't see if any creatures were floating on the surface. After hesitating for a long time and remembering she had the strongest defense, Xiao jumped in. Splash! Xiao tightly closed her eyes, holding her breath. When she jumped into the water, the icy water enveloped her body, making her shiver. She tried to open her eyes underwater, but when she finally managed to crack them open a bit, she saw an unknown creature swimming in front of her. Xiao tilted her head back and swam in the opposite direction. She flailed in the water, searching for someone, but the pond, which looked like a small pool from the shore, turned out to have a vast underwater space, seeming dozens of times larger than it appeared. Trying to fish out a zombie in such a large area felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, not to mention how long it would take. Xiao doubted she would have the strength to stay afloat. System, don't you have any locating ability? How long is it going to take me to find him? The display showed she was still 100 meters away from Su Wangshan and still going down. This meant she had to swim down another 100 meters to find him. If she went down, she might find a zombie, but Xiao feared she would sink to the bottom with him. Xiao chose not to dive down to search, but swam straight up, reaching the shore. However, when Xiao got back up, the system didn't say anything, and she found it strange. Just as she was about to ask the system what was going on, a familiar voice came from above her head. Su Xiao. She looked up, and it was Yi Chongqing. But the green slime on Yi Chongqing was gone, and his clothes were even dry. Seeing the baffled expression on his face, Su Xiao momentarily thought that everything she encountered earlier was an illusion. Su Xiao took Yi Chongqing's hand as he reached down to help her up. She circled around Yi Chongqing, observing him closely. What are you looking at? Su Xiao hesitantly asked. Weren't you chased by a monster last night? Su Xiao's eyes widened. Where had she just been? Did you see a child or an adult without clothes on the water surface? The zombie that was next to me last night? Yi Chongqing frowned at her. What are you talking about? Wasn't it just the two of us last night? Su Xiao was completely stunned, frozen in place. Her mind feeling jammed. Who doesn't remember? Who's lying? System? Can you come out for a moment? After a long time, the system still didn't appear, and Su Xiao's face lost color little by little, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. Could it be that she truly imagined it? Foolish human. What do you want? Su Xiao immediately pinched herself. It hurt. The system explained, maybe you stayed in the catfish monster's belly too long and forgot some things. Su Xiao continued to ask, then what about Su Wangshan? Why isn't he here? The system told Su Xiao to look at the pond again. Su Xiao did as instructed and saw a naked male infant floating in the middle of the pond. Judging by the ugly little face, it was clear this was Su Wangshan. Su Xiao jumped back into the water again. Yi Chongqing, watching from the side, froze, clearly seeing that a corpse had suddenly appeared on the water surface. Su Xiao. Yi Chongqing was about to jump in as well. Looking at the upper half of the child sinking into the water, Yi Chongqing frowned, suspicious of whether Su Xiao was trying to save him or harm him. Yi Chongqing tried to remind her. Huh? What did you say? Let's talk later. I don't have time right now. Su Xiao interrupted him and swam vigorously toward the shore. When Su Xiao reached the pond's edge, Yi Chongqing reached out to pull her. But Su Xiao directly lifted the child, Su Wangshan, out of the water and handed him to Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing's hand grabbed the tiny ankle, and he stood there motionless, staring at the bizarre infant, struggling to suppress the urge to throw it away. Su Xiao used both hands to support herself on the edge of the stone and climbed up. When her hand got dirty, she squatted down to wash them in the pond before turning around. She looked at Yi Chongqing, whose complexion wasn't very natural, and remembered that he was currently amnesiac. Holding such an ugly zombie baby was indeed a challenge for him. Let me handle it. Su Xiao took over. Su Wangshan was like hanging cured meat in their hands, being passed around yet remaining completely still. Could he be dead? Su Xiao put Su Wangshan down, pried his mouth open to take a look. There were no foreign objects in his oral cavity, but Su Xiao still extended 2 fingers into Su Wangshan's mouth, heading straight for the throat. This left Yi Chongqing dumbfounded. The baby looked very strange, and she directly stuck her fingers in. Wasn't she afraid of being bitten? Su Xiao, you should pull your fingers out and give this baby CPR. What? Su Xiao withdrew her fingers, which were now holding a few blades of grass and some mud. Yi Chongqing remained silent for a long time. It's nothing. You continue. Su Xiao notet anzai. Who would have thought? Su Xiao stood up directly and watched from the side, while Yi Chongqing wandered between the two, wanting to ask if they had given up, not going to save him. Su Xiao hadn't even felt Su Wangshan's pulse just now. But something had betrayed him, those few bullet comments that popped up. Hey, you can't find out I'm not dead, right? As long as I'm dead, she'll definitely throw me away, and then I'll be free. I'm so smart. Let's go. Su Wangshan, I advise you to get up quickly, Su Xiao said sternly. Hearing this name, Yi Chongqing felt like he had heard it before, but when searching through his memories, he found no trace of it. He looked at the motionless baby boy on the ground, then raised his eyes to see Su Xiao standing aside, arms crossed. What was their relationship? Was he Su Xiao's brother? Just as Yi Chongqing thought Su Xiao must be mistaken and was about to take measures to save him himself. Su Wangshan rolled over and got up. How did you find out? I clearly wasn't even breathing. Su Wangshan looked disbelieving. Su Xiao squatted down and pinched his ear. Don't think you can fool me. If you play these little tricks again, I will spank you in front of the other zombies, making you lose face in front of them. How could the great zombie king lose face in front of servant? Su Wangshan couldn't accept it. Sister, I was wrong. Su Wanshan weekly apolit. Haven't eaten? Your voice is so small. Su Wangshan glared at Su Xiao. No, you are mistreating me, not giving me food. Speaking of food, Su Xiao thought of the space in her hand, and she silently chanted go in. Suddenly, Su Xiao disappeared from the spot. Su Xiao, where are you? Su Wangshan shouted along, Sister, where are you? While Yi Changqing was still anxiously calling out Su Xiao's name, Su Wangshan moved his body little by little toward the outside. And when he had opened half a meter of distance from Yi Changqing, he quickened his pace and ran, and was about to dash into a grove. Feeling free and at ease, his body couldn't move anymore. He couldn't continue forward no matter what. This feeling, Su Wangshan was very familiar with. It was the distance limit between him and Su Xiao. It seemed Su Xiao was nearby. They just couldn't see each other. But Su Wangshan didn't believe in evil, kicking his limbs wildly, still trying hard. Yi Changqing saw him like this and walked over. Why aren't you moving? Su Wangshan ignored him, continuing to kick his legs with effort. Meanwhile, Su Xiao entered the space, which was still a scene of gentle flowing water and vibrant spring. It was simply a paradise, though a bit empty. With some renovation, it could become more colorful. Su Xiao went back out and quickly saw Su Wangshan crawling again. Su Wanshan, where are you going? Su Wangshan heard about food, his ears perked up, and his chubby arms stacked together in front of his chest. I don't want to eat your human food. I want to eat human flesh. Smack! Su Xiao slapped his little bottom. Eat human flesh? You ate my snacks yesterday and seemed to enjoy them. Isn't that stuff better than human flesh? Su Wangshan pouted. Humph, I just want to eat human flesh. I'll see if you look like human flesh. Let us see if you eat it later. Su Xiao didn't indulge him at all, continuing to lead him away. As for Yi Changqing behind them, whatever he could follow or not, it was the same to Su Xiao. Yi Changqing's face instantly darkened, struggling between life and orders. He still chose to obey the task entrusted to him by Gu Tsong to protect Su Xiao. At this moment, every step Yi Changqing took was a huge torment for himself. He was even contemplating the meaning of life, why he was working for Gu Kong. Now, in the apocalypse, they were separated. As long as he wanted, he could just turn around and leave. Wait for me. Yi Changqing lowered his voice and called out to the two in front. Su Xiao heard his voice and hesitated a bit, thinking that with Su Wangshan around, nothing would go wrong. She hid behind a tree, waiting for Yi Changqing. After a while, how are you going to lure these zombies in? Yi Changqing asked. Su Xiao silently lifted Su Wangshan, pointing at him. He asked the zombie king. Can this work? Under Yi Changqing's doubtful gaze, Su Wangshan charged forward. Under his command, the zombies lined up in an orderly manner and walked towards the street, getting farther and farther away, until the last zombie also left Su Xiao's small villa. Su Xiao gave Su Wangshan a thumbs up, opened her mouth, her eyes curved with a smile, silently praising him for being amazing. Su Wangshan raised his chin, his little face looking somewhat proud. Now, you know how powerful I am, huh? I'm the strongest zombie king. Seeing Su Wangshan's self-praise, Su Xiao smiled and softly scolded. Really narcissistic. What did you say? Yi Changqing asked from the side. Su Xiao waved her hand. Nothing. She stood up and walked towards the villa's entrance. The front door was truly a sight to behold. Looking at the bite marks on it, Su Xiao could only say those zombies had really strong teeth. Chapter 55. Taking advantage of the fire to rob. After entering, Su Xiao checked both floors of the villa and confirmed there were no zombies before she felt relieved and opened the secret door to take the elevator down to the basement. You guys don't need to follow me. Just stay up here and guard. I'll come back up once I'm done. Su Xiao stopped the two behind her. Before leaving, she especially reminded Su Wangshan, Wangshan, stay down here and take care of Yi Changqing. Don't cause trouble, got it? Su Wangshan was not polite at all. Plopping down on the sofa, waving his hand at Su Xiao. Got it, hurry up and go. Su Xiao glanced at Yi Changqing, who nodded at her. Down in the basement, Su Xiao swept through the various supplies inside, transferring everything she touched into her space. After several trips, the exit of the space was already piled high with things. Now she didn't have time to sort them out. So she could only put everything in first and deal with the organization later. The first basement level was filled with daily necessities. Now it was time for the second level, which was food. Looking at the food taken out from the freezer and refrigerator, Su Xiao hesitated for a long time while holding the food. Would this go bad if placed in the space? System, does the space have preservation functions? The system was still watching cartoons and had no time to pay attention to Su Xiao, replying, "You figure out yourself. This little villa, no matter how you put it, could no longer be lived in. If she didn't take it away now, it would go bad when the power was cut off, right? There's electricity." Su Xiao suddenly remembered they had also researched a generator. She directly moved the food along with the refrigerator into the space. Wherever Su Xiao passed, no matter if it was useful or not, she put everything into the space, turning a furnished house into a bare shell. By the time she came up from the basement, 2 hours had already passed, and Su Xiao hurriedly rushed up. In the elevator, she didn't hear any sound from outside, which was really strange after such a long time. As the elevator door opened, Su Xiao looked up and saw a tall figure standing in front of her. Su Xiao took a step back, and upon seeing who it was, her tense emotions did not ease at all. It was indeed Gu Kong. But there was only Gu Song. He Yinshi and Jiang Yingxue were not present, which inevitably raised Su Xiao's suspicions. Given Gu Song's affection for Jiang Yingxue, it was impossible for him to abandon her, let alone the fact that Jiang Yingxue was an ability user. "Gu Song? Where's he Yinshi?" Su Xiao asked warily. Gu Song's expression was one of righteous indignation, yet he remained calm. However, Su Xiao could see a hint of restraint in his calm eyes. Su Xiao relaxed. "I see. Is he enough on his own? Do you need me to help?" She stepped outside, and Gu Song took a step back to give Su Xiao space to pass. "No need. Yi Changqing can handle alone. You just wait outside." Gu Song stopped Su Xiao, who was about to leave. After they sat down, they stared at each other in silence, and the air seemed to be filled with an awkward atmosphere. For a moment, Su Xiao didn't know what to do, so she sat down. However, the sofa was filthy, and only the spot where Su Wangshan had sat was clean. Now this area seemed damp and had a foul smell. It was obvious that Su Wangshan had urinated there. Thinking of Su Wangshan, Su Xiao looked around but didn't see him anywhere. She had no idea where he had gone. "Gu Song, when you came over, did you see a baby besides Yi Changqing?" Su Xiao extended her hands about 20 centimeters apart, about this big. Gu Song hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Are you referring to that little zombie?" Yes. "Where is he?" Su Xiao asked impatiently. "Without your orders, Su Wangshan should be nearby." Gu Song pointed in the direction of the bathroom. "I saw he was a zombie, so I tied him up." "What?" Su Xiao stood up and quickly walked toward the bathroom, with Gu Song following her. "Did Yi Changqing not mention him to you?" Su Xiao asked again. Gu Song remained silent. "He did mention it, but only said it was a pet you raised. When I saw it was a zombie, I tied it up first." Now, seeing how anxious Su Xiao was, it seemed that the creature was important to her. Gu Song was momentarily unsure of how to respond. Su Xiao noticed his silence and glanced at him. Gu Song lowered his eyes, and Su Xiao didn't want to pursue the matter further, increasing her pace. Bang! The bathroom door was pushed open too forcefully, slamming hard against the wall behind. Su Wangshan was lying still under a blood-stained white cloth. Hearing the noise and seeing Su Xiao, he began to struggle desperately, his mouth stuffed with a filthy rag, making muffled sounds. Su Xiao quickly approached, squatting in front of Su Wangshan, grabbing the extra piece of rag sticking out of his mouth and pulling it out. It was tightly wedged. "Sister, Su Wangshan shouted." Gu Song, who was behind, staggered but quickly steadied himself and came over, squatting down in front of Su Wangshan, reaching out to help untie the rope binding him. "Hey!" Su Wangshan let out a warning growl at Gu Song, but the latter still moved closer. "Don't touch me," he yelled at Gu Kong. Seeing how much the child was rejecting him, Su Xiao waved her hand to Gu Song. "You go over there. I can handle this." Su Xiao felt a bit helpless, her voice colder. Hearing this, Gu Song silently stood up and moved to Su Xiao's side. Looking at the filthy cloth, Su Xiao lifted it, revealing Su Wangshan bound like a piece of meat, wearing no clothes. It was like a bundle of meat, albeit with an unusual color. As soon as Su Xiao untied Su Wangshan, he lunged at Gu Song, jumping on his lap and biting down on Gu Song's suit pants with his little shark teeth. Within 3 seconds, blood was drawn. "Let go. Su Xiao Gongman." Su Wangshan was forced to release his bite, but continued to glare at Gu Tsong with hatred. Su Xiao looked at Gu Tsong's bleeding thigh, feeling overwhelmed. She didn't even know what had happened beforehand, but just from seeing how much Su Wangshan despised Gu Tsong, it was clear there had been significant friction between them. Su Wangshan, just stay behind me and don't move. Do you hear me? Su Xiao continued speaking to him in a commanding tone. Su Wangshan reluctantly replied, "Got it, sister. I'll help you," Su Xiao said as she moved to Gu Tsong's side, extending her arm to support him. The priority was to stop Gu Tsong's bleeding. They could resolve their conflict later. With Su Xiao's order, Su Wangshan, though unwilling, followed behind. But he turned his back to Su Xiao, glaring fiercely at Gu Tsong, dragging him forward. Su Xiao said she was going to get medicine, but in reality, she was looking for a place where others couldn't see, to secretly take out medicine from her space. She also brought out a piece of clothing for Su Wangshan. Since there were no children's clothes, Su Xiao took matters into her own hands and cut one up. Although it looked ugly, it was practical. A single shirt was enough to cover Su Wangshan entirely without the hassle of putting on pants. Su Xiao certainly didn't expect a little zombie to wear pants. Not taking off his pants meant she couldn't apply the medicine. If she did, would it? Never mind. Su Xiao casually took out a pair of scissors from her space. Upon returning, she found Gu Tsong sitting obediently, and Su Xiao nodded in relief. "I've got the medicine." She placed the medicine box on the coffee table and then turned to Gu Tsong, pulling out the scissors, looking as if she was about to stab him. She smiled and said, "Just don't move, okay? It would be bad if I accidentally poke you." After saying that, she squatted down, pinching the part of the pants that still had some space, and with a swift snip of the scissors, she realized it wasn't enough to fully see the wound. A breeze blew across Gu Tsong's leg, and Su Xiao quickly made several more cuts, successfully creating a big hole in those pants worth over 20,000. Fortunately, it was the apocalypse now. "I found it." Su Xiao's eyes brightened. Then she opened the bottle cap and used alcohol to disinfect the wound with her shaky hands. During the disinfection, Gu Tsong's wound was scratched several times by the bottle opening. Sorry, my hands are shaky. I'll try to control it, I'll try." Su Xiao apologized with regret. Gu Tsong coldly replied, "It's fine. Wasn't he that clearly Xiao Shue's voice just now?" "They're almost here," Gu Tsong said. Hearing this, Su Xiao blurted out, "You heard the voice too? Let me bandage you quickly, so Xiao Shui and Yi Chongqing don't get worried when they see you." Su Xiao Uget. Gu Tsong watched as Su Xiao focused on bandaging him, his slightly open mouth closed again, quietly observing her. All done. Su Xiao stood up, her hands on her knees, while Gu Tsong's right leg was wrapped up like it was in a cast, and she even tied a bow on it. Gu Tsong didn't dare to speak, wondering if it looked good. "Sister Su." Su Xiao quickly adjusted her posture, leaning against herself to stand steadily. "Xiao Shui, are you trying to kill your sister?" Su Xiao joked with a smile. Jiang Yingxue paused, looked up at Su Xiao, shook her head, and firmly said, "Sister Su want to die." Su Xiao patted her head, her smile broadening. "Yes, I know. Little girls are just adorable." "Xiao Shui, where are Yi Chongqing and the others?" Su Xiao tilted her head to look behind Jiang Yingxue. "Qingqing is right behind," Jiang Yingxue said. Su Xiao looked at the door, where a hand rested on the door frame, revealing an arm, half a body, and half a face. It was indeed Yi Chongqing, along with He Yinchi. He Yinchi was being carried on Yi Chongqing's back. Her lips were purple, and she was unconscious. Su Xiao released Jiang Yingxue's hand, her smile instantly disappearing as she quickly walked over, placing her hand on He Yinchi's back. Yi Chongqing stopped and set her down, and Su Xiao caught her. "What happened to her?" Su Xiao stared at He Yinchi's pale face and asked. Yi Chongqing turned He Yinchi's head toward him, and Su Xiao saw the zombie bite mark on He Yinchi's neck. Jiang Yingxue's mood was obviously low. "Sister Su, brother, he was bitten by a zombie while trying to save me." Su Xiao frowned tightly. "Xiao Shui, can't you heal him? Why does He Yinchi look so unwell?" Yi Chongqing spoke for her. "Miss Jiang has already treated Mr. He, but this is the result." "How could this happen?" Su Xiao murmured. "Come out. Didn't you say Jiang Yingxue is some kind of grass god? Isn't she supposed to be a great healer? She used to be able to save from ordinary zombie bites. Why can't she do it now?" Su Xiao directly questioned the system. The system replied, "She is indeed very powerful, but she has only acquired the basic version of this ability, and it needs to be upgraded. Su Xiao thought of the 2 items she had bought earlier. So the 2 I bought are also basic? Do they also need to be upgraded? Of course. Great, you merchant. Su Xiao scolded angrily. Can you let me finish? I'm saying of course they don't need to be upgraded. Those are the top-tier equipment bought from my shop and already don't need upgrades. Well, that's of course based on points. The system's tone was tinged with amusement. Su Xiao's silence was deafening. She had just spent all her points on those 2 pieces of equipment, and now she had none left to upgrade. Can't you make an exception? You upgrade SHREDS first, and later I'll kill a couple of monsters to earn points and pay you back. Su Xiao spoke in a negotiating tone. But the system was like a bandit taking advantage of the situation, 200 points. Su Xiao didn't know how much it cost to upgrade once, so she asked, how much is a normal upgrade? Chapter 56, Good Awareness, 50 points. The system was quite honest, not even trying to lie. So you want 100 points from me? Why don't you go rob someone? Su Xiao laughed angrily. The system nodded, unhurried. Aren't I robbing you right now? You know that, huh? You merchant. The system shrugged. Just tell me if you want to save him. Su Xiao gritted her teeth. I want to save him. I'll owe you 200 points and pay you back later. Fine. I've placed a gem in your backpack. Take it to Jiang Snow and have her hold it in her hand. It will absorb automatically. Whether it was a trap for Su Xiao or not, the system was in a very good mood now, and its tone was much lighter and more cheerful. Su Xiao didn't have time to argue with the system anymore. After seeing that there was indeed a gem in her backpack, she took it out immediately, walked over to Jiang Snow, and handed it to her. Xiao Shui, hold this in your palm and don't let go. She wasn't sure of the specific operation method, just following what the system said. Jiang Snow looked at the purple glowing orb in her palm and asked curiously, Sister Su, what is this? Just hold it tight, Su Xiao said, reaching out to help Jiang Snow grip it. Then, Jiang Snow looked down at her hand, and starlight began to shine through her fingers, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. The others also quieted down, waiting silently. After the light in Jiang Snow's hand disappeared, she looked up at Su Xiao, who had been staring at her. Sister Su, can I open my hand now? Su Xiao wasn't sure, but since the light was gone, it should be fine, right? You can open it and see. Okay. Jiang Snow slowly opened her tightly clenched hand, and then Su Xiao saw a faint moon totem in her palm. But it vanished in an instant. Su Xiao felt around her palm to confirm that there was nothing left, and she finally felt disheartened. Xiao Shui, did you feel anything different in your body? Su Xiao asked. Su Xiao immediately grabbed her hand and brought her back to He Yinshi's side. Xiao Shui, try again. Okay. Just as Jiang Snow was about to reach out to touch He Yinshi, Yi Changqing stepped in. No, Xiao Shui has already tried many times. Her body is very weak. Let her rest for a while. But Su Xiao turned her head to look. He Yinshi was barely breathing. If they delayed any longer, he might pass away. Xiao Shui. Su Xiao still had her selfish thoughts. She looked at Jiang Snow with pleading eyes. Yi Changqing tried to pull Jiang Snow away. Miss, how's your body? Xiao Shui can decide for herself. Jiang Snow looked gratefully at Gutsong, then turned to Su Xiao. Sister Su, let me try again. Okay. Su Xiao stepped back, giving Jiang Snow space. Jiang Snow walked to He Yinshi's side, tightly holding his hand, then closed her eyes. Next came a long wait. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. During the long wait, Jiang Snow's figure swayed unsteadily, and Su Xiao quickly supported her. Xiao Shui, are you okay? Jiang Snow's forehead was sweating, her damp eyelashes sticking to her lower eyelid, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze dim and weak. I'm fine. But the next second, Jiang Snow's vision went black, her eyes closed, and she fainted directly into Su Xiao's arms. Xiao Shui, Miss. Gutsong and Yi Changqing rushed over with worried expressions. Su Xiao's body stiffened. Just as she was about to steady Jiang Snow, Yi Changqing stepped forward and pulled her away from Su Xiao's arms. I told you Mrs. Body is very weak. I'll take her to rest first. Su Xiao, you should check if He Yinshi has been cured. Yi Changqing's words were sharp, and Su Xiao didn't feel good listening to them. She was also worried about Xiao Shui. Could be that the upgrade had gone wrong. Su Xiao walked over to He Yinshi, and at first glance, he seemed to be in much better color. His pale face had regained some color. She leaned down to check, first lifting He Yinshi's eyelid, and the red blood vessels in his eyes were gone. Then she turned his neck to see that the bite wound had also disappeared, which meant the upgrade had not failed. Looking at his lifeless eyes, Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had been acting like a bad person, only worried about her own, not caring at all about Jiang Snow, who had fainted to save someone. I'll go check on Xiao Shui. Where did you get that orb? The orb? I was going to say something to defend myself, but Gu Song didn't even mention Xiao Shui. Xiao opened her mouth. The orb, I took it from the road, robbed it from a supernatural being, and even threatened him to tell me how to use it. Gu Song remained silent, just staring at her. It's something beneficial for supernatural beings. According to that person, it can also enhance abilities, so I used it on Xiao Shui. Xiao lowered her head, sniffed, and said with a sad tone, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I should go check on Xiao Shui. Thankfully, she wasn't found out. System, is there something wrong with the thing you gave me? Otherwise, how could Xiao Shui faint? Xiao asked the system, as she didn't want Jiang Snow to have an accident. You suspect there's something wrong with the thing I gave you? The system's tone had a hint of disbelief. Xiao fell silent. It seemed she had been tricked by the system more than once or twice. So is it shocking to have doubts? Just wait and see. That girl will definitely be fine. Since the system said so, Xiao decided to wait and see. Miss. Before she got close, Xiao heard sounds coming from inside the room and quickened her pace out of curiosity. She dared to approach the door. Whoosh! Suddenly, the door opened inward, and luckily, Xiao's reflexes were sharp. She pushed back a few steps to avoid being hit by the door. Hearing the sound of breathing at the door, Jiang Snow and Yi Changqing looked over and spotted Xiao approaching. Their reactions were indeed worlds apart. Jiang Snow, who had been gloomy, brightened up upon seeing Xiao, her eyes sparkling, and she smiled, calling out, Sister Su. Yi Changqing was different. From away, he raised his head and looked down at Xiao. The frown on his brow showed his impatience with her, as if he wanted to write, What are you doing here? On his face to warn her to leave. However, Jiang Shu had already rushed over and linked her arm with Xiao's, saying, Sister Su, thank you for coming to see me. Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable being caught between the cold and warm gazes, but some things were better said sooner rather than later. She held Jiang Shu's arm and said, Xiao Shui, there are some things I must say. I'm sorry. I requested your help for treatment, even after knowing you had already treated Xiao a few times. I'm truly sorry. No, Sister Su. This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Shu raised her voice in excitement. Xiao was still trying to deflect. You don't have to do this just because you like me. We all need to be brave enough to admit our mistakes. This is how. I haven't eaten. Xiao's words were interrupted by Jiang Shu, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Xiao Shui, what did you just say? Xiao asked uncertainly. Jiang Shu looked down, her face red, and softly repeated, Sister Su, after we left that day, my brother and I could only eat some wild fruits. I fainted because I wasn't full. I should have fainted earlier, but the pearl you gave me seemed to give me some energy to complete the treatment. Oh, I see. Xiao nodded. It's okay, Xiao Shui. I have some food with me. Saying this, she took out a bag of snacks from her pocket, which she had actually taken from her space, and placed it in Xiao Shui's hands. You could eat a little now, and I'll prepare some good food for you later. Xiao affectionately patted her head. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiao caught sight of the silent Yi Changqing. It seemed he felt a bit embarrassed, and Xiao sighed deeply in her heart. Then, she took out 2 more packages from her pocket and handed them to Yi Changqing. You haven't eaten either. Have a little something. Yi Changqing looked up at her, and before he could finish his sentence, Xiao already knew what he wanted to say. He merely wanted to apologize. Xiao chuckled inwardly, but maintained a generous facade. It's fine. I know you're just worried about Xiao Shui, so I'll head out first. Yi Changqing paused, looking awkward and somewhat embarrassed. Xiao. Yi Changqing swallowed hard, gripping his hands tightly, his tone a bit tense. Aren't you going to chat with Miss? No. Let Xiao Shui continue to rest. I'll go out to prepare dinner. Xiao maintained her demeanor of considering Jiang Shu, which made Yi Changqing feel uneasy. I'll go with you to prepare. Yi Changqing had already walked towards her. Then Xiao Shui, you stay in the room for a bit. I'll come to call you when the food is ready, okay? Jiang Shu immediately responded, Sister Su, I can't help you. No, miss, you just woke up not long ago. You need to rest well and stay in the room. Yi Changqing firmly refused. Jiang Yingshu turned to Su Xiao with a pitiful look. Sister Su, can I really not go? I'm really fine now. Su Xiao felt a chill down her spine. Yi Changqing's gaze had become a bit too intense. Su Xiao smiled at her. This is not something I, an outsider, can decide, so I'll take my leave now. Sister. Su Xiao quickly slipped away. As she walked out the door, she could still hear Jiang Yingshu's voice behind her. I hate Qingqing. Xiao Xue, don't play with Qingqing anymore. Jiang Yingshu crossed her arms and glared at Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing merely walked over, pushed her back to the bed, and tucked her into the quilt. Xiao Xue needs to tell her brother. Tell him Qingqing is bullying me. Jiang Yingshu poked her head out from under the quilt, loudly complaining. Yes, then during dinner. Miss can tell the boss, all right? For now, just lie down and rest properly, understand? Yi Changqing spoke to Jiang Yingshu with his usual gentle patience. Jiang Yingshu turned her face away, muttering, Qingqing is a bad person. Once Su Xiao stepped out, she felt completely refreshed and couldn't hide her joy, her face breaking into an uncontrollable smile. Catching sight of Gu Tsong approaching, she turned away to rub her cheeks. Su Xiao, huh? What's wrong? Su Xiao turned around, her face showing little expression. Gu Tsong asked again, he didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Gu Tsong's expression darkened. You don't need to defend him. Just tell me honestly what he said to you. Su Xiao turned her head to the side. No, he really didn't make things difficult for me. After saying this, Su Xiao attempted to walk past Gu Tsong, but he grabbed her wrist. Gu Tsong frowned. What are you afraid of? However, when Gu Tsong looked up, he was met with Su Xiao's teary eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. He loosened his grip, softly saying sorry. As Su Xiao looked down, tears fell from her eyes. She wiped them and softly said, it's okay. Watching Su Xiao's departing figure, Gu Tsong was filled with anger after a moment of panic. He strode angrily toward Yi Changqing. Once Su Xiao was far away, there was no trace of discomfort left on her face. What are you doing this for? The system rarely showed interest in Su Xiao. In a good mood, Su Xiao generously explained to the system, of course, it's to have better leverage in the future. Men are difficult around beautiful women. Showing some weakness allows me to survive in this apocalypse. Of course, relying solely on men won't work. I will make good use of everything I have around me, including you. I thought you were just a pretty face, but it turns out your thoughts are quite insightful, truly worthy of being the person I have my eye on. The system ended up praising itself rather arrogantly. Su Xiao rolled her eyes at it, entered the kitchen, and took out a lot of ingredients from her space. Chapter 57. Safety Zone? The place where my ex-boyfriend stayed. I won't go. Su Xiao took out frozen pork, chicken breast, and chicken thighs from her space, but she didn't take out beef or lamb, with Qingju not around. No one would cook, and the smell wouldn't go away, making it difficult to eat. Better not to waste it. There were some vegetables to go with the meat. But Su Xiao was really a killer in the kitchen. Her best dish was probably boiled eggs. She didn't hesitate and turned to walk towards the living room, noticing Gu Tsong sitting there. Gu Tsong also looked over at her. I prepared the ingredients and cut them. Can you come over to stir fry? If you're busy, then forget it. Hearing the noise behind her, a triumphant smile flashed across Su Xiao's face. Gu Tsong approached, and Su Xiao continued, if it's inconvenient for you, then forget it. I'm just worried that Xiao Xue won't be able to eat what I make. If Qingju were here, he'd cook the best. Noticing Gu Tsong's breath catch beside her, Su Xiao stopped speaking, maintaining silence until they entered the kitchen. Do you need me to help you? Su Xiao asked thoughtfully. Gu Tsong coldly refused. No, you can just sit outside and wait for the food. Then, he firmly closed the kitchen door, turned on the stove, walked to the ingredient area, and after a quick glance, he already decided what to cook. He swiftly selected 2 ingredients and began to prepare the first dish. 30 seconds to shut down. Su Xiao, who had been leisurely resting just moments ago, immediately sprang up from the bed, knelt on it, crawled to the other side to reach for the charger, and plugged it in just as the shutdown time expired. Su Xiao let out a long breath, unlocked her phone, and started scrolling through it. At the bottom of her messages, there was a little red dot. But Su Xiao didn't pay it any mind and first opened Weibo and other social media apps. The latest posts were still those silly videos from rich people. But having not looked at her phone for a day, she forced herself to scroll through a few more. When she saw the person walking out in the next video, Su Xiao immediately sat up straight. In the video, the person on the yacht was none other than Song Xiqing and Li Xin. They were alive. Her chest rose and fell violently, not just because they had survived, but also because they were having a party, dumping unfinished food into the sea. Su Xiao wasn't seeing starving people begging for help with electronic devices on the software. She knew that feeling of hunger better than anyone. In her previous life, she had sacrificed her dignity for just a bit of food. She closed her phone, lay back on the bed, and her breathing gradually steadied. As she closed her eyes, Su Xiao thought of the catfish monster she encountered in the pond. In her previous life, she had never seen such a creature. And combined with what the system had said, it seemed there would be many more of these monsters. Would Song Xiqing and the others encounter such monsters? Just imagining a giant, bizarre shark attacking the yacht made Su Xiao curl her lips in a smile. What right did people like them have to live? After resting her eyes for a moment, Su Xiao opened them, her gaze calm like a still pond. She picked up her phone again, trying to gather as much external information as possible. She was in the suburbs and had no idea what the city center was like, but through her phone, she could see that the city center had been overrun by zombies. However, she didn't see any sign of monsters among them. Did these monsters only appear in the water? No. Su Xiao remembered that when she was surrounded by zombies, a green slime monster had also appeared in her villa. This indicated that such monsters existed not just in the water, but also on land. Moreover, through Su Xiao's analysis, these monsters were much smarter than ordinary zombies. After all, the two monsters she had encountered were clearly sentient. They knew how to hide, attack, and even escape. The absence of monsters in the city center could only mean they were hiding. Facing the unknown, Su Xiao's heart raced, but she wasn't afraid. She was excited. She hadn't forgotten the two treasures she obtained from the system, and the system clearly wanted her to fight more monsters. Just thinking about the points and the treasures she could exchange them for made Su Xiao ecstatic, her body trembling with excitement. When Su Xiao had gathered enough information, she began to clear the notifications on her phone. One text message caught her attention. Xiao, where are you? This is Song Xiqing. I don't blame you for leaving me behind. You must have been too scared. I'm in the safe zone. It's very safe here. Tell me your address, and I'll come and pick you up. It's been so long since we last met. I really miss you and am very worried about you. Su Xiao glanced at the time the message was sent and then checked the timestamp of the yacht video. It was sent at the same time. Was Song Xiqing bored with the girl in his arms and looking for her? But intuition told Su Xiao it wasn't that simple. After all, she had blocked and deleted him completely, even changed her phone number. Knowing Song Xiqing for so many years, he would never do anything without utilitarian value. This must be a trick. Su Xiao directly pulled out her SIM card. She had a rough idea of the situation outside, and besides, she had no intention of going to the city center. She wanted to run away. Knock, knock, knock. Su Xiao looked towards the door. What was going on? Gutsong's voice came through. Dinner's ready. As Su Xiao got up, she suddenly froze, remembering something. How could Gutsong not be in that world that only opened its protection to the rich? Why was he still in her small place, fighting zombies with her? Su Xiao decided to get some information while eating. Coming. Su Xiao opened the door, giving Gutsong a faint smile. Gutsong stepped back a bit, and the two walked side by side. By the way, where did Su Wangshan go? Su Xiao asked. Hearing this, Gutsong's brain stalled for a few seconds, clearly not processing who Su Wangshan was. When his brain finally caught up, Gutsong hesitated for a moment. He's in the bathroom. Su Xiao frowned slightly. Huh? Why did he go to the bathroom? You didn't tie him up again, did you? The last part was a joke, but seeing Gutsong's body pause slightly, Su Xiao's smile faded. Did you really tie him up? What did he do? Gutsong, hearing her question, felt a bit pleased. While I was cooking, he kept trying to sneak a bite, so I tied him up and threw him in the bathroom. A zombie. No, the zombie king, caught stealing human food. If this matter were to be shared, Su Xiao would be embarrassed. Well, good job tying him up. He's just too mischievous. Su Jie, you're here? Jiang Yingshue's voice came through. Su Xiao looked over to see Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing sitting together, along with He Yanqi. Su Xiao's gaze immediately stuck to He Yanqi. She shook off Gutsong beside her and quickly walked over to He Yanqi, grabbing his shoulders tightly and scanning him up and down. Little brat, are you all right? How's your body? He Yanqi's face turned visibly red, and he shook off Su Xiao's hands impatiently, pretending to be nonchalant. What could happen to me? I just got bitten by a zombie. It's not like I haven't been bitten before. Xiao remained seated at the head of the table. With Gutsong on her left, Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing, and only He Yinqi on her right. Thinking of Qingjiu, Xiao let out a long sigh. Two different voices asked in unison, "What's wrong?" Xiao looked up to see He Yinqi and Gu Kong. "It's nothing, just worried about Qingjiu's safety." Upon hearing this, He Yinqi also became sad. Gutsong pressed his lips together, his expression growing colder. After dinner, "Shall we go look for Qinggu?" He Yinqi suggested. "Let's talk about it later. It's not safe outside yet. We need to prepare before going out." Xiao recalled that the system had used a locator before. "System, can you locate me and Qingjiu's position? No need to be so troublesome. I'll just tell you directly." Xiao was happy for a moment, then hesitated. "Why are you being so nice today? You're not trying to trick me again, are you? You think highly of yourself. I only tricked you for 200 points before. I'm generously telling you this once. Do you want it? If not, then take your time finding it yourself. So you know you tricked me?" Xiao silently gave the system a middle finger in her heart, but on the surface, she remained flexible. "Xiao's my apocalypse. All right, I'm listening. In the safe zone, 200 kilometers from you." Safe zone? That sounded familiar. She seemed to have just seen it, right? That message, Song Xiqing's message, said he was in the safe zone. Xiao's brows furrowed, as if she could crush a fly between them. How could he run that far? "You're just trying to trick me, right?" The system retorted, "If you don't believe it, that's fine." After that, it disappeared and ignored her. Knowing this news, Xiao felt unwell. She still had to eat, so she turned her worries into appetite and devoured 2 bowls of rice. During this time, Xiao didn't forget to take the opportunity to compliment Gu Tsong a few times. "Your cooking is getting better and better. This meat stir-fry is especially flavorful. It's delicious." Hearing Xiao's praise, Gu Tsong's lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. He Yinqi would hum every time Xiao complimented him, and in the end, he would add, albeit in a soft voice that everyone could hear, "It's not as good as what Qinggu makes." Jiang Yingxue was just about to echo He Yinqi's words when a sharp-eyed Yi Changqing pulled her back. "Qingqing, what are you doing?" Yi Changqing, unfazed, picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Jiang Yingxue's bowl. "This is delicious. You should eat another one. Kids shouldn't be picky eaters. They want to grow tall." Jiang Yingxue's height was only 1.56 meters. Hearing this, she paused for a moment, then lowered her head and obediently ate the chicken leg in her bowl. Xiao kicked He Yinqi under the table. "Just eat your food. You've been starving all day, and you're not dead yet." Gutsong noticed He Yinqi's expression soften instantly after hearing Xiao defend him. After a moment of silence at the dining table, Gutsong turned to look at Xiao. She immediately sensed his gaze but lowered her head to eat, pretending not to see. Gutsong, however, was persistent and spoke up. "Xiao, do you think the dishes I made today are better than Qingjiu's?" He Yinqi scoffed, continuing, "You're really thick-skinned. You've eaten Qingji's cooking before, and you still have the cheek to ask? Do you think now that Qinggu is gone, Xiao will praise your cooking?" Xiao was almost frozen in place, having mentally scolded He Yinqi for being shallow, as she had indeed planned to say something nice. After all, with Qingjiu not here, he wouldn't hear it. If Xiao said Gutsong's cooking was good after what He Yinqi said, wouldn't it be awkward and only escalate the conflict? "Brother, don't be angry. Let Xiao Shui speak fairly." Xiao threw an expectant look at Jiang Yingxue. "As expected of the child I like, knowing to come to my rescue in this critical moment." Jiang Yingxue seriously commented, "Xiao Shui also thinks Qingji's cooking is delicious." Xiao replied, "You might as well not say anything." No wonder Yi Changqing had been pulling Jiang Yingxue. He already knew what this kid would say. Ha ha, Xiao Shui is smart. Even facing her own brother, she never lies, He Yinqi mocked without holding back. Xiao fell numb. How had this little brat, after spending just a day with Gutsong, become more annoying towards him? What had happened between them? Seeing the situation escalating, Xiao quickly spoke up. "I think both Gutsong and Qingjiu cook really well. After all, I'm just someone who can only make dark cuisine. As long as there's food, I'm satisfied. Although, at the moment, Qingjiu's cooking was indeed better. I think Gutsong has a lot of room for improvement." Yi Changqing quickly echoed her support. He and she scoffed dismissively. Hearing Su Xiao say this, Jiang Yingxue slowly joined in praising her brother. As the situation calmed down, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Moreover, before dinner, Su Xiao noticed that the living room had been tidied up. Gu Tsong was cooking, and Yinshi must have stayed in his room. While Yi Changqing wouldn't let Jiang Yingxue help, it was obvious that Yi Changqing had cleaned up. Su Xiao stayed behind to help Gu Tsong clean up. She followed him into the kitchen, where Gu Tsong was washing dishes while she wiped the stove with a rag. Chapter 58. What kind of pervert? Let me see. Gu Tsong watched Su Xiao wipe a clean stove over and over again and couldn't take it anymore, saying, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, you can go out. I'm fine here alone." Su Xiao put down the rag and tentatively asked, "Gu Tsong, what do you think the outside is like?" Gu Tsong's body stiffened slightly, and before he could speak, Su Xiao continued, "You said it's so serious here. Doesn't the country care about us? Don't they need to take us away?" "They will just not yet. Let's wait a bit," he replied. "Then let's go out and look for Qingjiu and see if there are any safe zones. You're an ability user. It would be safer with you leading us," Su Xiao said with a hint of pleading. Gu Tsong was silent for a long time, meeting Su Xiao's hopeful gaze, and finally nodded. "All right, then let's pack our supplies tomorrow, and we'll leave." Su Xiao nodded, smiling, and said, "Okay." With a smile, she left. Gu Tsong silently opened his mouth to her disappearing figure. "Good night. You like Qingjiu that much?" The system suddenly said this, leaving Su Xiao bewildered. "What? Aren't you going to the safe zone to find him?" The system asked in confusion. "Oh, Qingjiu." Su Xiao's tone of realization left the system speechless. Of course, Qingjiu would be found. Su Xiao wouldn't give up on any ability user. But what she wanted to know most now was how far Gu Tsong could go outside, and, of course, she wanted to take revenge on those scum on the yacht. In the apocalypse, who cares about that? In her previous life, she had killed plenty of zombies that used to be human. Before bed, other than the bed, Su Xiao put everything else in the room into her space, making the room feel quite empty. However, she lay in bed sleeping very soundly, even closing her eyes with a faint smile on her lips. Su Xiao got up directly, washed up, and while wiping her face with a washcloth, she walked outside, marveling at how quiet it was early in the morning. Su Xiao was startled and jumped, stepping back a large distance. Seeing it was Gu Tsong, she twitched her lips but held it back. Does Boss Gu get up this early every day? Gu Tsong heard this new title and, combined with Su Xiao's earlier reaction, realized he had scared her. "Sorry, I heard the sound of your door opening and thought you were up, so I got up to make breakfast." This statement shocked Su Xiao twice. "Huh? You heard the door open on my side? Every room here seems to have great soundproofing. You can't hear a thing outside when there's noise in the room. How did you hear that? And you thought I was up, so you made breakfast?" A big shot, who runs both the black and white markets, is making her breakfast? Su Xiao's heart sincerely questioned herself. Why? Su Xiao looked up at Gu Tsong several times and finally patted his shoulder. "I knew it. A brother like you must care about his sister's dietary safety. I'm going to wake Xiao Shui up to eat together." Just as Gu Tsong wanted to call Su Xiao back, she shot out like a rocket, disappearing in an instant, showing how urgent she was, while Gu Tsong's expression darkened. "Knock, knock, knock." Su Xiao intended to knock a fourth time, but the door was yanked open so quickly that her eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, a hand reached out from inside and pulled Su Xiao in, covering her mouth so she could only make muffled sounds. Looking closely, the person covering Su Xiao's mouth was Yi Changqing. Su Xiao's expression turned serious as she grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and flung it aside, questioning, "What are you doing in Xiao Shui's room?" "Shu, lower your voice. Don't wake the young lady." Yi Changqing whispered to Su Xiao, "Did you see the toys on the floor?" Although Su Xiao was impatient, she noticed Jiang Yingxue turning over in bed and quieted down a bit. "And then? You still haven't told me why you're in Xiao Shui's room." Su Xiao coughed lightly and helped tidy up the messy floor. Once everything was organized, Yi Changqing's expression eased a lot, and he was about to pull Su Xiao away when, unexpectedly, Su Xiao walked straight to Jiang Yingxue's bedside, reaching her hands under the blanket to tickle Jiang Yingxue's armpits and waist. Jiang Yingxue opened her eyes sleepily, unable to control her laughter as she squirmed away into the bed, saying, Hey, Sister Su, what are you doing in Xiao Shue's room? Don't tickle me. Seeing Jiang Yingxue trying to escape, Yi Changqing stepped forward and grabbed Su Xiao's wrist. Ouch! Su Xiao gasped in pain. Yi Changqing first turned to Jiang Yingxue with concern, asking, "Are you okay, miss?" His tone was overflowing with worry. Then he turned to Su Xiao, looking serious. "What are you doing? Didn't the young lady say not to?" Su Xiao was annoyed and was about to speak when a voice interrupted. "Qingqing, let go of Sister Su." Jiang Yingxue propped herself up on the blanket, leaning towards them. With her cheeks puffed up, Yi Changqing obediently let go, looking a bit bewildered. "Miss, what did I do wrong?" "Oomph." Jiang Yingxue crossed her arms and tilted her head. "Qingqing doesn't understand. This is just play between girls, not serious. You even hurt Sister Su. Quickly apologize." Yi Changqing clasped his hands in front of him, looking a bit restrained. He hesitated, but Jiang Yingxue said seriously, "You have to apologize to Sister Su, otherwise Xiao Xue won't pay attention to you anymore." Yi Changqing immediately turned around, bowed 90 degrees to Su Xiao, and said, "Miss Su, I'm very sorry for hurting you without understanding the situation. I apologize here and hope you won't mind." Su Xiao quickly blinked and pulled Jiang Yingxue down from the bed, saying, "All right, Xiao Xue, your brother got up early to make you breakfast. Come down and eat." Jiang Yingxue's mouth dropped open. Brother made breakfast for Xiao Xue? This is the first time? She smiled brightly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao urged, Yes, so Xiao Xue, let's hurry up and go out." The chance of Yi Changqing being hit by a meteor while going out was practically lower than the odds of Guzong making breakfast for Jiang Yingxue in all these years. Yi Changqing wouldn't believe it even if he died and went to the underworld. "Good morning, brother. I heard from Sister Su that you specially made breakfast for Xiao Xue." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yingxue ran over and hugged Guzong's waist as soon as she saw him. Su Xiao slowed her walking speed. It hadn't been long, and Xiao Xue's personality had changed so much. "System, you wouldn't be engaging in any sneaky swapping activities, would you?" Su Xiao found it hard to believe that a person's character could change so drastically in just a few days. "This is self-healing. Didn't I tell you before? When a person with abilities gains power, some abilities will also affect themselves. For example, Jiang Yingxue has healing abilities. Her previous personality was sensitive, lacking love, gloomy, taciturn, and severely depressed. She shouldn't have survived. Your appearance temporarily saved her until her abilities appeared and completely healed her inner self, causing all the negative labels to disappear." Su Xiao fell into deep thought. Severe depression. "Xiao Xue, you smell like cooking oil." Guzong pushed Jiang Yingxue away. Jiang Yingxue didn't feel sad. Instead, she turned to Su Xiao and waved, "Sister Su, come here. I want to sit with you." When she shouted, Guzong looked over. Su Xiao saw Guzong staring at her and awkwardly smiled. "Xiao, he hasn't woken up yet. I'll go wake him." A sleepy He Yinchi was pulled over by Su Xiao, barely able to open his eyes, his head continuously tipping on his Su Xiao's shoulder. Su Xiao pushed him a few times. "You kid must have stayed up very late last night." Su Xiao wanted to lecture He Yinchi about staying up late affecting his height, but he was already over 1.8 meters tall, leaving her speechless. Fortunately, Su Xiao was quite strong now and could easily support a 160-pound boy. Passing by the dining table, Su Xiao smiled. "I'll take him to wash his face to wake up a bit." "No need." Su Xiao was stopped, and when she looked up, Guzong was blocking her, pulling He Yinchi from her side. "I'll do it. You sit and eat." Remembering their previous unpleasantness, Su Xiao still preferred to do it herself. "How about we go eat?" Guzong's tone didn't change, but Su Xiao felt his impatience. She turned and walked to her seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down, politely smiling at Guzong. "Then I'll trouble you." Watching He Yinchi being taken in a bathroom, Su Xiao felt a bit anxious, hoping he would wake up and calm down. Jiang Yingxue dragged her chair over to sit next to Su Xiao. "Sister Su, can I sit with you? Haven't you already come over?" Su Xiao nodded and smiled. Of course. She successfully ignored Yi Changqing's resentful gaze. Yi Changqing, who had always been serving Jiang Yingxue during meals, must be having a hard time adjusting with one less person in his arms. But what did that have to do with her? She was still too loved by the kids. Su Xiao occasionally threw an innocent smile at Yi Changqing, making him even angrier. "Sister Su, this is delicious. Xiao Xue has already tried it." Jiang Yingxue picked up a golden fried ball and placed it into Su Xiao's bowl, her eyes shining as she watched her. As if Su Xiao didn't eat it, Jiang Yingxue could keep staring at her. Su Xiao put the ball in her mouth and bit down, finding it filled with fragrant, soft taro filling. She savored it. It was the sweet potato ball she had bought for 69 yuan a big bag, and to her surprise, they were quite tasty. Even more surprising was that the rustic packaging caught Gu Tsong's eye. 3 seconds after the scream stopped, he and she ran out. Su Xiao. Gu Tsong is a pervert. He and she walked over to Su Xiao, pointing to the bathroom in the distance. I was sleeping peacefully when cold water splashed on me. When I opened my eyes, I saw Gu Tsong taking off his pants. Wait, why is he taking off his pants? Yi Changqing, naturally protective of his boss, spoke a bit stiffly, using the bathroom. What's the problem? Are you out of your mind? I woke you up to eat. Su Xiao patted He Yanqi's head. He Yanqi swatted her hand away. I'll eat later. I feel annoyed just seeing that guy. That guy obviously referred to Gu Kong. Su Xiao ruthlessly interrupted He Yanqi's plan. It's not safe here. After we finish eating, we need to leave, so there's a high chance there won't be lunch. You should eat a bit. He Yanqi's face darkened just as Gu Tsong came out, looking calm as if nothing had happened. Su Xiao pushed He Yanqi to wash up, but he stubbornly insisted on going to the bathroom in Qingzhou's room. Last night, Su Wangshan had already been thrown into space by Su Xiao to do hard labor, diligently sorting the goods piled up in the space. Jiang Yingxue asked again, then Sister Su, why don't you let me help him purify? Su Xiao looked at Jiang Yingxue, feeling a bit troubled. You can't purify him. It's better not to waste energy. Jiang Yingxue felt a bit sad, but Xiao Xue hasn't tried yet. What if it works? Gu Tsong asked worriedly, that little zombie, still a baby, how could he have another identity? Su Xiao looked up and met his gaze. Gu Tsong was indeed not simple. Su Xiao felt he understood too much. Many things seemed to click for Gu Tsong with just a hint. Chapter 59. All creatures must die after breakfast. Gu Tsong instructed everyone to take their essentials and leave in an hour. Su Xiao was called to the balcony by Gu Kong. You will be in charge of the supplies in the basement. Gu Tsong looked down at her, his tone neither light nor heavy. Then just leave it here. All right. Then I'll head down now. Su Xiao said she was going to the basement, but directly went to the second floor. She didn't turn on the lights and just fumbled around in the dimly lit second floor. In a corner, she felt something. The texture was sticky and familiar. Without saying a word, she opened her palm and grabbed a clump of gooey substance and pulled it out. But at that moment, Su Xiao's strength was unimaginable to the green slime monster. Su Xiao lowered her voice and threatened, if you don't come out, I'll set you on fire. The slime monster, having a mind of its own, remembered the last time it was burned and was scared enough to come out immediately. Su Xiao bent down and casually picked up something from the ground and threw it towards the door, hitting the light switch. With a click, the room was illuminated. Su Xiao saw the slime monster trying to sneak away, and she stepped on it, smiling as she asked, "Want to run? Why aren't you leaving?" The slime monster's liquid transformed into words, "I dare not." "Coward?" The slime monster changed the words again. "Because you invaded my territory, I was scared and attacked first." Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh in anger, stomping her foot hard on the slime monster. "This is my home." "What do you mean, your territory?" The slime monster stopped moving, and the words on the ground didn't change. Su Xiao followed up, "You invaded my home. I haven't settled the score with you yet." Listening to Su Xiao's fierce tone, the slime monster cowered and wrote the words, "I'm sorry." Seeing how simple and easy to bully the slime monster was, Su Xiao had a bad thought. "System, can this monster be tamed?" The system took a look and bluntly told her, "It's useless. Killing it only gives 5 points. Taming it 1T give you anything." With so many monsters outside, Su Xiao didn't need this one at all. As long as it can be tamed, how do I tame it? Just draw some blood? System, eyes are not just for decoration. While Su Xiao was confused, the system disappeared. She looked at the slime monster again, and a blue screen appeared in the air with a scanning icon that scanned the slime monster. Name, slime monster, can be named. Level, low level, too weak. Not recommended for taming. Use, basically none, but can be used to wipe your butt. Su Xiao looked at the small print in the parentheses, and the last line was just too much, but she hadn't tried it and was a bit curious, thinking she could let Su Wangshan give it a shot. "Do you want to choose to tame it?" Su Xiao clicked yes. The blue screen flashed, and the slime monster, now had an additional entry indicating it was tamed. Xiao found it interesting, and after putting away the blue screen, she looked down at the slime monster, which surprisingly stood up and transformed into a little boy, even changing into a piece of clothing, albeit a green lump that looked rather ugly. Xiao thought about naming it, scanned the little boy's slime up and down, and casually said, "Then you'll be called Little Green." Seeing its timid appearance, Xiao wondered if taming it was the right decision, but it was already done, and regretting it now wouldn't help. She put on a strong demeanor and said, "You need to change that timid nature, otherwise if I take you out, you want to be presentable, got it?" Little Green lowered its head and didn't speak. Xiao thought it was fine since she still had plenty of attack power on her side. Cough. Xiao cleared her throat and continued. "But there's no need to rush, just try to change, and if you can't, it's okay, your master will take care of you." Little Green raised its head and its eyes sparkled. Seeing Little Green's gaze, Xiao felt a bit shy. She spoke too soon. She didn't even know how to support it. "Then the master will take you into the space first. And you need to get along well with the senior brother inside, understood?" Little Green nodded. After Little Green left, the cold feeling on the second floor disappeared. Xiao seized the time to sweep the second floor. As it was piled with waste, there were a lot of new, unopened furniture, and she couldn't let that go. Halfway through, when Xiao put her hand on a brand new sofa, still wrapped in plastic, the sofa didn't disappear. After trying several times in vain, Xiao had no choice but to call the system. "Not enough space. Upgrading requires points." After dropping this sentence, the system went silent again. Xiao looked at her account with 200 points and felt a headache. Since she couldn't take anything, Xiao turned around and went downstairs. As she descended the stairs, she saw Gutsong standing at the bottom step. He asked, "Is the supply in the basement ready?" "A little bit is prepared. The rest doesn't matter. Let us go." Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Gutsong interrupted her. "Are we walking there?" Xiao asked while going down the stairs. Gutsong was waiting for her below, not moving an inch. "No, I found a car." Xiao thought about her car, which had been wrecked and was unusable after the zombie outbreak a week later. How did he find a car in this suburb? "Oh, I see. Thanks for your hard work." Gutsong didn't say anything, and when Xiao reached the last step, he directly took her hand. "Stop dawdling. Everyone is waiting for you." But isn't the supply in the basement not taken yet?" Xiao was a bit confused, even though she hadn't gone to the basement at all. That doesn't matter. The feeling of being out of control was uncomfortable. Xiao gritted her teeth and tried to calm down. After going out, she saw a van parked in the front yard. This van looked somewhat different from a regular one. The outer layer had been replaced with sturdy steel, and the front was covered with a welded iron frame. The car door was pushed open from the inside, and He shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in the car." But when He eyes caught sight of the two holding hands, his eyes nearly popped out, and he pointed at Gutsong, shouting, "Let go of my hand." With He shout, Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing also noticed. Jiang Yingxue widened her eyes, her face showing a joyful smile. But because Yi Changqing had a dark expression, she could only hold it in. Xiao looked down to confirm, and then directly shook Gutsong's hand away, awkwardly laughing a couple of times. Unexpected. Then she walked straight to the driver's seat. Gutsong, who was shaken off, was a bit stunned, looking at Xiao's back with some surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He followed Xiao and leaned over to say, "Let me drive instead." "Are you worried I can't drive?" Xiao turned to look at Gutsong, her face cooling a few degrees, and asked in a stiff tone, "Do you know how to get to the safe zone?" "I have a general idea of the route." Xiao snorted softly and directly took the driver's seat, turning to look at Gutsong standing at the door of the driver's side. She rolled down the window and said, "Get in the car, I know how to go." After Gutsong walked to the passenger side and opened the door to sit down, Xiao smiled and said, "Let me show you how a female driver drives." Jiang Yingxue looked at Xiao's profile and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Sister Su is so cool." Yi Changqing frowned and reached to touch her forehead. "What are you doing, Qingqing?" Jiang Yingxue shook off his hand. "Checking if you have a fever," Yi Changqing said bluntly. Jiang Yingxue snorted lightly. "You don't understand." The van had 3 rows of seats, with Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing sitting in the third row, He in the second row. right behind Su Xiao and Gu Song, arms crossed, his face as dark as ink. He opened his mouth, full of resentment, asking why Gu Song had to sit in the passenger seat. Why couldn't he sit in the second row? Su Xiao knew that Yinchi didn't like Gu Song, but they were all in this together, and asking Su Xiao to lecture a main force was really difficult for her. So, Su Xiao decided, Xiao He, don't be willful. Gu Song doesn't want to sit with you. It's not that he has to sit in front of me. Yinchi pointed at himself in disbelief. Question and willful. He doesn't want to sit with me, so I should sit in front. Gu Song shot Su Xiao a sideways glance and coldly said, I'm sitting here. Why should I? This seat should be for Qingge. You can't sit there. Yinchi shouted loudly. Su Xiao slapped the steering wheel and raised her voice, saying, Stop arguing. It's just one seat. What is there to fight about? It's the same for whoever sits. If you keep arguing, I'll throw you out. Su Xiao shouted, and the car fell silent. It's just that Su Xiao's throat was a bit sore. She had suddenly raised her voice, and her throat couldn't adapt. She maintained a cold expression on the surface while her mouth was watering, swallowing to relieve the pain in her throat. A van appeared on the empty road, undoubtedly eye-catching. As the van passed an abandoned gas station, it was surrounded by a group of armed individuals. The leader of this group was a bearded uncle with white hair on his head. His attitude was indifferent, asking, What is the matter? The uncle grinned, showing an interested smile, still a hot temper. It's nothing, just wanted to inform you that this road is under our control, and you need to pay a toll. Su Xiao had already counted the number of them when the car approached, 13 people, all male, but whether there were people inside the gas station, she wasn't sure. Looking at the weapons in their hands, Su Xiao knew they couldn't leave. Su Xiao asked with a fake smile, What is the toll? The uncle patted the car they were sitting in. Your car is nice, what can you give us? After saying that, the uncle shook the rifle in his hand, silently threatening. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Of course, just wait a moment, we'll go down right away. She then raised the car window, and the fake smile on her face instantly disappeared. Yinchi anxiously asked, Are you really giving them a car? If we go down, they will definitely beat us to death. Su Xiao dismissed the idea. How could that be? Hearing the sound of the car starting, the uncle didn't hesitate and directly ordered his lackey to shoot. The bullets struck the steel plate with a crisp sound, but the gunfire was too dense, making it somewhat noisy. Su Xiao remained calm, skillfully maneuvering the van. The front of the van seemed to have eyes, accurately crashing into the surrounding people. After clearing a path, those people thought they were trying to escape, and the ones behind chased after them to shoot. To their surprise, Su Xiao executed a drift in place with the van, spinning around and successfully knocking down 3 people, then charged straight at the ones approaching in front, giving them no chance to escape. My leg. Boss, shouldn't we retreat? These people are not easy to deal with. The uncle knew Su Xiao wouldn't let them go, his face turning pale as he gritted his teeth. We can't retreat. Inside the car, the 3 in the back seat quickly fastened their seatbelts. Yi Changqing protected Jiang Yingxue in his arms, worried she might get hurt. Jiang Yingxue, however, exclaimed, Wow, so exciting. Su sister, you're amazing. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Xiao in the driver's seat. Hearing the praise from behind, Su Xiao smiled faintly. I didn't get my driver's license for nothing. Yinchi covered his mouth, gripping Su Xiao's seat, silent and pale. He had eaten breakfast too late, and now, with all the shaking, he felt like he was going to throw up. Gu Song looked at Su Xiao with a complicated expression. Su Xiao didn't care, smiling happily as she crashed into the remaining fleeing people. After resolving everything, Su Xiao stopped the car and turned to look at Gu Song, locking eyes with him. She flashed a brilliant smile and praised, Your car is not bad. Gu Song was taken aback. Did that count as a compliment to him? Su Xiao prepared to get out of the car when Gu Song called out to her, Wait, there might still be some of them left. Jiang Yingxue nodded along, frowning nervously. Yes, Su's sister, you can't get hurt. In the few seconds Su Xiao hesitated, Yinchi opened the car door and quickly ran out, then bent over to vomit. Hey Xiao, it's dangerous outside. Su Xiao shouted and immediately opened the car door to jump out. Chapter 60. Other vehicles. Su Xiao said to the 3 who got out behind her, Now that we're all out, let us go take a look inside. Seeing Yinchi not far away, still throwing up, she walked over, patted him on the back, took out a small pack of tissues from her pocket, opened it, pulled out a sheet, and handed it to Xiao. Here, wipe your mouth. Xiao took the tissue and wiped his mouth. Xiao asked again, how are you? Can you walk by yourself? Xiao nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiao didn't say anything more and turned to walk toward the gas station entrance. Chongqing, you go help him, Gu Song quietly said to Yi Chongqing. Yes. Yi Chongqing was about to turn to say something to Jiang Yingxue, but upon turning, he found that Jiang Yingxue was no longer beside him. He froze for a moment and immediately looked around. Sister Su, Xiao is with you? Hearing Jiang Yingxue's voice, Yi Chongqing turned and saw Su Xiao, Jiang Yingxue, and Gu Song had already walked ahead. With Gu Song beside them, Yi Chongqing said nothing more. But his expression was very grim as he walked over to Xiao and grabbed one of Xiao's arms around his neck. Xiao shrank back a bit. No need, I'm not drunk, I'll be fine in a bit. No way. Yi Chongqing coldly refused. This is the boss's order, I have to do it. What a strange person, Xiao muttered softly, and didn't say anything more, instead focusing his gaze on the three people ahead. The gas station doors were wide open, but it was still very quiet inside, without any noise. Gu Song's hand brushed against the gun at his side, gripping the handle tightly. Su Xiao, however, seemed indifferent, walking in with her hands empty, even leading the way, looking like she was heading to her death. Su Xiao, Gu Song called her in a low voice, reaching out with one hand towards her. Su Xiao noticed his outstretched hand, suddenly rushed forward 2 steps, then cautiously observed her surroundings, but there were no ambushes inside. Inside were mostly the old, weak, women, and children, all with their mouths closed and expressions extremely indifferent, but since they saw a few new faces, they looked on with curiosity. A few women, scantily clad, used the little fabric they had to cover their private parts. Gu Song immediately raised his hand to shield Jiang Yingxue's eyes, but when he reached out, he touched another warm hand. Su Xiao and Gu Song both looked over, and it turned out they had both raised their hands to cover Jiang Yingxue's eyes. Let us go. Let us check other rooms, Su Xiao said, and was the first to walk toward the door. Are you here to rescue us? An old man with white hair asked in a hoarse voice. Slowly approaching, Xiao was about to speak, but Su Xiao directly replied, no. She then urged the others behind her, we should go out. Xiao, feeling much better, let go of Yi Chongqing and walked toward Su Xiao. The white-haired old man trembled as he walked, but still insisted on getting closer. Can you take us with you? Jiang Yingxue pushed Gu Song's hand away, looking at the emaciated people in the room with pity, and said, Sister Su, they look so pitiful. Su Xiao paused. But our car can't fit them. We can't take them. Hearing this, the people in the room thought Su Xiao was relenting and all crawled up from the beds and the floor, rushing towards Su Xiao like a tide from all directions. Can you take my child? My child is still small, doesn't take up space. Take me, I'm pregnant. Please, take me. I want to see my wife. The noisy and varied voices made one's ears ache. Gu Song frowned, slowly pulling out the gun from his waist. Bang! Ah! Zombies are coming, someone shouted. And except for Su Xiao's group, everyone else in the room ran to the corners. Try to squeeze into the innermost position to avoid being bitten by zombies for a little longer, still fantasizing that maybe the zombies would be full after eating them. They pressed against each other like soybeans packed in a winnowing basket, tightly huddled together, crouching with their hands over their heads. Once it quieted down, there were no zombies. It was just Su Xiao stomping her foot on the ground, but the small area where her right foot landed had already sunk deeply. Finally quieted down. Let us go see what supplies we can take, Su Xiao said lightly. You can't take our food. What is the difference between you and those people before? An uncle shouted, trying to stretch his neck in indignation. Under Gu Song's gunshot, the passionate shout vanished without a trace. Gu Song shot at the ceiling, slowly lowering his arm, aiming at the uncle who had started the commotion, his voice cold as ice. Shut up. After a few people went out, they closed the door. Su Xiao turned to look at Gu Song, exhaling a breath of relief, and said, Thanks. Gu Song stared at her, but Su Xiao seemed genuinely grateful. After saying that, she turned and walked forward. The gas station wasn't too large. After walking for a while, they found a place for supplies. Su Xiao was the first to grab 2 barrels of gasoline and handed them to Xiao, Hold this. We'll need it for the next couple of days. Yi Changqing walked over to the food, crouched down, and rummaged through it. Gu Song said, just take enough for 3 days. Yi Changqing didn't argue. Nodded and started packing the food. Jiang Yingxue squatted beside Yi Changqing, resting her chin on her hands. If we take some food, will the people in the room starve? The grain stored here is not much, and there are at least 15 people inside that room, coupled with those they dealt with outside earlier. It is likely that the people inside cannot even eat 1 meal a day. However, the remaining food should also be insufficient for them. When the time comes, who will they abandon? What does it have to do with them? It is already benevolence. Jiang Yingxue lowered her eyes, remaining silent for a long time, looking dejected. Yi Changqing glared at Su Xiao, as if asking her why she couldn't say it more tactfully. Su Xiao Su Indai, and turned to search the area for any supplies she could use. After stuffing the supplies into the trunk, they got into the car. They found the elderly, weak women and children in the room, picked a few decent-looking women to take away, and locked the rest inside. Light music played in the car, the kind Su Xiao liked. And with the greenery along the streets, her heart seemed to calm down. The insurer sat in the passenger seat for 2 hours, looking exhausted. "Oh, it hurts. I want to lie down for a bit." Gu Song suggested, "We can stop by the roadside for a bit." Su Xiao glanced at the seat beneath He Yinshi and said, "You can recline the seat back a bit and lie down." The sun gradually rose to its peak, and Su Xiao found a shady spot to park the car. Gu Song took some ingredients and then a pot. "You brought this pot too? How are you going to make a fire?" Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Gu Song produced an electric ball from his hand and zapped some dry grass a few times until it started smoking, then added more dry grass. And the smoke grew thicker. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pile of dry grass caught fire as expected, setting up a fire pit and securing stones to support the iron pot, completing a small abstract stone stove. Gu Song cooked while Yi Changqing helped out. The remaining 3 sat chatting. Su Xiao asked, "Hey kid, why aren't you helping out?" "I can't do it. I'm not going." "It seems you just don't want to work with Gu Song, right?" Su Xiao harshly criticized his unproductive behavior in her heart. He Yinshi turned around and asked, "Then why aren't you going?" Su Xiao directly turned around and shouted to the back, "Should I help you cook?" "No need." Su Xiao turned to look at He Yinshi, her eyes saying, "You hear that?" He Yinshi rolled his eyes, and Su Xiao raised her hand, pretending to hit him. "Such a young age, and you don't know how to respect your elders, daring to roll your eyes at me." He Yinshi rolled his eyes again. "How many years apart are we? You act like an elder. Let me tell you, men like Gu Song are no good." Jiang Yingxue immediately straightened up. "Are you going to speak ill of my brother?" Su Xiao remained calm and asked, "Then what kind of man do you think is good?" He Yinshi spoke confidently. "Of course, someone like Qin Ge. Think about it. He is handsome, knows how to cook, and is so gentle." Jiang Yingshue's alarm bells went off. "My brother can cook. My brother is tall, handsome, and has money." He Yinshi teased. "Money doesn't matter anymore. Having money is no longer an advantage." Seeing the 2 kids about to argue, Su Xiao quickly mediated, separating them with her hands. Hey, why are you guys about to argue while talking? Listen to me." The 2 leaned in closer. Su Xiao said, "You definitely have to choose Qin Ge." Jiang Yingxue, not to be outdone, said, "Choose my brother." "How about this? Both of them are excellent. And excellent people should be together. Can they be together?" Su Xiao's words left both of them silent. Su Xiao, acting as if nothing happened, said, Hey, why aren't you 2 speaking?" Jiang Yingxue raised her innocent and curious eyes. "Sister Su, can 2 men be together?" "Ah, Su Xiao, what are you saying? Don't corrupt little Shui." He Yinshi shrieked, blushing as he covered Jiang Yingshue's ears. Su Xiao was unfazed. "What century is it? Your thoughts are still so futile?" He Yinshi's face turned even redder with anger. "Aren't you afraid that little Shui won't like men in the future? If she doesn't like them, then she doesn't. What does it matter?" Su Xiao replied. He Yinshi continued, "But what if she ends up liking girls?" Su Xiao's words got caught in her throat, because at that moment, Jiang Yingxue was looking at her with bright eyes. Su Xiao shivered all over. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. What are you doing?" Yi Changqing came over, rescuing Jiang Yingxue from He Yinshi's hands, glaring at He Yinshi, warning him, "Don't touch the young lady. It's fine. Qingqing little Shui is okay. Ego is just playing with her." Yi Changqing took Jiang Yingxue to wash her hands, saying, "It's almost mealtime. We need to wash off the dirt on our hands." "Isn't this scolding He Yinshi?" Kid, calm down. He didn't name names. Why are you rushing over? Su Xiao called out to him. Su Xiao patted He Yinsher's head. All right, let us go eat. Since they were in the wild, and didn't T bring a big table? They just had a small folding table for food, and everyone held their bowls to eat on the side. As they ate, they started chatting and laughing. But suddenly Su Xiao and Gu Tsong fell silent. Shoo! Su Xiao reminded everyone to keep quiet. After hearing the sound of car horn, Su Xiao dropped her utensils and shouted, "Get in the car." But right behind her was Gu Tsong, who didn't argue with her, instead taking a step left to open the car door and get in. As the car approached from behind, all that could be seen was a table of overturned food. The leader squinting at the scattered bowls and chopsticks on the ground, slowly counting 1, 2, 3, 6, and their meat to eat. Their supplies are quite plentiful. The man pursed his thick lips and shook his head. No need. Just follow this road. Our destination should be the same, and we will meet sooner or later. Chapter 61. A monster with a dog's head and a fish's body driving on a small road. The people in the car were still shaken. But Su Xiao's actions showed no signs of panic, though the speed of the car gradually slowed down. He Yinsher couldn't help but turn his head to look back and asked, "Who is chasing us?" Su Xiao glanced at the rearview mirror, still uncertain. But they were definitely not good people. The car fell silent for a moment. Are they taking this road too? Jiang Yingxue voiced her confusion. Gu Tsong crossed his arms over his legs, his right index finger tapping rhythmically on the back of his other hand, calmly saying, "We can't confront them directly yet. Once we reach a safe zone, someone will deal with them." The road ahead still had to be driven for a day and a night. Su Xiao drove until sunset, keeping her eyes on the scenery ahead. Her eyes felt a bit dry, and she had to keep blinking to relieve it. He Yinsher fell asleep in the passenger seat, waking up and sleeping again. However, the bumpy road frequently jolted him awake. Once again startled awake, He Yinsher instinctively turned to look at Su Xiao driving, noticing the red bloodshot in her eyes. In a still drowsy voice, he asked, "Su Xiao, you should rest a bit. Let me drive." Su Xiao abruptly closed her eyes and opened them again, forcing a smile. "No thanks, you little kid, don't lead us into a ditch." "Then let me drive." Gu Tsong interjected between the two. Su Xiao wanted to know how much Gu Tsong understood. All right. "Hey, why is it that when I want to drive, you don't let me, but when he says he wants to, you let him?" He Yinsher asked angrily. "Little kid, don't meddle. You just sit in the passenger seat. I'll lie down in the back row for a bit," Su Xiao said as she pulled the car to the side of the road. However, in this remote area, there were no other cars around, and it seemed not even a bug could be seen. When the car door opened, He Yinsher couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so quiet here. But isn't that strange? There are plenty of trees, and while the absence of bird calls could be explained by them resting, the complete lack of insect sounds is impossible." After Su Xiao got out of the car, she saw Gu Tsong walking towards her and reminded him, "Hurry up and drive away from here to the main road," taking the small path, not knowing what might be encountered, while the big road is faster. After Gu Tsong went to drive, Su Xiao got into the car and saw Gu Tsong smoothly merging onto the big road before turning her head and falling asleep. She remained in the same position for 2 hours, sleeping very soundly. The orange sky was slowly being swallowed by darkness as Gu Tsong parked the car behind a small house. The moment the car stopped, Su Xiao woke up. "Are we there?" she asked drowsily. "Not yet, it's dark now. We should go eat," Gu Tsong replied. Su Xiao stretched lazily. "All right, let's get out of the car." After getting out, Su Xiao saw another building and walked straight towards the entrance. "You guys go ahead, I'll go take a look inside." He Yinsher hurried after her, grabbing her hand, and said sternly, "Why do you always run off to unknown places alone without even bringing a weapon? What if there's an ambush in there?" Su Xiao smiled and removed his hand. "I'll wait for you to save me." After saying that, Su Xiao dashed inside. Damn it, He Yinsher couldn't help but curse. Watching Su Xiao's disappearing figure and the open door, he hurriedly chased after her. "Wait for me." Yi Changqing, seeing that Gu Tsong hadn't moved, asked, "Boss, aren't you going to chase after Miss Su?" Gu Tsong leisurely walked to the trunk of the car, took out ingredients to prepare a meal. "No need. Su Xiao will want to eat when she comes out. We can't let her go hungry." Yi Changqing was astonished as he watched his boss skillfully handle the ingredients, especially with Gu Tsong's calm demeanor. After Su Xiao rushed in, she found the inside pitch dark, unable to see anything clearly. She took out a candle from her space and lit it, but it only illuminated a small area, still not giving her a full view. "Su Xiao, She turned around to see Yinchi running towards her, his brows furrowing. "Why did you come in?" Yinchi said irritably. "I'm just worried you might die in here." Su Xiao handed him the lit candle, and looking at it, he asked, "Where did you get this candle?" At that moment, Yinchi noticed that Su Xiao had another lit candle in her hand. "How do you have another candle?" Su Xiao bent down to pick up an unlit white candle from the ground and handed it to him. "I found it on the ground. Since it was too dark here, I took it. We should go out first. We still need to continue our journey after eating. We can't waste time here." Yinchi tried to persuade Su Xiao. "No way. It's not that I don't want to leave. There are points here." Suddenly, a rough growl echoed, and Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Xiao pushed Yinchi toward the exit. "You go quickly." Yinchi instinctively reached for Su Xiao's hand. "Are you crazy? That thing hasn't come yet, run. Be careful." An unknown creature chased after them, appearing right in front of the two in an instant. Su Xiao got a clear look at the creature. It had a huge fish tail, a fat goldfish body. Where the fins should be, there were 4 human arms. And on its fish head was a dog's head. It was a monster with a dog head and a fish body. Yinchi got up from the ground. "Su Xiao, are you there?" Su Xiao noticed the creature's dog ears twitching, its body moving towards Yinchi, and in the next second, she shouted, "Little brat, run 3 meters to the left, and then keep running straight." As soon as Su Xiao's voice rang out, not only could Yinchi hear it, but the monster also heard it, immediately turning its direction towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao had to temporarily retreat, but Yinchi was also coming towards her. "You go quickly. You can't save me alone. Go outside and find Gu Tsong." Su Xiao shouted. Yinchi hesitated for a moment, standing still with clenched fists. "Go now." Su Xiao urged again. Yinchi finally turned and ran towards the door. He had to leave. He wasn't an ability user. He couldn't fight. He just needed to hurry and find Gu Tsong. That way Su Xiao would be saved. Hearing the door close, Su Xiao sighed in relief, standing still without running back. The monster also stopped, tilting its head to look at Su Xiao. Then it let out a low growl, not attacking, just observing Su Xiao's reaction, trying to scare her. But Su Xiao was completely unfazed, even smiling as she walked towards the monster. "Finally, it's just the two of us," Su Xiao said ominously. The monster froze for a moment before also showing a grin, baring its sharp teeth, and then it quickly crawled towards Su Xiao using its forearms. Su Xiao was not to be outdone. She crouched down with her upper body leaning forward, like an arrow drawn back, charging at the monster. Su Xiao's body had never felt so agile and swift. She skillfully dodged the monster's tail attack from above, and as she got closer, she clenched her fist, her surroundings seeming to slow down at that moment. With Su Xiao's powerful punch coming down, boom. One impact was Su Xiao falling from the sky, accurately hitting the dog head. The other was the dog head collapsing under the heavy pressure. The loud noise made the entire house tremble, and the people outside couldn't help but feel it. Gu Tsong immediately dropped what he was doing and ran over. "Help! Cough, cough! Help!" Yinchi burst through the door. Gu Tsong quickly stepped forward to support him, and this time Yinchi didn't push Gu Tsong away but tightly gripped his arm. "Quick, go in and save Su Xiao. There's a monster inside." Yi Chongqing didn't dare to delay. After supporting Yinchi, he quickly asked, "Do you need me to go in with you?" The monster inside had already been dealt with by Su Xiao, lying on the ground motionless, covered in injuries. Su Xiao, where are you?" Gu Tsong's hand was on the switch, a surge of electricity emanating from his palm into the switch. "System, quickly summon a person to jump out the window. Make me have a few more injuries." The system complied. Su Xiao fell to the ground, biting her tongue and letting some blood trickle to her mouth. When the lights in the room turned on, Gu Tsong just happened to see a shadow jump out of the window. Although he ran over quickly, he still couldn't see the person's detailed appearance. Since he couldn't find the person, Gu Tsong didn't dwell on it, turning to walk inside. After taking just a few steps, he saw Su Xiao lying on the ground in a strange corpse. Looking at Su Xiao with her eyes closed, several bruises on her arms, and blood at the corner of her mouth, Gu Tsong stiffly lifted her up, checking her breath, which was very weak. Gu Tsong's face turned pale. Did they deceive me? Is Su Xiao just an ordinary person? When the door was pushed open again, Gu Tsong came out holding Su Xiao, and several people were standing at the door. Seeing Su Xiao with her eyes closed, their hearts skipped a beat. He Yanqi closely followed Gu Song, his eyes never leaving Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Su Xiao, wake up. Look at me. Perhaps due to his intense emotions, He Yanqi's eyes became moist with a hint of red around them. Su Xiao, in the small black room, watched and laughed heartlessly. I didn't expect this little brat to worry about me so much. Losing over 100 points? Not bad. Killing another monster should clear it. Outside, Gu Song laid Su Xiao on a cleaner patch of grass, turning his gaze towards Jiang Yingxue. Without him saying anything, Jiang Yingxue actively knelt beside Su Xiao, holding her hand to heal her. Su Xiao reminded the system, make sure to heal my injuries before I wake up. Remember to be natural. The system lifted its head, flicking its foxtail. Got it. Do I need you to teach me? The fur on the system fluffed up. You stupid human. Who allowed you to touch me? Su Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze blank, appearing weak. Her eyes rolled around before finally locking onto He Yanqi. She forced a smile. You're fine. He Yanqi's tears fell in an instant. Su Xiao frowned slightly, weakly asking, why are you crying? He Yanqi turned her head. Who cried? I got sand in my eyes. Su Xiao looked half dead, but in reality, she was fine. If it weren't for having to pretend, she would have wanted to take out her phone and capture He Yanqi's expression. I couldn't defeat that monster and got knocked out. Before I passed out, I saw someone, but it was too dark to see their face. They were fighting fiercely with a monster. Su Xiao reached out, placing her hand on Gu Song's arm through her clothes. What about that monster? It seemed he really did see someone. Gu Song's expression was quite complicated. Dead. Su Xiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Gu Song looked at Su Xiao's pale face due to her weakness and made a firm decision in his heart that he must have been mistaken. Su Xiao weakly nodded. I want to stay with Sister Su. Jiang Yingxue tightened her grip on Su Xiao's hand. I can still treat my sister. Being by her side is the best choice. Her urgent tone seemed to fear Gu Song would disagree. Having Xiao Shui with her was good. It would help her recover faster. All right, then you take good care of Su Xiao. Jiang Yingxue nodded repeatedly. Gu Song bent down carefully and picked up Su Xiao, walking towards the car. Chapter 62, Hotel, Sister Su. You're finally awake. Jiang Yingxue instantly leaned in close. Su Xiao pushed her away a bit, thinking pretending to be asleep was really exhausting. Are we outside? Su Xiao looked out the car window. Jiang Yingxue leaned over too and shouted loudly at Gu Song, who is still cooking, brother. Sister Su is awake. Come quickly. He Yanqi, who was listening intently, got into the car before Gu Kong. He plopped down next to Su Xiao. Fortunately, there were only 2 girls in the second row, leaving some space. How are you? Is your body all right? Seeing He Yanqi's nervous expression, Su Xiao felt quite gratified. When she saw Gu Song approaching, she pretended to cough weakly. Cough, cough, I'm much better. Gu Song came over holding a bowl of rice, standing by the car door with a bottle of water in his hand. He handed over the rice. You must be hungry. Eat something. He Yanqi directly reached out to take it, then handed it to Su Xiao. Seeing the chopsticks in his hand, Su Xiao helplessly said, give me the chopsticks. Seeing Gu Song watching from the side, He Yanqi felt an inexplicable emotion rise up. Qinggu isn't here, but I definitely won't let this man succeed. Sister Su, let me feed you. Seeing his serious look with the chopsticks, Su Xiao mercilessly tapped him on the head. Stop acting cute. My hands are fine. I don't need you. After saying that, Su Xiao grabbed the chopsticks and smiled faintly at Gu Song. Thank you for your trouble. Gu Song's lips curved slightly upward, giving a gentle nod before turning to leave gracefully. He Yanqi covered the spot where he was hit, glaring at Gu Song's back with resentment. Did he offend you? Why do you dislike him so much? Su Xiao's curiosity was piqued. He Yanqi turned to look at her. His gaze firm, yes. I'll drive him away sooner or later. Su Xiao glanced at Jiang Yingxue beside her. Brother He is annoying. Xiao Shui. Don't talk to Brother He anymore. He Yanqi still thought Jiang Yingxue was an easy-to-trick little girl. Xiao Shui. Brother He is telling you, your brother has bad intentions, and his feelings for Sister Su are not pure. Jiang Yingxue crossed her arms, but Xiao Shui thinks brother and Sister Su are a good match. How is that possible? Clearly, he's more compatible with Qinggu. He Yanqi retorted, his neck turning red. Su Xiao lowered her head, munching on her rice. Sister Su, who do you like? Jiang Yingxue and He Yanqi turned to look at Su Xiao in unison, asking in unison. That, Their intense gazes almost cooked Xiao. What are you two arguing about? Yi Changqing walked over to the car, looking inside. Jiang Yingxue immediately shouted, Qing, don't you think brother and sister Su are a better match? Yi Changqing glanced at Gu Tsong, who was only a few steps away. Kids shouldn't discuss this kind of topic. Everyone sit tight. We're about to leave. Gu Tsong only came over to check on Xiao. Have you finished eating? Xiao directly handed him her empty bowl. After he took it, he asked again, are you full? I'm full. Tonight, Gu Tsong was still driving, but Yi Changqing was sitting in the passenger seat. He Yanqi refused to sit with Gu Tsong no matter what. Xiao Zuka. You said you would only sit in the passenger seat. Anyway, I don't want to sit next to him. In the car, the third row of seats was empty because Jiang Yingxue insisted on squeezing into the second row with Xiao. All right, everyone be quiet and sit tight. As soon as Xiao said this, the car fell silent. Accompanied by the night, the atmosphere was peaceful, yet no one in the car was asleep. Jiang Yingxue and He Yanqi were both gazing out the window, entranced by the night scenery. Xiao wanted to comfort them, but as she turned her head, she swept past a green leaf and saw a few lines of text. Mutated oak leaves, poisonous. Xiao's pupils constricted as she leaned over, snatching the leaf from He Yanqi's hand and throwing it out. Then, she looked out the window, confirming that nothing was following before breathing a sigh of relief. What happened? Everything happened too quickly, and He Yanqi looked bewildered. Xiao pretended to be angry. Don't touch dirty things by the roadside. There are bugs behind that leaf. If that bug stings your hand, it will swell up. He Yanqi immediately looked down his hand. Is that true? I didn't see any bugs. Hearing Xiao say this, He Yanqi, afraid of being stung by a bug, quickly closed the window. Xiao sat back down, closing her eyes to rest. Recalling what she had just seen, her mind was in a jumble. Mutated plants. What is this world turning into? Xiao's tone was somewhat stiff. Don't make a fuss, by the way. Mutated plants are also a type of monster and can also be exchanged for points. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao et Golim. If she had known she could exchange points, she would have definitely gotten out of the car, uprooted that tree, chopped it into 8 pieces, and exchanged it for points. After all, in this small suburb, there seemed to be very few monsters. If she wanted to earn points, she had to go to the city to take a look. You didn't ask this system in advance. The system proudly lifted its head. Xiao sai the pit then. He Yanqi leaned in closer and asked in a low voice, why do you keep sighing? Nothing, it's just stuffy in the car. Open the window. He Yanqi hesitated for 2 seconds but still complied. The cool night breeze crept in through the car window, stirring her bangs. They drove for an unknown length of time. Jiang Yingxue and He Yanqi both fell asleep, and Xiao also pretended to doze off. After the car stopped, Xiao heard the sound of the car door opening, and the footsteps nearby grew fainter. She slowly opened her eyes. Gu Tsong and Yi Changqing were gone. She straightened up and looked around. It seemed they had arrived at an underground parking lot. In the dim light, Xiao saw 2 figures standing in the distance, seemingly conversing with someone. But she couldn't see the third person's face clearly, only vaguely making out a slender man's back, looking about 7 meters tall. Gu Tsong shook hands with that person. Then they parted ways. After a while, she heard the sound of car doors opening. Yi Changqing asked, Boss, shouldn't we wake them up? Letting the young lady sleep in the car might be too uncomfortable. As soon as Xiao heard this, she immediately made a slight noise, pretending to wake up. But her first instinct wasn't to look at the 2 in front, but to reach for her waist, hissing as she realized she hadn't slept well. Xiao sat up straight and then looked at Gu Tsong. Are we there? Not yet. Wake them up. Xiao asked while inquiring. Wake them up for what? She patted the 2 people next to her who were fast asleep. Jiang Yingxue, waking up, rubbed her eyes, her voice still drowsy and her whole body soft. Qing. What's wrong? Yi Changqing gently replied. Miss, we should get off the car. Jiang Yingxue looked at Xiao, who was waking up little by little, realizing she wasn't in bed, but in the car. After getting off, Jiang Yingxue wrapped her arms around Xiao's arm like a koala and asked Sister Su, where are we going? I'm so sleepy. Yi Changqing cast an envious glance at Xiao. Xiao glanced over, thinking to herself, even if you look at me like that, Xiao won't come over to hold you, so why not just come over and pull her away? Stand still. Su Xiao raised her voice and shouted at Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue released her grip and stood still, occasionally looking up as if she had done something wrong and was peeking. Sister Su, Su Xiao held her hand and whispered, "Be careful walking outside." Jiang Yingxue immediately showed a smile, sticking close to Su Xiao. Got it. After getting inside, they arrived at a hotel which was brightly lit. A receptionist in a dark blue uniform greeted them. "Hello, how can I assist you?" Gutsong stood in front of few people. "Hello, I made a reservation earlier." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The receptionist bent down to type on the computer, and when she straightened up, her face showed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, sir. You reserved 4 rooms, but only 3 are available now. We apologize for the inconvenience, and our hotel is willing to compensate you in full. What do you think?" Before the receptionist stood up, she saw a message from the manager stating that the guests were important. But she had already given one of Gutsong's reserved rooms to the previous group of guests. Gutsong frowned. He had reserved 4 rooms because there weren't enough available, and now one had been taken away. Su Xiao stepped forward, holding Gutsong's hand, and smiled brightly at the receptionist. "All right, then we'll take the 3 rooms." After receiving the room numbers, they took the elevator. Due to the lack of rooms, they paired up, with Gutsong having a room to himself. Jiang Yingxue was very happy, eh? "I get to sleep with Sister Su." After saying that, she snuggled close to Su Xiao and rubbed her arm again. Su Xiao felt Yi Changqing's gaze on her again, and she felt helpless. They couldn't let Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing share a room, could they? The 3 rooms were numbered 9012, 9014, and 9016, all separated by 1 room. Hearing the noises coming from rooms 13 and 15, Su Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease, causing her brows to furrow. "What's wrong?" Gutsong noticed her abnormality and asked softly. Su Xiao remained silent, shaking her head. "Wow, so comfortable." Jiang Yingxue buried her head in the white quilt, taking a deep breath, smelling the disinfectant. "Sister Su?" She opened her arms and felt around, but didn't find Su Xiao, so she immediately lifted her head to look around, realizing that Su Xiao was indeed not there. Jiang Yingxue quickly got up from the bed. "Sister Su, where are you?" Soon after, within 3 seconds, they heard footsteps approaching from afar, followed by the sound of the glass door being pulled open. The hotel's glass door had poor lubrication, making a distinct creaking sound when opened. "You scare me. Sister Su, you're really in the bathroom." Jiang Yingxue's eyes darted, and she rushed forward to hug Su Xiao's arm, pulling her outside. "Sister Su, what are you checking? Did you find anything?" Su Xiao didn't notice her momentary awkwardness and told her the findings from her earlier inspection. "I was just taking a look. But the hotel's facilities are a bit lacking. But I can understand. After all, it's the end of the world and times are tough." Previously, when Su Xiao checked into hotels, she looked for cameras, but now she was looking for hidden zombies or mutated creatures. But unfortunately, she found none. When she saw a hotel with lights on while coming here, Su Xiao was still quite shocked. In such a dim, post-apocalyptic world, lights undoubtedly attract zombies the most. So this hotel being so audacious suggested that their security system was quite good. Or perhaps they didn't realize this. Considering this possibility, Su Xiao took Jiang Yingxue outside and quietly turned off all the lights, leaving just a small warm lamp by the bedside. "Xiao Xue, it's already very late. Let's go to sleep." Jiang Yingxue eagerly agreed. "Okay." As she lay in bed, Jiang Yingxue insisted on hugging Su Xiao's waist to sleep. Before sleeping, Su Xiao still felt that sense of unease. So just in case, she gently pushed Jiang Yingxue's arm and softly said, "If you see anything strange at night, don't be scared, don't scream, just wake me up, okay?" Jiang Yingxue drowsily replied with an and drifted back to sleep. In the middle of the night, Su Xiao's consciousness was gradually pulled away by sleepiness. Her chest rose and fell steadily, and within the room, only the 2 of them could be heard breathing evenly. A very soft, low laugh sounded, unusually loud in the quiet environment. Jiang Yingxue, who should have been dreaming, instantly opened her eyes wide, and in just a moment, she saw something floating in the darkness. Remembering Su Xiao's words, she didn't make a sound but touched Su Xiao's arm from under the covers. A single touch didn't wake Su Xiao, so Jiang Yingxue applied a bit more force. Su Xiao vaguely heard a voice, "Master, wake up. Master, wake up quickly." Su Xiao's head moved slightly, and she opened her eyes at an extremely slow pace. Chapter 63. Killing a Cyclops for fun. Xiao was startled when she saw the green face of Little Green and immediately sat up, her expression somewhat pale. "Master, how are you?" Little Green circled around Xiao with a worried look. Xiao looked around at the environment, which was a blend of ancient and modern aesthetics, realizing that this was her drastically contrasting space world. "But how did I get here?" Little Green lowered its head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Master. I took the liberty of bringing you in." Xiao became much more alert. "You have this capability?" Little Green twisted its body, looking somewhat shy. "Actually, it wasn't really that. It was just because you were unconscious and I applied to bring you into the space and no one stopped me." "Unconscious? What's happening outside?" Xiao's heart raced. Looking at the hotel room, she saw a floating monster beside the bed where they were sleeping, and Jiang Yingxue had been pushing her. In her nervousness, she forgot about it. After returning, Xiao could clearly feel her arm being pushed several times under the covers. Xiao opened her eyes and grabbed Jiang Yingxue's hand. Jiang Yingxue quickly looked up at her, and Xiao pulled her arm under the covers, signaling her to hide. Jiang Yingxue slowly moved down into the covers, pressing close to Xiao's ear, nervously asking, "Sister Su, what should we do? Is there a monster outside?" Jiang Yingxue heard clearly but was reluctant to let Xiao go outside. Her eyes were red in the dark. The moment Xiao poked her head out from under the covers, she smiled at the pitch-black room, to avoid making Jiang Yingxue hiding under the covers suspicious. She was careful as she came out. Once fully outside, Xiao activated her night vision, and the monster was right in front of her, staring at her with one large eye. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely faint. But in Xiao's eyes, this monster had a number 80 points marked next to it. Xiao smirked, resembling a bloodthirsty villain from a novel. Before the Cyclops could open its mouth, Xiao swiftly grabbed its head. Then, Xiao dashed out, dragging the Cyclops with her down the corridor. Since it was already 3 a.m., the hallway was pitch black, and Xiao intended to use this effect. She held the Cyclops monster up in front of her. The Cyclops opened its mouth full of fangs to scare Xiao. Just a few seconds later, Xiao grabbed its head and slammed it against the wall, causing it to let out a miserable scream. "You human!" The Cyclops lowered its voice, trying once again to intimidate Xiao. But she acted as if she couldn't hear it and slammed the Cyclops against the wall again. You, let go of me." The Cyclops panicked. This human wasn't playing by the rules. "Let you go? Impossible." Hearing Xiao's voice, the Cyclops felt it was a call from hell amidst its torment. "I won't do it again. I won't eat people anymore. Let me go. I said I won't eat people. Why are you still hitting me?" The Cyclops angrily questioned Xiao. Xiao placed it on the ground, and the corner of the Cyclope's mouth twitched upward, thinking Xiao was going to let it go. "Great. The moment I'm released, I'll open my mouth and eat this detestable human. But you stepped on my face." Xiao, wearing size 30 shoes, stepped firmly on the Cyclope's face. "TSK, what a big face. Your face is big. Why are you blaming me for attacking you, human?" Xiao raised her clenched fist and smiled. "You won't eat people anymore. What does that have to do with me?" In that moment when the Cyclops was stunned, Xiao's strength came crashing down like it was tearing through the sky, aiming for the Cyclope's only large eyeball. Crack! The eyeball burst open. An unknown liquid splattered everywhere, and Xiao got quite a bit on her body and hands. But Xiao's first reaction was to throw another punch. Confirming that the Cyclops was dead and wouldn't move again, Xiao called the system. After returning to the room, Xiao patted the bulging blanket on the bed 3 times. And I peeked out from under the blanket, and Jiang Yingxue cautiously asked in the dark, Is it Sister Su? It's me." As soon as Xiao's voice came out, Jiang Yingxue threw off the blanket and lunged straight towards Xiao, who hurriedly caught her because the silly girl had jumped in the wrong direction. "Hey, stop. If it's bad, we won't talk about it." Xiao smiled helplessly and patted Jiang Yingxue's back as she cried and sobbed. All right, let go." Xiao patted her arm and spoke softly. Jiang Yingxue hugged her, swaying back and forth. "No, this isn't Xiao's fault. She didn't want to say it." Xiao could still feel the unknown liquid from the monster on her. She could clearly sense the smaller person in her arms tremble, and Jiang Yingxue, who was in a daze for a few seconds, finally let go of her. Seeing Jiang Yingxue reach out to touch, she kindly reminded her, "You'd better not touch it. Just change your clothes." "Woo, but I don't have any clothes." Su Xiao directly took one out from her space, thinking that it was troublesome to wash up here. She held Jiang Yingxue's hand and brought her directly into the space. Jiang Yingxue closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, everything was bright, and the air was much fresher. She dazedly asked, "Where are we?" "Sister Su, are you also a supernatural being?" She immediately turned around and covered her face with her hands. Su Xiao was startled by her loud voice. "What's wrong?" Su Wangshan and Xiao LV were not around because of Su Xiao's orders. It was just Su Xiao and Jiang Yingxue here. "Sister Su, where are you going?" Jiang Yingxue chased after her with a red face, following Su Xiao without daring to look up. Su Xiao was a bit puzzled. Clearly, when Xiao Shui first came here, she showered with me. Why has she become so shy now? Suddenly, Su Xiao remembered what the system said. She had self-healed. So, her previous dull personality didn't feel anything. But now she reacts quickly and has a sense of shame. Su Xiao didn't want to care too much. She just wanted to take a shower and then soak in the hot spring. This was something Su Xiao learned from Xiao LV while organizing space. Xiao LV discovered a hot spring and hurried to report it to Su Xiao. Su Xiao wasn't particularly ambitious, but she really liked soaking in baths. Pushing open the small wooden house, the comfortable hot air hit their faces, and Su Xiao felt all her pores open. After bringing Jiang Yingxue inside and closing the door, she took off her pants and went to the standing shower area to rinse off, also washing her hair. She wrapped her head in a dry towel and walked towards the hot spring. Until Su Xiao sat in the hot spring, Jiang Yingxue was still standing at the door, not moving. The monster's liquid must have soaked through her clothes and onto her skin, right? "Aren't you going to wash it off?" Hearing Su Xiao's words, Jiang Yingxue immediately began to undress and rush to the shower area to wash herself thoroughly. Without any change of clothes, Jiang Yingxue's gaze turned back to Su Xiao, who was enjoying the hot spring with her eyes closed. She was wrapped in a towel, slowly making her way over, as if she couldn't lift her legs. Hearing the sound of water beside her, Su Xiao slowly opened her eyes. "Relax, just soak for a while." "Did I scare you earlier?" Su Xiao softened her voice. Jiang Yingxue quietly responded with an and while Su Xiao had her eyes closed, she stole several glances at Su Xiao. "Sister Su looks so beautiful. How could she be with my brother?" "But how could she be with my brother? My brother might not even be able to catch up, but I can stick close to the beautiful sister." Su Xiao's arm was nudged, and before she could open her eyes, something soft pressed against her arm. "This shouldn't be." "Ah, no. The first one is Yi Chongqing." The smile on Jiang Yingxue's face froze. "Why? Why is it Qingqing? If so, I must make my brother punish him when I go out." She asked with a trembling voice. "Why?" Su Xiao was honest at that time. "I was chased by a catfish monster with Yi Chongqing, so I took him into the space to hide." Jiang Yingxue let out a long sigh of relief and hugged her arm. "So that's how it is. Sister Su, I'm so glad you're okay." Under Jiang Yingxue's intentional or unintentional closeness, Su Xiao was forced to end her bath trip early. She stood up and walked towards the place where the dry towels were stored, swearing in her heart, "Next time, I absolutely won't bring anyone else to soak." Jiang Yingxue seemed to have thought it through or something. She wrapped herself tightly in a towel while entering the hot spring, but when she came out, she pressed herself against Su Xiao from behind, completely naked. "Su Xiao, Xiao Shui, I just dried off." I'm sorry, Sister Su." "Then let me help you dry your back." Su Xiao stepped aside with the towel. "No need, I could dry it myself." After drying off, Su Xiao opened the wooden cabinet and took out some clothes, handing a peach-colored dress to Jiang Yingxue. Su Xiao was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt with jeans, topped with a denim jacket, which was exactly the outfit she wore during the day. "Sister Su, your outfit. I bought 100 identical sets." Su Xiao didn't refuse and handed one to her. But that night, neither of them could sleep. They weren't tired at all and just chatted until dawn. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, and Su Xiao immediately got up. Before she could ask who it was, the voice outside introduced itself. "Su Xiao, Xiao Shui, are you awake?" It was Gu Tsong's voice. Su Xiao checked through the peephole and confirmed it was Gu Tsong before opening the door. You're up so early? Gu Song explained. I called you to get up for breakfast. Su Xiao nodded. Okay, we'll tidy up and be down soon. After closing the door again, Su Xiao led Jiang Yingxue to quickly wash up. Then they opened the door, took the elevator down to the first floor, where the hotel restaurant was located. After they sat down, Yi Changqing was the first to notice the clothes Jiang Yingxue was wearing. Miss, why did you change your clothes? Jiang Yingxue looked down, then smiled and said, the same as Sister Su. What did you bring clothes? Yi Changqing asked again. Su Xiao directly mentioned her ability to access space, and both Yi Changqing and He Yinshi were visibly shocked. However, since they were in a restaurant and people occasionally came over, they both tried hard to control their expressions. But when Su Xiao looked up, Gu Song had a calm demeanor, making her feel like he might have already known about it. He Yinshi leaned over to her side and asked, since that's the case, how did you get stuck to that monster yesterday? My ability isn't particularly stable yet. I tried, but it didn't work, and I was ambushed by that monster, Su Xiao replied, her tone a bit awkward, which made it seem more genuine. He Yinshi chuckled. After dinner, tell me about it, and I'll help you come up with a training plan. He Yinshi had a talent for this. Previously, when Gu Song struggled to control his ability, it was He Yinshi's plan that allowed Gu Song to master it quickly. Su Xiao didn't refuse. In the hotel, the meals had to be served by oneself. Looking at the dozen or so dishes, it felt a bit insufficient. Breakfast was just milk and slices of bread, with nothing extra. Yet more and more people were coming into the restaurant. Chapter 64. The Small Emergence, Seeing the Meager Breakfast. Su Xiao planned to take everyone to the space for a proper meal. The most important thing now was to leave quickly. However, just as they were about to leave, the restaurant manager approached and said, Sir, Miss, you need to finish the food you have taken before leaving. The manager looked troubled. At this time, food is very scarce, and we need to prevent waste. He Yinshi wanted to say something, but Su Xiao pulled him over, pressing down on both his shoulders to make him sit down. Su Xiao smiled at the manager and said, I'm sorry, the child doesn't understand. We will definitely finish it. After He Yinshi sat down and was about to reach for the bread on his plate, he was elbowed by Su Xiao. What? He Yinshi looked at her in confusion. Su Xiao whispered, it's been drugged, don't eat it. From the moment they entered the restaurant, Su Xiao and Gu Song had seen several bodies hanging in the kitchen. Their clothes stripped away, limbs severed like pigs processed, and hung upside down. He Yinshi looked up. Everyone at their table hadn't moved, and when he glanced around, everyone else was eating heartily. It seemed that the others didn't know the breakfast had been drugged. He Yinshi didn't eat, but he held the bread in his hand and leaned closer to Su Xiao, saying, if we don't eat, the restaurant manager will come over, right? Su Xiao noticed the manager scanning the people in the restaurant not far away, and his frequent glances seemed abnormal. Su Xiao casually looked up at the ceiling. There were surveillance cameras installed around, but they weren't on, likely just for show. Give it to me, Su Xiao said softly to the few people at the table. The breakfast was gradually handed to Su Xiao, and to outsiders, it appeared as if everyone was eating food at the table, when in reality, they had unknowingly passed it to Su Xiao. After Su Xiao received the food, she placed her hands under the table, and when she raised them again, her palms were empty. Even when she looked under the tablecloth, she couldn't see any food. Su Xiao thought it wouldn't fit. After all, back at the villa, it had indicated that the space was full. She figured that food probably didn't take up much space. He Yinshi looked at Su Xiao's miraculous ability, his eyes sparkling with amazement. No matter how many times he saw it, he was shocked. To avoid seeming deliberate, this operation still took 15 minutes. With the food all gone, it was time for them to leave. Oh, have you finished eating? The restaurant manager blocked their way, very enthusiastically trying to keep them there. It seems that food wasn't enough, right? Do you need me to get you some more? This remark clearly displeased other customers. Why should they get more? We want more too. It's not fair to only give them extra food. We all want it. Many people joined the conversation. A number of the customers were strong young men with big appetites, and with the small portions served by the restaurant, they weren't enough to satisfy them. Seeing such a good opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it pass. The manager's loud shout instantly quieted the room, but it didn't take long for the noise to rise again. They were displeased with the manager's attitude. They had paid for their meals. So how could they be treated like this? Alert! Alert! Small emergence. Host, please evacuate quickly. The voice wasn't from the system. It was a cold, emotionless mechanical voice with a crackling sound. Xiao saw the furious restaurant manager being scanned in front of her, indicating that he was the small emergence. Run! Xiao grabbed He Yinxi with one hand and Jiang Yingxue with the other, directly heading for the door. Since it was already identified as a small emergence, Xiao wasn't going to foolishly fight it. When Guzong and Yi Changqing saw Xiao running, they quickly followed. Meanwhile, the manager hadn't stopped his curses. His face turned quickly red and swollen, like an inflating balloon, with his limbs bursting out of his clothes. At this point, those who had been complaining about the manager fell silent, their arrogant faces replaced by fear. What is this? Run. It's a monster. Let's go. Drive away from here. Xiao told the four of them. Okay, Guzong replied. But when they reached the underground parking lot, the door was closed. And they couldn't take the elevator. They couldn't get to the car. Listening to the vibrations coming from the hotel, Jiang Yingxue shivered. Even without the car, they still needed to leave. They abandoned the idea of driving. As for the supplies in the car, it was only a part of what they had. And it wasn't a big deal as long as Xiao was still there. Xiao led the group out of the hotel to the main road. But there was a single car outside. Not leaving? He asked. Xiao had everyone hide in some bushes not far from the hotel, waiting a bit to see if any cars would come. Are you planning to hijack a car? Xiao nodded. He then asked, Isn't that too dangerous? Guzong stared at her for a moment, and when He saw the two of them locking eyes, with their eyes wide open, he was about to step in between them when both of them looked away at the same time. I'll try my best, Guzong replied quietly. He looked displeased, but didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have any abilities and couldn't help. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. If only I had abilities, I wouldn't have to rely on Guzong all the time. What should I do? King Yi. They waited outside for half an hour, and the noise from the hotel grew quieter. Xiao was a bit worried. What if that monster came out? They could only wait anxiously. What if no cars come by? He pounded his numb leg and looked at Xiao. Xiao pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from the space, saying, No rush, let us wait until evening. If no cars come by then, we want to hijack one. Xiao's hand magically produced other snacks, and she handed them to the others, saying, If you want to eat, just say so. Don't just stare at me. He finally couldn't hold back and eagerly asked, How did you do that? It's so amazing. Xiao's sunflower seeds disappeared and reappeared, earning another round of excited exclamations from He. It's just taking them out and putting them back in from the space. As she spoke, Xiao performed again, pulling out an apple and started to munch on it. Sister Su, I want to eat strawberries. Jiang Yingxue naturally hugged Xiao's arm. Xiao flinched and quickly withdrew her arm, handing her some strawberries instead. Here, eat slowly. Thank you, Sister Su. Seeing Jiang Yingxue trying to get closer again, Xiao turned and hid beside He. You go away. I need to talk to Sister Su about something. You go find your brother. He pushed Jiang Yingxue away directly. Go find Yi Changqing. Guzong unceremoniously threw the question to Yi Changqing. The moment Yi Changqing caught Jiang Yingxue's gaze, he smiled awkwardly and said, Miss, I might not be able to handle this. Jiang Yingxue pouted, Qingqing, you're annoying. After saying that, she walked to the side, crossed her arms, turned her back, and ignored Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing still had to coax her, Miss, please listen to me. The group waited from morning until dusk. If they got hungry, Xiao would take food out of her space to eat. Xiao stood up and stretched her limbs. We've waited so long. Should we leave now? He also stood up and stretched her shoulders. Xiao looked over and could see He prominent collarbones. With a serious face, she walked over to He. What's wrong? He asked. Xiao moved closer, and not just He, but everyone else looked at her nervously. You child, why do you have to unbutton 2 buttons on your nice shirt? It's letting in the wind. Xiao said as she buttoned He shirt back up. He let out a sigh of relief. Glad it was just buttoning up. Qingge would never poach her corner. Jiang Yingxue pouted, unable to tell if she was disappointed or unhappy. Guzong's expression was stiff. Even knowing it was a misunderstanding, he still looked displeased. What's wrong with you all? Xiao asked the group in confusion. They all shook their heads in unison, saying it was nothing. The sky was a shade of orange-yellow. But one corner had already been swallowed by darkness, and Su Xiao decided it was time to leave. Then let's go. Yanqi stood up as if she had been waiting impatiently, ready to move forward. Hey, wait. Su Xiao reached out and pulled her back down. What are you doing? I almost fell backward. Yanqi said irritably. Listen to me. The group listened to Su Xiao and perked up their ears. It was the sound of a car driving, faint at first, but growing louder and closer. They peered out, half sticking their heads out to look. A car really was driving down the road. But Yanqi quickly blinked a few times to moisten her eyes. Her vision was clear at 50 feet. Isn't this the car that was following us before? Hearing this, the others looked closely, and indeed, the modified vehicle had no license plate in the front, but had a few chainsaws strapped to it. Sister Su, are we robbing them? Yanqi looked down at Su Xiao. Su Xiao squinted, observing the situation in the car. This vehicle was well modified, spacious, and if they didn't fight for it, they could try to steal it. Don't rush. Let's see if they're heading to the hotel. Yanqi's eyes lit up immediately. If they went into the hotel, they would definitely be entangled by that monster, and the car would be theirs. The car was about to drive up to the hotel entrance, and everyone's hearts rose to their throats. After confirming the car stopped, they couldn't relax just yet. They watched the car door open and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still needed the car keys, and without them, they couldn't drive. Remembering who had the keys, Su Xiao suggested, I'll go steal the keys. You all wait for me outside. If I haven't come out in an hour, just leave. This suggestion was met with immediate disapproval from Yanqi. How can that work? We can't let you go alone. Jiang Yingshu nodded in agreement. Yeah, Sister Su, there's so many people over there. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I have space. If I can't fight them, I can hide. Yi Changqing frowned. Aren't you still not very skilled with space? Su Xiao took Su Wangshan out from her space. Can I at least take him with me? Suddenly, a person popped up, and everyone took a step back. Yanqi asked in confusion, what use is he? Su Xiao looked down at Su Wangshan. Wangshan. Summon 100 zombies to come over and let them go in to cause a distraction. Seeing they still had something to say, Su Xiao continued, don't worry. I won't go in. I'll just watch from the side and direct Wangshan to steal the keys. He is small. It'll definitely be fine. In that case, let's go together. Yanqi still wasn't reassured. Gu Tsong and Jiang Yingshu nodded in agreement. It was that Su Xiao wanted to go in. It was that the system had informed her 2 minutes ago. 1,000 points. Even if it's 1,000 points, if I can't fight, it's pointless. The system was confused. Who said you can't fight? This is telling you. The big prize is coming. Not to run away. Su Xiao's face darkened. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system retorted. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Su Xiao silently gave it an international friendly gesture and angrily turned to leave the small black room. I'm worried about unexpected events. I don't want to see you all hurt. I'm the best candidate, so it's decided. As Su Xiao said this with red-rimmed eyes, everyone was stunned in place. Su Xiao stood up and quickly left. Gu Tsong, feeling uneasy, followed her, reminding Yi Changqing to take care of Jiang Yingshu and Yanqi as they left. Why should he go? I want to go too. I absolutely cannot let him and Su Xiao have any alone space. Su Wangshan, even though I'm not human, you really are a dog. Chapter 65. Let's drive a different car in the end. Yanqi still couldn't follow because she couldn't overpower Yi Changqing. Su Xiao sneaked into the hotel and hadn't taken 2 steps when she heard Su Wangshan say that Gu Tsong had followed. This man? Why is he so stubborn? Su Xiao leaned closer to Su Wangshan's ear and whispered, you call a few more zombies over. It's best to block Gu Kong. He must not see me, understood? Leave this small task to me, just rest assured. After saying that, Su Wangshan parted ways with Su Xiao. Su Wangshan deliberately appeared in front of Gu Tsong, successfully leading him away to another side. Meanwhile, Su Xiao had already spotted the people from that car. They were walking together, chatting and laughing. Su Xiao counted the number of people and noticed 5 were missing. They must have been sent by their leader to check the surroundings. Su Xiao passed by a staircase window, peeked out, and saw not the people from the car, but Su Wangshan and Gu Tsong ahead. She immediately pulled her head back, not wanting to be seen by Gu Kong Strange. Why hadn't the zombies summoned by Su Wangshan arrived yet? However, for Su Xiao, it didn't matter whether they came or not. The main goal was to block Gukong. Su Xiao followed that group of people to the third floor of the hotel. The first floor seemed quiet and abnormal, and she didn't know where the little monster had gone. Had it changed locations? If it wasn't there, that would be even better. Su Xiao spotted one person alone and directly pounced on them, covering their mouth. Before they could shout, Su Xiao punched them, and their heads slumped to the side, unconscious. Who's there? Come out. The person definitely hadn't run far, so they searched carefully. Su Xiao didn't waste words with them and leaped out, immediately tackling the bearded man holding the keys, snatched the keys, rolled several times on the tile floor, stood up and ran. That group behind her would definitely not let Su Xiao go just like that, especially since she had taken such an important item as the car keys. They could lose the car, but they couldn't lose the supplies. Chase after her. We must kill that stinky woman. Yes. The group behind her looked fierce, with expressions that seemed to say they would tear Su Xiao apart if they caught her. Which floor is the little monster on? In front of you. Damn, boss. This way. The door is open. It must be that woman who didn't close it in time. Su Xiao heard the noise not far away and smiled happily. When the little monster looked over, she immediately hid in her space. So, when a monster turned its head, it saw a batch of food delivered right to its door. It grinned, drooling with a foul stench, and the meat monster showed an obsessed smile while extending its swollen, inhuman hands toward them. BB boss. There's a monster. Some people with poor psychological qualities not only wet their pants, but their legs go soft, and their feet seem glued to the ground, unable to move a single step. These frightened individuals won't have companions to pull them along because their sacrifice allows others to run. Su Xiao plans to use the little one to eliminate this group, and when she reaches the safe zone, there will be one less competitor. Master, do you want to just sit and watch? Little Green, wearing a pink apron, flowed over like a puddle of liquid, which was somewhat disgusting to Su Xiao, mainly because of the color. Little Green quietly stepped back, walking ahead while not forgetting to bring a pile of snacks and place them next to Su Xiao. Before Su Xiao had eaten more than a few bites of the snacks, she saw a bearded man about to run from this building to the one where Gutsun was, and she charged out, delivering a flying kick that knocked him to the ground. The little one stood still for a moment. Everyone else had already been swallowed, leaving only one slightly capable bearded man, who thought about eating him later, but now another person who looked even more capable than the bearded man charged in. The little one's interest was immediately piqued, grinning at Su Xiao, drool dripping from its mouth onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Soon, the tile that got splashed with monster saliva showed signs of scorching. Su Xiao glanced at the bearded man, who was still alive, and pointed at him. But it seemed like the little one only had eyes for Su Xiao. Damn! Su Xiao couldn't help but curse. But as long as she didn't attract the monster to Gutsun, it would be fine. She quickly dealt with the little one and then went to find the fleeing bearded man. Su Xiao watched the little one with bulging eyes and a wide-open foul mouth running toward her, and as it got close, she leaped up, slamming her fist down onto the monster's head, shaking her hand afterward. It felt a bit hard. The little one shook its head. It must not have had any experience getting hit. Don't worry, I'll make you remember this beating for the rest of your life. Su Xiao's Maikindi. She first attacked the monster's various body parts, and after confirming a few times, she discovered the monster's weakness. Found it. Su Xiao's Mai. It was the arms. The little one's two arms, although swollen to the size of a person's, were covered in bulging veins, looking terrifying and oppressive, but when attacked, the monster seemed to protect its arms very well. Su Xiao started deliberately focusing her attacks on the monster's arms. Huh. Su Xiao's hand plunged into the little one's arm, accurately hitting a thick vein, and at the moment her fingers sank in, a loud scream erupted from the little one. It tried to shake Su Xiao off, but she pushed her fingers deeper and forcefully dragged down, slicing a 1-meter-long gash in the monster's right vein, blood splattering all over the room. Su Xiao quickly turned her head to avoid the splatter on her face, but other parts of her body were not so lucky. The little one staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground with a thud, clutching its injured arm and wailing continuously. Su Xiao lightly leaped up, stepping on its chest. The monster still wanted to use its uninjured arm to grab Su Xiao, but she mercilessly gave it 3 deep claw marks. The monster's screams echoed as it writhed on the ground, and Su Xiao stood firmly on it, not giving it too much time to wail. Just as she was about to move to slit its throat, a burst of flame shot towards Su Xiao. The person who unleashed this fireball was none other than the elusive bearded man. Su Xiao grinned, showing no signs of retreat. I was just about to look for you, and you come right to my door. Her calm demeanor made the bearded man hesitate, feeling a bit regretful for coming out. This woman is a bit fierce. Don't get me wrong, I just want to make a friend. System, I didn't kill the little one, right? No problem. It's not worth 1,000 points anymore. I can only give you 500. Su Xiao felt a surge of anger rising from her feet to the top of her head. She had worked hard to take it down, and the last hit wasn't even hers, resulting in half the points being deducted. No, I just want to kill you now and stuff you into the monster's belly. Su Xiao was smiling, but it was a terrifying smile. As she approached step by step, Hu Guangxian panicked and was afraid. Hu Guangxian threw fireballs at Su Xiao. His ability was above Qinjiu's, but against Su Xiao, he was still no match. Su Xiao's agility was such that Hu Guangxian couldn't even keep up with her speed. What kind of monster is this? Don't come over. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiao was in front of Hu Guangxian, her hand resting on his head, fingers pressed against his scalp, tightening, and tightening. Hu Guangxian was in so much pain he rolled his eyes, his body trembling, trying to stop Su Xiao, but he found he couldn't even lift his hand. Su Xiao, where are you? Just as Su Xiao was about to chase Hu Guangxian, she heard Gu Tsong's voice. She quickly ran to the door and took a glance. Gu Tsong was rushing toward her. Hearing the increasingly near shouts outside, Su Xiao directly hid in her space. In the space, she quickly took a shower and changed into a clean, identical outfit. Gu Tsong rushed into the room, scanning around but not seeing Su Xiao, while Su Wangshan followed closely behind him. Did you not say Su Xiao was here? Where is she? Gu Tsong shouted directly at Su Wangshan. Su Wangshan was displeased. It was fine if Su Xiao was fierce to him, but who dared to yell at him? Can't you shout a little louder? Haven't you eaten? Su Wangshan directly used Su Xiao's frequent remarks to him and Little Green. Gu Tsong actually followed suit, shouting louder than before. Stop shouting, I'm going deaf. Su Xiao placed her hand on Gu Tsong's shoulder, covering her ears with the other hand. Great, you're okay. Su Xiao disdainfully pushed him away. Let go of me. What have you gotten on you? Gu Tsong had been killing zombies in front, and there were quite a few zombie body parts stuck to him. Fortunately, all the blood on him was zombie blood, and he himself was fine, with no visible wounds on his face. It seemed that those zombies posed no pressure for Gu Tsong anymore, but Su Xiao looked at her newly changed clothes that were dirty again, closed her eyes, and sighed deeply. Gu Tsong asked, how are you? Su Xiao lifted the car key and waved it in front of him. Mission accomplished. Gu Tsong grabbed her arm. I'm going to ask if you're okay. What could happen to me? After I got the key, I hid in the space. These people were all killed by the monsters here. We should leave. I'm afraid that monster will chase us again. Su Xiao held Gu Tsong's wrist with her other hand, pulling him outside. After they came out, they saw the three hiding in the grass. Sister Su. Jiang Yingxue was about to rush over, but was stopped by Yi Chongqing beside her. Without Yi Chongqing's restraint, He Yinchi charged out like a wild beast released after being imprisoned for a long time. He rushed in front of Su Xiao, picking her up and spinning her around several times, shouting, "We're out." Finally out. Su Xiao looked down, her cheeks a bit flushed, covering her face with her hands, feeling very embarrassed. "Put me down. Don't worry. I'm fine. You don't believe me?" He Yinchi pointed at the bloodstains on her clothes. "Then why do you have blood on you?" He Yinchi and Jiang Yingxue. "Oh, let's get in the car first." Su Xiao saw that it was getting dark and knew she would have to explain for a long time if she stayed. After getting in the car, Yi Chongqing sat in the driver's seat. However, the others were surprised to find that there was actually navigation to the safe zone in the car. Gu Tsong sat in the passenger seat, while Su Xiao and the other two squeezed into the second row. After getting in the car, Su Xiao explained clearly to the two of them that it was just Gu Tsong who hugged her for a moment and accidentally got some blood on her. But Su Xiao didn't expect that the two would say in unison, "What right does he have to hug you?" He Yinchi leaned out to look at Jiang Yingxue, who was sitting on Su Xiao's other side. "What's wrong with you?" Before Jiang Yingxue could speak, He Yinchi continued, "Did you suddenly realize that your brother is not worthy of Su Xiao?" Su Xiao sat awkwardly between the two of them, initially wanting to educate He Yinchi a bit, But unexpectedly, Jiang Yingshu on the side said, "Right, my brother is not worthy of Sister Su." He Yinshi nodded repeatedly, her tone laced with amusement. "I said so. But it's okay. It's not too late for you to understand." Jiang Yingshu calmly continued, "Because I am the most suitable for Sister Su." Just then, the car braked suddenly, causing everyone to lurch forward. He Yinshi, who was sitting improperly, bumped her forehead, and Jiang Yingshu hit her arm. Rubbing her sore arm, Jiang Yingshu said irritably, "It's fine. I'm not dead yet. You should focus on driving." The atmosphere in the car fell into silence. And the injured Jiang Yingshu and He Yinshi still glanced at Su Xiao to see how she was doing. Su Xiao was fine. When she lurched forward, He Yinshi had supported her a bit, and she only bumped her wrist, which would be fine after a while. Chapter 66. Arriving at the safe zone, Su Xiao casually asked, "Did you see anyone while we weren't here?" Jiang Yingshu and He Yinshi both shook their heads. Su Xiao lowered her gaze in thought. That person still hadn't come out? Were they afraid to come out? Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, Hu Guangqian, still at the hotel, took out a pocket watch, opened it, and a nearly transparent blue screen appeared. After operating it for a while, he made a phone call. After hanging up, he leaned his tense back against the wall, tilting his head back to lightly bump the back of his head against the wall. On the other side, following the navigation, the group arrived at a tunnel without streetlights. The car had no headlights, and Yi Changqing couldn't see anything and didn't dare to drive further. Su Xiao looked ahead and saw nothing. "Since that's the case, let's stop here and hit the road tomorrow." Yi Changqing asked, "So are we sleeping in the car tonight? Should we get a blanket from the trunk?" "No need. I'll take you into the space." After saying that, Su Xiao first pulled Jiang Yingshu and He Yinshi in. And Yi Changqing was surprised for a few seconds before Su Xiao reappeared, telling him to turn off the car. Yi Changqing closed the car windows, took out the keys, and directly handed them to Su Xiao, who accepted them. She held the wrists of the two and waited for a while before bringing them into the space. "Fortunately, we didn't flip over," Su Xiao sighed in relief. Inside the space, it was bright, and Jiang Yingshu and He Yinshi were circling around Little Green, full of curiosity. When they saw Su Xiao, they immediately pulled her over. "Sister Su, what is this?" It's a pet I raised." Yi Changqing frowned at Little Green, feeling quite disgusted. "Little Green, take the boys to wash up." Little Green obediently nodded. "Yes, master." Little Green walked up to Gu Tsong. "Please follow me." "Sister Su, you're coming to wash up with me, right?" "No, I want to wash with Sister Su. I can scrub her back." Jiang Yingshu clung to her arm. After they finished washing and changed into clean clothes, under Little Green's guidance, they picked their favorite rooms. However, Su Xiao was sleeping alone tonight. And even though Jiang Yingshu pouted and said she wanted to sleep with her, it was useless. Little Green was particularly slippery and forcibly pulled Jiang Yingshu away, saying, "Please do not disturb the master's rest." Little Green stood guard at Su Xiao's door, and Su Xiao had never liked Little Green as much as she did at this moment, seemingly discovering its usefulness. With Little Green watching over her, Su Xiao had a very restful sleep and woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. When Su Xiao opened the door, Little Green at the door seemed to have shrunk. It was 1.6 meters yesterday, but now it was only 20 centimeters. There's such a use? After being shocked, Su Xiao followed Little Green to the dining room. Everyone was already seated, and upon hearing the door open, they looked toward the entrance. "You finally woke up?" He Yinshi pointed to the empty seat beside her. "Come sit." Su Xiao walked over, speaking as she walked. "Why are you all up so early?" Jiang Yingshu looked at her with a pitiful expression. "Because I couldn't sleep last night without sleeping with sister." "Oh, please, you were the first to sleep yesterday." He Yinshi rolled her eyes. "How do you know? Were you spying on me while I slept?" Jiang Yingshu glared at her. He Yinshi rested her head on her hand. "Do I need to spy?" "At midnight, Yi Changqing came and knocked on my door, telling me to keep it down so I wouldn't wake you." Yi Changqing shot a fierce glare, warning him to stop talking. But He Yinshi was the rebellious type. The more you try to stop him, the more he wanted to talk. "Hey, did you know? In the middle of the night, I got up to use the bathroom, and he told me to keep it down like a ghost. It was so scary." Images flashed in everyone's minds. And upon thinking about it, it was no longer scary, but rather creepy. Su Xiao and Jiang Yingshu turned their gazes toward Yi Changqing, who was already lowering his head. too embarrassed to face anyone. All right, let us eat. Stop arguing. Xiao pulled everyone together. Little Green almost turned around the moment she spoke, nodding at Xiao. Yes, master. Because I'm made of slime, my body can split into many pieces. Most of the tasks in the space are done by me. Su Wangshan doesn't do anything? That must be hard on you. Xiao smiled and continued, you don't need to clean now, come over and eat with us. After eating, I'll help you tidy up. Little Green was about to go over, but stopped upon hearing Xiao's following words, its hand holding the broom frozen in midair. This small task, I can handle it. Master, you and your friends eat first. I won't disturb you. After saying that, Little Green dashed away and vanished in an instant. What happened? Did I say something? Xiao was confused and sat down without much appetite for food. After finishing the meal, the group did not rush to leave the space. Xiao noticed Gutsong was there, finally remembering the pile of appliances in the space that couldn't be used without power. Xiao, that power conversion machine, you can still make it, right? I have the parts. Xiao pulled Yinchi aside. Yinchi immediately understood what Xiao wanted to do, and without refusing, followed her to the warehouse. Sister Su, wait for me. I want to go too. Jiang Yingxue followed behind the two. With Jiang Yingxue going, Yi Changqing naturally couldn't stay behind. Gutsong, being the key to whether this appliance could run successfully, naturally wouldn't be left out. The result was that Yinchi needed 2 more days to build the machine. All right, you stay in the space. I'll go out and take a look. Gutsong leaned in. I'll go with you. I want to go out too. Xiao directly rejected Jiang Yingxue's request. Xiao Shui, you stay in the space for now. If you're bored, keep Yi Changqing here too. Upon hearing that the two would be alone, Yinchi suddenly stood up. No way. He rushed between Xiao and Gutsong, spreading his arms to push them apart a bit. We must have 3 people outside. You two cannot be alone. Stop throwing a fit, Xiao said irritably. Yinchi threw a tantrum. I don't care. If you two are alone, then I won't do it. I'll follow you. Xiao compromised. All right. Jiang Yingxue and Yi Changqing can take turns coming out, okay? Yinchi looked her up and down. Why can't we leave Gutsong here? If I run into danger, you'll come rescue me, right? The only one here with attack abilities is Gukong. Yinchi instantly wilted, muttering under his breath. If only Qin Go were here. Xiao heard it all clearly. If you're in a hurry to see Qinjiao, just listen to me. We'll go to the safe zone to find Qinjiao. It was only 200 miles to the safe zone. Xiao directly took the driver's seat. And on the highway, looking up, there wasn't a single car in sight. Xiao's speed increased, and the wind blowing in through the open window was deafening, making her ears ache. Accelerating all the way to the last 3 kilometers of the safe zone, Xiao slowed down. On a high ground, she parked the car behind some bushes and large trees, covering it with some wild grass, making it less likely to be discovered. The so-called safe zone is actually a newly built giant bungalow surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. At the entrance, there are 2 rows of 6 male guards standing like sentinels, each with a red mark on their left wrist that looks like paint. Xiao frowned tightly. She was sure she had found the right safe zone. But Song Xiqing would definitely not be here. In the video, that damn man was out at sea. The 3 did not act recklessly. They waited in place for a while, watching several groups of people enter. Some looked like they were fleeing, handing over a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry from their backpacks to the guards. The guards' expressions softened a bit, and after accepting the valuables, they let those people in. Others handed over food and supplies, and upon seeing these items, the guards' faces clearly showed signs of happiness. It seemed that food and supplies were the currency here. As for gold and silver, it was unclear what they were used for. Let's go. Xiao called out to the 2 behind her, raising her foot to move forward. Yi Changqing grabbed her arm. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Just take some food as a toll, Xiao replied, raising her hands to reveal flour and rice. She directly stuffed the rice into Yi Changqing's arms. This is too heavy. You help me carry it. Then, Xiao took out some vegetables and only 1 apple. She handed the flour to Gukong. You're just taking 1 apple? Yi Changqing looked at her in confusion. Xiao continued to walk forward. You'll see when the time comes. Of course, on the way there, Xiao also applied some dark eyeshadow on her face. The 3 of them looked too rosy. which didn't match the appearance of those fleeing. Xiao nodded repeatedly, but didn't speak. She glanced back, and the two behind her stepped forward, pulling out the rice and flour they had hidden. Although it was just a small bag, it still drew quite a gasp from the crowd. "You, how do you still have rice and flour?" The guards' eyes almost glued on them, licking their lips 3 times in one sentence. Hearing Xiao say it was their last ration, the guards' first reaction was disbelief, but seeing the three's emaciated faces, they cleared their throats and waved their hands toward the inside. "All right, you can go in." The three were led by a woman to a large room filled with people, all sitting on the floor or lying on makeshift bedding. Hearing the sound of the door opening, and knowing it wasn't teen mealtime, they guessed newcomers had arrived, but still, a few people looked towards the entrance. "Now that you've arrived, this is where you'll stay. Every day, at mealtime, or for outdoor activities, someone will come to call you. If you're not called, just stay quietly in the room. If you go out and encounter any issues, no one will help you." At first, some people voiced their dissatisfaction and rebutted, but those sitting on the floor had bruises or wounds on their faces or bodies, and they dared not speak up anymore. Seeing Su Zhao's actions, the man who brought them seemed very pleased, said a few more words, and then left. Gu Zong and Yi Changqing followed over and sat down beside Su Xiao. A thin little girl tremblingly approached Su Xiao from behind. "Sister, sister." Hearing the faint voice behind her, all three turned to look. Su Xiao had more gray smeared on her face than the other two, looking as if she hadn't eaten for 10 days or so. The little girl was scared stiff under the gaze of the two big men, and Su Xiao pressed her hand on the girl's shoulder and asked softly, "Little sister, what do you want to tell me?" The little girl trembled as she spoke. "Grandpa wants to see you." "Where's your grandpa?" The little girl turned sideways and pointed to a corner in the back, where an old man with white hair mixed with yellow was holding something like a wine sack and took a sip. As he lowered his head, he looked over at Su Xiao. That intense gaze was unmistakably from an extraordinary person. Su Zhao's favorite type was strong individuals, so she followed the little girl over. Chapter 67. Beauty Revealed. When Su Xiao reached the old man in the corner, she noticed that there was a large empty space around him, as if the people nearby dared not approach. With that white hair and a few strands of vivid yellow, this old man still had the spirit of a young man. "Didn't he? This is my grandpa." The old man straightened up and said, "What are you talking about? Who's your grandpa?" "I'm your brother." Upon hearing this, Su Zhao's eyes widened. How could this old man's voice sound so young? Brother? Then what about this guy's hair? The old man's face was smeared with something unknown, obscuring his features, and combined with his unkempt hair and tattered clothes, it was easy to mistake him for an old man. "So you guys?" This guy sounded like a 20-year-old youth. "This dead girl can't tell grandpa from brother." The white-haired young man playfully slapped the little girl's arm, but not hard. Just a gentle tap. The white-haired young master released the little girl, who quickly darted away to hide, rubbing her arm where she was tapped and then making a face at him. The white-haired young man raised his fist, and the little girl turned her back, no longer daring to be mischievous. "What do you want from me?" The white-haired young man looked at Su Xiao and patted the clean space beside him, inviting her to sit down. After Su Xiao sat down, he turned his head closer and asked, "You're an ability user, right?" Su Xiao was not startled by the boy's words. Instead, she remained very composed and turned her head to ask, "What makes you say that?" The boy stared at her for a while, suddenly grinning widely, showing a set of neat, white teeth. "What is there to say? It's just a feeling." "What is your name?" Su Xiao, sensing that this boy was not simple, was very interested in him. "My name is Hu Wang, and that's my sister, Hu Zihan." Su Xiao asked again, "Do you know my name?" "No. Isn't that what I'm waiting for you to say?" Su Xiao. Su Xiao, nice name. Watching how Hu Wang spoke so maturely, Su Xiao suspected he must have spent a lot of time with older people in his life. "Now tell me why you call me over." Hu Wang smiled innocently, but the stuff smeared on his face made his smile look a bit disgusting. "It's nothing. I just think you're different. Do you have any food on you?" "My sister and I have been hungry for a long time." "You're very perceptive. I believe you have more," Hu Wang said with a grin. Su Xiao scoffed. "Is that your intuition?" Hu Wang nodded yes. "If I give you food, what can you give me in return?" Hu Wang scratched his face. A chunk of the stuff on his cheek came off, and Su Xiao could see his fair complexion, which looked rosy and healthy, unlike someone who was starving. "I've been in this safe zone for a long time. If you can give me food, I can tell you how to precisely avoid the guards in the safe zone and some secrets that are not known to the public. What he said was indeed tempting. Xiao really wanted to find Xiao as soon as possible, but she could also locate Xiao's position. And as for the secrets, curiosity kills the cat. She didn't want to know. Sorry, I don't have any food. I already handed everything in when I came in. After speaking, Xiao turned and walked away, giving Huang no time to react. Hey, no, how could you not have any? Huang wanted to stand up and chase after her. But Xiao was moving too fast, and he didn't want to actually get up, so he lay back down in frustration. Gucong tilted his head to look at Xiao behind him and asked Huang, "Did you finish talking?" "Ah, just an old man asking me for food." Upon hearing this, everyone around perked up their ears to listen. Xiao continued, "I told him I handed everything in when I came in, and he called me stupid." Gucong glanced down and then looked up at Xiao. "Well, after all, there is food to eat here. You've been tricked." And Annie, who could no longer bear to listen, spoke up helplessly. Xiao feigned ignorance. "Annie, what are you talking about?" The old woman sat cross-legged like she was meditating, her hands resting on her thighs. Before she even spoke, she let out a couple of sighs. "At first, we thought this was a good place, built by the government to protect us. But once we got in, we realized it was built privately. Here, we can't get enough to eat or stay warm, and we have to be taken away to do hard labor." As soon as she mentioned hard labor, Xiao's eyes flashed. "Annie, what kind of hard labor do we have to do here? Is it just serving tea and water?" "Oomph." The aunt gave a bitter smile. "How could it be that easy? It's to repair the walls to fend off zombies. Strong men have all been sent there. As for you, young lady, it's even worse. With your looks, if those in power take a liking to you, oh dear." The aunt sighed again. Clearly, she was enduring this hard life herself, yet she felt sorry for Xiao, the newcomer. But Gucong's face should be easy to recognize, right? After thanking the aunt, the two of them sat down on a piece of empty ground. The people around them weren't sitting too close, and the three spoke quietly, so the others couldn't hear them clearly. "You two will be taken to do hard labor, right?" Gucong nodded. "It should be." Yi Changqing looked at Xiao. "Aren't you worried about yourself?" "What do I have to worry about? I have my space. If it really gets bad, I can just hide. But you too." "Gucong is fine, but you Xiao." Xiao looked at Yi Changqing. "Don't worry about me. If I run into trouble, I'll die on my own." Yi Changqing said it so casually that Xiao almost got tricked into thinking he meant he would handle it. "Huh, if you die, Xiao Shui will be sad." Xiao felt like she was being smothered by dog food. "But can't you be a little more reliable? The person you like keeps bothering me. Don't you feel bad? I won't let anything happen to you." Gucong grabbed Xiao's arm. "Thank you so much." Gucong said, "That sounds a bit harsh." Soon, the three of them had their first meal in the safe zone. A shrill bell rang, and everyone sitting on the ground rushed towards the door. A person with a green band on their arm came over and opened the door, but the moment the door opened, no one dared to rush out. Instead, when they heard the command to come out, the people inside rushed out like mad dogs. During this process, some frail individuals were pushed to the ground, and no one helped them up, nor did any managers step in to stop it. Amidst the sound of footsteps and screams, most of the people inside rushed out. At the door, 3 or 4 people lay on the ground, their bodies covered in filthy footprints, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Some had their skin trampled and were bleeding. Even in their miserable state, these people still tried to crawl out. Among those who had just stood up were either elderly people or those with disabilities, including Hu Wang and Hu Zihan, the siblings. Hu Zihan supported Hu Wang and helped him out. After glancing at the siblings, Xiao followed them out. Upon arriving at the so-called cafeteria, it was just a large pot of mush that had been boiled to a pulp, smelling overwhelmingly fishy. Yet despite this, some people ate with great relish, and some even finished their portions and tried to snatch others' food. Xiao's brows had been furrowed the entire time as she looked at the disgusting mush. After secretly moving the food for the three into her space, she reminded Little Green to throw away the mush. Later, Little Green, take good care of them. Okay, master. With Little Green helping to take care of them, Xiao felt at ease. After observing carefully, Xiao noticed that the 3 who had been trampled were gone, along with several elderly people. You should be more proactive while eating, or you'll attract attention, Hu Zihan said cautiously as she leaned over. But what Su Xiao wanted was precisely this effect. That night, after the lights went out, Su Xiao took out Little Green. The surveillance here wasn't advanced. It was clear they didn't pay much attention to the people in this area. So, the moment Little Green was released, it blended into the dim room, climbed up the wall, and quietly covered the cameras. It then split off a part of its body and transformed into the appearance of the three of them. Although it was a bit smaller, curled up to sleep, it was about this size. Before going back, Su Xiao directly removed the eyeshadow that concealed her appearance. After enduring until dawn, when mealtime arrived, breakfast was a rice soup that didn't even contain visible rice, with some red chunks floating in it that no one knew the origin of. Yet everyone ate heartily. After moving Gu Tsong and Yi Changqing's bowls into her space, Su Xiao didn't rush to move her own bowl. She raised her head and casually scanned the room. Hu Wang and Hu Zihan were sitting in a remote spot, but they were eating rice, while others had their backs turned to them and didn't pay special attention. Su Xiao's eyes glistened with moisture, and her beautiful face was perfectly framed within the surveillance range. Within 3 minutes, a man in a black suit appeared behind Su Xiao, his polite demeanor prompting the person with the green band on their arm to jog over, a smile on their face. "Why are you here? Are you planning to hide such a beauty?" "Huh." The administrator turned around and was met with Su Xiao's somewhat pitiful yet stunningly beautiful face, causing him to stumble over his words. This. "All right, you don't need to say anything. I'll take her away first. The higher-ups are eager for her," the man said, extending his hand towards Su Xiao. "Beautiful lady, it's truly a pity to keep you here. Come with me, and I promise you will have nothing to worry about." Gu Tsong clenched his fists but didn't stop him, while Yi Changqing watched the scene unfold. Su Xiao followed the man out. Before leaving, she noticed Hu Wang looking over at her. Su Xiao caught him smiling at her from the corner of her eye, and that smile was quite unsettling. "Beautiful lady, my name is Robin. What's yours?" "I am Su Xiao." Su Xiao feigned a weak and harmless demeanor, which made Robin feel both pity and attraction. "Miss Su, don't be afraid. Although our safe zone wasn't established by the government, our treatment is very good. The place you live in before is for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. They have poor teeth and fragile bodies, which is why the food prepared is soft and tasty. Some of the food even has health-boosting effects." Then Robin took Su Xiao's hand and, at the moment he touched her, he let out a contented sigh. "I'm really sorry. It's just that the people in front didn't manage things well, which is why you, Miss Su, ended up assigned to the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled area. But don't worry, we guarantee this will never happen again. We will prepare a luxurious single room for you, equipped with usable electronic devices, and you will definitely be comfortable." Robin's flattery was extravagant. Su Xiao met his lecherous gaze, and with a shy lowering of her head, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and timidly said, "If that's the case, then I truly appreciate your kindness." Robin's palm stroked the back of Su Xiao's other hand several times. "How could it be? It's my honor to serve a beautiful lady like you. If you encounter any trouble, you can come find me. Remember, my name is Robin." Su Xiao nodded shyly. "Okay, Mr. Robin." Hearing Su Xiao call him that, Robin closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. "No need to be polite, Miss Su. Now, let us head for the elevator." "All right, thank you." "Haha, not at all a bother." Su Xiao looked up as Robin pressed the button for the 18th floor. Chapter 68. Overturning the safe zone, Su Xiao cautiously walked inside, carefully observing her surroundings. As she reached the bedroom door, she noticed something was off. The door was slightly ajar, leaving a crack through which a strange fragrance wafted out. The smell made Su Xiao feel a bit dizzy after just a whiff. She knew it was a drug and immediately covered her nose. "It's nothing. This little trick won't affect you," the system said casually. Su Xiao asked, "Then why do I feel dizzy?" The system explained, "It's your first encounter, so it's normal to have some reactions. Your body just needs some time to adjust, but this symptom will fade quickly." Indeed, as soon as the system finished speaking, Su Xiao felt the dizziness dissipate. She released her hand and breathed normally, with no other abnormalities in her body. But what was in this room? One thing was certain. Someone wanted her to faint, so it seemed that she wouldn't appear unless she did. Su Xiao raised her hand, one hand pressing against her temple, the other on her chest, looking quite weak. Then she pretended to walk unsteadily, quickly leaning against the wall. The hand pressed to her temple soon touched the wall, and she steadied herself, slowly moving deeper into the room. She pushed open the door and glanced inside. Seeing nothing, Xiao stepped into the room. But then she closed her eyes and fell straight to the ground. Xiao maintained her position on the floor, and soon she heard the sound of something moving in the walls. There must be a hidden room inside. Then came footsteps approaching, like an earthquake. The person seemed a bit anxious. The footsteps quickly stopped beside Xiao. In the dim room, Xiao saw a chubby young man, his clothes straining at the seams, revealing rolls of flesh. His face was covered in acne, some of which had been picked and were oozing yellow pus, looking quite disgusting. Hearing heavy breathing next to her, Xiao looked down and saw that the fat guy had actually taken off his pants and started to masturbate right in front of her. Just a glance at that golden needle mushroom made Xiao feel her eyes were being polluted. System, why don't you blur it out? The little fox lay nearby, lazily stretching. You didn't say anything. Besides, when you looked at Gu Tsong, Xiao, and Yinshi's upper bodies, you didn't ask for blurring either. Xiao was speechless. Even if it was just the lower half, she didn't want to see Gu Tsong and the others like that. Just blur it out. Please, I can't take it anymore. Xiao lowered her tone for the sake of her precious eyes. The man leaned back completely. Xiao took out a disinfecting wipe from her space and scrubbed her hands vigorously. But Xiao would never give him that chance. She rushed over and kicked him hard, right in the groin. The man was in so much pain he couldn't even scream, his legs trembling. Soon, Xiao smelled a foul odor in the air, and looking down, she realized he had actually urinated. Xiao felt a shiver run through her body, disgust and anger rising within her, and she kicked him several more times. Who is in charge of your safe zone? What is your identity? Xiao walked over to the man's head, arms crossed. The man was so shocked he didn't know what to say, his mind a jumbled mess. But Xiao didn't care. She kicked him in the shoulder. Crack. My shoulder. The man's acne-ridden face twisted in pain, the acne appearing even more clustered, enough to trigger anyone with a fear of clusters. Say something? Xiao continued to threaten him. I'll tell you. I'm Dong Zhuang, the son of Dong Muxian. My dad is the founder of this safe zone and the biggest shareholder. Xiao sneered. He was quite robust. In this situation, he could still eat so well. The food in the safe zone must be used to feed him, right? I tell you, you better help me up now and serve me well. There are cameras here. If my dad finds out, he definitely won't let you off. Dong Zhuang trembled, desperately trying to open his eyes, which were almost completely covered by his eyelid flesh, glaring at Xiao. Good. I'll serve you. Xiao raised her voice, and Dong Zhuang smiled in delight, but the next second, he let out another piercing scream. Xiao kicked him again, especially targeting his groin, delivering over 10 brutal kicks until his pants were soaked in blood. I want to let you off easy. Xiao gritted her teeth. After tiring from kicking, Xiao stopped to rest for a moment. She turned around, looked up at the camera mounted on the wall, and smirked, giving a friendly gesture. On the other side, the people watching the surveillance were so shocked that they dropped their cups, which shattered on the tiled floor. They turned pale, trembling as they called Dong Muxian, speaking in a very polite tone to inform him that his son was about to die. Upon hearing the news, Dong Muxian clenched the communication device tightly, his grinding teeth making a clicking sound. Send someone over immediately. We must capture that vicious woman alive. If we catch her, I will definitely have her dismembered. Knowing Xiao was about to escape, Dong Muxian immediately ordered everyone to activate all the surveillance cameras in the safe zone, keeping a close watch on Xiao, and sent people to block the places she might go. What a pity. Xiao was a bit stunned. The system suddenly said this. What a pity. A group of people is about to surround you. What a pity. Killing won't earn you points. Xiao, although she loves points, she wouldn't go that far. Even if killing could earn points, she wouldn't kill casually. Those ordinary people were nothing to worry about. On her way to find Xiao, she released some refugees, but at first, no one in the rooms was willing to come out. The first cafeteria had fresh rice and vegetables to grab for themselves. First come, first served. If you were late, there would be none. With that shout, people from 3 or 4 rooms rushed out, all heading toward the first cafeteria. Then Su Xiao turned and shouted to the refugees eating in the first cafeteria. The second cafeteria has rice, vegetables, and fruits, all to be grabbed for yourselves. First come, first served. If you're late, there will be none. All the refugees in the safe zone were released by Su Xiao, and for a moment, those chasing Su Xiao were surrounded by refugees. Some who arrived early Wu Ti let go of the guards, asking where the rice and vegetables were. If they weren't told, they Wu Ti let them leave. Some who couldn't think straight would say they didn't know, but saying they didn't know would lead to them being beaten by the refugees. They had just come to escape. They weren't mindless zombies, being kept like dogs and abused. The resentment of each of them had reached a boiling point. Since they couldn't get food, they would vent it out. The first punch thrown marked the start of a massive brawl. Su Xiao successfully escaped and smoothly arrived at the command center. Looking at the tightly closed aluminum doors, Su Xiao looked up and smiled slightly at the camera. Then came a series of powerful impacts as Su Xiao broke through door after door with her fists. Once inside, she shook her hands and continued forward. There were hardly any guards left in the command center. Most had been sent out, and the few remaining guards, upon seeing Su Xiao, retreated in fear as if they had seen their father. Those who didn't want to die, step aside, Su Xiao said softly, and those people screamed and fled. Su Xiao, you have a problem with your brains. Reaching the center of the command center, Su Xiao appeared cool and composed with her hands in her pockets, scaring the few command personnel inside to huddle together, trembling. Su Xiao smiled friendly and asked, "Where's Qin Jiu locked up?" Dong Zhuang had said Qin Jiu was locked up in the command center and fainted. There was no choice but for Su Xiao to come here to demand her release. Seeing they weren't speaking, Su Xiao walked over, and with each step she took, they screamed in fear, and she hadn't even done anything yet. Su Xiao reached the mechanical equipment. "System, can you crack it and check where Qin Jiu is?" 10 points. If points could be converted to money, Su Xiao really wanted to curse. They were so focused on money. She squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth. "Okay, here you go." The system promptly accepted the points, working with high efficiency, finishing in 3 seconds. Seeing the screen display the location of Qin Jiu, it looked like a small cell with the person bound, the upper body covered in whip marks. The clothes torn into strips, revealing how many times Qin Jiu had been whipped, which made Su Xiao's heart tighten. After knowing the exact location, Su Xiao smashed the electronic screen with a punch, causing the staff in the corner to redden their eyes. This machine was precious. But at the moment Su Xiao turned around, everyone lowered their heads, not at all saddened by the broken machine, just hoping Su Xiao would leave quickly. "You guys!" Su Xiao shouted, causing several people to tremble. They directly pushed out the boss. Many couldn't stand his domineering demeanor on usual days, and now that there was trouble, they certainly teamed up to push him out. Yes, what can we do for you?" The person didn't dare to look Su Xiao in the eye while speaking. Su Xiao was clearly smiling, but the faces of the few went pale, sweat pouring down their foreheads, their bodies trembling like a sieve. "Yes, we will definitely stay put. Don't worry." Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After glancing a few times and confirming Su Xiao had completely left, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense voices relaxing, but no one dared to go out. They just sat on the ground, forming a circle. Su Xiao found the roundabout way too troublesome and directly smashed through the wall, easily breaking 5 walls. For the last wall, Su Xiao didn't dare to smash it, fearing Qin Jiu would notice, so she went around and ran over. All the way, there was no one, and the cameras were also off. Arriving at the place where Qin Jiu was held, Su Xiao broke the lock with her bare hands, opened the door, and quickly walked to Qin Jiu, untying him while shouting, "Qin Jiu, are you okay? Wake up. Don't sleep. Why else? Of course. I'm here to save you." Su Xiao untied the last knot. Looking at the heavy injuries on him, several bloody scars on his chest. "I'll send you into the space and let SHREDS treat you." While Qin Jiu was confused about what space it was, Su Xiao held his hand, and with a swoosh, both entered the space. Su Xiao, not being gentle, turned around and called for Xiao Lu. "Xiao Lu, take Qin Jiu to SHREDS. Be careful." Hearing Su Xiao's call, Xiao Lu rushed over. "Okay, master. I'll take him to Miss Jiang right away." Xiao Lu's soft body lifted Qin Jiu up, accurately avoiding the wounds, and Xiao even tilted her head to look. It really was able to avoid the injuries. Master, do you want to go with Xiao Lu to find Miss Jiang? Thinking of Gutsong and He Yinshi outside. Xiao declined. No, I'm leaving first. Okay, Master, goodbye. Xiao looked over in confusion and found two people sitting on the ground next to her, using their hands to push back, apparently startled by Xiao's sudden arrival. Xiao also heard it, so that was how it was. She coldly said, "You two want to leave?" The two shook their heads like rattles. No, we're just looking. We never thought of leaving. Please let us go." Xiao scanned around. "If I see you again, you won't want to know what happens next." Saying that, Xiao raised her fist and twisted it. The few huddled together, tightly closing their eyes, trembling as they nodded. "Got it. We won T. Absolutely won T." After scaring them, Xiao slipped away. If they kept acting, she wouldn't be able to hold it in. Chapter 69. Eagle Base. Hey, are you two okay? Xiao walked over casually with her hands in her pockets. On the other side, the two standing opposite had their upper clothes scratched and torn in places, exposing their bulging abdominal muscles. Xiao stared at them for a while. It was quite a refreshing sight, as looking at Dong Zhuang had truly been a disservice to her eyes. But the two being stared at didn't feel the same. They exchanged glances as if confirming that Xiao was indeed looking at them. Gutsong turned Yi Changqing's face away, not letting him look at Xiao, while he stood straight, allowing Xiao to see him. Coming to her senses, Gutsong walked in front of Xiao, staring down at her. "What are you looking at?" Xiao received his gaze and looked down at herself. Everything seemed fine, nothing wrong. "You didn't run into any trouble, did you?" Xiao's heart sank. "If I had any trouble, would I still be standing in front of you? All right, let us go." The three walked out of the safe zone nonchalantly, but along the way, they encountered some passing refugees. Since the two had only been there for less than a day, no one remembered them, but Xiao's aura was too strong. They just glanced at her and quickly quickened their pace to leave. Just as they were about to reach the gate of the safe zone, a familiar voice called out from behind them. "Wait up, what are you here for?" Xiao seemed to anticipate what Huang was going to say and quickly added, "We can't take you with us, so give up that thought." Undeniably, a hint of disappointment flashed in Huang's eyes, but he smiled and said, "No, I just wanted to tell you that it's dangerous outside. Monsters are appearing frequently. If you don't have anywhere to go, you might as well check out the human base. Although it's not much different from the safe zone, the food and accommodation are much better." Hearing Huang speak so sincerely, Xiao's focus was on. "You know there are monsters outside?" "Haha, that's no secret. The monsters outside are becoming more and more rampant. Just be careful." Xiao asked again, "Aren't you leaving?" Huang tightly held his sister, Hu Zihan's hand. "I'm doing quite well here. If it gets unbearable, I'll take Zihan to the human base." Huang waved at her, "All right, goodbye." After leaving, the three got into the car. Xiao noticed that beads of sweat still remained on Gutsong and Yi Changqing's foreheads. So she directly sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "Let's go check out the base." Saying this, Xiao opened the map in the car. It was only after she checked that she realized many human bases had already been established. The more famous and larger bases included Base 36, Tualu Base, and Eagle Base. These three major bases were marked as quite popular on the map and had many internal and external photo introductions. Xiao clicked on each base and examined them carefully. Base 36 mainly utilized advanced technology for defense capabilities, while Tualu and Eagle were known for recruiting supernatural beings to protect their members. However, the relationship between these two bases and Base 36 was also good, and they would borrow some advanced technological weapons from Base 36. Although the latter two bases mainly relied on supernatural beings for offense and defense, the demand for recruiting supernatural beings varied greatly. Tualu Base mainly recruited defensive and supportive supernatural beings, while offensive supernatural beings were in the minority. In contrast, Eagle Base believed that offense was the best defense, so they primarily recruited offensive supernatural beings and offered many rewards for outstanding abilities. Xiao logged onto the official website of Eagle Base, and surprisingly, the rewards included many daily necessities and even fresh vegetables, things that were hard to find nowadays. Xiao scrolled down and saw vegetable seeds, though they were all from before the apocalypse, being sold at low prices. Eagle Base explained that after the apocalypse, food grown in the soil was small and unpalatable, even unfit for livestock. They obtained newly developed seeds from Base 36, which produced food several times better than pre-apocalypse. With the crops being larger and more tender, the food quality in the three major bases had improved manyfold. Many people had heard about this, and among the starving and freezing supernatural beings outside, they chose bases that suited them and filled out their joining information. Gutsong was not very reassured. "I'll stay and accompany you." Su Xiao took out her classic lines again. "What danger can I be in? If there's danger, I can just run into the space. Haven't you noticed that my control over space is getting better and better? I called Su Wangshan out to keep me company. That should be fine, right?" After saying this, Su Wangshan was summoned by Su Xiao, holding a big elbow made by Xiao LV. Su Wangshan. I saw Su Wangshan's gray-purple cheeks turning red, which, combined with the strange skin color, looked even stranger. Su Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you shy?" Su Wangshan, holding the big elbow, didn't know whether to put it down or not, lowered his head and asked Su Xiao angrily, "Why did you call me out?" Su Xiao glanced at him, not expecting him to be so anxious. Su Wangshan paused, glared at her angrily. "Su Wangshan, I'm not teasing you anymore, just continue eating. Although there are quite a few messy things humans do, there are indeed many delicious foods." Su Wangshan nodded in agreement, but in reality, he wasn't paying attention at all. The car followed the navigation all the way. Halfway through, Su Xiao found that the road led into a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, there was a small path for people to walk. After confirming a few times, Su Xiao realized there was indeed no mistake, and the navigation was indeed directing her to go forward. Wow, is this navigation learned from Gouda? Such a small road, and I have to drive a car through it. What if there's no road after I get out? But there was no other way. After calling the system, it pretended to be dead. So Su Xiao could only grit her teeth and drive in. She cautiously drove in and fortunately passed through without incident, but not long after she came out, Su Xiao heard sound around her. The dry bamboo stalks were being pushed apart, and the bamboo leaves clashed together, making a rustling sound. Su Xiao realized something was wrong. There were even footsteps. Something was coming this way. She prayed in her heart that it wouldn't be a person, but rather a monster or an ability user would be best. The result was announced. A young woman running towards her appeared in front of Su Xiao. Seeing the woman's panicked appearance, Su Xiao took a closer look and realized she was actually a fire ability user. But since she already had a fire ability user with her, she didn't need her too much. Immediately after, Su Xiao saw a giant bat monster chasing after the woman, and her eyes lit up. The woman pounded on Su Xiao's car window, shouting, "Open the door! Open the door!" Su Xiao got out of the car and invited the woman in, locking her inside the car. Su Xiao then rushed towards the giant bat monster. After all, it was worth 400 points, and she couldn't refuse. The woman saw Su Xiao not getting into the car and started banging on the door. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get in the car." Su Xiao didn't hear the shouting behind her. Seeing that Su Xiao was ignoring her, the woman turned to drive away herself, but quickly realized the keys were missing. Su Xiao had taken them. The woman weakly leaned back in her seat, regretting asking Su Xiao for help. After getting out of the car, Su Xiao smiled ominously at the bat monster and deliberately lured away from the vehicle. Seeing this scene, the woman was taken aback. Once they reached a deserted area, Su Xiao tilted her head, clenched her fists, and started punching and kicking the bat monster. The quick-reacting bat monster turned and flew into the air, tauntingly hovering in front of Su Xiao. But the next second, Su Xiao leaped from the ground, grabbing the bat monster's wing, scaring it into a panic as it darted into the sky. At this moment, Su Xiao was more than 10 meters off the ground. But she wasn't afraid at all. She turned and delivered 2 solid punches to the bat monster. The bat monster lost its balance and plummeted towards the ground. Picking up speed, Su Xiao's sparse hair flew backward in the wind. Su Xiao saw 300 points added to her account and felt satisfied. She opened the car door to check. Fortunately, the woman hadn't done anything to break the window, and her car was still fine. Su Xiao directly sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "What about that monster? Did you kill it?" Su Xiao smiled and skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel. "Of course not. I lured it away. That monster is quite foolish." The woman felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had just been chased for 30 miles by the foolish monster Xiao mentioned. But I still want to thank you. My name is Lin Chi, a member of the Flying Eagle Base. What's your name? Lin Chi sat in the passenger seat, her eyes clear as she looked at Xiao. Upon hearing that she was from the Flying Eagle Base, Xiao immediately became interested. Originally, the closest base to them was an inconspicuous small one, but now they had encountered someone from the Flying Eagle Base. The Flying Eagle Base? Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Lin Chi nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm from the Flying Eagle Base. Don't be fooled by my delicate appearance. My ability is fire. I can fight monsters and protect everyone. Lin Chi spoke with great excitement, and Xiao thought about her earlier performance and didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, instead looking at her with admiration. That's amazing. Are all the people in your Flying Eagle Base as strong as you? When you were being chased by the monster, weren't the others from the Flying Eagle by your side? About that, we were on a mission. The base issues tasks every day, and we voluntarily participate. After completing them, we can exchange for rewards. The rewards at our base are very rich. We have food that can't be found outside. Lin Chi became exceptionally excited when talking about the benefits of the Flying Eagle Base, eagerly sharing many details with Xiao. Xiao asked, "Can I also go to the Flying Eagle?" The Flying Eagle is a place only for ability users. Do you have any abilities? Earlier, Lin Chi guessed that since Xiao didn't defeat the Bat Monster, she might not be an ability user, or perhaps not an attacking type ability user. Non-attacking types would be of little use to the Flying Eagle, and might even be looked down upon. I'm not an attacking type ability user, but my friend is. Can I enter the Flying Eagle with him? That might be a bit difficult, but if you apply, I'll definitely speak well of you if I can communicate with him inside. 30 miles wasn't too far a drive. Following Lin Chi's directions, they soon arrived at the back door of the Flying Eagle Base. After parking the car, Xiao got out. There were a few guards at the back door of the Flying Eagle Base, dressed in armor with a demeanor that didn't match the times. Lin Chi looked back at Xiao and asked, "Where's your friend? Isn't he coming?" Xiao explained, "He might be a bit late. Can I go in and take a look first?" Lin Chi hesitated but still agreed. "All right, but you have to stick close to me." "Okay, thank you." With Lin Chi leading the way, the guards at the back door didn't stop them. However, once inside, Lin Chi leaned in close to Xiao's ear and whispered, "I'll only let you stay here for one night at most. Tomorrow morning, I'll send you out." "Okay, thank you." Xiao smiled gratefully at her and even shook Lin Chi's hand. Chapter 70. I have connections after entering the Flying Eagle Base. Xiao stayed in that small area near the back door for a long time, observing. She had to admit that there were indeed many ability users in this base. From what Xiao saw, 8 out of 10 were ability users, all strong and healthy, with a rosy complexion, indicating they were well-nourished. "Hey, are you new here?" A middle-aged man with a mustache approached. However, this man's face looked somewhat fierce, with a constantly furrowed brow, small single eyelids, and sharp eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "Why aren't you speaking?" Xiao politely smiled, keeping her distance. "I'm just passing through. I'll be leaving shortly." The man crossed his arms. "Since you're not new, how did you get in? Did you sneak in?" This man's thinking was really narrow-minded. "I was brought in for a visit by a big shot from the Flying Eagle Base." "Big shot?" The man uncrossed his arms and moved closer to Xiao. "Tell me who it is." Xiao's polite smile turned into a sneer. "Do you know them if I tell you?" "What can you do if I don't tell you?" The man squinted his eyes. "I can take you down." Xiao's expression turned cold. "Do you know who's standing behind me? Aren't you afraid that if you take me down, you'll be kicked out of the Flying Eagle from now on?" Seeing Xiao's imposing demeanor, the man silently averted his gaze. He was just an ordinary soldier, unwilling to gamble his future. He didn't expect to encounter a hedgehog this time. After the man left, those who passed by Xiao couldn't help but stop. When they saw Xiao looking over, they pretended to be busy and walked away, clearly having heard the earlier exchange. With Xiao's arrogant attitude, no one dared to provoke her again. Xiao stood up, hands in pockets, and began to stroll around the back door area. Some unaware individuals attempted to block Xiao, but were quickly pulled aside by their friends. "Don't mess with her. Her background is solid. Just pretend you didn't see her." "Who is she?" "Oh, don't ask. Just do as I say." "Okay." Word spread quickly. and soon everyone around the back door knew that a beautiful woman with a strong background had arrived, and they instinctively avoided provoking her. Thus, Su Xiao's subsequent observations went very smoothly. As it was getting dark, she swaggered out, and the guards at the back door stood in 2 rows, respectfully escorting her out. Some quick-witted individuals ran to Su Xiao's side, asking if she wanted to stay for the night. "No, I just came to take a look. If there's an opportunity, I will come back to stay." "Yes, yes." The boss at the entrance nodded and smiled obsequiously. This scene solidified Su Xiao's identity. Master, Su Xiao was used to it. But when she turned around, she saw that Xiao Lu was followed by a group of people. Sister Su, Jiang Yingxue spoke, her words flowing like a melody, leaving Su Xiao stunned, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Seeing Jiang Yingxue about to pounce, Su Xiao quickly turned and hugged Xiao Lu, thwarting Jiang Yingxue's intentions. Xiao Lu looked at Su Xiao with delight. "Thank you for your hard work. It must be exhausting to take care of them." Yingxue immediately retorted, "How could that be? We're very easy to manage." "Exactly," Jiang Yingxue chimed in. Su Xiao walked over, looked around, and didn't see Qinjiu. "How's Qinjiu doing?" Su Xiao pondered. "In that case, I'll go check on him." Yingxue was very happy. "Great. I'll take you to Brother Qin's room." Jiang Yingxue ran to Su Xiao's side and held her hand, and Su Xiao didn't mind, allowing her to hold on. "Sister Su, all of Qinji's injuries were treated by me." Su Xiao understood that she wanted a compliment. "Xiao Shui is truly amazing. If it weren't for you and the team, we wouldn't know what to do." Su Xiao patted Jiang Yingxue's head. Jiang Yingxue enjoyed the gesture, snuggling closer to Su Xiao's hand. "Sister Su is so nice. Sister Su praised me." Upon arriving at Qinjiu's room, Su Xiao pushed the door open. Others wanted to enter, but Yingxue immediately blocked the entrance. "You can't go in. Brother Qin needs to rest. Too many people can't see him at once." Jiang Yingxue pointed at him, her finger trembling. "I treated him. Can I go in?" Yingxue maintained a stern face, no exceptions. Jiang Yingxue was stubborn. "No, I want to wait outside for Sister Su to come out." Yi Changqing didn't even need to ask Gu Tsong behind him. He wore a helpless expression, just standing by Jiang Yingxue's side. Seeing them looking bored outside, Xiao Lu quickly set up a few chairs and 2 tables. "You all sit first. I'll go get some snacks." Inside, Su Xiao walked to the bedside. Qinjiu was still lying there, his upper body wrapped in bandages. Didn't Xiao Shui treat him? Why is he still bandaged? Su Xiao sat beside Qinjiu, unsure of what to do. She noticed an apple on the bedside table, picked it up, and grabbed a small knife, preparing to peel a perfect apple. Before long, Su Xiao had eaten enough failed attempts to fill her up, even letting out a satisfied burp. She really couldn't eat anymore. "Maybe I should just wash it and eat it as is. I really can't peel it." Su Xiao decided to give it one last try, staring intently at the apple, as if she was working on something significant. Although she peeled the apple skin perfectly, there was hardly any flesh left. "Give it to me." "Oh no." Su Xiao stood up abruptly, her heart racing, only to realize that Qinjiu had already sat up, the blanket sliding down to reveal his shoulders wrapped in bandages, exposing his muscular chest. Su Xiao looked at his evenly distributed 6-pack abs and wondered if Yingxue had lost his mind, binding him like that. "Do you feel any better?" Su Xiao asked, pulling a chair and sitting back down by the bed. "Yes, much better. My body doesn't hurt anymore." Qinjiu continued to gaze at Su Xiao. Su Xiao raised her hand to touch her face. "Is there something wrong with my face?" Qinjiu shook his head. "Nothing, just give me the knife." Su Xiao, going forward, handed over the fruit knife. Qinjiu took the knife, reached for another apple on the bedside table, and began peeling it leisurely. "Are you dissatisfied with how I peeled it? Planning to do it yourself?" Su Xiao crossed her arms. "I want to see how well you peel." With a swift motion, Qinjiu produced a perfectly peeled apple. Su Xiao had to admit, the knife and apple were very obedient in Qinjiu's hands. "Here." A perfectly peeled apple entered Su Xiao's view, but she had already eaten 5 apples and truly couldn't eat anymore. However, the skin was so perfectly peeled, it would be a shame not to eat it. Su Xiao reluctantly accepted it. Qinjiu turned around and grabbed another apple to peel, while Su Xiao nibbled on the apple with an appreciative gaze. Once Qinjiu finished peeling, Su Xiao still hadn't finished the one in her hand. "You eat too. This was specially prepared for you by Xiao Lu." Su Xiao really didn't want to eat anymore. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of crunching apples as Su Xiao asked while eating, "Where did you go after we parted last time?" Su Xiao patted his shoulder. "It's okay. I found Yi Chongqing in the trash can. He's doing fine now. Thank you for coming to save me." Looking at Qin Jiu's feeble appearance, Su Xiao felt a surge of protective instinct. What kind of relationship do we have? We've been good friends for so many years. It's only right to save you. Besides, without you, the food isn't tasty anymore. Qin Jiu's lips curled slightly. "Good, then wait for me to cook for you." Su Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Okay. Make me sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, lion's head." She rattled off a list of dishes, and Qin Jiu listened seriously, taking notes in his mind. "Okay, I'll make them all for you." Su Xiao sighed. "You're too good to me. I'm so touched." Qin Jiu smiled gently. "It's only right. If you and said anything, I would felt like I had no excuse to stay here. Don't say that. You're an attack-type ability user. Even if you get tired of cooking someday and stop, I'll let you leave. Don't worry." Su Xiao said, patting her chest. Qin Jiu lowered his gaze, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. After Su Xiao went out, she immediately pulled He Yinchi aside. "What do you mean?" "Qin Jiu's injury is in his abdomen. Why did you wrap his shoulder?" He Yinchi, being honest, replied, "But Brother Qin has no wounds on his abdomen. Besides, if you cover it, you won't be able to see it." Su Xiao, "When did I say I wanted to see it?" Su Xiao found it absurd. He Yinchi asked seriously, "Isn't Brother Qin's physique not good? He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist. You can't tell when he's wearing clothes, but he looks quite fit without them." He Yinchi clapped his hands. "That's just it. Besides, you're not losing out, right?" Su Xiao found some logic in that. "Next time, don't do this again. I'm not that kind of person. Don't get it wrong." Su Xiao tweet then. Brother Qin Jiu was getting dressed, and the bandage on his shoulder had been torn off. Looking at Qin Jiu's smooth and strong muscles, He Yinchi foolishly leaned closer and asked, "Did Su Xiao react when she saw your figure?" Qin Jiu shook his head. He Yinchi slapped him on the shoulder. "Bro, you absolutely cannot give up. If you give up, Su Xiao might be taken away by that guy Gutsong. Don't worry. There is nothing difficult in the world, only afraid of those who are determined. I will help you, come on." Seeing He Yinchi's silly look, Qin Jiu said nothing more. After getting dressed, Qin Jiu went out to prepare dinner. Su Xiao asked Xiao Lu to help, but Xiao Lu had been burned by Qin Jiu's fire before and was a bit timid, hiding behind Su Xiao and not daring to step forward. Qin Jiu generously said, "It's fine, I can do it alone, but it might take a bit longer to eat." Su Xiao turned to Xiao Lu and frowned slightly. "Xiao Lu, do you want to watch me eat late? I'm really hungry right now." "Master." Xiao Lu's helpless hand were placed in front of him. In the end, Xiao Lu bravely overcame his fear and stood in the kitchen with Qin Jiu for 5 minutes. Xiao Lu was conquered by Qin Jiu's fluid actions and, wanted to show off in front of Qin Jiu, utilized his ability to change shape and successfully helped Qin Jiu a lot. Su Xiao looked at the peaceful kitchen and nodded in satisfaction. After going out, she sat on the sofa, and before she could get comfortable, Jiang Yingxue ran over to call her to see the energy converter. "Is it done?" Su Xiao quickly followed. When they arrived, several people were gathered around a machine full of parts. He Yinchi, seeing her arrive, enthusiastically invited, "Hey Su Xiao, come see if this machine has any problems." "Huh? Me? I'm just an outsider. I don't understand this." Su Xiao thought. Indeed, she shouldn't have pretended to know anything in front of He Yinchi. "You're not an outsider at all. Come take a look." Fine. Su Xiao immediately called out to the system. "Help me take a look at this machine. I'll give you 10 points. "That's too little, 15 points. "Su Xiao, you better hurry up and put on a master robe." "All right, I'll give it to you." Su Xiao gritted her teeth. The system happily collected the points and took over. With the system around, Su Xiao exuded an aura of a strong person, showing a charm of being familiar with machinery, and made changes without hesitation, leaving everyone around stunned. Yinchi's eyes lit up, not wanting to blink. Su Xiao clapped her hands, her fingertips covered in dark oil stains. Done. Just 2 simple words earned her everyone's amazed gazes. When Su Xiao took off the system, she felt a bit embarrassed being looked at. After all, it wasn't all her doing. "What are you looking at? Why not try it?" Su Xiao changed the topic, and He Yinchi was already eager to see the machine's effect. He immediately shouted towards Gu Tsong, "What are you doing standing there? Come try it. Su Xiao quickly stepped aside to watch the show. Jiang Yingxue leaned over and excitedly said in a low voice, "Sister Su, you're so cool. That moment when you lifted your eyes just now was really handsome." Su Xiao saw in the small black room that the system was acting all proud. And if someone acted like that in front of her, she would just think, silly. Chapter 71. Sharp-tongued dinner was ready, and everyone sat at the table. Su Xiao called out to Xiao Lu, who was about to leave. "Xiao Lu, come sit down and eat together." "No, master, I." Su Xiao walked over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him towards the dining table. "Don't refuse. This big table of dishes was made by you and Qin Zhou together, after all this hard work. You must sit down and eat." He Yinxi and Jiang Yingxue also chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Lu, just sit down and eat." Everyone sat at the dining table chatting and laughing, especially He Yinxi and Jiang Yingxue, who never stopped talking. Luckily, they loved to chat, so there was no moment of silence at the table, and everyone was laughing happily. Su Xiao smiled quietly, watching the others talk, thinking at that moment, it would be nice if things could always be like this. Su Xiao reflected on her previous life, which seemed too monotonous, revolving around men and envied by women. If one didn't know better, they might think she was living a fairy-like life, but it wasn't so. Su Xiao felt very lonely and lacked a sense of self. "Wow, Sister Su, the starry sky outside is so beautiful." Jiang Yingxue looked up at the sky, her eyes shimmering, filled with the sparkling stars, while Yi Chongqing gazed at her gently. Beside Su Xiao, Qin Zhou stood on her left, He Yinxi on her right, and behind them, Xiao Lu, who had just finished tidying up, was walking towards her. Gucong stood at the far right, leaning back slightly and quietly watching Su Xiao. The next day, Xiao Lu changed the space to a bright morning. After waking up, Su Xiao sat up, inhaling the scent of morning dew, feeling much more awake. When she opened the door and saw Xiao Lu, she was no longer surprised and waved to say good morning. Analyzing Su Xiao's cheerful tone, Xiao Lu could determine that she was in a good mood. "Master, breakfast is ready. Once you've tidied up, you can come with me." At the dining table, after finishing breakfast, Su Xiao explained the current situation to everyone. "We're going to the Eagle Base. Although the Eagle Base mainly recruits offensive ability users, I've investigated, and the three major bases are competing for two types of ability users, healing and spatial. Xiao Shui and I fit these 2 points better, so when the time comes, He Yinxi and Yi Chongqing, it doesn't matter if you don't have abilities. As long as you use me and Xiao Shui as leverage, they will definitely let you in. Plus, your talents are not bad, and activating your abilities is just a matter of time." This was not Su Xiao talking nonsense. It was what the system had told her. Su Xiao emphasized repeatedly that when the time comes, she should be the one to talk to them, while the others should remain quiet. He Yinxi had many questions. Why? Would they listen to a woman like you? Su Xiao shot him a glare and gave him a light smack on the head. "What's wrong with being a woman? Can't I speak? The reason I don't want you to talk is that your mouth is too sharp. Don't mess things up." Chapter 72. Registration Turning Back. Everyone had changed into clean clothes. Although these clothes were not expensive, being able to wear clean clothes during such a time was still a luxury. When they appeared at the main gate of the Eagle Base, even before getting close, they could feel numerous gazes directed at them, along with some murmurs. As they approached, these voices became clearer. "Hey, do you know who these people are? They are dressed so well. They must not be ordinary people, right?" "No kidding. They are definitely not ordinary people. Look at what we're wearing." Looking down, they saw that the clothes of these people were old, some even patched. Just new clothes exchanged with base points, and the styles were very outdated, nowhere near as fashionable and beautiful as Su Xiao and the others. "I thought people like this would go to base 36. After all, the people in 36 like to be so particular." "Don't say that. If they hear you, we'll be in trouble. Base 36 has its good and bad. They might be dressed nicely, but who knows what is going on inside. Otherwise, why would so many from 36 come to our Eagle Base? Hey, does that mean they might have come for base 36? It's not impossible. Hey, stop talking. They're coming over." Su Xiao heard their conversation clearly. She couldn't help but marvel at how her hearing had improved. "Did you secretly upgrade my hearing?" Su Xiao asked with a playful smile. The system retorted, "Upgrade you with points? Are you still dreaming? If you encounter a robbery, you'll only end up being robbed of your looks. Don't you know how much money you have in your pocket?" "Su Xiao, can I fight back?" The system's plush paws are resting on the chin. Sometimes it really feels sorry for your choice of focus. All right, you don't need to say anymore. Did you eat explosives today? Why are you so irritable? After saying that, Xiao quickly ran away. If she didn't, the system might just come out to bite her. When Xiao approached, the head guard at the entrance was already tilting his head, asking those around him who this group of people was. But the answer he got was, I don't know. A guard who had run from the back door to the front saw Xiao, craned his neck to take a look, blinked a few times, and confirmed several times that this person was indeed the connected person they had mentioned last night. You all don't know. Her connections are impressive. She even toured our Flying Eagle base last night. The guards at the front gate didn't believe it at all, saying, impossible, we didn't see her yesterday. Just as that person left, Xiao and the others arrived. You guys. Xiao greeted them calmly and simply, startling the person opposite her so much that he shivered. Hello, who are you? Xiao took off her sunglasses. My name is Xiao, here to register. Huh, register for what? The man in uniform brown and black wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course, we need to register to join the Flying Eagle. I hope you can do it quickly. Xiao smiled calmly and confidently, which put immense pressure on the man, making him feel as if he were under a powerful pressure that made it hard to breathe. We need to follow procedures. It might take a few days for approval. Xiao crossed her arms and smiled confidently. First, let's register. After registration, we can talk about the approval time. Of course, please follow me. The man unconsciously lowered his posture in front of Xiao. Chapter 73. His ulterior motives. Xiao and her group were taken to a well-environment house. The rooms inside were just enough for a few people, and the space was definitely not small, comparable to the small villa Xiao initially bought. Except this one was a small bungalow with no second floor. But it was already sufficient. All right, this is it. If you have any questions, you can call the housekeeper Xiao. He will answer for you, and I will take my leave now. Xiao smiled politely at the man. Thank you. We really like it. After the man left, Xiao took a tour around the house and was surprised to find that there were no surveillance devices at all, which was unexpectedly reassuring. Everyone sat down. He leaned back on the sofa, thinking it would be difficult to get in, but ended up finding it so easy. Then he looked at Xiao and asked, that person seemed especially respectful towards you. Why is that? Xiao shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm too good looking. He rolled his eyes at her. Please, I'm much better looking than you. Xiao crossed her arms and leaned back a little, smiling confidently, but at this time, it's hard to see someone as beautiful as me, right? He-Chi's expression changed. He wouldn't really be interested in you, would he? Don't think too much. If that were the case, he should have asked me out alone. True. He quickly accepted Xiao's explanation. The group looked around the room. The girls picked first. Xiao casually chose a room, and Jiang Yingxue chose a room right next to her. When it was the boys' turn, He immediately grabbed the room next to Xiao. I want this one. Xiao smiled helplessly. Go ahead. Is anyone competing with you? Hearing this, Gutsong paused and silently chose the room next to Jiang Yingxue. Yi Chongqing shot a resentful glance at Gutsong, but there was nothing he could do. So he had to go to the room next to He-Chi. The group quickly tidied up their rooms, and just as Xiao came out, a stiff electronic voice echoed in the room. I am the room steward Xiao. I received a call. Would you like to answer? Before Xiao could speak, Xiao continued. The other party is ignoring permissions and will answer shortly. Beep. Hello. I am Wang Tian, the one who brought you over earlier. Miss Su, can you hear me? Xiao responded. What's the matter? Wang Tian's tone became more respectful. Hello, Miss Su. The results of your group's application to join the Flying Eagle base have come out. I hope you can come out for a moment. There are some things I need to discuss with you in person. Xiao asked, just me? Can I bring others with me? Wang Tian's voice sounded slightly troubled. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but only you can go over this time. If you have any concerns, you can tell me. Okay, understood. I will go out as soon as possible. All right, Miss Su, after you go out, a robotic steward will take you over. After hanging up, He immediately exploded. He asked you to go out alone. What does he mean? Xiao patted his shoulder. Don't be too sensitive. He said it's just to discuss joining. He took his hand off Xiao's shoulder and said, of course, that's fine. But why only let you go alone? ISNT, that's suspicious? Jiang Yingxue chimed in. Exactly. They definitely have other intentions towards Sister Sue. Sister Sue, you absolutely cannot go. If worst comes to worst, we won't go to this base. We can go somewhere else. Besides, it doesn't have to be at the base. Su Xiao was longing for the vegetable seeds from the Flying Eagle base. How could she just leave so easily? Chapter 74. Negotiations. Su Xiao persuaded them for a while before they finally agreed to let her go out. After opening the door, Su Xiao did not see the robot that Wang Tian mentioned would come to pick her up. He Yanqi reminded her, "You only have half an hour. Once you step out of this door, I'll start timing." All right. Su Xiao smiled helplessly, thinking after all they are still kids. When she was about to leave, Su Xiao accidentally made eye contact with Gu Song. After a brief moment, they both looked away. After Su Xiao took a few steps forward, the large door closed behind her with reluctance. Just as the door closed, a robot walked straight out from behind a pavilion. Su Xiao took a small step back, startled, but quickly regained her composure. "You're the robot Mr. Wang mentioned?" she asked uncertainly. The robot, standing at her chest height, nodded. "Yes, please follow me closely." Su Xiao followed behind the robot, her eyes scanning the surroundings. As they passed a small crowd, many ability users recognized Su Xiao as the so-called new ability user with strong connections. Su Xiao remained very composed, politely smiling at those around her. For a moment, the people there quieted down, holding their breath, their gazes and heads turning to follow Su Xiao. After she left, everyone took a deep breath. Isn't she just too beautiful? Our base actually allowed such a beauty to come in. Another male voice chimed in. "No, this one is too pretty and very intimidating. I can't handle it. I heard that there's not just this beauty. There seems to be another younger one who is particularly cute." Soon, a group of lewd laughter erupted from the man. Su Xiao followed the robot through door after door until they finally arrived. The man who had been sitting at the desk stood up. He walked towards Su Xiao with a nervous smile. "Miss Su." Su Xiao did not shake Wang Tian's outstretched hand. Instead, she smiled and asked, "What does Mr. Wang want to discuss with me?" "Well," after sitting down, Su Xiao turned her head to look at him directly. Wang Tian truly admired Su Xiao's courage from the bottom of his heart. Even ability users facing the top 3 bases didn't have such courage. Yet, Su Xiao sat with her legs crossed, leaning against the sofa behind her, even showing a hint of laziness. Wang Tian inadvertently raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. No wonder the higher-ups insisted on keeping her. She really was different. "Actually, Miss Su, the reason I called you here is to congratulate you on successfully joining the Flying Eagle base." Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. "If it were just this small matter, there would be no need for Captain Wang to specifically call me here, right?" Facing Su Xiao's relaxed smile, Wang Tian began to sweat on his back. Not only is Miss Su beautiful, but she is also very smart. "Indeed, I called you here not just for this matter, but also because I have looked through the data, and you are a space-type ability user. I wonder if you could demonstrate it?" Wang Tian said in a pleasant tone. Su Xiao looked around and asked, "Is there no surveillance in your public office?" "Huh?" Wang Tian was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Miss Su, what do you mean by that?" Su Xiao looked at him and said, "If it's just for you to see, then those curious people above won't be able to see it. Wouldn't that be a pity? Why not let them see it together?" Wang Tian paused for a moment, and a voice came into his ears. "Open the image." Chapter 75. Demonstrating abilities. A blue screen appeared in front of Su Xiao, and on the screen were 2 men, one old and one young, dressed in silver clothing with complex patterns embroidered on their chests. Both looked very serious and formal, and they didn't seem like people from the Flying Eagle, but rather like they came from Base 36. Wang Tian glanced and responded with a puzzled Su Xiao turned to look, and Wang Tian's face was full of apologies. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. These are the 2 young marshals from Base 36. I might have connected incorrectly." "No need. You didn't connect incorrectly. We are at the Flying Eagle base." The older man on the blue screen interrupted Wang Tian. "Then where is our big brother?" Just as Wang Tian finished speaking, another figure appeared on the screen, a young boy with fluffy curly hair, a fair face, and big bright eyes. "Xiao Wang, are you looking for me?" Wang Tian's face instantly turned awkward upon hearing this address, and he glanced at Su Xiao apologetically, only to find that Su Xiao didn't mind and was instead focused on the young boy on the screen. The boy waved at Su Xiao, saying, "Hello. I am the boss of the Flying Eagle base. my name is Qiansheng. After saying that, the boy gave Su Xiao a big smile, looking very friendly. However, the moment Su Xiao noticed the calluses on his fingertips and the base of his thumb, she realized that this young boy didn't seem as friendly as he appeared. But then again, it made sense. Someone who could be the boss of the Flying Eagle base wouldn't be a kind-hearted person. Hi, I'm Su Xiao. I've already seen your information. Su Xiao is a good name. Qiansheng smiled with his eyes narrowed. Su Xiao pursed her lips and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Since you're here, let me demonstrate. In an instant, everyone inside and outside the screen turned to look at Su Xiao. She took a few steps forward, placed her hand on the desk, and turned to look at the blue screen. The next second, the desk vanished into thin air. Su Xiao raised her hand and saw the pupils of several people contract. Feeling quite satisfied, I've already stored the desk in my space. Now, I will take it out. Su Xiao deliberately moved aside to a different spot, facing an empty area, and stretched out her hand, making the desk reappear out of nowhere. When they hadn't seen it before, everyone looked like they were watching a show, but after witnessing it firsthand, they were stunned for quite a while. Ha! Qiansheng inside the blue screen clapped. Impressive. Really impressive. Su Xiao slightly lowered her head. Qiansheng stopped clapping, directly pushing aside the two people blocking his view. How big is your space? Besides storage, does it have other functions? After a moment of surprise, Qiansheng smirked. What do you want to exchange with me? Young Master Qian is indeed a clever person, but I currently have nothing I lack. If I do, I will find you first. A hint of impatience flashed in Qiansheng's eyes. But due to the uncertainty of Su Xiao's current abilities, he didn't say much. He shifted his gaze to Wang Tian, Xiao Wang. You must be diligent with Miss Su and not neglect her. Wang Tian lowered his head. Yes, boss. I will take good care of her. Su Xiao waved her hand. Care is not the right word. We are not familiar with this base, so I will need Captain Wang to show us around later. Chapter 76. Crystal Core. Before she opened the door, she specifically checked the time. There were still 6 minutes left until the scheduled half hour. She smiled helplessly. There's still time. You guys are too anxious. Jiang Yingxue was the first to retort. Not at all. This is our full concern and love for you, Sister Su. Okay, thank you. I have received your concern and love. Su Xiao hugged Jiang Yingxue, bringing her to the sofa, and patted her back. All right, let go now. Jiang Yingxue readily released her grip, and, while sitting on the sofa, provocatively glanced at He Yinshi, successfully earning herself an eye roll from him. Once seated, Su Xiao looked at everyone and briefly said, Our application has been approved, so we can temporarily stay at the Flying Eagle base. However, I am not telling you to relax. I have learned about the ability users from Captain Wang. Everyone's gaze fell on Su Xiao, but she calmly took a sip of water before continuing. They didn't go into detail, but I know one thing. Anyone who has been bitten by a zombie will definitely become an ability user if they don't die. As she said this, Su Xiao first glanced at Yi Changqing. Then her gaze lingered on He Yinshi. He Yinshi's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That means I can also become an ability user? I can also go kill zombies? Su Xiao nodded. That's right. Both you and Yi Changqing have been bitten by zombies. But I don't know if it's because you were bitten by semi-zombies that you haven't awakened your abilities yet. However, I heard a method from over there. Gu Zongqi became interested. What method? 3 days later, the Flying Eagle base will release next month's mission, which is to kill zombies or mutated creatures and obtain the crystal cores in their brains. Submitting the crystal cores can earn points at the Flying Eagle base, which can be exchanged for supplies. Facing danger is the best way to stimulate abilities. In fact, the people at the Flying Eagle base hadn't said any of this. It was all information the system had told Su Xiao. Facing such a good opportunity, Su Xiao definitely wouldn't let it pass by. She couldn't wait to throw the two of them into a pile of zombies right now, but they couldn't go out yet, so she had to wait. After a simple discussion, they happily decided to take on the mission in 3 days. Su Xiao spent some time in the living room watching TV with Jiang Yingxue. But the shows on the TV were all various advertisements for different bases, which are not very interesting. Moreover, the Flying Eagle base clearly exaggerated some aspects of their own base, and after watching for a while, Su Xiao felt sleepy. Fortunately, Qingzhou occasionally brought over some small desserts. After eating a bit of sweet food, her spirits lifted considerably. Seeing that Qingzhou was busy, Su Xiao took the opportunity to excuse herself to the bathroom and headed to the kitchen. Noticing that Qinjiu looked troubled, she leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to talk about it?" Qinjiu slightly frowned about the mission in 3 days. Su Xiao immediately understood what Qinjiu meant and reassured her. "Don't worry, I would never actually let them go to their deaths. I will protect them in secret." "That's not it. I'm just curious how the Flying Eagle base knows that those things have crystal cores in their brains. What do they need the crystal cores for? Let us wait and see. I haven't seen those things either." Chapter 77. Departure soon. 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Su Xiao specifically took everyone to explore the Flying Eagle base with Wang Tian, and they had a general understanding of the layout of the base. On this day, as soon as the sun rose, Su Xiao woke up, and at the same time, new messages came through on her wristband. The base's wristband, Su Xiao had had it checked by the system, which required points. The result was, this device is well developed, with no major hazards. However, it has a location tracker, which connects to the main system of the Flying Eagle base. "Do you want me to help you delete it?" Su Xiao was just about to ask about the points. The system then cheerfully said, "Deduct 20 points." There were 6 of them together, totaling 120 points, which was too expensive for Su Xiao, who was currently in a point crisis. She couldn't afford it. "You can continue sleeping." After saying that, Su Xiao left. Cutting 20 points is already considered a small amount. The system mumbled dissatisfiedly as it watched her back. "Knock, knock, knock." Su Xiao looked over. "Who is it?" A voice came from outside. It was Qinjiu. "It's me. Get up for breakfast." Thinking about the physically demanding tasks later, Su Xiao quickly got up. However, after going outside, Su Xiao discovered that only she and Guzong were up. The other 3 were still asleep. "Hey, wait a minute." Guzong asked, "What's wrong?" Su Xiao was puzzled that Yi Changqing was actually still not up. After all, this guy was supposed to be in Jiang Yingshue's room organizing plush toys by 5 in the morning. Su Xiao said, "Respecting him takes courage. It's understandable if he can't get up after staying up like this." Su Xiao waved her hand, saying he could sleep a little longer. Before breakfast was served, she smelled the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Actually, at the Flying Eagle base, applicants like them who wanted to join couldn't have their own kitchen. But Su Xiao was quite good with her words. If someone disagreed, she would just turn to leave, which scared Wang Tian so much that his heart raced. And he urgently contacted the boss, Qian Sheng. Qian Sheng agreed, and he immediately smiled and told Su Xiao that it was fine, and they would provide vegetables and meat every day. Usually, those who couldn't control their legs would come to Su Xiao's place to check it out. And when they saw Wang Tian delivering food, the news spread quickly. And soon the whole Flying Eagle base knew that the new batch of ability users was particularly valued by the base. When breakfast was served, Qinjiu then went to wake Yinshi. It was only 7 in the morning, and Yinshi, who was used to staying up late, came out of the room with panda eyes, not fully awake, and swaying as he walked, needing Qinjiu to support him. Su Xiao frowned. "Yinshi." This shout startled Yinshi awake, and he opened his eyes wide, looking around. "What happened? What happened?" Su Xiao focused her gaze on Qinjiu's slightly dazed face. "Qinjiu, come sit down, he's already awake." Jiang Yingxue was naturally carried out by Yi Changqing. Rubbing one eye with one hand and hugging Yi Changqing's neck with the other, her head weakly resting on Yi Changqing's shoulder. When she saw Su Xiao, she finally lifted her head and sleepily called out, "Good morning, Sister Su." Su Xiao noticed the slight bluish tint on Yi Changqing's face, knowing he must not have slept well, but he still held Jiang Yingxue effortlessly. Their clingy state was something everyone had grown used to. But after Jiang Yingshue's personality became more outgoing, she wasn't as clingy to Yi Changqing as before. Now it felt like they had reconciled, which was a good thing. "Good morning, Xiao Xue. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast." Okay. Chapter 78. Eating together while Su Xiao and the others were eating. There was a knock at the door. Su Xiao immediately got up to check who it was. Through the display connected to the outside surveillance, she saw it was Wang Tian. Su Xiao quickly opened the door. "Captain Wang, you're here so early?" Wang Tian smiled. "Had you all gotten up?" Su Xiao stepped aside so Wang Tian could see the others eating inside. "Yes, we're already eating." "Captain Wang, have you eaten?" "Not yet. Come in and have some." "Oh, I could smell the aroma from outside. This is much better than what our base cooks make. Then I won't be polite. Wang Tian truly wasn't being polite. When he said to come in and eat, he really did enter. Su Xiao followed behind, calling out to the already standing Xiao, "Go get a set of bowls and chopsticks for Captain Wang." Xiao nodded and turned to go into the kitchen. Seeing Wang Tian, He woke up a bit more. He didn't have much feeling about Wang Tian, but he thought this guy respected Su Xiao quite a bit. Jiang Yingxue was still nestled in Yi Changqing's arms, and her nose twitched as if she had caught a whiff of something unfamiliar. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Her round eyes were fixed on Wang Tian, making Wang Tian lower his head, fidgeting with his hands, and the atmosphere became awkwardly quiet. Yi Changqing quietly asked her in her ear, "You're awake? Let's go wash up and eat." Yi Changqing left his seat since the two of them had been sitting together, and there was an extra spot for Wang Tian to sit. Xiao brought a new set of bowls and chopsticks and placed them in front of Wang Tian. A few of them sat down, ready to eat. Wang Tian was about to ask if they didn't wait for Yi Changqing and Jiang Yingxue to eat together. But Su Xiao quickly picked up her chopsticks, saying, "They'll take a long time. Let's eat first." Jiang Yingxue still hadn't fully woken up. Perhaps when Yi Changqing carried her to the bathroom, she fell asleep again. It would take quite a while to wake Jiang Yingxue up and help her wash up. This was all from Su Xiao's experience. "Oh, I see." Wang Tian looked down at the bowl of congee in front of him, thinking, this team doesn't seem as united as the leader thought. As Su Xiao and the others were halfway through their meal, Yi Changqing finally brought a fully awake Jiang Yingxue out. Jiang Yingxue wanted to sit next to Su Xiao, but Su Xiao was already sitting with Gu Tsong and Xiao, so she pouted and sat in an empty seat, while Yi Changqing stood beside her, serving her dishes. Wang Tian often looked up, seemingly discovering something significant. Is there still bullying within the team? This little girl seems so innocent. I didn't expect she could do such a thing. Su Xiao noticed Wang Tian looking at Jiang Yingxue several times. She just glanced over and continued eating. The meal felt a bit lengthy. After Su Xiao helped Xiao tidy up the table, they were about to set off. Wang Tian stood at the front. "Since this is your first mission, I will lead you." Su Xiao smiled politely. "Then it really is trouble for Captain Wang." Wang Tian waved his hand. "It's nothing, not a bother." The group set off. It seemed like Wang Tian was leading the way, but everyone was following behind Su Xiao, walking side by side with Wang Tian at the front. Wang Tian was chatting away, stopping to explain things at various points, while Su Xiao just smiled politely. "Wow, who is this woman? Captain Wang looks like her little brother. We can't find out much about her. She clearly seems to be an understated big shot. Sure, just because she looks different from us doesn't mean we're on a different level. Hey, stop putting yourself down and dragging us into it. I'm just stating facts. Don't get too narcissistic." The noisy chatter continued, and Su Xiao just coldly glanced ahead, then shot a sideways glance at Wang Tian, making him understand what she meant. Cough, cough. Wang Tian cleared his throat. "Everyone quiet down. Be quiet." In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances before focusing on Wang Tian, maintaining the silence. I know everyone present is very enthusiastic about this month's mission, but we have new members joining today, so I'll repeat the rules. Don't interrupt. The rules were actually quite simple. After taking on a mission, it had to be completed. If it was deemed difficult, they could ask other teams for help, but the reward would be divided by 1/3. However, the team being asked could refuse help, and they were very humane. Lastly, one crucial point. Any obtained crystal cores were not allowed to be kept privately. Anyone found doing so would be expelled from the base and reported to other bases, and they would not be accepted anywhere. I hope everyone remembers this well. Chapter 79. The 100-point Loach monster. After listening to Wang Tian explain the rules, Su Xiao and the others set off, quickly leaving the people from the Flying Eagle base far behind. The modified vehicle they had stolen immediately attracted everyone's attention, and many people cast envious glances, planning to catch up later to ask Su Xiao how they had modified the vehicle. However, once they were outside, the terrain was vast, and the vegetation, free from human constraints, was growing wildly. Many trees were already 7 or 8 meters tall, densely packed together like a high wall. The people in the vehicle looked out the windows, their eyes scanning for signs of nearby beasts. Gu Tsong rested one hand on his chin, his gaze fixed on a rustling bush, and he immediately shouted to Xiao, "Drive southwest." "What S in the system? It's 100 points." Hearing this, Xiao paused her intention to drive away and change direction, no longer fleeing forward, but instead reversing toward the bush. "Hold on tight," Xiao shouted, warning them. Gutsong realized what she was about to do, but not knowing what was on the other side made it too dangerous. He clenched his fists, crackling with electric energy. If whatever was in the bush dared to resist, Gutsong would definitely be the first to zap it. As the vehicle sped toward the bush, a shadow flew out. And seeing that it was trying to escape, Xiao immediately stopped the car, opened the door, and got out to chase it. "Sister Su Xiao." The others in the car were startled and immediately called out to her, but Xiao had already jumped out. "Boss." Jiang Yingxue was unhappy. Why should she? Qingjiu and He Yinsher also got out of the car. He Yinsher immediately brought up what Xiao had said in the morning, that the best way to stimulate their abilities was to face a life-and-death situation, and maybe she would awaken her powers this time. Seeing Gu Tsong had already gone far. Qingjiu was torn, but ultimately worried about Xiao and compromised. "All right, but don't run around. You must stay by my side. Otherwise, I can't protect you." He Yinsher knew that saying anything else was useless, so he nodded in agreement. "And Mei Chim, I will definitely stick by your side and not run off. You can rest assured. Later, I can sneak away, and Brother Qin Wentino." Xiao chased the creature to a dead end, but during the pursuit, she discovered that it was just a loach, albeit one as tall as an adult. Xiao showed no fear, quickly dealt with the loach monster, successfully obtained points, and turned to leave. Just a few steps later, she heard Gutsong and Qingjiu calling for her. Seeing the three of them coming toward her, she pulled away from the loach monster's corpse and slowed her pace until the three caught up. Chapter 80. The Reveal. Xiao. "Finally found you. What were you chasing after?" He Yinsher looked around Xiao, seeing that she didn't seem to be injured, then looked around again. Seeing her expression didn't seem like she was lying, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and everyone fell silent. They had never encountered such a monster before. "Xiao, what's wrong?" Qingjiu furrowed his brow with concern. His gaze towards Xiao was gentle enough to drown someone. "You encountered something so strange. Maybe you should rest in the back for a bit. If you want, you can ask Xiao Xue to take a look at you." Thinking about it, Xiao decided not to insist and quickly sat in the back. After sitting down, Jiang Yingxue anxiously asked what happened. Xiao briefly explained, "It's nothing. Just encountered a monster that can manipulate people's minds." Jiang Yingxue's alarm bells went off. "Sister Su, are you okay? Let me take a look." Xiao didn't refuse. Only after checking could they feel at ease. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yingxue glanced at her and pouted. "This isn't hard work at all. I'm very happy to help you." Qingjiu sat in the driver's seat, while Gutsong watched Xiao's every move through the rearview mirror. The vehicle arrived at a marshy area where distant low growls could be heard. They had reached their destination, the gathering place of zombies nearby. After checking, Jiang Yingxue confirmed that Xiao was fine, and only then did the several big men in the vehicle allow her to get out. Once outside, the group split into 3 small teams with clear objectives. Xiao with Jiang Yingxue, Qingjiu with He Yinsher, and Gutsong with Yi Changqing. The goal was to help the two without abilities awaken their powers, and one-on-one would provide better protection. Xiao's side was just to take a stroll and hide in the space if danger arose, so Gutsong felt very reassured. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue linked arms with Xiao, happily bouncing along. Watching them, Yi Changqing felt a chill in his heart. Xiao noticed that Qingjiu and Gutsong were getting further away, so she also took Jiang Yingxue away. However, soon after, other teams from the Flying Eagle base appeared near the zombies, armed with firearms, shooting zombies in the head. Turning back, they finally noticed Xiao and the others. Xiao looked calm, but her gaze was on the horde of zombies that was about to run toward this group of people. Wow, that large group of zombies behind could trample these people to death. Immediately, Xiao released Su Wangshan. "Sister Su." Jiang Yingxue tightened her grip on Xiao's hand, but her eyes showed no fear. "How annoying. Why are they interrupting my time alone with Sister Su?" "Hey, did you hear that?" Xiao raised her hand, pointing behind the man. "Do you want to take a look behind you?" As the man turned around, he came face to face with a zombie that had lost its eyes with only 2 bloody holes where they once were. The weather was somewhat hot, and a few white worms crawled over the decaying face of the zombie, writhing their plump bodies, occasionally lifting themselves up, looking as if they were about to jump. The man froze for a few seconds before suddenly retreating, but he retreated too quickly and tripped over a small stone, falling to the ground with a thud. His other team members were surrounded by zombies, but the zombies didn't bite them. Instead, they continuously let out threatening growls, as if they were intelligent. The team members, who hadn't seen this bizarre scene, were frozen in place, too scared to move, their hearts racing, trembling as they glanced sideways at their leader, seeking guidance on what to do, but the dense horde of zombies had already separated them one by one. Even using their abilities, it was difficult to escape. Xiao smile innocenti. How can you still smile at a time like this? The team leader, trembling, asked. What do you want to do? Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. Well, then let us kill them. Xiao was just standing there, doing nothing, but the zombies suddenly reverted to their previous ferocity, opening their mouths to bite the humans in front of them. Screams echoed, and fearing that other teams might come, Xiao took Jiang Yingxue and hid in the space, watching the situation outside. Due to the vast number of zombies, soon the 5 or 6 ability users were overwhelmed, and even though they fought desperately until the end, it was futile. After watching these people use their abilities, Xiao realized that this team's abilities were quite weak, doing little damage to the zombies. They could only rely on technological weapons to take down the zombies. Xiao grabbed a laser gun from one member's waist. Using it also relied on abilities. But when Xiao held it, she didn't feel her abilities being drained and successfully activated it. The power of the laser was quite good, sufficient for ordinary zombies. She just didn't know how it would fare against mutated monsters. Sister Su, that thing looks good. Can you show it to me? Xiao casually tossed it to Jiang Yingxue. Here you go. Jiang Yingxue imitated Xiao's actions and activated her power on her hand. Suddenly, Xiao saw Jiang Yingxue's left hand break. She widened her eyes and quickly ran towards Jiang Yingxue. Xiao. She threw the gun away from Jiang Yingxue, catching the falling Jiang Yingxue in her arms. Jiang Yingxue lay in her embrace, her eyes dazed. Xiao shook her body. Xiao, don't sleep. System, come out quickly. Xiao is going to die. Do you have any medicine? Sell it to me. I'll buy it no matter the cost. As soon as the system heard the points, it immediately appeared. This one, Xiao thought the system was feeling troubled, so she shouted, Don't hesitate. No matter how many points it costs, I will save her. Hurry and save her. The system sighed, and Xiao's face turned pale. But Jiang Yingxue, who had her eyes closed in her arms, opened them again, looking quite spirited. Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Xiao looked down at her hand. But Jiang Yingxue's hand was perfectly fine, looking as if nothing had happened. The system then spoke up. I want to tell you, this little injury is nothing. She will heal herself shortly. Xiao gave Jiang Yingxue a hard knock on the head. Don't scare me like that again. You're not allowed to touch dangerous things anymore. Oof. Sister Su, you clearly play with them too. Xiao suddenly remembered this and casually said, That was just because I was lucky. That's why I didn't get hurt. You must not play anymore. Okay, got it, I won't. Seeing Jiang Yingxue agree, Xiao felt temporarily relieved. Chapter 81. The powerful team Yinchi excitedly ran towards her, boasting, I awaken the wind. My wind blades are particularly powerful. 1 slash takes down 3 zombies. Xiao received a message from the system. Activated new ability. Gained 344 points. Really? Show me. Xiao smiled, eager to see what this wind-based ability was like. Okay. Yinchi readily agreed, but when he tried to control his ability, he found there were no zombies nearby. No zombies. Xiao pointed at a tree. You can't just hit zombies. Try using the wind blade to cut that tree over there. Xiao nodded, of course. All right. Yinchi's palm emitted a small whirlwind, and as he waved his hand towards the big tree, a whistling sound of wind erupted, speeding towards the tree. With a loud bang, the two collided, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, they looked up, and the tree seemed to remain unchanged. Yinchi felt a bit dejected. I knew it wouldn't work. Wait. Xiao interrupted him, noticing a very fine scratch on the tree trunk. She walked over, placed her hand on the trunk, and pushed back. Creak. The trunk fell backward. Wow, you're so strong? Ianchi rushed forward. However, upon getting closer, he saw a complete cut at the stump. After hesitating for a moment, Ianchi raised both hands. Am I really that impressive? Xiao was very satisfied because, from his performance, it was clear Ianchi had good control over his ability, and its power was much stronger than Gutsong and Xinjiu's first attempts without any training. With further training, he would only get stronger. What is your ability? Remembering there was still one more, Xiao couldn't wait. Water. After saying this, Yi Changqing raised one hand, and a water ball emerged from his palm, continuously changing shape. Xiao immediately noticed this. Does your ability have other forms of expression? Yi Changqing nodded yes. In the next second, a 2-meter-high giant rabbit made of water emerged from Yi Changqing's hand. When Xiao reached out to touch it, her hand sank into the water, but pulling it out was a bit of a struggle. Instantly, she understood the magic of this water ability. It could create a water prison to trap enemies inside. Of course, many abilities could do this, but it was even harder to escape from water. Ianchi rummaged through his belongings and then turned around to hand her the crystals. This is what I and Brother Qin collected, but these crystals look quite nice. All colorful. Yu Bao held them in both hands. They indeed were multicolored, resembling colored glass. System, what is the use of these crystals? The system hurriedly came out. They're not particularly useful. If you give them to me, I can give you 100 points. Hearing the system's cheerful tone, Xiao guessed these were not simple. Cutting these crystals can help ability users level up, and they can also be used in technological weapons. It's because of these crystals that damage can be inflicted on zombies and monsters, and the same applies to ability users. Remembering how Jiang Yingxue got hurt playing with a laser gun, she thought there must be crystals inside. System. By the way, how do you upgrade ability users? Didn't you use points to upgrade Xiao before? That's because you hadn't encountered crystals yet. I used points to upgrade her first. The method is the same as I taught you before. Sister Sue, do we have to hand in all these crystals? But they're so pretty. Jiang Yingxue also had crystals on her hand, given by Yi Changqing. Miss, if you like them, just keep them. But didn't Captain Wang say we're not allowed to hoard them? After a moment of silence, several gazes turned to Xiao, waiting for her to decide. Xiao picked up a purple crystal and turned it a few times, thinking with so many, it would be fine to keep some in her space. Yay! Jiang Yingxue was very happy. These shiny things were great. When they reached the base gate, each team had to register and count the number of crystals before being allowed in. However, when it was Xiao's turn, they just showed their faces and threw out a bag of crystals. Just looking at it, the number of crystals Xiao's team had was more than that of other teams, and theirs didn't need to be counted as they entered. Are they opening the back door for us? And making it so obvious. Ianchi occasionally glanced out the car window. Many teams getting off or watching them. Xiao was not affected at all. After entering the base, Xiao was called out alone by Wang Tian. What is up, Captain Wang? Xiao surveyed the surroundings. Wang Tian brought her to a somewhat secluded place with few people. It's nothing. This is your team's first mission. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me anytime. Thank you, Captain Wang, but this mission went quite smoothly. Wang Tian continued. I know your team is very strong, and we are very happy to have you join Feiying, but Feiying holds considerable weight among the 3 major bases. What do you mean by that? Xiao looked at him, her tone becoming a bit serious. Miss Su, please don't misunderstand. I just want to tell you that since you've come to Feiying, if you respect Feiying, Feiying will not treat you unfairly. Wang Tian displayed a polite smile, but his dark face seemed to have some ill intent. Don't worry, we will behave. That night, Xiao went to bed early. In the adjacent room, Jiang Yingxue quietly opened the door and turned towards Gutsong's room. Brother, Xiao has a problem. Jiang Yingxue lowered her voice, her tone different from her usual innocent and lively self. After hearing Jiang Yingxue recount the events of the day in the space, soon, Gutsong's voice was heard. Observe a little longer. That night, Xiao did not sleep soundly. The next day, she woke up feeling sore in her back and neck, as if she had slept awkwardly. However, this didn't last half a month before Xiao caught the boys from another team trying to sneak in one night. What are you two sneaking around for? The 2 big men fell silent. Hearing the noise, He Yinshi rushed over. What is going on? You two? Seeing He Yinshi's reaction, Su Xiao immediately asked, Do you know them? He Yinshi first kicked one of the two people, and, of course, after Sister Su asked us to be low-key, I was dodging their deliberate provocations. As a result, these two brats thought I was scared and started spewing foul language. Don't talk nonsense, we didn't do that. He Yinshi pointed at the two of them. Hey, are you still trying to argue? Faced with this kind of situation, He Yinshi, who didn't like to talk much, directly took action, and soon loud screams echoed. I don't know who was watching from the shadows, but they called Wang Tian over, and Su Xiao was called for a discussion again. We didn't initiate this trouble. Those two wanted to sneak into our room. We were startled, and that's why we reacted. Su Xiao's attitude was very firm. But you guys went too far. You could have said a few words and left it at that. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. If you say that, I'm going to get angry. Did I not make myself clear earlier? Or do you think you could suppress us just because we are new here? I advise you not to do that. Wang Tian smiled apologetically. Miss Su, I didn't mean it that way. I'm definitely on your side. It's just that there are still people watching, so I had to intervene. If you're still not satisfied after this, when no one is around, you can handle it however you want. Su Xiao lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. All right, Captain Wang, we will follow your arrangements. Wang Tian handled matters efficiently. In just a few days, those two left the Flying Eagle base. The other supernatural beings in the base became more wary of Su Xiao's team, but many still wanted to switch over. For example, during a quiet lunch hour, Su Xiao passed by the training ground. A boy and a girl rushed over. Hello, Miss Su. We, siblings, greatly admire your team. Can we join? Don't worry, our performance is excellent, and we won't hold you back. Thank you for your interest, but our team is not looking for new members. Su Xiao smiled politely and turned to leave, but the two still followed closely behind, clearly unwilling to give up. However, Su Xiao faced them easily. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared, and after searching for a while, they found Su Xiao had somehow run a kilometer away. Wow! The supernatural beings present all exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 82. Conclusion. After staying at the Flying Eagle base for 2 months, Su Xiao's team had consistently been the best in the base, exceeding expectations for monthly tasks. The leader of the Flying Eagle base, Qian Sheng, approached Su Xiao. Are you interested in a brand new adventure? Su Xiao looked up. Tell me more. In the waters near base 36, there have been quite a few unusual movements from the monsters lately. Other bases are requesting personnel from us. We can't keep hiding them. You guys are the most suitable and capable candidates from our base. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao realized that this mission was fraught with danger. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Qian, but I believe such a powerful base as Flying Eagle wouldn't be short on personnel, right? Sending a newly formed team over. Wouldn't that make you look stingy if base 36 found out? Qian Sheng walked closer to her. I know what you're worried about, but let me explain the benefits of going over. Oh, go ahead. Since you came here not long ago, I noticed you've been using your task points to buy the cheapest vegetable seeds in the base. I don't know your exact plan, but if you want those seeds to take root and sprout again, the simplest method is at base 36. Their nutrient solution is highly effective for seeds. Our base doesn't have a full variety of fruit and vegetable seeds, but base 36 has a comprehensive collection. Anything you can't find here, you can check there. Su Xiao found his reasoning compelling and couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried I might just jump ship? Qian Sheng picked up the water cup on the table and drank, then sighed, no, I won't. What do you mean by that? Only I would take in someone as powerful as you who doesn't follow rules. Base 36 hates people like you who lack discipline. Of course, I'm also in that category. They dislike me, but with my powerful abilities, it's hard for their mental-type supernatural beings to control me. In a fight, it's mutually destructive. I can afford to lose a few muscle-bound fighters, but they would feel heartbroken losing even one mental-type supernatural being. As Qian Sheng spoke, his eyes were fixed on Su Xiao, a feeling that reminded her of someone, Gukong. He used to look at her like that. Thus, Su Xiao was clear that Qian Sheng had an interest in her. All right, I'll take this mission. After returning, Su Xiao quickly discussed this with everyone, and surprisingly, no one opposed it. He Yinshi spoke boldly, while Jiang Yingxue silently gave him a thumbs up. Gu Tsong remained calm. Qin Jiao asked with concern, if the mission is too dangerous, we can skip it. It's no problem to leave Flying Eagle. Su Xiao looked at him, sure. Staying in one place for too long can indeed get boring. A week later, Xiao's team packed everything up, and the kitchen was entirely cleared out, leaving nothing for Flying Eagle. But to Xiao's surprise, Qinsheng still arranged for an accompanying team, which consisted entirely of girls. However, the leading girl was very muscular, and with her pretty face, there was an indescribable feeling. The two teams set off, with Xiao driving and Xiao in the passenger seat, observing Xiao all the way. Whenever Xiao felt hungry or thirsty, food and water would appear in no time. You've been driving for a while. Take a break, let me drive. Facing Xiao's caring words, Xiao didn't hesitate. Okay, then you drive. I'll rest for a bit. The vehicle stopped, and the two unfastened their seatbelts, swapping places. Yinchi in the back kept exclaiming wow. Yinchi hummed happily and didn't speak further. This scene made Gu Song's face darken. For the rest of the journey, they took turns driving, while the two younger ones naturally didn't participate. Although Yinchi kept insisting he could drive, Xiao firmly refused. Kids can't drive, just stay put. Finally, they arrived at Base 36 and saw personnel in white uniforms approaching them from a distance. However, these individuals were standing on flying devices that looked like fire wheels, with blue-purple flames emerging from underneath. Xiao's vehicle wasn't allowed inside, so they had to park on the roadside and get out. After getting out, the people from Base 36 provided them with flying devices to step on, allowing them to control them freely with their consciousness. Hearing Yinchi's comment, Xiao inexplicably thought he was quite suited for Base 36. They stepped onto the flying devices and flew in from above the base gate. When Xiao saw this scene, she thought, isn't this very easy to get in? But as they passed through, Xiao could distinctly feel a sense of pressure, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Once inside, the two teams were separated and assigned to different accommodations. This is your residence. There's no rush for the mission. When you're ready, I will take you to the mission site. After Captain Bain left, Xiao led them inside. The space was larger than Flying Eagle, but it was too empty, with a very simple and monotonous layout, only in black, white, and gray tones. Xiao spent an entire night changing the decor to make it colorful. Sister Su, what do you plan to go on the mission? Yinchi asked while peeling an orange from the table. Xiao took the peeled orange slices from him, stuffed one into her mouth, and found it very sweet, but it lacked the natural fruity aroma of the fruit she had eaten in the space, tasting as if it contained a lot of technology. Seeing Yinchi finish one and reach for another, she quickly snatched it away, saying, "Don't eat it. It's not that good." "No way. I think it's really delicious," Yinchi said, taking another one and swiftly peeling it before stuffing it into Xiao's mouth. "Try it. Isn't it particularly good?" Seeing Xiao nodding, Xiao focused on the fruit on the table. Could it be that the additives don't affect me? Seeing the unsmiling Gu Song also eat one, Xiao realized the situation was serious and directly threw all the fruit into the space. Eating too much of this cooling fruit will cause diarrhea, so stop eating it. Over the next half-month, Xiao gained a rough understanding of Base 36. Most of the members here were brain-type ability users, just as Qiansheng had said, and their clothing was quite uniform. The leaders wore silver-white outfits with pure silver shoulder pads. The brain-type ability users wore gray and white, and other ability users wore black. Xiao also figured out the general area here. The timing was almost right. Xiao found Captain Silver. "Take us to the mission location. You're quick. It seems you haven't been too affected," Captain Silver said, his light blue pupils fixed on her. Not willing to back down, Xiao met his gaze. "It's unwise to take action against my people." Xiao nodded, turned around, and left without hesitation. At 3 in the afternoon, Captain Silver appeared on time. "Let's go." His speech was still so brief, as if saying one more word would cost him his life. Captain Silver led them out of base, and they took a helicopter, flying for an hour to reach their destination. Xiao looked down to see a vast sea area. However, the azure water had turned black, resembling an abyss. As Xiao gazed at the water, it felt as if something in the sea was staring back at her. The helicopter did not land on the shore, but continued towards the center of the sea, which seemed wrong. Xiao glared at Captain Silver, but he showed no sign of stopping. Angered, Xiao moved closer to him, reaching out to grab his collar, but missed. Sister Su, are you all right? Jiang Yingxue quickly came over to help Su Xiao up. The group looked towards the cockpit, where Captain Silver was seated, his body becoming semi-transparent. He smiled at them. I wish you a pleasant mission. Then, with a crackling sound of electricity, the projected image of Captain Silver disappeared. Damn! Su Xiao couldn't help but curse. Then quickly sat in the pilot's seat, wanting to take control, but found the helicopter was already locked. As she pondered what to do, she remembered Yi Chongqing's ability was water, and hurriedly shouted, Use your abilities, use water. You all wrap yourselves in water balls. I'll go into the space first. And after I go down, I'll come out and pull you into the space. Once in the space, Su Xiao immediately checked the outside situation. Luckily, Yi Chongqing used his ability in time, and the two were unharmed, safely falling onto the water surface. However, from her goddess eye view, Su Xiao could clearly see something enormous beneath the surface of the sea, making them look like sesame seeds in comparison. Yinchi sensed something was wrong. What the hell is that huge thing? Su Xiao, you can't go. He grabbed Su Xiao's arm. Jiang Yingxue cried out, Say my brother. Do you want Su Xiao to die with him? Yinchi retorted. Su Xiao disappeared directly, and Yinchi found himself empty-handed, falling back to the ground. Su Xiao? The moment Su Xiao appeared on the surface of the sea, she saw the bright sky suddenly darken. Looking up, it was the waves, and also the massive sea monster's upper jaw. Su Xiao was struck by a huge impact and lost consciousness. When she awoke, Yinchi, Qin Jiao, and Jiang Yingxue were surrounding her. You're finally awake. Yinchi and Qin Jiao excitedly leaned in. Sister Su, Jiang Yingxue's voice was choked, her eyes red and swollen. Su Xiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. After waking up, Su Xiao felt no discomfort in her body and directly got out of bed to check on Gucong and Yi Chongqing, confirming both were fine. Su Xiao looked at the situation outside. Staring at the mutated creatures, Su Xiao remained silent for a long time, until a stone flashed by in the image. Inscribed with words she couldn't understand, but she noticed the back of the stone was carved. The pattern looked like a mermaid. The mermaid lay on the stone as if singing, surrounded by many marine creatures. Are there really mermaids? Did Base 36 capture a mermaid? Facing the no-access aerial defense net, Su Xiao forcefully breached it. An intricate web of electric currents formed in midair, with tens of thousands of volts surging towards Su Xiao, who remained unfazed and pushed through. The aerial defense net was forcibly breached. Requesting support, Su Xiao charged in. After entering the research institute, she blocked all exits, ensuring no one could come in or go out. Su Xiao released the people in her space. Where is this? Sister Su, where did you bring us? Su Xiao stated directly, Base 36 Research Institute. What? In the next moment, they were locked on by laser guns, with numerous red dots covering their bodies. Yinchi asked, What did you bring us here for? The virus was developed by them, and the antidote is the mermaid that has been imprisoned. We need to rescue that mermaid. Yi Chongqing asked, How can you be sure? Now that we're here, we might as well offend them. And if we can't find it, we can just run. Hearing Su Xiao say this, everyone fell silent. However, this was not the time for leisure. Many gray-white, clothed brain-type ability users appeared around them, each wielding different weapons. Sister Su, hide behind me. Yinchi stepped in front of Su Xiao. At this point, Su Xiao stopped pretending, pushed him aside, and said, Get up. After speaking, Su Xiao swiftly attacked the surroundings, moving so fast that only shadows could be seen and hearing the crisp sounds of clashes. Wherever Su Xiao passed, all the brain-type ability users holding weapons were knocked down, their weapons disappearing, leaving them as powerless as ordinary people. Watching this scene, Yinchi's mouth dropped open in shock. Is this the Su Xiao I know? Qin Jiao's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement as he chased after her. Brother Qin. Yinchi saw Qin Jiao follow and hurriedly chased after him. The three behind exchanged glances, seemingly having guessed this already. But Jiang Yingxue wore an admiring smile. Look, brother, Sister Su is so amazing. Gucong glanced at her. Didn't you say you didn't like her? Jiang Yingxue huffed. No, I didn't. Besides, Sister Su treats us sincerely. Even if she tricked us, so what? I'm happy to be tricked by Sister Sue. After saying this, Jiang Yingxue hummed a cheerful tune and followed along. Yi Changqing chased after her. Gu Tsong walked at the back, and behind him appeared a figure dressed in silver white, with many reflective crystal cores adorning the chest area, and a prominent white horn on their head with fluffy white ears on either side. This person was the highest leader of Base 36, and also Gu Tsong's subordinate. Is it appropriate to do all this just to test a dual ability user? Gu Tsong's eyes were indifferent. It doesn't matter if it's appropriate or not. No matter how the outcome is, she can't leave this world, can she? Yes, I will instruct those behind to let her pass easily. Su Xiao found the mermaid in a laboratory. She was submerged in a container, peacefully closing her eyes. Her angelic face was captivating, and just one glance would draw one in. Her blue fish tail resembled the color of the ocean, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall to the tips. Su Xiao caught the fainted mermaid, transferred her into the space, and instructed Xiao LV to take good care of her. After coming out, at the moment of turning around, Su Xiao saw a row of ability users behind her. Among them, she spotted familiar faces. Another team of flying eagles that had accompanied her was also there. However, they were not mind-type ability users, but rather offensive ability users. With the enhancement of crystal core weapons, they were even more adept. When it came to Su Xiao, their former companion, they showed no mercy and attacked immediately upon picking up their weapons. Su Xiao quickly and cleanly dealt with these people, not killing them, but merely rendering them unconscious. After exiting, she met He Yinshi and the others. Let's go quickly. Su Xiao pulled them to leave. Qin Jiu said, there are people outside. We can't get out. Don't worry, we can get out, Su Xiao said as she didn't take any exit but flew directly upwards, breaking through the ceiling to escape. He Yinshi, being a wind type, could fly, and he directly took Qin Jiu up with him. Su Xiao saw Jiang Yingxue and went down to bring people up. Yi Changqing summoned a water column, and he and Gu Tsong stepped onto it to ascend. The base members guarding the exit noticed the commotion above and immediately flew up to check. But Su Xiao provocatively smiled at them and waved goodbye. At that moment, the mermaid slowly opened her eyes like shining stars in the night, brilliant and radiant. Su Xiao followed the mermaid down into the water, where she felt no sense of suffocation and instead felt very comfortable and refreshing. Recalling something, Su Xiao looked back and saw Qin Jiu and Gu Tsong behind her. The others were nowhere to be seen. She grabbed Qin Jiu's arm and anxiously asked, where are Yinshi and Xiaoxue? Suddenly, Su Xiao realized something. How can you two breathe in the water? We have the water balls given by Yi Changqing, so we're fine. Qin Jiu gently explained with a smile. Following the mermaid, they found the eye of the ocean, where a sleeping mutated sea whale lingered. The mermaid's tail swayed faster and faster, seemingly excited. She stopped at the whale's eye and reached out to touch it. Su Xiao could sense the mermaid's anxiety and swam over. You, mermaid, be careful, she warned. Why is this human following me to the eye of the ocean? So scary. Humans are so scary. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. I just want to help you. The mermaid blinked and stared at Su Xiao for a while, still not lowering her guard. Su Xiao felt anxious, not knowing how to make the other party trust her when Gu Tsong approached. Seeing Gu Tsong, the mermaid became even more frightened, and Su Xiao waved to Gu Tsong. Don't come over. She's scared. Gu Tsong obediently stepped back, and when Su Xiao turned to look at the mermaid again, she found her eyes shining brightly at her. Did I do something? The mermaid circled around Su Xiao a few times. My name is Nia. You can call me Xiaoya. Hello, Xiaoya. My name is Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Nia kept repeating these two words, confirming she remembered them. Then, Nia looked up and smiled brightly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao? Su Xiao nodded, yes. Nia reached out and grabbed Su Xiao's arm. Su Xiao, can you help me check on the fish? It won't respond to me. Su Xiao Shuam Gelu. But the mutated sea whale suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low roar that sent the group flying several meters away. Nia curled her tail and flipped several times in the water. After stopping, Su Xiao immediately went to check on Nia, relieved to find that Nia was still holding onto her arm. Fish, what's wrong? Are you crying? Nia swam towards the whale, but the whale retreated, seemingly unwilling to let Nia touch it. Rejected. Nia stood frozen in place. Do you hate me? The whale's voice was muffled and somewhat anxious, but still dared not approach Nia. Xiao sensed something was off and swam to Nia's side. Xiao, haven't you noticed something is wrong with it? Nia's eyes turned red, and the tears she shed turned into white pearls. She listened to Xiao's words and looked up. Fish, are you in pain? I'll help you. Nia quickly swam towards the whale, but the whale swam away. Fish, where are you going? Once again rejected, Nia cried uncontrollably, and Xiao supported her. Xiao remembered the picture she saw on the stone and tentatively asked, Xiao, can you sing? Nia wiped her tears and tightened her grip on Xiao's hand. If I sing, can I save the fish? Xiao wasn't sure, but she had to try. Yes, you can. Nia's beautiful singing voice rang out, and Xiao's body slowly relaxed. Then, she uncontrollably closed her eyes. Just before closing her eyes, she saw Nia's scales bleeding more and more. When she opened her eyes again, she was on the shore, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Sitting up, she saw the blue ocean and stared for a long time before turning to look for Gutsong and Qingjiu, but there was no one beside her. Xiao stood in place for a long time until she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Xiao. Xiao's lips moved. Are Qingjiu and Gutsong real? He placed his hand on her forehead. Are you silly? Xiao's heart sank a little.